to find the person. So again, call 311, not 911. We're hoping again to get more information. We're going to head over to that press conference in just a little bit, and of course I'll keep you guys updated as more information comes in. But for now, I'll turn it back to you guys.
All right, Alyssa, we do thank you for your reporting. Of course, we will see you at 11 from NOPD headquarters when the next briefing is scheduled to take place. But we now want to draw your attention. We talked about a lot of the pictures and videos circulating social media. I want to bring up a couple pictures that we found online, and we show them because they're pretty telling about what we've learned thus far about the investigation.
So we do believe, or law enforcement believes, this is the truck that was involved this morning. If you look on the right-hand side of the photo there, you can see actually what appears to be bullet holes in the back windshield of that F-150, a Ford truck with a Texas license plate. We can see it has crashed. If you look at the left-hand side, it has crashed in one of those what you call it, construction vehicles or some type of
a little cherry vehicle.
Right. That's where that truck came to a stop, and that is when the suspect, the driver, started to shoot at officers, who then shot back, killing the suspect, who we do know is a man. We don't know anything beyond that identifying wise, but this is right in front of the Royal Sonesta Hotel. You can see in the photo on the left that someone's up on the balcony kind of looking down, just to kind of give you perspective of where these two photos were taken. But this, of course, making its rounds on social media.
And if you do zoom into those pictures, not asking the control room to do so, but if you do look closely, you can see the back rear view of that truck. You can see very obviously what appears to be gunshot holes in the rear of that vehicle. Now, we do not know if those were there before this morning. Investigators have not said, but a picture being as telling as it is, we can tell you that the driver of the truck did die in an exchange of gunfire with police after shooting 2 police officers. With that being said, we're hearing from our investigator, Mike Perlstein, who is speaking to his sources who can confirm that that gun, again described as a long gun, had a silencer. According to Mike's sources, are specifically what's being referred to as a suppressive device here. Also, according to Mike's reporting, he says that scene sources tell him that definitely the attacker was killed here by police gunfire, which we have since been able to confirm. Particularly information involving the IED, the explosive device that was found there. Mike is reporting this morning that that explosive device, or parts of an explosive device found in the truck on scene, were immediately alerted to the FBI to investigate. Mike goes on to say additional evidence, including a profile of the suspect, who is dead now, and the case, all of that, the FBI and Department of Justice are now overseeing, which we all know. We read that statement from CBS regarding Attorney General Merrick Garland, who has been alerted to this and overseeing everything as we do uncover.
And part of that investigation is probing, as CBS is reporting, whether the suspect was connected to or inspired by a foreign terror organization. Of course, the FBI calling it investigation into terror at this point, so that being the terminology that they are using. In continuing our team coverage, we're going to go back out to our Leah McNeil, who has been out there all morning, with more updates from her. Hey there, Leah.
Still out here talking to those Notre Dame and Georgia fans, and many of them are honestly still just very shaken up by this situation. As you can see right now behind me, still a very active scene out here with state troopers on scene, also New Orleans Police Department. I've also seen the Levee District out here, so that just goes to show you how expansive their response is from police out here on the scene. EMS still out here, the coroner's van still out here, as we still continue to see a very active scene and a large police response after this horrific attack that happened earlier this morning here on Bourbon Street. People are, again, just moving out and about here along Canal Street, kind of just like normal, but again, we want to stress the importance of not to do that. Police are asking people to just avoid the 8-block radius of this area. Just being out here right now, I know it's very easy for people to kind of just be out and about and kind of just see what there is to see, but the best advice I can tell you right now is just to stay away, because they do not want anyone here in the area right now. So just be aware of that as you all do make your way out and about in this area. Avoid the 8-block radius surrounding Bourbon Street. It just keep those who are the lost loved ones, and of course those who are injured, in your thoughts this morning as we all continue to await more information from NOPD. Again, that's expected to come at 11 o'clock.
Leah, thank you. And Leah also underscoring where our focus should be, just very much so keeping our thoughts with those who either lost their lives today or are being treated in one of the many hospitals that are treating victims of this horrific incident.
All right, we are going to some video now. We showed you some photos just a moment ago of what was believed to be the truck involved in this crime. We do have some video that we want to show you if we can get that on as well. Or this is another photo actually taken from a street level there of the same truck that we showed you. This is on the other side, so you're looking at the hood kind of crashed into the cherry picker there, piece of equipment. With the hood up, you can see the door open as a horde of police officers have surrounded it at that point. We do know that the driver of that truck crashed that vehicle, shot at officers, according to NOPD, who then fired back.
On the back end of that truck, we showed you another image from another source showing what appeared to be bullet holes in the back rear mirror of window rather of the truck. You see that imagery here. Again, can't confirm if that happened overnight or if that was there previously, but again, this picture showing the investigation here. Also, as far as investigators confirming to CBS News that they're looking into whether this was part of a larger terrorism ring here with accomplices from other walks of life. We've heard from two of our local officials, both State Senator Royce Duplessis and City Councilman Freddie King III, that investigators were looking into whether the suspect had an accomplice here locally. So again, we are beginning to see this investigation shake out as far as who was involved here and whether he had anyone else there helping him carry out this attack.
We're going to go back now to our Lily Cummings, who has been at UMC all morning, where the bulk of these injured patients were taken. That, of course, a level 1 trauma center where folks are taken in need of critical care. Hey there, Lily.
Mike, Brandon, that's right. We've been here all morning. As you said, 26 of the 35 reported injuries were brought here to UMC. We also know that 4 were taken to Truro, 2 to Ochsner Baptist, 2 to Tulane, or 1 to Tulane rather. So spread out across all of our local area hospitals, and we don't know at this time if any individuals were taken to the hospital by their own means. But the good news here is that Councilman Oliver Thomas was up in the emergency room speaking with victims and their families, and he did come down here earlier and speak to us live on air, saying that folks up there are doing okay, that there are no life-threatening injuries at this point. The 2 officers who were shot neutralizing the suspect, as he said, he believed there were 4 total NOPD officers who were involved in neutralizing the suspect. He said 2 of which were shot at, and they were brought here to UMC. They're expected to be okay. Chief Ann Kirkpatrick was visiting them here at UMC earlier this morning after wrapping up that press conference, and we're expected to get more details from police around 11 a.m. Now, of course, we've heard from State Senator Royce Duplessis, Councilman Oliver Thomas, as well as Councilman Freddie King. This is Freddie King's district, right in the heart of it where this happened. And so, of course, they're all looking at ways that they can improve policy and safety in the French Quarter moving forward, because, of course, no one wants to see this happen again. So they're already thinking of ways and what that can be done, especially with this Super Bowl coming up in less than a month. So you have Sugar Bowl tonight, Super Bowl in a month, and of course Mardi Gras after that. And New Orleans in and of itself is just a town that brings in a lot of people all the time to come visit. So you have that happening. Councilman Freddie King also spoke to us earlier about how this impacts local businesses in the quarter today who were looking forward to those tourism dollars and those folks that are getting out for New Year's Day and getting out for the Sugar Bowl, and now they're all being asked to avoid the French Quarter as this investigation continues. So you have an economic impact also happening today, but their focus, of course, and everyone's focus is on these victims that are here now. They were visiting with them. Both State Senator Royce Duplessis and Councilman Freddie King were headed up to the emergency room when we spoke to them earlier, and then of course Councilman Oliver Thomas was coming down from speaking with them. And Councilman Oliver Thomas, you heard him say New Orleans is a small town. He knew some of the families that were affected by this, some of the victims' families. And you heard Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick earlier this morning say that they believe that the majority of the victims who were injured in this were local. So that just goes to show, you know, he said it himself, Councilman Oliver Thomas, that Locals enjoy Bourbon Street and the French Quarter and all the places that the tourists do just the same, and so they were out celebrating the new year when this tragedy occurred. So those are the updates that we have now from UMC, and we'll continue to follow this here at the hospital and of course keep our ears to the ground to see if any more injuries are reported. But it seems at this hour that those injuries thankfully will not be reporting any additional deaths. 10 killed in this, but those roughly 35 that were injured are expected to be okay, at least the ones that were brought here to UMC. Now it's unclear at this time the others that were taken to local area hospitals, and if any were brought to the hospital by their own means again. That's the update we have from UMC. Brandon and Mike, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Lily, thanks. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts in different areas of the city when it comes to this, but just to kind of walk everybody back in how we got here now 7 hours later. This happened all just after about 3 a.m. this morning. The city had just wrapped up all the fireworks on the river there. A lot of folks had filtered back into the quarter after seeing the show, seeing the fireworks, still celebrating, still reveling, and then this transpires, you know, right there on Bourbon Street at Canal and Iberville, down towards Bienville and the Royal Sonesta, where it finally ended. And about 3:15, 3:20 is when officers started getting the calls.
And that's around the time that many of us began to arrive here at WWL for the morning shift. Mike, you had noticed the police presence coming into work.
I did.
I'm coming in on the back end from Treme along St. Philip, so I didn't see any flashing lights, but my biggest takeaway there was so many people I saw out. Now, it's not uncommon to still see people mulling about at that hour, especially if there's something something fun going on here, but there were just a lot of people and they seem to be in a rush, and so now we know now what that is. Again, we mentioned that tonight is the Sugar Bowl there at the Caesars Superdome. Our Amelia Strahan is live there with the very latest. Amelia.
And there's definitely been an increase in that police presence. When we got here, there were a handful of cars outside, and I would say the presence has doubled, maybe even tripled in probably the last hour or so. We also know that there are officers inside sweeping the dome. We've seen bomb dogs walking outside as well, coming in and out of the building. We've seen multiple law enforcement agencies definitely an all hands on deck approach. We've seen Homeland Security, JPSO officers, of course NOPD, Harbor Patrol, Levee Police, State Police, and even two-lane police. So they have a lot of officers out here, and we've seen football fans already starting to walk up and down the dome, people in their gear, their Georgia gear. We spoke to two gentlemen who actually said their hotel is just a couple of blocks from Canal and Bourbon, and they were on Bourbon Street just about an hour before this morning's tragedy. And, you know, they kept saying, they were asking themselves, you know, what if it had been me? What if I had been there just a little bit longer? I'm sure that's kind of what's going through a lot of people's minds right now. There were a lot of people out on that street. You know, we have the big game today. It's New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. So a lot of people are, you know, shaken by what's going on. The gentleman we spoke to, they said that the heavy police presence that they're seeing, it does make them feel safer, you know, going in to the game this afternoon.
It's kind of shocking. I just lost my daughter last month to a DUI guy, and I just know she was watching over us. So, you know, I know she got us away. Time to go home, Daddy. So, but I feel safe here. I see, you know, all the police and the different authorities around, and we're just gonna go in there this afternoon and watch that ball game and take the Lord with us.
And we did hear from the Sugar Bowl CEO, Jeff Hundley, this morning. They sent out a statement saying their thoughts and prayers are with the families. Of course, like we've mentioned, there are thousands of people coming in town for this game. A lot of them, you know, probably stayed in that Bourbon Street area, like the gentleman we talked to. So definitely, you know, there are going to be some people that are shaken by that incident. But like we've said, multiple law enforcement agencies on the scene. They are sweeping the dome to try to secure the area. They are out here. Many of them say they were pulled off of normal assignments, so we do know that it is an increase from what they already had planned for this game. We're going to be out here, all morning, so we will keep you updated as we learn more about this police presence and as any new details emerge. Reporting live from the Superdome, Amelia Strahan, WWL, Louisiana.
You think about something like this, I think the Councilman Oliver Thomas, you said it best earlier, when an attack like this is not just an attack on the city, it's an attack on this country. Because so many people across this country look to New Orleans as a destination, as a place to go. Tourists want to come here, enjoy our city for what we have to offer, the culture, the cuisine, the people, the music, the energy. And then you have something like this on the back end of it, just completely marred.
And there's a question about the reinforcement of safety measures that were already out there in place on Bourbon Street overnight. Some people had contacted us asking about the bollards that had been put up there a few years ago, part of a big multi-million-dollar security initiative down there, and whether those bollards, which had been put in place to potentially prevent a situation such as this from occurring, what was the case with those bollards? We can tell you, our partners over at NOLA.com report that they had not been activated, that they were down as they were in the process of either being repaired or replaced here. So that is a significant question for investigators as we continue to wait to learn more from them. We're supposed to hear a briefing coming up at 11 o'clock.
And those, of course, those big beams that retract from the ground, basically to keep any type of vehicle traffic off of a street. As you mentioned, that'll be a huge part of this investigation.
Part of the investigation. And again, as our job here as we're going back and forth between our reporter station throughout the area is to look at where there are some questions that continue to linger here, that being one of them. One of the first reporters there live on scene this morning is our Winston Reed. He joins us now again with what he has uncovered there. Winston, let's send things to you.
I'm here at the corner of Royal and Conti, and this is where the press conference took place early this morning when NOPD provided its first briefing following this terrorism attack. The 8th District station is right across from me, and behind me is the Hotel Royal Sonesta, where many had to be evacuated because of that terrorism attack that took place this morning, where people were plowed by a pickup truck early this morning in the French Quarter area today. So we're just getting a look at the investigation further down Royal Street right now. I did mention earlier that I saw a bomb squad truck make its way down Royal and Iberville earlier, about an hour ago. So that explosive device that was found or reported by federal investigators is a key part of this investigation, and we're still working to see how that really plays a role in all of this as well. And we also are seeing investigators working on a table down this way on Royal Street. If we can get a closer look, we saw investigators working on top of a table in the middle of the street. Of course, Bourbon Street and surrounding blocks, about 8 blocks surrounding Bourbon Street, are closed off right now as investigators are working to piece all of this together and piece together as well the timeline and how this explosive device, if there is one, is connected to all of this. And we're also working to see if that suspect who was killed has an accomplice, or was the suspect working alone. So they're still here over on Royal and Conti, still trying to figure out everything that we can. There are businesses, there are people trying to make their way up and down this stretch of road right here. And as you can see, NOPD is allowing some people to enter in and out of the barricade that you see here as the day progresses. So we're going to keep you up to date, and of course, still trying to piece together this entire investigation.
Yeah, it's going to be a lengthy one.
Winston Reed, WWL, Louisiana.
Well, Winston, thanks. We appreciate you so much. And of course, we're going to bring in now our investigative reporter, Mike Pearlstein, with some more details as well.
Yeah, Mike, you've had some sourced information here, particularly on the long gun that was found, other information about the suspect.
Right, thanks, Brandon. Mike, I can tell you that, first of all, our thoughts are with all the people impacted, especially the victims of this terrible attack. The police on the scene both on the ground, responding to the scene, got a lot of information very, very quickly, including some form of long gun, some form of suppressive device, otherwise known as a silencer, as well as either an IED or parts of an IED, an improvised bomb that immediately caused them to alert the FBI. Once the FBI got involved, they very quickly took complete control of this investigation. That's how it stands right now. So there's a bit of a federal lid all the way up to the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., investigating this as a terrorist attack. That has been confirmed. Obviously, we reported on that earlier. We should be getting a lot more information at the next briefing, which is supposed to be at 11 o'clock, which will be led by the FBI, NOPD, obviously also assisting. Some of the on-the-ground information is leading authorities to look at a more expansive situation, including the possibility of an IED found further up Bourbon Street around Orleans. So they are actively investigating that right now as we speak. We've had a sweep of the Superdome for explosive devices, obviously with a Sugar Bowl set to unfold tonight. That is another grave concern. I can just tell you that with the federal authorities, there's a bit of a lid on the information that we would maybe normally get from our normal NOPD sources, but we do expect that our Police Chief Ann Kirkpatrick, Mayor, and FBI-led press conference at 11 should reveal a lot more of what they have gathered. But I can just say that the initial evidence immediately brought the federal response.
Yeah, I was going to say, and the AG, Merrick Garland, stepped in as well, releasing a statement on behalf of the DOJ saying that all available resources from the federal government will now be tied to this, coming to the city of New Orleans to help with this investigation.
Right, and obviously a big concern are any other follow-ups. Is there an accomplice,
Right.
other IEDs? So right now we're actually working a very, very active crime scene and scenario for whether this person acted alone or with accomplices. All of those questions, we don't have firm answers yet, but we are supposed to hear a lot more. I would just say that the level of alert has actually elevated since this unfolded, even though things were gathered very quickly. This happened around 3:15 to 3:18. We've seen video actually of the aftermath of the accident and then gunfire immediately breaking out. Police were all over the French Quarter, were able to respond very, very quickly and find these additional pieces of evidence in the white pickup truck.
Right, and you spoke about the potential investigative scene possibly expanding with the potential discovery of a second IED. Again, all fluid here, but I do want to ask, because we did have a couple, we had a city councilman, Freddie King, also State Senator Royce Duplessis, talk about a potential accomplice locally. Have you heard anything about that?
That's not confirmed. We do know that the FBI, as well as NOPD and all law enforcement partners, are looking at that possibility.
Okay.
That's probably the least confirmed. What we do have is an active scene where there's supposedly a second IED along Bourbon. It would fit the profile of a terrorist attack to strike where there would be, I guess, the most people, to strike the most visible target being Bourbon Street, obviously an internationally known area for tourists, especially at major events like New Year's, leading into a Sugar Bowl with many, many visitors and tourists in town for the Sugar Bowl game itself, as well as New Year's. So the profile fits a terrorist attack. Like I said, at 11, we should know at least a little more about the suspect in the truck who was killed, but very much an active investigation on the IEDs on the ground right now at Bourbon and Orleans, number one, as well as the possible involvement of accomplices.
And of course,
possible involvement.
All we know right now about the suspect is it's a man. That's it.
Yeah, that's all we have really. Male suspect, killed immediately. We were able to confirm, because there's always an chance of suicide, self-inflicted, or something like that. It looks like the police response with gunfire from, I'm told, 4 officers on the ground was immediate. It was, almost instantaneous. They call it neutralize the suspect in police terminology. That is what happened. But they are now able to follow the threads of the truck, where it came from. It had those Texas plates.
Right.
They're able to track, was it rented, purchased, and obviously where the truck might have been seen or spotted on cameras going from Texas into Louisiana. A lot of big open questions. Sure. We hope to be getting some answers to those. The federal authorities are controlling the flow of information, obviously in conjunction with the boots on the ground, which would be NOPD, state police, and all the other law enforcement agencies. Interesting that the bomb squad has moved in full force. That's the NOPD bomb squad, as well as the bomb experts from FBI, as well as ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
Just really shows the amount of resources that are being put into this. And
massive.
we're just 7 hours into this, and we already gotten this amount of information.
Yeah, and expect, from what I'm hearing, that this is likely to become, a bigger and more involved story as we get more information. That's why we're so eagerly awaiting the next briefing, tentatively scheduled for 11 o'clock at police headquarters.
All right, Mike Pearlstein, thank you so much. Investigative reporter Mike Pearlstein. We do continue our conversation this morning, our coverage into this situation. We do now want to go over to WWL Louisiana Chief Investigator David Hammer. He's joined now by City Council President Helena Moreno.
Yeah, Mike and Brandon, we're working as hard as we can to cut through the misinformation, disinformation, and that's why we're very fortunate to be joined this morning by City Council President Helena Moreno, who has been briefed on all of this. But first, this is such a tough way, Helena, to begin 2025, such a devastating turn of events, and so I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about how hard you've been working overnight and the information that you've been getting and hearing from families and people who are concerned about their loved ones.
I mean, no doubt, David. I mean, this is a terrible tragedy, and it's been a long night. As City Council President, I've had to be involved in many of the briefings with obviously Chief Kirkpatrick and State Police and Captain Roberts over in the 8th District. But what's been really tough is hearing from different individuals who are searching for their loved ones. And I'll say this: call 311 if you're looking for information about your loved ones. It's hard when you can't seem to find where your loved one is, if they're not at any of the hospitals and things like that. Right. So that's been really, really difficult. Horrific situation. And as you know, David, we now have our federal investigators. The FBI is in, and they are the ones who are leading the investigation into this because it is a terrorist attack.
Right, and this is all hands on deck with
all
the
hands
FBI.
On deck.
I know that there are agents who are doing public corruption and other work who are working on this and this only right now. So you've been briefed. Can you talk about what you've learned in those briefings? Any kind of details you can share?
Sure. So, what I've learned is some of the things that you all have already reported. Obviously, we had this individual come in and go around the barricades and go through, and several people were killed. The death count is 10. I do believe that is going to rise, unfortunately, to even more than 10. And we did have officers injured who were shot. They are in stable condition. We are expecting them to be fine. From what I've learned through my briefings, it does not appear that the suspect is local. So we'll get more information on that at the 11 o'clock briefing. The FBI, as I told you, they are the ones who are leading this investigation. They're bringing in people from Quantico. This is going to be a very extensive processing of this scene because it is a terrorist attack. We do not expect Bourbon Street to be open anytime soon. Within the next 48 hours, I would say that Bourbon Street will likely be shut down as this investigation continues. I also want to make sure that people know that there are additional sweeps that are happening throughout the French Quarter and also throughout the city as well. Additional bomb dogs have been brought in to do these additional sweeps. Chief Kirkpatrick requested that this morning. There are additional sweeps happening right now at the Superdome. So I would just, at this moment, please stay away from the French Quarter. And also, even if you're navigating around downtown, you're probably not going to be able to drive to where you're thinking you're going to be able to drive through because of all the different sweeps that are occurring at this moment.
Right, and some of our reporters are telling us who are out around parts of the French Quarter and other areas of the city that, and particularly further down Bourbon Street, further into the heart of the quarter, hearing explosions. we don't know if those are other IEDs or if those are just safety explosions. Do you have any information on that?
Yeah, there are additional sweeps happening for potential IEDs, and so that's happening. Whether or not something has been detonated or not, I have not received that kind of information, but yes, that is happening, and there's the potential that there are also other suspects involved.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you know anything more about any other potential accomplices,
Yeah.
or do we not know?
So, from what I understand, there is a potential that other suspects could be involved in this, and all hands on deck on determining who these individuals are and finding them.
And we talked about the bollards. When Mayor Mitch Landrieu was in office, a lot of money was spent to put those bollards in. Apparently, those bollards were not there. Do we know why?
So, and speaking with state police, from what I understand is that those bollards were currently being repaired. And so those bollards had not been activated. They would have, from what I understand from state police, been ready for the Super Bowl. But from what I understand, the reason why there were different barricades there is because the bollards at this moment had not been functional.
And they were being repaired, so they were taken out, essentially.
I'm not sure if they were taken out or what, but somehow they were being repaired.
Right, and those were funded with Homeland Security money, so this is precisely what they would have been.
Oh, no doubt
to
about it.
prevent.
I mean, those bollards, were there for the purpose of keeping individuals from driving down Bourbon Street. But I think now, David, moving forward, we need to come up with an additional plan. And I know that Rodney Hyatt with Troop NOLA is already exploring this right now. What do we do immediately to better secure the French Quarter? Rodney Hyatt with Troop NOLA, he's been looking at different things happening in New York as to different resources that are deployed even for like their New Year's Eve event that they just had last night, and what can be done immediately right now to secure the French Quarter. So whether it's bringing in additional sand trucks, whether that's, bringing in, stronger concrete barricades, like all of those different things, blocking all of the different entrances coming into Bourbon Street, all of those things right now are being looked at and analyzed immediately moving forward.
What about the Sugar Bowl? Is that affected at all by this, or is it going to go forward?
So from what I understand, as I told you, it does appear, and everything I'm hearing is that obviously Bourbon Street will be shut down.
Right.
But as far as the game goes, yes, that is still scheduled to go on. There are extra police officers, police presence from national to state to local, obviously being deployed. Additional sweeps occurring at the Superdome as we speak right now for the game to go on. The perimeter, the security perimeter around the Superdome, from what I understand, is going to be larger than initially that they had expected. And so, yes, it is expected to go on.
What is your message to tourists and locals who are just scared right now and don't know whether it's safe to go outside?
Yeah, well, what I would say this is that our federal partners, our state police, and our local police department, it is all hands on deck on making sure the people of the city are safe, and that any additional suspects are gone after and dealt with immediately. And so with the federal resources that we have in right now, with the FBI fully in on this investigation and grabbing everyone who potentially could have been involved, the safety of the people of New Orleans is #1 priority, and safety of people going to the Sugar Bowl today is #1 priority, which is one of the reasons why Chief Ann requested such an excess of the bomb squad dogs coming in to make sure that there isn't anything that has been missed.
And do we know anything else about the truck, about what kind of arsenal that the person had, what kind of, there's this flag, of course, on the back that we can't see what it is. Is there any information there?
So from what I understand and information that I received is that this individual was in, full military gear, that he is apparently not local, and that he was prepared, and that he was very prepared to inflict horrific pain on the people on Bourbon Street. And, in talking with Chief Kirkpatrick, with a situation like this and with an individual like this, as prepared with the ammunition that he had, that even though there were 300 police officers there, someone as determined as this, additional police presence probably wouldn't have been something that prevented this. So that's where it's like we need to now move forward, look at those additional resources as to what are now the specific barriers that we need to put in for entering the French Quarter, Bourbon Street. Is it additional sand trucks? Is it the concrete barriers? What is it? That is being determined right now by Rodney Hyatt being, the head of Troop NOLA and NOPD. I want to make sure that people understand too that the security of the French Quarter will remain NOPD and state police effort. The investigation itself of this terrorist attack will be led by the FBI.
And is there any sense that the threat could go beyond the French Quarter or the downtown area?
So at this point, from what I'm hearing, it's that the initial threat was just to that Bourbon Street corridor.
Okay, because obviously we have a lot more ahead of us beyond the Sugar Bowl,
No
Super
doubt.
Bowl coming up soon.
Look, no doubt, and obviously now with what has happened, there's going to be a much more increased level of alertness, not only from our local law enforcement that's already been very alert, but also from our federal partners as well.
And as we've seen terror attacks around the world and around the country, we were fearful that something like this would happen on a big day in New Orleans, and it appears that now it has.
Yeah, I mean, it's horrific. I think that, you always see things that happen in other parts of the country, and you still have that wish and hope that it'll never be you. Unfortunately, now it has come to the city of New Orleans, and this is a horrific, tragic event. But we are New Orleanians, and we will move forward, and we will make the city safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Helena Moreno, thank you so much. We'll send it now back to Mike and Brandon because, there's a lot more that we need to do to find out what's going on, and the 11 o'clock briefing promises to bring a lot more information that will be helpful moving forward in this investigation.
Yeah, that briefing's some 40 minutes away, David. Just real quick before Council President Moreno leaves, talked about the bollards and the information that they were being repaired to be ready for the Super Bowl. Fact of the matter is that there were a lot of people here for pre-planned events, security, safety, top of mind. Is it concerning? How concerning is it that they were not there, that they were not in place when we already knew a lot of people would be down there?
Well, I mean, that's the question from Brandon is, we already knew that this was a big event day.
Right,
there was going to be a lot of people this weekend, this week
Sure.
and heading into the weekend. The Super Bowl's still, a month away.
Yeah.
Was this a smart move to have them out for repair at this time?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's like, I think the council's been questioning overall the repairs happening on Bourbon Street just right now anyway. Like, why didn't this happen so it should have happened way far back. Like, we've been questioning that, no doubt. And so I do believe that, Captain Hyatt with the state police, along with NOPD, we're looking at the type of barriers that were by the bollards, where the bollards should have been, right? And I guess what they believed was substantial. But no, I mean, it's like, I don't believe that the repairs happening on Bourbon Street should have happened this late. Right. Those should have happened way long ago. And it's like, if you look at the repairs on Bourbon Street, last time those happened, it took forever for those to get done. And so we've been questioning that. Freddie King, who's the councilman from that district, has repeatedly over and over questioned, why are those repairs happening so late in the game? They should have happened forever ago.
Right, and Mike and Brandon, I'll remind you that it was controversial when those bollards were first put in. People questioned whether or not that was going to compromise the ability to enjoy the French Quarter and to really keep its quality of life and the benefits of the French Quarter if there was this blockade of cars, and the whole point of them was that they could be lowered.
Exactly,
and
that
lifted.
was the point too. So it's like, the bollards are not just bollards that stay forever, right? They rise and then they get lowered. And so, I think you can say a lot of the different things about the barrier, but it's like, this person was determined to get in there and inflict harm, pain, death on Bourbon Street. Yeah. And so, if he was that determined, even if the bollards would have been functioning, he could have picked another time when potentially those bollards were lowered and inflicted this type of terror. So this was a terrorist who was ready to take this type of action.
And does it suggest to you that this person knew that the bollards were down at that time and could take advantage of that?
I'm not sure about that, because maybe he could have picked a different entry point where there are no bollards, where Bourbon Street is still very active. I mean, the bollards are only in the very front of coming into entering Bourbon Street, right? So, there's a possibility he could have picked another way into Bourbon Street. This person was ready to inflict pain and death and harm on crowds in Bourbon Street. And I think he would have tried to find whatever way that he could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so that's it for now from Council President Helena Moreno. But again, this 11 o'clock briefing will tell us more, and we'll continue to try to get as much information out and make sure that it is verified information for the public.
Right.
All right, David, we certainly appreciate you, as well as the council president, for putting some insight on there. A lot of new information, a lot of good information from the council president there. She's saying that suspect in full military gear, not believed to be local, and was prepared to inflict pain. And that's exactly what happened. I know we do have a statement now from the President of the United States, President Joe Biden. He says that he has been briefed all morning in regards to the situation, and I want to pick it up. Pull it up over here.
Saying that he's been continuously briefed, as you mentioned this morning, by federal law enforcement leadership and my Homeland Security team, including Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas.
Yeah, and he goes on to say that I am grateful for the brave and swift response of local law enforcement in preventing even greater death and injury. I have directed my team to ensure every resource is available as federal, state, and local law enforcement work arduously to get to the bottom of what happened as quickly as possible, and to ensure that there is no remaining threat of any kind. You just heard the council president talk about the possibility of there being an accomplice here, and that law enforcement agencies are going to be using every resource available to try and find anybody else who may be connected to this and get them off the street.
Yeah, both David Hammer, investigative reporter, and investigative reporter Mike Pearlstein also talking about that too through their sourcing. Pearl was here a few minutes ago, and we did ask him about the potential for any other local accomplices here, and he says that he is working with the sources to confirm that, but the fact of the matter is that law enforcement looking into a lot of different things, multiple different areas around here, as we're looking at a closer picture here of the truck. From the front, you can see first responders in front of it, but the front of that vehicle very much so destroyed after it crashed into a device, like a cherry picker there on Bourbon Street.
Of course, there was a big question mark surrounding the Sugar Bowl, which is set to happen today. We just heard from the council president saying that is still set to go on as planned. The perimeter, of course, will be extended. It's going to be much larger than originally expected. There are additional sweeps happening in the dome right now. That's going to continue throughout the day before this game, and fans are, urged to go on about their day and still go to the game, that their safety is going to be paramount in this investigation as the day progresses.
Yeah, Amelia Strahan reporting live from the Superdome this morning, from the Caesars Superdome there, as the sweeps were taking place at the moment. We did hear from investigators this morning during the 6 o'clock hour. We do expect another update in about a half hour at 11, but here is what we know. Officials do confirm that a man intentionally drove his truck along Bourbon Street with the intention, according to Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, to kill people, and that's what he did.
And we do know at least 10 people are dead because of it. And you just heard from the city council president saying that death toll might possibly, she thinks, rise, because there are more than 30 people injured because of this act of violence, this terroristic act of violence right there in the heart of Bourbon, on the French Quarter.
Yeah, busy morning at area hospitals, particularly UMC, which is dealing with the majority of those victims. Some 26 people taken there overnight. UMC being a level 1 trauma center, so doctors, nurses, staff in that ER know how to respond swiftly, know how to respond appropriately to traumatic injuries, such as being involved in an accident where you potentially were hit by a truck, which is serious business, life-threatening there. Again, still working to get more information, awaiting an update from officials that is supposed to happen at around 11 o'clock.
Of course, you know, you heard from the council president as well, talking about how investigators and police are actually doing sweeps across the city, not just on that Bourbon Street corridor and around the Superdome, but they are having to now widen this investigation because they don't know how far-reaching it is outside of the French Quarter.
Yeah, and that's why Council President Moreno said, I mean, if you can right now, if you have no need to really be in the French Quarter parts of downtown at the moment, stay away for now as law enforcement just works to make sure that everything is safe down there, but also that they've gathered all that they need to gather here as this investigation is in its early stages. The FBI federal officials leading it, as we take a look at earlier video from Bourbon Street overnight, where you could see after the incident, no one there other than law enforcement, police tape blocking off access to Bourbon.
And you heard her mention a little bit earlier that this is going to take a while, probably 48 hours.
Yeah, before it
that's
reopens.
2 days before folks can kind of get back into the businesses. Maybe, I don't know if there's any like direct residents in that area that's being blocked off, but you assume that folks can get in and out of their homes. And when it comes to people just out and about around Bourbon Street, 48 hours, that's a long time for businesses who are banking on this type of holiday.
Right, and we've shown this video clip before if you're seeing it for the first time and just wondering what we're looking at. So again, talking about Bourbon being closed off, and this was recorded overnight, this video here, so presumably the gentleman there was just trying to look for where to go, and so that confusion. But again, investigators, officials urging folks to avoid an 8-block area of Bourbon Street, beginning at Canal, going back to Dumaine there, as we take a look now at Canal Street at 10:28 this morning. A live view from our sky cam here. You can see that things have cleared up since we first reported this, since things were active before 4 a.m., where you had pretty significant police presence, particularly on the river-bound side of Canal Street there, there where it meets Bourbon. Bourbon's on the other side of the street, of course.
And of course, a lot of folks by now have woken up to the news. Just horrific news out of the city of New Orleans that 10 people are confirmed dead because of a terrorist attack that happened on Bourbon Street when someone purposely, with design, drove to kill people and was prepared, as we've heard city leaders say, with ammunition, military gear. This person, not believed to be a local, died in a shootout with police. So some questions may never get answered, but of course the investigation will be far-reaching.
Most definitely. Chief Kirkpatrick saying that this person was, quote, hell-bent on creating the carnage and damage that he did. Also, officials saying that they're looking at possibly 4 officers were involved in this exchange of gunfire with the suspect here on scene. 2 officers we do know were shot, and they are stable, they are talking, they are alert. Chief Kirkpatrick did meet with them this morning over at UMC, where our Lily Cummings has been reporting. Lily also spoke live to City Councilman District E, Oliver Thomas, a few other officials, just about the response there at the hospital. Also, just what we know potentially about what happened in terms of the exchange between the suspect here and law enforcement.
And in the interview that Lily was doing, I think with one of the city leaders, I don't know if it was Oliver Thomas or Freddie King, talking about the officers who responded and were there and present. They are heroes for what they were able to do and get the suspect, as they call it, neutralized, because you don't know how many more people could have died had that man gotten out of that car or that truck with any type of ammunition or rifle or gun and did more damage.
Right, as far as that is concerned, City Council President Helena Moreno telling our chief investigator, David Hammer, that based on the intelligence that she's received, the briefings that she's heard from investigators there, that this suspect was prepared to go much farther, had the equipment ready to cause more harm than was done this morning in what is being described as an act of terrorism on the streets of New Orleans this New Year's Day. 3:15 the call, according to Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick. Our investigative reporter Mike Pearlstein has also gotten more information about the suspect and the gun. CBS News reporting that a long gun was used. Mike, in talking to his sources, went even further to say that the gun that was recovered there from the truck on Bourbon Street also had a silencer.
You know, and one of the alarming things in this is that there is the potential for other suspects or accomplices in this, and that's why you heard the council president say all hands are on deck in finding anyone who may be an accomplice or a potential suspect on this. We're going to go now to our Meg Ferris as we continue our team coverage on this. Meg, how are you? What do you got going on? You at the blood center now?
Yes, well, good morning, Mike and Brandon. As we've long known for many, many years, we've always reported around holiday time, the blood supply in our community gets very low. Why? Because people are out partying, they're out shopping, they're not thinking about it. Now you add in a mass casualty such as this one, and let me just show you the blood supply. Look, right here, this is B positive. I think there's 1 or 2 bags. The shelves are empty there. If you come on down the line here to A positive, A negative, look, you can see there's barely any. And here is the absolute necessary one, the O negative. Now, O negative is so important because anyone with O negative blood can give to anyone in the world, any blood type, whether they're positive or negative. And these shelves are absolutely bare. Now, you heard how many people were taken to UMC, which is the level 1 trauma center in our area. And what they do is they keep a blood supply, especially O negative, on if people come in unconscious and they have to do quick surgery to save their lives and to stop the bleed. They keep that on hand because they don't have time to ask a patient or to type the blood. So that is so important. So you can imagine, because of this, the blood supply is low. Now, I'm going to bring in, we have some breaking news here. I'm going to bring in Billy Wheels, who is the president and CEO of the Blood Center. And this is an emergency. I'm going to turn you this way toward our camera.
Sure.
That the Blood Center has gotten together and decided to do some special drives today. Tell me about that.
We have. We're opening our Metairie Donor Center at 2617 Edenbourne Avenue today at 11 o'clock. We'll be open until 7 o'clock tonight. Tomorrow we plan to extend all of our donor centers rather than normally opening at 11 a.m. till 6, we're going 10 to 7 across the board. Except for Metairie, we will be open from 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. We're also doing a blood drive here at our location, co-sponsored by New Orleans Emergency Management Services.
What have they told you? Have they said this is one of the worst situations? Because I know we don't just supply blood here. We supply blood for a whole region. And so when we're low, everyone's low. Mississippi, Texas, correct?
That is correct. And at this point in time, we've had other centers in other areas of the country reach out and say, what can we do to help? O negative, as you mentioned a few moments ago, being universal. Again, people are saying, we can help you with some O positive. We're not doing that great with O neg. So again, we need the citizens of our community to pour out and help make sure that we have adequate supplies on hand. We can't rely on anybody else in the country to take care of ourselves.
And let's be clear, you will take O positive, you'll take A positive,
I will
A
take
negative.
It all. Every
AB,
blood.
you'll take.
Yes, ma'am. Any blood type you want to give me, we'll take it. There's a use for every blood type that we have. AB is the universal donor when it comes to plasma. So there's a need, always a need there as well. So for us, we're willing to take whatever anybody's willing to give. At this point, as you stated, holidays are a really difficult time of the year, primarily because people are out and busy with their own schedules.
So how much blood are y'all moving to these hospitals as they're treating this mass injuries?
As so far we've been contacted, the numbers have not been significant thus far, but we don't know that those numbers may go up. So we're just sitting back and waiting and trying to make sure we stay in constant communication with them to make sure we're meeting their needs.
The problem is if they run out, we've just shown the people what's ready for distribution behind you, which is, I see maybe a handful of pints.
Right. So again, we try to keep 2 to 3 days on hand with them most of the time. But again, the scenario needs to be continuously. Every single day we're using 250 units of blood. We need 250 units of blood to replenish it.
All right, let's go through again. Today, starting at 11 at the Metairie location. Where is that?
It is located at 2617 Edenbourne Avenue.
Okay.
And
17 and older, if I remember correctly, and you have to weigh a certain amount?
17 and older, 110 pounds is the minimum weight. And again, if you're 16 years old with the parental consent, you can donate as well.
Mm-hmm. I can't think of a better gift to give for a post-holiday season.
I agree with you completely. It's a gift that you're going to give that someone can not get anywhere else, so you can't go buy it off the shelf. This comes from your heart.
And so it takes it takes about an hour or so. I will ask that question. It takes about, what, an hour to donate?
From start to finish, probably an hour when you go through the screening process. Needle in, needle out's more about 15 minutes.
So our photographer, Jeff Hackett, had a very good question. Who can't give? If you were out partying and having alcohol last night, if you're on certain medication, who cannot give?
Again, there are different medications, and we have a lot of this listed. So if you have a question about a medication you're taking, pick up the phone and contact us and ask us first. If you've been out partying, it's probably not a wise idea to go and donate today. Quite frankly, we don't need your blood loaded with alcohol, jokingly. But again, it's going to be difficult for you, and we don't want you to get up off the bed and go flat on the ground.
Right, because you become very dehydrated once you give blood if you haven't rehydrated with all that alcohol. What else, Mr. Wheels, do we need to get out to the public?
What we need the public to understand right now is this is a perfect scenario where you see that what the need is in this community. It's a continuous, ongoing need. We seem to continuously tell people over and over, we need it, we need it, we need it. And I think sometimes people believe that we're just saying the same old thing. It's crying wolf. We're not crying wolf. We need this. The patients need this. This is about the people of the community.
And I think it's important to note, as you say, even though the hospitals for right this minute may be okay, there are regular people who go in for plasma and blood for maybe they have leukemia or cancers or all sorts of other blood disorders, sickle cell, who will then be at a shortage if this blood is used for mass incidences.
That's correct. So in these mass casualty events, when you have high usage events, the patients who need blood every day, leukemia, any oncology patients, sickle cell patients who need red cell exchanges weekly or monthly, those people don't have it available.
And one more time, let's go over tomorrow. You said everything's going to be open for an extended period of time. If people are doing something today, just give me very quickly tomorrow's schedule.
Tomorrow's schedule is going to be all of our locations that are normally open, and that information is available on our website.
Okay.
You will see on there in the address locations. But again, they're open from 10 a.m. till 7 p.m., except for our Metairie location, which will be 7 a.m. till 7 p.m.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wheels, so much. Billy Wheels, who is the president and CEO of the Blood Center. So there you heard it. Go out today. Instead of having your beans and your peas for good luck today, go out and help some of these patients. Reporting live from the Blood Center on Canal Street, Meg Farris, WWL Louisiana. Back to you.
Meg, we sure thank you for that, but also providing us with the visuals to show you the extent to which they do need the blood. Needed the blood before this morning. Before we let you go, show us those refrigerators once more.
It's really telling when you look at those shelves and you see basically
absolutely.
nothing.
I mean, I've covered for many decades when the Blood Center gets low, even just normal holiday lows. But I got to tell you, look at this whole. All the negatives, AB negative, B negative, A negative, O negative, empty. Negative is only 15% of the world population. I know that because I am a negative. I am O negative. So that is even rarer. O, of course, is the blood type that most people have, but when you add in the negative, most people have O positive. But still, please, if you have O positive or anything positive, AB positive, A, B positive, they need donors. They will take from anyone. So remember, they use that plasma as well for people who have other types of disorders. And people come in from counties in Mississippi and parishes and from all over this region to get some of their treatments here at our big medical centers. So as you heard Mr. Wheels say, people say we cry wolf. They are not crying wolf. This is desperately needed.
Meg, thanks. Of course, it's one thing when you get folks to the hospital to get them the care that they need, but they need the supplies, especially when it comes to blood. So, Meg, appreciate your reporting and what you're doing out there.
Most definitely. We do continue with our reporters who are stationed throughout the area here. Our Amelia Strahan joins us now live from Bourbon and Dumaine on the back end of the French Quarter there. Amelia.
Yeah, you can see there's still a heavy police presence out here. Louisiana State Police has the street blocked off. Lots of caution tape. I'm going to step out of the way so you guys can take a look at just how quiet these streets are. Now you see, I mean, this is a pretty large perimeter. We've talked to quite a few tourists and even some folks that live down here that cannot get back to their Airbnbs and their homes. They're not even letting residents through, because as you can see, it's still a very active scene. Some of them are saying, you know, they have to check out of their Airbnbs. They have to, you know, get back to their homes. Some of them have been out all night long. But of course, the police are out here making sure the scene is secure. Investigators are still on the scene, trying to keep the area as secure as possible. It's, you know, important to note just how different the feel is out here on Bourbon Street right now, especially on a holiday weekend with a big game like this. Even early in the morning, this is usually a very lively place for a weekend like this, a joyful place, and unfortunately it is much more solemn right now. We're waiting to hear another update from NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick so she can share the latest, hopefully some new information about the suspect. But right now, investigators are still out here at the scene, just gathering what information they can. We're out here talking to people that live in the area, kind of trying to find out, you know, what they heard, what they saw. But the feel on Bourbon Street, like I said, is just so different. It truly was such a tragic incident, and it seems like even the people that are trying to get back to their homes, trying to get back to their Airbnbs, are being extremely respectful of the law enforcement officers. You might even have just seen someone tried to walk down, and the police stopped them, just trying to keep everyone as safe as possible. But we are going to be out here on the scene all day, and of course we'll bring you any updates as we have them. Sending it back to you guys.
Amelia Strahan reporting for us this morning. She is at Dumaine and Bourbon there on the backside of the French Quarter, just seeing the response.
Exactly, eerily seeing that nobody's out there, but for a little bit of inconvenience as this investigation goes on is nothing compared to the lives lost and the people who have been injured in this horrific attack.
We're beginning to learn more about the suspect here as we do await a press briefing from officials that is set for 11 o'clock, so stay with us as we continue to monitor that. It has been delayed until 1 this just in, but as far as that is concerned, we are hearing from our reporters who are well sourced, also hearing from CBS News and their reporters who are getting more information. We had City Council President Helena Moreno here a few minutes ago, and she mentioned that the suspect, who again was shot and killed in an exchange of gunfire with investigators, was prepared, had the capability to go even farther here if law enforcement didn't get in the way. CBS is reporting that sources tell them that he was wearing body armor, also other information about him and what he had on his person when they responded to the scene, including a flag on the truck.
Now, I don't know if we still have the photos that we can bring up with the truck that we showed a little bit earlier in our coverage. Of course, you may have noticed a flagpole on the back of that truck, on the bumper of it, that white Ford F-150. CBS is reporting that they are looking into whether that flag is connected to some type of terrorist group, particularly ISIS in particular. They don't have any confirmation on it, but they think that it may be connected in some way. If you look on the right-hand side, the right photo there, you can see on the tail hitch, there's like this pole, this white, almost like a PVC pipe that kind of comes up. Around the top of it is a black flag that's kind of folded up, and that's what we're talking about here. They believe that may be connected to some type of terrorist organization. It's unclear if the suspect was acting alone at this point or with others, but there is the potential for some accomplices, which is why you heard the city council president say all hands are on deck trying to find anybody involved. Now, a person familiar with the investigation has told CBS that at this point, neither ISIS nor any other foreign terror organization has claimed responsibility for this attack. but our investigators are looking into whether they were involved directly with it, and that flag could, give some insight into whether that was the case.
An important detail there as we do work to answer the many questions here. City Council President Moreno saying that according to her briefings, she was able to confirm that the suspect, who again is dead, is not from the New Orleans area. The truck there, also information about it. You can see the plates there are Texas plates as we work to learn more information about it and where it may have been in the days and hours leading up to mass carnage in the French Quarter on New Year's Day. 3:15 the time, 10 people killed, 35 others hurt, but again, officials saying that both the death toll and the number of those injured, but not fatally, could increase here as area hospitals are busy this morning.
All right, we're going to bring in Dr. Corey Hebert to really talk about the mental side of this, because we've heard all morning, we've been going for a little more than 7 hours now, folks who have witnessed this, who have seen this type of horror play out in front of them. We even heard from a Marine Corps veteran who says this brings him back to Iraq, seeing the bodies like that.
Yeah, well first thing I want to say is just we have to be resilient, but damn, how much more resilient do we have to be in New Orleans and things like this happening? This is not something that usually happens in our city. But what I do want to make sure that we understand is that we are resilient. My thoughts and prayers go out to not just the officers, not just the people that were injured and obviously the people that were killed, but this impacts all of us. Not just their family members, not just their immediate family members, but everyone who lives in this city, who goes to that French Quarter and has so many fond memories of things that their families, and all these things that we have done in that beautiful place, that is going to affect you. And my job today is to let you know how that may affect you, what it may look like, as well as what you need to be doing so that it doesn't affect you so much. So headaches, stress, anxiety, all these things, because this is a very particular place for us that we hold dear. So as we move forward, you'll start thinking about, am I safe? Am I safe? And our NOPD did so well just trying to contain that. That could have been such a much more horrible incident. So I want to commend them. And right now, what do we need to do? We need to make sure that our children are not just watching this on the news all day, okay? I want you to stay off of social media unless it is something, a website that is one that you trust. And that's not some, fly-by-night type, these social media blurbs that you're seeing about all this other type of nonsense. Stay informed, because we know that they have copycats that that can do things that are still possibly out there. We doubt that, but that is the reality. So that all these things will play into your mind. And furthermore, when you start to be watching this all day, you can have insomnia. You can have the feelings of that you will never really be safe. So what do you need to do? Okay, you need to make sure that you can sleep. You need to not drink alcohol or take a lot of drugs, because that exacerbates this entire fight or flight syndrome that you're going to feel from this discharge of this fear. Okay, that's very important. And if you have a history of mental illness, we really don't want you to be exposing yourself to this, because all those things can also trigger your mental illness. If you take medicine, okay, do not forget to take it, because what you will do is get caught up in this coverage, and then you won't take your medicine, and then your physical symptoms will exacerbate. Sleep will be a problem, and the concentration that you will need to have, especially if you have to go to work today, especially like the people in the studio have to go through this and see this and relive this all the time in the next day and week to come. We have to make sure that we step back a little bit and just thank the Lord that we are okay, but the bystander trauma that you're going to feel from watching this over and over is something that in the next few days, I will make sure that I'm here to give you the tools that you need to get through it.
And talking about the fight or flight aspect of it that you did mention here, people looking at this, thinking about downtown, they spend some time there, they go there, talking about the future down the way, potential fears about safety. What do you say to people there and where their headspace may be?
Yeah, well basically what you're thinking about, man, is like, will I be able to go on Canal Street?
Yeah.
You know, because see, the thing that the Superintendent Kirkpatrick stressed here is that this was an intentional thing.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So there's no way that our city or any other city can stop someone that's driving down Canal Street at any point, at any time, because on any Saturday night in any major city, there will be people walking around on major thoroughfares. There's no way. So that's why, you know, when you start thinking about, in reality, that part of you being safe or not, that's an overwhelming fear. Because every time for a while, you're going to be walking around, whether you're in this city or another city, you're going to feel like, is that car going to run into me? You know, these are the types of things that we have to live with now in this world, which is a shame. But the reality is that you have to stay vigilant. You know, I have a 10-year-old daughter, and I tell her all the time when we're walking around, and I hate that I have to tell her this, but I can't have her just lollygag and just, oh, let me look at all this stuff. And that's the time that we live in. She needs to be vigilant. And right now, in the next week or so, up until next week, I need people to be vigilant. Because if you see something, don't say, oh, it's probably all right. You need to say something. But don't immerse yourself in 24-hour coverage of this, because this is obviously a national story. You're going to be getting calls from all your friends around the country, which I have as well. Were you there? Are you okay? Don't rehash this every time someone calls you. Just say, you know, if you want to know what's happening, you can watch the news, but I don't want to retell this story, because every time I retell this story, it makes it very personal. But we will get through this, just like everything else we've gotten through. But like I said at the beginning, enough.
Yeah.
You know?
What makes it really personal is that this has happened on our doorstep this time. And you kind of mentioned the ripple effects that something like this can have down the road, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's a week from now. I guess my question is, don't be afraid of those, correct?
You have to welcome the fact that you know that these things can happen. But think about this. When you are going to French Quarter Fest next year, and you're standing on Bourbon Street or standing on one of these streets, that image is going to come back into your mind. And the more you watch it over and over, that image will return. And that is something that we have as a community, as a police force, as, you know, everyone that has to look at this all the time. We have to heal ourselves as a community. We've done it before, but we have to be very vigilant about that. And so we can't just sweep this under the rug like, you know, 2 months from now, it's like this is over. This is something because, and see, if it happened, you know, some other place, or even some other place in the city, it wouldn't be as bad in my mind as far as our mental psyche as New Orleanians, because you know, you may not go to a side street in Metairie as much as you might go to the French Quarter. And that's a personal attack. If you talk about New Orleans and someone, you know, addresses us and hurts us in our personal space, that's like somebody coming into your house.
Right.
And that's how personal we take this, and that's how personal you will have to bounce back from this.
You bring up a good point, though, starting now in terms of maintaining your sense of self here is one thing to help you is getting those text messages, people asking about your well-being. You don't have to go into great detail about what's going on, because that is reliving the trauma every time you respond.
That's correct.
Because that's going to happen.
And it's going to happen. It's been happening to me all morning, and it's going to happen. And what I need you to do, okay, is really just try to exercise some wellness. If you don't know what wellness is, that's what I want you to be Googling right now. Go and look at wellness and mindfulness, because you have to stay in this moment. Don't start thinking about the past, because the past is over. Don't start thinking about the future, because it hasn't happened yet unless you can control it. So what can you control in this situation? Control, just like when we're preparing for hurricanes. What I always tell you, you control your variables, and that decreases your anxiety. So what are your variables that you can control? You can keep your door locked. You can make sure that you are not in these giant spaces if you start feeling anxiety. You have to do things that you can control, and that will decrease your anxiety for the present and also for the future. And that's the only thing that you can do, which is a sad state of our time.
Yeah, lots of good information there, especially because it's always important to take care of yourself, especially in situations like this.
Absolutely. I just commend the officers, man. That I mean, we don't do that work, but they do it. And can you imagine how they feel right now?
Right.
You know, it's a scary time for all of us. But you know, we have to have people to keep us safe.
All All right, Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. Corey Hebert, we do thank you for your insight this morning.
Appreciate you, sir.
We are also hearing from the press pool that is responsible for keeping up with President Joe Biden. We told you earlier that they were working to get a statement from the president as he was able to leave on Air Force One. And we are hearing from the pool, the president saying that he doesn't want to talk about specifics about this situation, but that he has been briefed on the matter and that his thoughts are with those who were hit, but we're still waiting to get more information from what reporters asked the president. Again, the president not answering specific questions about the identity of the driver of the truck, also any information about the suspect there. Again, waiting to hear more from that from investigators. A press briefing here locally, at least, set for 1 p.m. It was initially scheduled for 11, but it's been delayed now until 1 p.m.
Can I add one more thing with that information? You know, when you have a situation in New Orleans, remember we had the thing at Mardi Gras when someone ran into the crowd?
Yeah.
That's a very different mindset than someone having a terror attack here. Because, you know, that an isolated incident when someone is drinking is a horrific incident, right? And horrific accident. However, when there's an intentional group of people or one person that is trying to harm another person intentionally, that plays much more into your level of anxiety and your feeling of you being safe or not safe. And that's the real rub of this that makes this so egregious and heinous.
Because you heard the council president talk about it earlier, when you have someone with this type of intention, it's hard to stop somebody with that intention.
That is correct. And that's how, one more thing I would like to say about this is, that's how you know as human beings, we're all generally good people. Because this type of thing, if someone intentionally wanted to do it, could happen every day on every street in America. But it doesn't, and that's the thing I want people to think about. Don't start thinking about, you know, if this is gonna happen to me tomorrow. What I want you to think about is if, in reality, this could happen on every street, every day in every city, but it does not. And that's a very important thing to talk about when you start talking about humanity and what we are as a city, as a nation, and as a world.
All right, Dr. Hebert, we do thank you for that this morning. We do want to get to our Winston Reed, who is live this morning. Winston, where are you? What can you tell us?
Yeah, I'm at the corner of Mandeville and Murray, and behind me is really what seems like an expanded investigation from what started in the French Quarter is now over here across the Rampart Street, and we are seeing New Orleans Fire in the area, NOPD, ATF, FBI, and other agencies in this area. Neighbors did tell us that they believe that they saw a white truck in the area prior to that terrorist attack over in the French Quarter, where a suspect did drive a vehicle plowing into a crowd of people, as well as firing at officers, injuring at least 2 officers in that incident. So we're here behind the yellow tape. This is as far as we can make it past this intersection here, and I believe that the actual investigation is taking place at the 1200 block of Spain, and we are working to figure out why the investigation has expanded across this way that started on Bourbon Street. And we also seen investigators on a Rampart as well as we made our way over to this area. But again, neighbors are telling us that they believe that they saw a white truck, and a white truck is the vehicle that plowed through those people tragically in the early morning hours around 3 a.m., 3:15 a.m. So this is what we are seeing right now. This is the visual we are seeing. This is the closest that we can get, but we're working to figure out why agencies have now set up over here in this area near the corner of Mandeville and Murray. So still working to gather more information on that. Brandon, Mike.
All right, Winston, we do thank you there, and I know that there was a bit of a delay with Winston, so I'll watch my questions, but I will say this just to fill us in right now, where Winston is at Mandeville and Murray, as he told us, where there is a very large law enforcement presence, as you can see toward the background of his shot. Winston says that investigators appear to be surrounding a house on the 1200 block of Spain in the area around the corner, but exactly why they don't know. It's believed linked to the suspect who was shot and killed in an exchange with investigators. But Winston, let's bring you back now, and I want you to yet again just explain to us where you are and what appears to be going on, just to be clear.
Yes, so we are at the corner of Mandeville and Murray. That is where our camera is set up. That is where the yellow tape is stretched across, but we are looking more so at the corner of the 1200 block of Spain, and we are here because a presence had began to develop over here with New Orleans Fire, as well as ATF, FBI, and NOPD. They are set up in this area, and we are not sure why, but we do believe that it is connected to that terrorist attack that took place over on Bourbon Street. And we also want to add that law enforcement is investigating explosive device that was a part of this investigation, and we're trying to figure out where an explosive device, whether it's just one explosive device that's under investigation or multiple. We don't want to speculate, but we're still trying to figure out where that plays in this entire investigation as well. And so, I mean, if you are going to see law enforcement presence all the way from Bourbon Street, Canal, through Rampart Street, and over here on the other side near the Marigny St. Roch area as well. And we do believe that law enforcement and the fire department is surrounding a home here at the 1200 block of Spain, although we again are standing at the corner of Mandeville and Murray because this is the closest that we can get to that investigation over here on this in this part of town.
All right, Winston Reed reporting live again, Mandeville and Murray there. Winston's fourth scene of the morning, one of the first reporters to respond to this scene overnight.
And you know, this kind of lines up with what we heard earlier, that this investigation doesn't just center around Bourbon Street, but there are investigative agencies, as we now see, across the city and other areas as well, believed to be connected to this one person, the driver of that truck, who we know has killed 10 people.
It is now 11:02 on this New Year's Day, this Wednesday morning, as we do continue to follow breaking news. The world watching the city of New Orleans this morning, the scene of an absolute act of terrorism, confirmed to be terrorism by law enforcement. Some 10 people killed, 35 others being treated at area hospitals after a man behind the wheel of a pickup truck crashed into them just after 3:15 this morning on Bourbon Street.
We were told this was done with intent, with the purpose to kill people. That suspect, we're told, was wearing military gear and had ammunition with him, shot and killed by police after he crashed that truck and got into a shootout with those officers. Of course, those officers being called heroes by city leaders this morning. 2
NOPD officers shot by that suspect during that exchange. Sources telling our David Hammer and our Mike Perlstein, potentially 4 officers involved in that exchange with the suspect. More information we do hope to confirm at 1 o'clock when officials do brief us on what they know. Those 2 officers who were shot, though, are at UMC, according to our Lily Cummings, who is there on scene, according to Ann Kirkpatrick, who did go to the hospital to see them. Lily and other officials reporting that those officers are okay, that they are responding, and they are stable after being rushed there to UMC, involved in a shootout there with the suspect this morning.
We also know that an explosive device was found. It is being examined as to see how, whether it poses any type of threat, and also the FBI is trying to determine whether there are more explosive devices. We don't know exactly where it was found, other than with the suspect, near the suspect at some point. We heard the City Council President, Helena Moreno, talking a little bit earlier about those bollards that were installed on Bourbon Street to kind of keep traffic out, or vehicle traffic from going down Bourbon Street and injuring people. Those were not operational. Those were being repaired, so those were not up at the time of this crash. And she's mentioned that even had they been in place, this attack most likely would not have been prevented anyway.
And that's because of the intention of the suspect here wanting to carry out this act of violence, as officials have confirmed to us. However, as we do talk about those bollards and questions about where they were being repaired in time for the Super Bowl, we did in fact ask President Moreno, David Hammer asked about what is the cause for concern here, considering that we knew that thousands of people would be in the French Quarter, and that these bollards were put in place by way of federal dollars, a $40 million Homeland Security project to put those bollards in place and other forms to keep the city safe, to prevent situations like this from potentially happening here. So just questions about what was going on there too as we continue
and to point out, those bollards, of course, are just on a certain section of Bourbon Street. They're not up and down the entire street.
That's true, but if you pass through on the side streets, if you try to turn down when the bollards are activated and they are lifted, you cannot pass down those sections, at least in the first 6 blocks or so of Bourbon Street. And that's the concern, is that maybe he could have accessed from another location but not caused as much damage if those bollards had been up. You know, I'm continuing to get information from law enforcement sources and getting more details about these bomb threats or the concern about IEDs. We can now confirm that the bomb squad has detonated at least 4 suspicious packages along Bourbon Street. Don't know yet whether those were IEDs or they were concerned to have been IEDs, but they're being looked at right now to try to confirm whether they were explosive devices, and another was being investigated at Jack's Brewery. So we know that there's concern about multiple locations in the French Quarter. We have also, I've seen a photo confirmed from the scene from law enforcement of the suspect lying deceased in the street, and you can see that he was wearing fatigues, and that his fatigues, that the shirt was torn open, or the top of his fatigues was torn open by the hail of gunfire or something else. We don't know what, but that is what we see in that photograph. But the key here is that there were multiple locations along Bourbon Street and in other parts of the French Quarter where there is concern, and there was detonations, controlled detonations done to make sure that those would not go off as a part of this attack.
David, I do want to ask you, just based on your reporting from which you've been able to amass thus far, with those multiple investigations going on, how important is the video that we've seen just on social media, documents that people have recorded out there for themselves as they work to piece this together?
They're extremely important. I think Mike Perlstein reported earlier that there's a series of cameras that are available to law enforcement that also paint a picture of what happened, and we see from the images that we've been able to see so far from citizens just taking videos exactly how this happened, with the truck going in along Bourbon Street and mowing down people.
This being one of those telling pictures.
Yes. Exactly, exactly. The details, also we know that hitting that that piece of equipment there that was in Bourbon Street prevented further access into the 400 block, 500 block of Bourbon Street that could have caused a lot more damage. We also know that because that they're doing preparations for the Super Bowl, and there's work being done further down past Orleans and that section of Bourbon Street, that you couldn't have passed through there because there's only enough space to walk basically single file, because the whole street is shut off in that area. So again, this is the issue with having the bollards in place, which, as you mentioned, they paid $40 million. They got $40 million in federal Homeland Security money to put up during the Mayor Mitch Landrieu administration, and that is critical to establishing a safe pedestrian-only pathway there on Bourbon Street.
And of course, up and down Bourbon Street, there are plenty of surveillance videos, so they're not going to be shy when it comes to what they need.
Exactly, exactly. And we've seen this before when there were shootings in the French Quarter where there was mass casualties. The use of the various local networks of cameras, where security cameras were able to give us an image of what was going on, allowed law enforcement to track down the perpetrators. In this case, they'll be able to see more about what happened here, but The investigation now is really focused on whether this was a coordinated attack with other potential perpetrators, people coordinating with this specific attacker, this one attacker that we know about because he was shot dead by police. Now, I also know that these 2 injuries, a little bit more details that I've gotten from my police sources, is that the 2 injured officers were shot, one in the leg and one in the buttocks, and those are minor injuries, relatively speaking, and that they are expected to make a full recovery.
I'm so glad that they are.
Yeah, most definitely. Just real quick, and I'm not sure that you have the answer to this, but we just had Winston there at Mandeville and Murray. You know anything about what they're looking into there?
I do not know what the connection is on that incident, and I think that he'll be able to get us more information about that immediately. Right now, looking at the information about what was done in the French Quarter, but again, I don't think that, and we saw this in my conversation with Helena Moreno, I don't think that they're ruling anything out, which is why I think there's so much concern about safety, not just in the French Quarter. They're making sure that they have put all the resources into this, federal resources, local, state, to make sure that they don't miss anything else that could happen. That's why there was a sweep, for instance, at the Superdome as we prepare for the Sugar Bowl.
All right, Chief Investigator David Hammer, lots of information there. Appreciate your work, and I know you got a lot more to do.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. We're going to shift gears and continue our team coverage.
Yeah, our Alyssa Curtis is live now from the Superdome, from the Caesars Superdome, where we know that there was an additional sweep that took place earlier. But Alyssa, we do hear that you are now with Councilman Troy Carter.
Some things I simply can't talk about for obvious reasons, but what's most important is know this. Every resource possible is being used to make sure that we secure the area and bring anybody else, and at this point we don't know if there's been anybody else to justice.
Let me ask you this. You were talking with John and Meg this morning about those bollards that came about while you were at City Council. I remember when they were installed in 2017 for New Year's Eve celebration, right? To harden it because a similar attack, it was made for this exact situation. To know that they were not working, and I mean, you live here. I haven't seen those things working in years. To know that that's the case right now, and now we're told that they were under repair, I mean, what does that say to you?
If in fact that's correct, that they were not operable, that's unacceptable. And if they were not operable, there should have been a plan B. There should have been a tow truck. There should have been a fire truck. There should have been some other item or something steadfast there to disallow any vehicles from being able to plow through the crowd. I don't know the facts on that, but I will tell you, many years ago I served on the City Council. I'm intimately aware of the security features that are in place for downtown and for the French Quarter. If those bollards were operable and working properly, no one would have been able to get to the 400 block of Bourbon Street.
Congressman, I want to ask you, there were hundreds of police officers, LSP officers, Troop NOLA, not just for Bourbon Street, but we also know Sugar Bowl is tonight. What does that say, knowing that there was so much presence down there, and this still was able to happen, and this man was still able to commit this attack?
Well, listen, we know that terrorists, and that's what we're classifying this, are pretty crafty. And we will continue to push back as hard as we can with every possible resource to make sure that they know that we're not going to surrender to terrorists or to terrorism. We're going to continue to use our resources to fight and push back. I have every confidence in our local law enforcement, our FBI, state police, and Homeland Security to make sure that the area is secured, and anybody else who may have been involved with this will be brought to justice. What we need now is the citizens to cooperate. This is not a time to come out and to sightsee or to look and to see what's going on. Please stay home. Stay in secured settings. Stay in your hotels, in your homes. Look out for loved ones. Do safety checks to make sure that people are in fact home and well, and let law enforcement do its job.
Do you believe that the Sugar Bowl will be played tonight behind you?
I don't know the answer to that, but I will tell you that safety is number one. This football game is important. It's a major event. People have come from all over the country, but nothing is more important than public safety and making sure that we're protecting the citizens and visitors alike. Until that's ascertained, that we can deliver that, it remains an unknown.
Obviously, there was hundreds, if not thousands, of people out there on Bourbon Street. It was a few hours after it struck midnight, people partying, celebrating. What do you want to say to those people who are safe now but were out there?
Our heart goes out, obviously, to those who lost loved ones, to the 10 or 12 people that we know died in this horrific act of terrorism, for the 20 or 25 that are injured, that are in local hospitals. Our prayers, our thoughts go out to the survivors, and know that we will not let their deaths and or injuries go in vain. We will bring them to justice if there are others outside of the one that is now deceased, to make sure that we send a powerful message to others, to copycats or others that may be associated with this. Not on our watch.
What does the state now look like for you and other state and local leaders?
We're going to be working around the clock to ascertain as many facts and information, to get out of the way of law enforcement, to allow them to do their jobs, to identify if there are other people that may have been a part of this, to scour social media, to look for any other clues that may be out there. And for the public, if you saw something, say something. If you know something, please let local and federal authorities know. Also know this, the president was on live just a little while ago, ensuring that the full faith and credit of the federal government and all of its resources are here to protect the people of Louisiana and New Orleans.
All eyes are on New Orleans right now, not only because of this, but Super Bowl is coming up. We've had a lot of people kind of wondering what this is going to look like. Even before this attack, what do you want to say to the people watching around the world who have their eyes on our city?
No one does security for major events better than New Orleans Police Department, our state police, and our surrounding law enforcement agents. We secure Super Bowl, Sugar Bowls, Final Fours, Mardi Gras, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and many, many events forever. Unfortunately, one incident is too many. But my confidence in NOPD, my confidence in the FBI, my confidence in Homeland Security and all the surrounding sheriffs and law enforcement agents is that no one does it better than we do. And we will make sure that every resource that's humanly possible will be used to protect the citizens and residents alike.
Considering, we mentioned the barricades and everything, is there any belief or any information that maybe the suspect parked his vehicle in a parking garage overnight or something like that to get easier access?
There'd be no parking garage that would allow him access between the 100 and 400 blocks of Bourbon Street. Either he made it through one of those entry points because it was inoperable or some other mechanism, but there would be no other way to get to it.
But Troy, just to be clear,
that response. I know there was obviously a large police presence down there last night, and I don't think that could have helped mitigate anything what happened. So what do you have to say about that?
I think the police department acted immediately. I mean, they were Johnny on the spot. I commend our law enforcement agents for doing the best they could under the circumstances. Listen, terrorist attacks are terrorist attacks for a reason. They catch you off guard. They use resources that we aren't necessarily ready for. And that's why they operate. They're cowards. They seek to attack you at a time when they think you're vulnerable. But hats off to all of our law enforcement, those who put their lives on the line to make sure that we're safe. Listen, one incident like this is way too many. 10 lives, 12 lives, 1 life is way too many.
Troy, just to be clear, I mean, obviously the 300 officers down there could have mitigated this. The bollards that you worked to install could have. We do know that since November, they have been under some sort of a repair project, so they were not operable. You said that if they were operable, it would have saved lives. Do you think that the city dropped the ball in not having something there to protect the crowds in this way that you worked to protect them several years ago?
Yeah, look, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I do know that if they're unoperable, there are other means that could have been employed. There are other means that could have been employed. There are other temporary means. We could have put a dump truck there. We could have put an RTA bus there. Even if, let's assume that's the case, there should have been a plan B. Listen, this is not our first rodeo. We know how to secure people. We know how to secure our French Quarter. Someone dropped the ball if there was not, in fact, a plan B to address bollards that may not be working properly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you.
You guys just heard from Congressman Troy Carter. He still has a lot of questions, just as we do. He is heading into police headquarters right now. Earlier, again, we were supposed to hear from law enforcement officials and other leaders at 11 a.m. That has now since been pushed to 1 p.m. But while we were waiting in the lobby of police headquarters, we saw Mayor Cantrell walk in with not just her team, but 2 tactical SWAT members. We believe those SWAT members were from NOPD, but they were in full tactical gear. It looks like to protect the mayor. She was heading in there, and I can tell you just from the expression on her face, very serious, very solemn, very she gave the expression that we're going to get to the bottom of this, and I'm going to figure out what's happening. After we learned that that press conference was pushed, we've come outside to kind of assess the situation, and I'm telling you guys, in every single direction that you guys can, that I can see, there are every type of law enforcement official. We've seen unmarked units. We see JPSO, OPSO. Actually, Sheriff Hudson walked in just about 30 minutes ago. We've seen TSA. We've seen Department of Public Safety. There's NOFD here. This place is really locked down in every single direction, and really it seems like the whole entire city. About 30 minutes ago, give or take maybe 20 minutes ago, we saw about half a dozen unmarked units drive out of here, headed away from downtown with about 2 or 3 marked vehicles. I'm unclear exactly where they were going, but it happened very quickly in an instant. They were here kind of all up and down Poydras and this side street into leading into NOPD headquarters, and all of a sudden they left. We know that there are so many moving parts right now. They could be headed anywhere right now. As Council President Helena Moreno said, that there are sweeps and additional sweeps all throughout the city, the French Quarter, everywhere. So really they could be headed anywhere. But again, a lot of questions left unanswered that we're hoping to get more information about at 1 o'clock when that press conference is supposed to be held. Again, right now, Mayor Cantrell is in there. We know OPSO Sheriff Hudson is in there. Congressman Troy Carter is in there. I'm sure more people were in there before we even got here to set up for that press conference. We know that this person, the suspect, he is dead now, but Helena Moreno told us that he was in full military gear. He was ready and prepared for this. And as you heard from Congressman Troy Carter, there are things in place to help avoid these situations like those bollards. We are told from our partners at NOLA.com that those bollards were down and not working. They were being repaired. Congressman Troy Carter is saying that something else should have been in place. We know that not just the French Quarter, but Bourbon Street was really secured, or seemingly secured, with NOPD, LSP, Troop, NOLA. There were so many law enforcement crews out there because, again, it's such a big event. You have New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. That in itself brings hundreds, if not thousands, of people down to Bourbon Street. On top of that, you have the Sugar Bowl, which is set to happen literally right next to where I'm at right now in a few hours. We're hoping to get an update on the Sugar Bowl and what that's going to look like. It's a quick moving situation. Earlier, when we got a statement from Sugar Bowl officials, they said that, they're working to talk to officials, but it seemed like it was still going on. We don't know what is happening right now. We're, again, hoping to get an update at 1 p.m. Anything can change, guys. This is such a quick moving situation. We're getting information. Information is changing. We're getting new information by the minute. So there's still a lot of things up in the air. We're going to be out here for the foreseeable. We will be inside at 1 p.m. for that press conference. And of course, that will be a lot of information from a lot of different people. We know FBI is handling this investigation right now. They are the lead investigators. I have not seen any FBI out here at NOPD headquarters, but they're likely inside or at least on the phone with NOPD right now discussing the situation. So we're going to get a lot of information. Of course, we'll bring that to you as soon as we know anything. But for now, reporting live at NOPD headquarters, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
Alyssa, we do appreciate your reporting. Alyssa is going to be at that briefing that is set for 1 p.m. there, and we have learned that Governor Jeff Landry, the FBI assistant in charge, Duncan there, also will be joining Superintendent Kirkpatrick and other officials officials to brief reporters here. So again, the update, the governor will be with officials at 1 o'clock as they brief us.
We were told he was briefed early this morning about the situation. We knew we'd hear from him at some point, so now we know that he is now in New Orleans, going to be there at that 1 o'clock news conference. Now we are actually hearing from President Joe Biden on this attack, so we're going to listen to what he had to say just a little bit earlier on the tarmac.
You've all got my statement. I'll have more to say in the next hour or so following what's going on in New Orleans. I'll be happy to do that.
Do you understand that the person crossed the border?
I'm not going to comment on any specific at all. I've contacted every agency in the federal government as well as the state. They're all coordinating to get to the bare facts. We know what the facts are.
Can you say if you're a foreigner or if he was a domestic?
I'm not going to say anything until I get all the facts in front of me.
Has the suspect been identified? Has the suspect been identified?
Again, I'm not going to comment till I speak to the group later. I've spoken to every member of the agency, from the CIA to our national security team, to our FBI, NSC, and we're gathering all the. And I spent a lot of time with the government, with the mayor.
What was your reaction when you heard what happened?
Well, the reaction was one of anger and frustration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
And there you hear the comments from President Joe Biden. You heard him mention that he had issued a statement a little bit earlier. In that statement, he had pledged all resources from the federal government behind this investigation.
Right, and that is the line from the statement where he says, I have directed my team to ensure every resource is available to federal, state, and local law enforcement here. I want to get to our Winston Reed, who continues to report from a second scene there along Mandeville. Winston, you got any updates for us?
Yeah, we're continuing to see more police presence, and we've also seen 2 canine dogs, ATF canine dogs, make their way onto Mandeville Street. And I want to correct myself from my previous live hit, because I did say this was 1200 Spain, but I'm at the corner of Mandeville and Murray, and we saw 2 canine ATF dogs make their way down Mandeville Street, and further down Mandeville is where you will see that large police presence, both federally and locally. And also, New Orleans Fire is on scene. We've also seen some law enforcement investigators go door to door here in the nearby area. We've had neighbors tell us that they recall seeing a white truck in the area before that terrorist attack that took place earlier this morning. And again, a white truck is the suspect vehicle connected to that terrorist attack early this morning that plowed through a large crowd of people. The suspect, we are also told, shot at officers and struck 2 officers who were treated for their injuries as well. There have been reports of the suspect's name. I think we may want to refrain from using the suspect's name until we get confirmation, but there have been reports of a potential name of the suspect, and so we're going to temporarily refrain from using the suspect's name until we get more confirmation. But right now we're working to see why the investigators made their way to this part of town between Marigny and St. Roch, expanding that investigation from Bourbon Street over in New Orleans, as well as, over in the French Quarter, as well as Canal Street, and bringing that investigation over this way. There is a slew of and plenty of law enforcement investigators in the area from the French Quarter near Rampart Street, Bourbon Street, Canal Street, as well as over here on Mandeville near the St. Roch and the Marigny area as well. So we're still working to gather all of that information, and we will again provide you the latest when we get those details coming in.
All right, Winston, thanks. Yeah, thank you. You heard Winston talk about that white truck that is the suspect vehicle here. We've been looking at photos of it all morning. You saw the bullet holes in the back as well as the flag pole on the back. They, of course, an investigation into whether that flag has anything to do with any type of terrorist organization, which at this point they haven't seen any type of terrorist group claiming responsibility. But we do have, this is from ABC News, that truck in question right there was actually rented. It was rented through an app called Toro, which is like a car sharing company where you can put your car on there, somebody can rent it for whatever use. Well, investigators have gotten in contact with the owner of that truck, who says that he had rented it to an individual through the app, and he is now currently working with the FBI, and that he and his family are devastated over this, waking up to see their truck used in this type of attack. So we do know, according to ABC News, that that truck was rented through a car sharing type app.
That truck does have Texas plates. We're working to confirm exactly from where it did originate, but it is believed to have come from Texas. Hope to learn more at 1 o'clock when we do hear from officials. But as far as the ground reporting is concerned, our Leah McNeil, one of the first reporters there live on scene overnight this morning, joins us now from Canal Street with the latest as far as she sees it. Leah.
Well, Brandon and Mike, still a very active scene out here in the intersection of Bourbon and Canal Street. I just saw quite a few FBI agents make their way out of an unmarked car toward where the scene of this terror incident unfolded just after 3:15 this morning. The coroner's vans that were here earlier have since left, assuming they have started that process of removing those 10 people who were pronounced dead on scene here, where that man intentionally ran through a crowd of people here on Bourbon Street again just around 3:15 this morning as they were celebrating New Year's, bringing in the new year. Again, as a lot of folks have been mentioning, I mean, this is a really huge weekend for us here in the city of New Orleans. Of course, we have the Sugar Bowl game with Notre Dame and Georgia here. I've been speaking to those fans since earlier this morning, and many of them are really just in shock. I don't think the true gravity of what exactly happened here has really hit a lot of people yet. I mean, we're talking about a terror attack. 10 people dead, over 30 people injured here, still in the hospital, 2 officers shot. So just, I really don't think that the gravity of what has happened here has really hit a lot of people, let alone us out here reporting on it. So again, still a very active scene out here, still seeing dozens of NOPD units, still seeing several state troopers out here. Again, FBI investigators just made their way out here on scene. We're still again waiting to hear more from police with that briefing expected to come at 1 o'clock now. So I'll continue to stay out here speaking to some of those Georgia fans, Notre Dame fans. One man did say that he feels a sense of he feels guilty for being excited about the game or being here at all because of all things surrounding it. So just a lot of just really conflicted emotions for today, especially for people out here in this area who came down here to have a good time, and one individual decided to take that away. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Leah McNeil, thank you for your reporting there and offering perspective from people who are in town to see the game tonight, people who were downtown when this did happen just at around 3:15 this morning. A lot of attention on the Super Bowl this morning. We're also hearing from the Saints and Pelicans.
Yeah, and for a lot of folks, this is their first view of New Orleans. This is their first experience in the city of New Orleans. It's just a tragedy that it's something like this. Now, we do have this statement from the Saints and Pelicans saying the New Orleans Saints and the New Orleans Pelicans are deeply saddened by the tragic events that occurred on Bourbon Street early on New Year's Day. Our hearts go out to all victims and their families during this difficult time and express our deepest gratitude to the first responders who acted swiftly and bravely on the scene. New Orleans is a city built on resilience, and this heartbreaking event reminds us of the importance of coming together to support one another, to honor those affected, and to work toward healing as a community. In times of tragedy, the New Orleans community has always shown extraordinary courage and compassion, and we are certain that this time will be no different. You know, I echo those sentiments, but of course, it hurts, you know, to have to deal with something like this on our home turf, a terrorist attack. And like Dr. Corey Hebert said a little bit earlier, this is more personal.
Yeah, and there's a collective grief, also an individual grief. You know, Councilman Thomas talked about this too, in that most of the victims here are locals, and while there really isn't a need for a distinction there as far as a pedigree as far as who has been hurt here, he's talking about just the extent to which we as a community here in New Orleans are tied to this tragic event that took place here in our city, in what is the crown jewel of how the world knows our city overnight. Councilman Thomas saying that he knows some of the victims, he's heard from some of their families, and that's where we are right now at 11:33 with those 35 people at least who are being treated in area hospitals right now, wondering how they're doing, their road to recovery, but also where we stand as a community in getting these questions answered about safety and security, but also the road ahead as far as that emotional recovery goes.
And of course, we know that this was done intentionally. It was done with purpose, and we are getting the identity of the suspect, which we can report, according to our partners at NOLA.com, as a 42-year-old man named Shamsuddin Jabbar. If I'm pronouncing that first name correctly, spelled Shamsuddinjabbar. 42-year-old, as you heard the council president earlier saying, not believed to be a local of New Orleans, wearing full military tactical gear whenever he committed this heinous terrorist act.
Yeah, NOLA.com reporting law enforcement sources there on the release of that name. We are working to learn more. Again, there will be a media briefing at 1 p.m. over at New Orleans Police Headquarters downtown. Coincidentally, across the street from the Superdome, our Alyssa Curtis reporting there. Governor Jeff Landry also set to join Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, Mayor LaToya Cantrell, and other officials.
And you know,
we're changing batteries, Ryan. If you
We'll get to Lily in just a moment. You know, a little bit earlier, they were looking into whether this was directly tied to any type of terrorist organization. And NOLA.com is reporting now that the source that was had given the name that there was an ISIS flag on the back of that truck that the suspect had with him.
Yeah, a lot of conversation about that truck. We showed you the picture of the truck from Bourbon Street, and you could see the back end of that truck there. And on the back end, you saw what appeared to be like PVC piping and a gray or black, what we believe to be a flag there wrapped around, but you couldn't see what was on the back of it. Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungasser even brought that up when we spoke to him at around 7 o'clock this morning. Here is that picture right now, and what we're talking about. Mike brought this to our attention when we first saw these pictures. You see the flagpole there in the center, drawing your attention to where that Texas license plate is. That's the flag in question.
So right on the right-hand side, you can see kind of the black material up there on the top of that PVC pipe is what we're talking about when we're talking about the flag. All right, we're going to continue our coverage with Lily Cummings, who has been at UMC all day. She still joins us there. Of course, that's where most of the victims were taken after this tragedy. Hey there, Lily.
Excuse us for a second. We're just regrouping there. We'll get to Lily in a second, but Lily has been reporting from there. She is.
Go ahead, Lily.
Yes, Brandon and Mike, I did want to bring you an update here from UMC. The hospital is asking families of victims to please go to the UMC Conference Center on the first floor. That's across from Tower 2, which is the midpoint of the hospital. That is a reunification location for victims' families. Now, they posted that to Twitter not too long ago, and I just wanted to make sure that you all or anyone watching knew that, because of course, as you all mentioned, the majority of the victims were brought here to UMC, 26 of the 35, and we know that others were taken to Truro, Ochsner Baptist, and other local area hospitals. And at 1 p.m., we're hoping to get an update from NOPD and the FBI to understand if there's any more injuries or if anyone was taken to any other local area hospitals, because it is possible that folks went by their own means to the hospital and weren't transported via ambulance. So at UMC this morning, things have died down now. It's a lot more quiet, not as much law enforcement activity. And then, of course, earlier this morning, we saw several lawmakers come out here and talk to us live from UMC. They were here visiting victims and their families upstairs in the emergency room. As you all were mentioning, you know, New Orleans is a small town, and so Councilmember Oliver Thomas knew some of these folks. He said he knew one of the officers who was shot. He did give an update that those two officers who were shot are in stable and good condition. They were up, they were talking, they were good. Chief Kirkpatrick, Ann Kirkpatrick, was here this morning as well, following the initial news conference they gave this morning with their updates. She came out right after to see those officers as well. So I'm sure they'll be bringing those updates to you all again at 1 p.m. from NOPD headquarters, where we expect that update to happen shortly. Other than that, not many updates from here. Like I said, it's really died down from this morning when we saw JPSO, State Police, NOPD, several law enforcement cars coming and going constantly this morning. It's been a lot more quiet as we approach the afternoon hour. Guys.
Lily Cummings reporting live for us at UMC. Lily has been there throughout the morning, speaking with city officials who have been responding there to get a better idea of what's going on at UMC. That's where those two officers were taken who were shot. Also, some 26 other people who were injured there as well.
And you just think about the families who now have to show up to the hospitals to try to find their loved ones. Maybe there's families who don't even know if their loved ones are still alive.
Right.
I cannot even imagine what they're going through in that time of uncertainty, especially if you know that your loved one is a victim of this in some regard.
And with that, and we will get to the statement in a moment, y'all can keep it up for a second, but I just want to follow up that point with Mike, Lily pointing out that if you do believe that you have a relative at UMC, you're being asked to go to the UMC Conference Center, and that's where they are setting up an area for you to learn what you need to know.
All right, so here is now a statement from the Georgia Bulldogs playing in the Sugar Bowl today. We're going to go ahead and just read this for you because we're going to give us some credit here. We are deeply saddened by the senseless violence that occurred in New Orleans. All team personnel and members of the official team travel party have been accounted for. Currently, we are in contact with local law enforcement as well as representatives from the Sugar Bowl and college football playoff and are continuing to gather more information. Our prayers are with all those who traveled here for the Sugar Bowl and entire New Orleans community. Of course, ours right there with them.
Most definitely. Our investigative reporters have been able to fill us in by way of their sourcing here on the scope of this investigation. We did tell you that there were multiple sweeps underway in search for information. Our investigative reporter Mike Pearlstein does say from an update that he did receive from the New Orleans Building Corporation, that's the city agency, to all business tenants of city buildings. Mike reporting through his sources that grounds patrol officers and other law enforcement have already swept and cleared several properties, which we've told you, but here is where. St. Roch Market, French Market, also some shops there, Cafe Du Monde and other locations, the French Market, after reports of suspicious activity in the area, including St. Roch Market, but all of that just initiated as a precaution. No word on whether anything was found there, but they did sweep all of those areas, which also are in location or near where Winston Reed is reporting this morning there on Mandeville Street.
Of course, this investigation is going to be far-reaching, probably perhaps even beyond the city of New Orleans, because we know that that truck was rented somewhere else. It was brought here with intention to kill people. We have heard that from city council members. We have heard it from representatives in this area about the sheer intent that someone would take it upon themselves to kill people in New Orleans in this type of fashion, wearing full military gear and being what they say prepared, having lots of ammunition. And we are so thankful for the officers who were out there, the ones who were able to stop this man from doing any further damage to the people in the city that we love.
Yeah, we've learned that 4 officers potentially were involved in an exchange of gunfire with that suspect on Bourbon Street last night. 2 officers shot. They're doing okay this morning, though, thank goodness, as we've learned from our reporters on scene there. But again, had it not been for those 300 officers already working overnight in what was a busy night here in New Orleans, officials saying that things here could have been much worse than what they are, and they're already bad here. But there was a pretty significant police presence there downtown and in the French Quarter already leading up to this, and it was because those officers were there on the scene that they were able to respond to the situation as quickly as they did, according to investigators, as this information comes into our newsroom.
Of course, we've been covering this for hours now, and we're slowly, getting bits of information throughout the day, kind of putting this puzzle together. But there's a much larger puzzle that's going to have to be put together when it comes to security, not just in New Orleans, but around the country.
Yeah, most definitely.
Especially spectator events like the Sugar Bowl, New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve was not even broadcast live from New Orleans this year. But we still have so many people who came here to celebrate, who would just do that on a normal weekend. And then we also have the Sugar Bowl that is here, every year that people look forward to, no matter what teams are playing, and it always brings in a large crowd.
And it does call to question potentially down the line, Mike, as we look at cities such as New Orleans, where in the past questions about a terrorist attack, using that specific language there in terms of how law enforcement is investigating this right now, something that wasn't necessarily on our radar locally. But again, conversations about our future and safety and events and whatnot going to have to be taken into account after this investigation here, this situation this morning. Some 10 people killed, a couple dozen, if not 3 dozen others injured, being treated this morning at area hospitals. That number at 35, if not higher.
Because we always think an act of terrorism can't happen here. But here we are waking up on this Wednesday morning, the first day of a new year, a lot of people celebrating, and terrorism is at our door.
And you mentioned NOLA.com confirming the suspect. CBS News is also confirming the identity of the person believed to be driving the truck that is responsible here, identified by CBS News as Shamsud Din Jabbar. Again, Shamsud Din Jabbar is the name that CBS News reports, also in line with the name that NOLA.com reported as well, our partners over there. Now, with this news from CBS News, one source through CBS says that there was no one else with the suspect at the time of this event. Now, that doesn't mean that there wasn't anyone here locally potentially who may have helped carry this out, and that's why we did hear from several local officials about the potential for at least a second accomplice here. We did ask our investigators about that, and they said that there is the potential for that, but they haven't been able to confirm specifically who that person may be, where that person may be, but again, a lot of questions on the table.
And they have to operate under that mindset, right? Because you don't know how far-reaching this crime could go, especially when they found what they believe to be explosive devices.
Right.
And you heard David Hammer talk about earlier that they have now detonated 4 suspicious packages in different areas that they believe may be linked. We don't know whether those were viable devices, but we know that they were suspicious packages that needed to be disposed of by the bomb squad.
Yeah, pretty frightening. Another one of those devices David mentioned over at the Jack's Brewery area they were looking to. I mean, that's pretty much front and center as far as New Year's celebrations are concerned. That is where the fleur-de-lis drops, etc. But again, still looking into where those locations are. David Hammer, though, telling us again 4 suspicious packages detonated by the NOPD's bomb squad as they do continue to investigate downtown.
Of course, we do know Bourbon Street is still closed at this hour. It's going to be closed for the foreseeable future. Helene Marino was saying possibly 48 hours. So this will in fact affect a lot of people who maybe have to do business down there. We're looking to go do something today, enjoy the new year, or maybe you live in that area. You're going to have some patience here, which is nothing compared to what other families are having to deal with the loss of a loved one or the injury of a loved one.
Most definitely. This video you see right here of Bourbon Street was recorded overnight. This is a video showing people running. That looks like law enforcement there running to respond to the incident, presumably right around the time it took place. According to Superintendent Kirkpatrick, that was at 3:15 this morning. Looking at this Earth Cam shot of Bourbon Street, you saw that first responder, that massive police presence, run toward what we believe to be where the truck came to an end, where it crashed into that, we're calling a little cherry picker there. But you also see there in this video, you still see a lot of people there on the street. So again, some people, more law enforcement there running toward where the incident was, other passersby there here for the night, here for the holiday, presumably trying to get out of the way there, knowing not what's going on.
And of course, it all ended right there in front of Royal Sonesta, which is on Bourbon Street, just a couple blocks in from Canal Street. So that's how much distance this truck was able to go and create this type of carnage in its path, which we now know was absolutely intentional. And when we looked at the photos of it, the truck crashed into that piece of equipment, we don't know if that was a crash that happened on purpose or if something happened or if he was just not able to continue going and that was his last stop before that shootout with law enforcement officers happened.
Most definitely. Our reference point there being those pictures that we've showed you that have been posted on X by witnesses there on scene, showing the back end of that truck, also showing where it came to a halt there after crashing overnight here, 3:15, according to Police Chief Ann Kirkpatrick. That picture, other video, other information from the scene there, important to this investigation. Authorities are also saying that if you may have anything that proves helpful as far as this is concerned, reach out to them, be it the FBI, be it NOPD, be it Crime Stoppers, and they'll lead you, they'll get that information to where it needs to be.
Because they're going to want to get all the information that they can, given the gravity of this type of investigation and how far-reaching it can be, because the federal government is heavily involved in this, and they're going to be looking to see whether this may be connected to other cases across the country, maybe even across the world, and maybe there's some type of terrorist cell or network. There's a lot of questions still they have to answer, because when they start talking about investigating this as an act of terrorism, it's usually more than just one person acting alone on behalf of some terrorist organization. There's a connection there. So law enforcement agencies are going to have to really spend some time trying to connect the dots on this investigation.
And as far as connecting those dots are concerned, you're also connecting the lines of plots on a map. Our Winston Reed reporting from a house you saw there in that shot on Mandeville Street, another location where police presence was working to get to the bottom of why investigators are there. Possibly the discovery of an IED device, as Winston mentioned, but he's still working to get confirmation. But you see a heavy police presence there at that scene too. Mike, you mentioned that federal investigators are taking the lead on this. The FBI, we have heard from Attorney General Merrick Garland, who released a statement this morning saying that his heart is broken for those who began their year by learning people they loved were killed by this horrific attack, going on to say that, again, the FBI is investigating this matter as an act of terrorism. The FBI, the ATF, the Department of Justice's National Security Division, and the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Louisiana, they're all going to be working with local law enforcement to lead this investigation here.
And we know that suspect to be a 42-year-old man at this point. That, of course, reporting coming from Olo.com as well as CBS. We do know that he is not a local. That, of course, according to city leaders who say that this man came in with a purpose, wearing military gear, with the purpose of killing people, and that's exactly what happened. At this point, 10 people have died. City Council President Helene Moreno believes that number could actually increase as the day progresses, because we have more than 30 people who are in the hospital right now trying to recover from their injuries. You know, great care teams are looking after them, and hopefully all of them can recover, but we never know, given we don't know the extent of their injuries right now.
Right, and the latest breakdown of that count, some 26 people being treated at UMC, where Lily Cummings has reported live throughout the morning for us. Another 4 over at Turo, 4 at Oshner Baptist, 1, if not more, at Tulane, at least according to the latest number that we got. And this was during that 6 a.m. or 6:30 press briefing from investigators there over at the 8th District. Hope to get more on where those numbers stand at 1 o'clock when we do have a briefing. Governor Jeff Landry joining local officials for that.
You know, we read a statement from Georgia a little bit earlier, one of the teams playing in the Sugar Bowl today. We also have one from Notre Dame, of course, their opponent in that game. And I'll just kind of read that. It says, "Our prayers are with the family members and loved ones of all those impacted by the terrible attack in New Orleans early this morning." It goes on to say, "To be in solidarity with those who suffer is to exemplify the spirit of Notre Dame. Today we are in solidarity with all those impacted by this tragedy." That coming from the president of the University of Notre Dame today.
And that point about solidarity is extremely important here as we work to get the answers to the many questions that many of you have. We're not talking about any particular location. We're talking about the heart and soul of our city here. And a lot of people are touched by this situation, whether you know any of the victims there, whether you've been watching us since 4 a.m. when we've been live here on this story, or whether you're watching from another city and curious as to what's going on here, because you do have a love and appreciation for New Orleans, crown jewel of this country. In fact, looking at Bourbon Street right now, a very different image though than the more jubilant scene that we're used to seeing here. Bourbon Street now covered in the traipse of crime tape.
And you can see like the street sweepers not even having a chance to get in there and clean things up. This is just still kind of how it was left when officers rushed in there telling people to get out of the bars, get out of the restaurants, go home, move away from the area, do not come in. Hotels were put on lockdown. People couldn't leave, couldn't get out. And of course, this now being reported on news outlets around the world. While watching New Orleans, of course, we know New Orleans and hold it dear to our hearts as a place of culture, as a place of love, a place of acceptance. And now we have to deal with something like this. It hurts us all.
It does. And those who were down there at the time of this incident describe the hurt that they felt. Some of them, though, working to put that hurt aside for a second to go help those who very desperately needed it. Our Leah McNeil spoke to a gentleman just after 4 o'clock this morning who was staying at the Royal Sonesta. He told her that he heard that boom at around 3:15, looked out his window, in fact, overlooking Bourbon Street to see what was going on there, and he went out to help those who very needed it, but also said that he did see casualties there on scene.
Yeah, said he just saw bodies just there in the street. He likened it to his time spent in Iraq as a military veteran in the Marine Corps. We're going to check in with our Winston Reed. He has been following this all morning long with us. We're going to go back out to him now.
Yeah, I'm in the St. Roch neighborhood, rather, where the scene seems to develop over here. We have a developing scene of federal and local law enforcement agencies gathering near a home that we believe is an Airbnb, according to our partners at NOLA.com. And according to our partners at NOLA.com, an alleged fire broke out this morning, which forced many residents in the St. Roch neighborhood to be evacuated this morning. We are still working to get confirmation from that from local investigators as well as federal investigators here on scene. Again, this is a scene that has expanded from the terrorist attack that took place in the French Quarter and Bourbon Street earlier this morning, and now you see investigators are surrounding a home believed to be an Airbnb, according to, again, our partners at NOLA.com, and it is believed to be connected to the suspect involved in that terrorist attack, who was shot and killed by police following plowing a vehicle into a crowd of people in the French Quarter. We're still working to gather more information. We're also told that a bomb squad is in the area as well. That's according to our partners, but we are again waiting to get more confirmation. This is the closest that we can get. We are at the corner of Mandeville and Murray, and the investigators are about a block ahead, as you can see, but we can go no further than the yellow tape that is sitting right in front of us. Reporting live from the St. Roch neighborhood of Winston Reed, WWL, Louisiana.
Winston, thank you for that. We do now want to get live to a phone conversation. City Councilwoman Leslie Harris joining us by phone.
Councilwoman, thank you for being with us. When did you become aware of what was happening?
This morning, waking up as everybody else was becoming aware of it.
And what went through your mind, you know, as a leader in the city, when something like this, of this magnitude, happening?
It's really unimaginable that this could happen in the city of New Orleans. We pride ourselves on throwing big events and making sure that our visitors and citizens are safe. And so this is really an unimaginable and tragic event to happen to our city.
Based on your vantage point, ma'am, and the purview that you do have as an official, as a city council person, District B here in New Orleans, when we talk about the impact that this does have on our city, as you mentioned, what is that impact? What is your concern? Where's your head right now?
Well, my concern is for the victims of this tragic terrorist attack. My concern is for their families and making sure that their families are safe and secure. I also just want to let our visitors know that we have law enforcement on site, FBI, state police, NOPD, and other law enforcement agencies who are ensuring that we will continue to make sure that that the game tonight is safe and that our people remain safe throughout the city.
Okay, thank you for that, Councilor Harris. Again, just making sure that everyone is safe there, and that is the concern on the minds of many here. You got a briefing set up at 1 o'clock, as you do know. The governor and other officials are going to walk us through on the very latest. What are some of the questions you have?
My questions really are for how we ensure the safety of folks going forward. I, again, know that we have law enforcement on site and coming our way to make sure that there is a safe game for this evening. I know that we have safety measures in place for the Super Bowl. And so really, I just think that we need to maintain good communication with our law enforcement partners to ensure the safety of everybody, not only visiting, but our citizens who live right here in the city.
What are you telling your constituents and real citizens across the city who are afraid? Because here we have a terrorist attack right in our backyard.
I would tell them that this is a random event. This is completely, unexpected and, of course, unplanned, but we did have good law enforcement response. The terrorist was taken down by 3 NOPD officers and apprehended and, killed. And so I think that we are doing the best that we can to ensure that our citizens stay safe right here in the city.
All right, City Councilperson Leslie Harris, District B, we do thank you for your time here this morning as we do stretch into the afternoon. I know that there are a lot of questions, a lot of people calling your office and asking for answers here, and I know that it's a rough morning for you too, so we do thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, we're going to go to our Leah McNeil, who of course also been on the ground all morning long since early hours, probably 30 minutes after this happened, following and sifting through a lot of details and information for us as well. Leah, how are you?
Well, I think Mike, really just like everyone else, still very much in a state of shock, still not really have had the time to process exactly what has happened here. And neither have investigators. They continue to still have a very strong law enforcement presence here on scene. We still see quite a few state trooper units out here, still the same NOPD unit that is right at the base of Bourbon where it does meet Canal. We have shifted our spots just a little bit, and we were able to peer down just a bit into and along Bourbon Street, and still again a very heavy law enforcement presence on this stretch of Bourbon Street. We've also been seeing a lot of movement with the Orleans Parish Coroner's vans making their way onto and out of Bourbon Street. Again, 10 people were killed when that man plowed into a crowd on Bourbon Street, killing those 10 people and injuring about 35, 36 other people, including 2 officers that were injured when shots rang out when that person ran through the crowd. And of course, officers shot at the man when that person also pulled out a gun. So a lot of different details that are coming out of this, and still information that is actively coming out of this this incident that happened earlier this morning, again just after 3:15 in the morning. I've been speaking to witnesses all throughout the morning, and the first woman that I spoke to says that she was actually on Bourbon Street and was just sitting along the side near the CVS. I just saw her sitting there, and I just had to talk to her. Something told me that something had happened to her just by the way she would look. You could tell that she was shaken up, clearly shaken, and she was literally within feet of that car that ran into the crowd. She told me that it was literally by the grace of God, she says, that she was able to escape and run with her life. Another man that I spoke to, who was actually in the Royal Sonesta, which is actually a hotel on Bourbon Street, he said he was inside. He heard some popping and banging that he initially thought was fireworks because, of course, I mean, it is New Year's. And he quickly realized that it was not that. It was, in fact, gunshots. Ran outside and, of course, did see quite a few people laying on the ground. He did see some people who were deceased, and of course he jumped into action, being a military veteran, to try to help those people who were injured after this horrific attack. He says that unfortunately some people just did not make it out and off of this street alive. Others, of course, were able to make their way to the hospital, where they are continued to be treated here at hospitals across our area right now. That man also described the scene. He said he felt like he was back in Iraq. So that just goes to show you the true scope and the gravity of what people saw out here. I mean, you heard Chief Ann Kirkpatrick say that this individual absolutely intended to cause harm. He intended to kill people. He intended to just disrupt the peace and just cause carnage here, in the words of Chief Ann Kirkpatrick, and I would say he did just that. Of course, we are still waiting to hear more from law enforcement. Again, that latest update will be coming in at 1 o'clock. They've since pushed that back. Governor Jeff Landry will be joining Mayor LaToya Cantrell, Ann Kirkpatrick, and of course FBI agents who are now taking over this investigation. I know a lot of people have been speaking about the barriers on Bourbon Street. Were the barriers up? Were the barriers down? I did talk to one witness out here who says that when they were out and about on Bourbon Street, the barriers were not down. As we all know, there's a very expansive project that's happening right now to repair those barriers here on Bourbon Street. But again, we're still waiting on more information from the city of New Orleans to figure out exactly if the barriers were down here in the quarter on Bourbon Street or not. But again, this is a very fluid situation. We are having information come in by the minute, so be sure that you are staying connected with us. Again, a lot of information circulating on social media, and it's very hard to sift through it all. We are sifting through it all, so you don't have to, and you can make sure that you are receiving the correct and accurate information for you as you continue to try and wrap your mind around what exactly happened. But again, the basics of the information that we know right now: 10 people are dead, and at least 35 other people were injured after after a man plowed into the crowd here on Bourbon Street as they were celebrating for New Year's. Of course, as always, we'll continue to keep you guys up to date as we will bring you more throughout the rest of the day. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
Pot, I think.
All right, Leah, thank you so much for that update. We are jumping in for Brandon and Mike. Sharice Gibson and Devin Bartolotta here, continuing to cover this mass casualty on Bourbon Street, where you have 10 people dead, 35 injured after a person drove a truck down a very crowded Bourbon Street during New Year's Eve weekend, as well as the beginning of Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, this is beyond tragic. We've been talking about this all morning now, and things are changing so quickly. We are learning so much more as the minutes go on here. We know at this time that this happened right around 3:15 at the corner of Canal Street and Bourbon Street. We know that the suspect has been shot by police, and also that 2 officers were shot and injured, but we do know that they are stable in the hospital.
Of course, there are many other victims that are in the hospital right now. We're going to get an update on those victims and more about the suspect, who we just learned his name that has been coming out recently, that has just been confirmed for us, rather. And they have more information about this suspect potentially coming from Texas, but we do know that he was driving a truck that was rented through a Turo app. And if you guys are not familiar with the Turo app, this is a kind of peer-to-peer rental system where you can rent cars from other people.
Yeah.
You just exchange the keys and you have a truck with a Texas license plate. We're told that the suspect possibly came from Texas, but we're still working and hoping to get more information about that. But again, 10 people dead, mass casualty here, 35 people that are inside of the hospital, and police are currently investigating a fire that happened in St. Rock that may be also connected to this.
Yeah, there potentially is that second scene that we know that police and federal agents are handling right now. That's near Mandeville Street and Urquhart in St. Rock. We're told that the FBI and the ATF are there with canines, and that some people have been told to evacuate homes near that area. In addition, law enforcement has swept several properties in the French Quarter, some of them after suspicion, some of them as a precaution. That includes the St. Rock Market, the French Market, the Colonnade Shops, and Café du Monde. Again, some of them because there was some suspicion there, some of them just as a precautionary measure.
Yeah, we heard from our David Hammer a little bit earlier, one of our chief investigators, telling us a little bit more information about the potential IEDs that were found. They said they did detonate devices that they weren't necessarily clear was an explosive device, but out of necessary precaution, obviously wanted to detonate those devices as they investigate. So this calls into question if there will be any more closures within the French Quarter. We do know that right now New Orleans Police Department is saying that people should avoid the French Quarter as they continue through this investigation. And of course, this is very early, and now that we do have a suspect and we do have people who are giving us a little bit more information about what happened in the early morning hours on one of our most popular streets in New Orleans, Bourbon Street, we are getting a clearer picture of exactly what happened here and how tragic this truly was.
If you have, this is an important note for those of you who are maybe families seeking information about someone who you can't find after this incident. NOLA Ready is posting a lot of information on its official website, but we do know that at this time there is a reunification center set up at UMC, at University Medical Center. They're asking you to go to the UMC Conference Center, which is on the first floor across from Tower 2. That is the midpoint of the hospital there, and that will allow you to find more information about your loved one if you're looking for them. They're also saying that if you're a resident in Orleans Parish looking for assistance regarding this incident, you can call 311.
And we, of course, mentioned that the suspect has been identified as 42-year-old Shamsud Den Jabbar. This is according to NOLA.com and our sources with CBS News as well, that this suspect, again, 42-year-old Shamsud Den Jabbar, not necessarily clear on that suspect's first name, but of course that might possibly change. Now, we do have today the All-State Sugar Bowl. Of course, we know New Year's Eve is a huge tourist attraction to New Orleans, especially with people, revelers on Bourbon Street going into the early morning hours. Bourbon Street is a street where people at any time of the day you may find a lot of people, but especially people there who go from the New Year's Eve celebrations right into the Sugar Bowl. As far as we know and as far as we've heard from the Sugar Bowl committee is planning to continue with that game today, but there are sweeps that are happening at the Superdome, obviously out of precaution because we have a number of people people that are in town. The Sugar Bowl attracts more than some 60,000 fans that you have from Notre Dame and you have from Georgia. So you have people that are in town from all over to attend this game, and this stokes a lot of fear with those people going to the Superdome and with people who are staying in the French Quarter, whether it's hotels, Airbnbs, wherever they are in the city right now. So we have a lot of people that are in town, and they're carefully watching us so that we can give them the most accurate information. And joining us right now on this ad, we have Councilman Oliver Thomas. Thank you so much for joining us. Obviously not the way that we want to start the new year.
No, I've spent the last several hours since wee hours of the morning in the emergency room, there with victims, there with the law enforcement officials who were there recovering from their injuries, there with the medical professionals, and shout out to them at University Hospital, as well as the families. One of the young men, police officers who was shot, his family comes from the neighborhood we grew up in.
Right.
We grew up in.
Yeah.
So that was extremely tragic. They were extremely concerned, but the medical professionals there were doing everything. When I left the emergency room, the one officer was finally resting, and the other was there with his dad, who is a law enforcement official. Talking about how heroic they are. The two who were nursing their wounds, along with the other two who neutralized the suspect, had they not done that, thousands of other lives and injuries could have been at stake and were in jeopardy.
This is one of those things that you see in headlines around the world. Something similar just happened in Germany shortly ago at a Christmas market there. And it's one of those things that you always hope never happens in the city where you live. And when you see that headline, when you see the news like that, it is just, it's horrible.
Well, Bourbon Street is one of the most iconic destinations in the world. New Orleans, this little glorious, hard-knocked city, as small as it is, we host more visitors per capita than cities 2 times and 3 times our size. So it was definitely intentional what happened here. But we're not only resilient, Sharice, you know, we're very strong people.
Yes, we are.
You're not going to frighten us. You're not going to take away our culture and our freedom, and I think people need to know that. And this was not just an attack on New Orleans and not just an attack on this game. This was an attack on our country and our freedom. And at some point, these people have to be brought to justice. You have to find them, whoever they are, and they have to know that you're not going to take away our freedoms. You're not going to threaten our events and our culture. And whatever we need to do, then we're going to stop you. And I just left a briefing, and I'm so proud of Chief Kirkpatrick, Colonel Hodges, our federal partners there. They are reassessing the situation, hard sites for pedestrian and vehicular access. So what the public needs to know at this, they're working right now to make sure that we can not only prevent or mitigate this. Now, bollards wouldn't have stopped this individual. They drove around the barricades.
I was wondering, because I've spoken to police sources who say that there were units that were stationed at Canal and Bourbon Street, as they typically are when we have a major event. I know that when you have a major event that's happening in New Orleans, whether it's Sugar Bowl, Bayou Classic, New Year's Eve, it feels like French Quarter is like Fort Knox. It's hard to get into it, and you have intersections that are blocked off, and it's carefully orchestrated with multiple hundreds of officers, I'm told, being out there, and it was enforced. So we saw plenty police presence. This was someone who's determined, but there is a question about the bollards. You know, some people question the timing of the bollards necessarily being down right now or being removed as they're being replaced.
First of all, it's not the time to question what if, who coulda, woulda, shoulda. The time for us to come together, have faith in our law enforcement officials, and talk about what they are doing, and be prayerful, right, for the families and the victims right now. I'm not a law enforcement official. I'm not going to question what was, what is, or what could have been. But the briefing that I was just in, our public needs to be confident that all of our federal, state, and local partners right now are doing everything they can to make sure that we're safe and safer moving forward, period. One of the most touching moments, Sharice, that happened this morning was a young woman who graduated from the academy with a young man who grew up in our community. She made her way there to see how her comrade was. And it was a tearful moment, right? So the other thing we also have to understand is that what are they going through?
Do we know, as you were in the emergency room, do we have a sense of who these victims are? Because we heard someone that mentioned that they were mostly local. We're hearing from people that were law enforcement. Do we know if these are a lot of people from our community or mostly visitors?
Well, what you and I know, it's a good thing about being authentic New Orleans, is that portion of Bourbon Street is usually it's usually us.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, that time of night.
Yes.
Is usually a lot of locals, but whoever they are, wherever they're from, they're getting the very best care from UMC. And law enforcement officials right now are doing everything they can to make sure we can minimize and eliminate these kind of threats moving forward. How do you harden locations for vehicle and pedestrian access? That's the briefing I just left, and I'm confident. But we also can't forget that our law enforcement team, state and local here, we train other people around the world how to deal with crowd control in major events.
Well, because we handle these events every single year. When you think about Mardi Gras.
Well, there's more festivals per capita than any other city.
Jazz Festival, French Quarter Festival.
French Quarter Fest had almost 1 million people. Jazz Fest broke records last year.
Well, with so many things coming up, I mean, you've got the Super Bowl in just about a month, then you've got Mardi Gras, then
French Quarter Fest.
Yeah, French Quarter Fest, St. Patrick's Day, all these things coming up. How do you reassure not just locals, but also visitors who are seeing these headlines from around the world that this is a safe place to be?
I think that knowing that our federal, state, and local partners are on top of it. Just like what happened with 9/11 in New York City, right? It didn't shut down our world. They wanted to shut down our economy. They wanted to affect our freedom. But we came together, and Sharice, you know better than anybody, from Betsy to Katrina and everything in between, from the 1927 floods to now. One thing about New Orleanians, we're tough. We're not just resilient, and you're not going to stop our traditions.
I have to ask you, you know, in the French Quarter, obviously we talked about IEDs potentially being found. Before I ask you that question, I want to switch on over to Sheriff Susan Hudson, who's given us an update right now. Sheriff Hudson is here.
Is available right now. We also want folks to know that, because I've gotten had people reach out to me about they're looking for their loved ones. They could be at a number of area hospitals. We put out on our social media about our victims unit, where family members can reach out to get resources and to find out information. And if you can't find your loved one at that particular hospital, reach out so we can try and help you find out where they're at. So we want to make sure people can check on their people and make sure their folks are safe. Gut-wrenching. I woke up to this morning. I've got deputies in the quarter. We had our booking bus in the quarter, so I'm reaching out trying to find out how's our team. Is everybody safe? We had officers respond to that. We got to check on them, make sure they're all right. So right now I'm in a couple of different modes. Number one, making sure we're part of the process for keeping things safe. And number two, making sure all of our team is all right and we're ready.
New Orleans knows how to prepare for major events with large crowds of people. We know the bollards weren't working under repair currently. How come there wasn't a plan B in place to make sure that something like this wasn't going to happen?
Well, so all questions about the investigation have to go to the FBI and the city as they're conducting that investigation. We're here to support the policing function moving forward, make sure, whatever happens with the game, whatever happens with folks who are here in our city, we've got a lot of people here, making sure that we take care of that. All questions about the investigation need to go through the FBI and the city.
How is the Sheriff's Department?
Whatever happens with the game, do you expect it to happen?
I'm not sure, and again, that's not my call. Again, my call is to be here to support all our law enforcement, all our first responders, and to help support this community and keep it safe.
How is the Sheriff's Department moving forward with ensuring safety?
Yeah, we're a part of all these discussions. Number one, making sure we have assets available. So for instance, if they need more deputies, if they need any resources from us, we have a number of resources. As you know, the Sheriff's Department is a mini city. So if we need extra cars out on the street or something of that nature, we're just making sure that we are a part of that, helping secure the city that we love so much. And I want this community also to know that Sheriff's Department from all over the state, the Sheriff's Association have reached out and promised help and support if we need that. But you know, we have a lot of sheriffs right around us who are helping as well, and they were in there too talking about it. So again, public safety is job number one right now.
Can you talk to the unified command right now? We saw, like you said, JPSO parked out here. There's, I think, like every single type of law enforcement agency I've seen in the past hour.
Yeah, and we want our community to know that. We've come together, state, federal, local, our surrounding parishes. all the sheriffs in the state have offered resources if we need those. So yeah, we're ready to deal with this issue, keep people safe, and whatever happens moving forward. You know, we have got a big year planned, right? We're going from Sugar Bowl to Super Bowl to Mardi Gras. So we're, you know, the planning, looking at what we're going to do, but most importantly, coming together. And that's what we're doing.
Can you talk?
Is anything swept for anything like other explosive devices from your understanding, anything like that?
Well, again, all questions about the investigation or that response need to go through the FBI and the New Orleans Police Department. They'll know what they're able to release and what they're not. And again, we're supporting them 100%.
Anyone in your command injured from this morning's?
Not injured, but affected, right? Right. It was absolute just chaos when that man went through there and did what he did. And so, you know, that affects everybody. The first responders, that affects them as well. And seeing what happened down there, you know. So job number one, securing the city. Job number two, taking care of our team.
Can you talk to what that looks like? This has impacted the whole entire city, and first responders really are right there. They're seeing this carnage. What does that look like for you as the sheriff, as the head of this department, to make sure mentally and emotionally that your people are okay?
I got to take care of my team. I reached out to all of them personally. You know, they're up all night, right? Some of them are trying to get some sleep right now because they were up all night and just exhausted trying to keep the community safe. But I checked in with all of them, right? I want them to know their sheriff cares and that I'm supporting them 100%. This is not easy work, right? And seeing this type of thing go down can be tough. I got to support them 100%, and that's what I want this community to know. I'm doing that. I want the men and women of this department to know I'm doing that. Reaching out to all of them. I've already reached out to them all just to let them know I'm here. When they're able to talk, I'm going to do that as well. I got to check on them personally.
What are the next few days going to look like for you and for the city?
Being on ready. You know, we have our chiefs here, majors here, all of our assets, whether those are our investigative services, those are our patrolling functions, those are our reserves who are out in the streets every day for the city. Making sure we have that, any other assets we may need to support, equipment we may need to support, we're pledging to give 100%.
Let's talk about tonight after the game. Celebrations, fans celebrating the win. What's that going to look like for your team out tonight patrolling or keeping people safe?
Vigilance, right? We got to be keeping a lookout about what's going on, making sure we're safe first, that we are prepared, safe. We got all our safety equipment, and we're being very vigilant about what's going on, and I know our team will do that.
Any message to fans, people just out and about and here for this big event?
Look, everybody in this unified command here loves the city. We love the people of the city. We love what it represents to this community and to this country. And people from all over the world come here. We love the city. We're here to protect the city. We're putting everything at our disposal to do that. And we want our community to know that, and all our visitors here as well.
My last question, at least for me, obviously there's a lot of talk about tourists and visitors, but there's a lot of people here, people who this is their home, and they're tired of being resilient. This is really hurting them. What do you say to people who love this city because they're born and raised here?
Yeah, you know, we would say, I want my messages to both our community, right? Because that is this culture is what makes people want to come here, and it's the people of the city that drive that culture. And yeah, we're tired of being resilient, but this is the way the world is. We did not create this, but this is the way the world is. People want to, extremists want to send a message in a horrible way, and you know, this is the way the world is. That doesn't mean we're going to give in to them, and we are going to fight back with everything we have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
OPSO Sheriff Susan Hudson just giving us an update. Obviously, as we said, the FBI is in charge of this investigation and leading this investigation right now, but it is a unified command here in New Orleans, not just here at NOPD headquarters, but all around this city. When I was over on Bourbon Street earlier a few hours ago, as they were still sweeping through Bourbon Street and looking at every single corner, there was FBI, state troopers, NOPD, and again, here here at NOPD headquarters in every single direction that I can see. There is every single type of law enforcement agency. Earlier we saw TSA, we've seen state troopers, Troop NOLA, NOPD, OPSO, TSA, Public Safety Department. Again, every single type of law enforcement agency has their eyes and their efforts on what happened this morning. Of course, working to make sure that the city is safe, tourists are safe, residents are safe, making sure that do they have all the pieces together. We're expecting to get an update from all these law enforcement agencies in about 30 minutes here at NOPD headquarters at 1 p.m. That was supposed to be at 11 a.m. Again, that was pushed back to 1 p.m. We have a statement here from the FBI that I'm going to read part of it. This came in just before Susan Hudson came out and spoke with us. They said, again, we have that identity of the suspect, 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, a U.S. citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to have been rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject came into possession of the vehicle. An ISIS flag was located in the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and a potential IED were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. Again, every single law enforcement agency is working on this right now. We're hoping to get more information. A lot of questions still left unanswered. How did this happen? Especially why did this happen? What was the motivation behind this? I'm not sure if we'll get that answer, but we're definitely going to ask once we get to that press conference in about 30 minutes. This situation is such a fast-moving situation. From 1 minute to the next, we're getting more information, more things are coming out. We're hearing from different people. I think the overall message here from everyone is we want to make sure, and they want to make sure, that the city is safe and that nothing else is going to happen. And they got every single corner of this investigation. Every stone is being turned over. As we heard from Congressman Troy Carter earlier, they are putting, again, every single effort into making sure that they have all the questions answered and they leave nothing left unturned. A lot of people really hurt by this situation. You just heard from Sheriff Susan Hudson that this is really affecting the department, as I'm sure other departments as well as first responders. You see the carnage that Chief Kirkpatrick was speaking about. So yeah, a lot of moving things right now, but we're about to head inside to get that update from law enforcement. For now, reporting live at NOPD headquarters, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
All right, Alyssa, thank you so much. And as Alyssa just mentioned, at 1 o'clock, we're going to bring you that news conference live from FBI officials, of course, local law enforcement as well as city leaders. We have one city leader with us right now, again, joining us. Oliver, you listened to what Sheriff Susan Hudson had to say, and you were inside of the emergency room as people were being brought in and having conversations with people who were impacted. Can you tell us what you saw there?
Well, I want to thank the sheriff. She's also been part of the briefing about how we move forward this morning. But the medical professionals at University Hospital, many who were off, came back in. I didn't see any life-threatening injuries while I was there. Everyone seemed to be stable. The 2 officers who were there seemed to be stable. But man, we were so fortunate to have our medical professionals not only there and ready, but those who could help come back to service our community. And as I said before, to see other men and women of the police department come by to check on their colleagues, right? And I'll share a little funny story. One of the officers who was there because of his wounds, when we asked him what he wanted, he said he just wanted to get a Sprite.
Okay.
He said to somebody, just bring him a soft drink.
Right.
He'll be okay.
Something to comfort him.
Yeah. And he was, his family was there with him. The other officer, his dad, was there. And one of the officers finally went to sleep and he was getting some rest while the other guy was there with his family members.
I mean, it's certainly such good news to hear that they are talking and you know, engaging in that way. I also know that you mentioned that you were in that briefing with some law enforcement officials earlier this afternoon or earlier today. I would like to know, what can you tell us about what happened in there? How are we going to move forward? What kind of discussions?
I mean, that's a great question. For the citizens out there, you need to know that they're assessing the situation, reassessing the situation now. How do we take a look at making sure the perimeter is safe?
Yes.
How to access pedestrian, vehicular access. And I was real comforted by what I heard from NOPD officials, federal officials, as well as state officials, is that how do we give access, pedestrian and vehicle access to the dome? How do we funnel people through checkpoints to make sure that there isn't anyone else like this individual, but also while the investigation is going on, to comb every square inch of that area to make sure that there aren't any other explosive devices and that there aren't any other potential perpetrators.
I was going to say, since they had explosive devices, potential explosive devices that were found in different areas of the French Quarter, is the French Quarter on a lockdown right now as you guys assess this situation?
Great question. There's still a crime scene on Bourbon Street right now. They've extended out a certain perimeter to certain streets, but there are parts of the quarter that are accessible. There are people trying to do business.
Right.
There are merchants there who wanted to take advantage of this celebration and all the people coming in town. A lot of the people they're going to make their money because of these special events that sustain them and their families throughout the year. But they're reassessing everything based on what they find and the information that they gather. I was comforted with the chief, our federal partners, Colonel Hodges and our state partners. They're on top of it, and they're looking at every square inch of that community and every safety measure that can make sure we're safe moving forward.
Councilman, thank you so much for your time, for being here with us. We certainly appreciate it, and I know that the officers likely really appreciate you stopping by the hospital as well to send your well wishes.
Thank you so much. Councilman Oliver Thomas joining us now as we continue to follow this breaking news of a tragedy on Bourbon Street. 10 people killed, 35 people injured, and several hospitals across the area because of a person. This person, 42-year-old, if I can get this right, Shamsud Din Jabbar, driving down Bourbon Street, a crowded Bourbon Street, early New Year's Day, around 3:15 in the morning, which if you know Bourbon Street, I always say it's a street that never closes. It's a street that is always open all the time. So at any time, you can find people on this street at that hour.
But especially on New Year's Eve. We know it was very crowded at that time. We do have some new information this afternoon from the FBI that just came in. We know that suspect, Shamsud Din Jabbar, is a United States citizen. He is from Texas. The FBI is saying that an ISIS flag was located in his vehicle along with a potential IED, and there were also other potential IEDs located in the French Quarter. So the FBI is leading this investigation, but we do know that local law enforcement is playing a huge role in supporting them in this effort and in the investigation.
I know we talk about local law enforcement and what they're doing, as well as the ATF, the FBI. They are currently right now on Mandeville Street. That is where our reporter Winston Reed is right now, and that is where Winston says apparently they were drawn to this location because of a fire at a home the suspect potentially was renting as an Airbnb. Winston, what more can you tell us?
Right now, residents who live in this St. Roch neighborhood, they've been forced to evacuate their homes because of that reported fire earlier this morning. The investigation has expanded from Bourbon Street in the French Quarter over here to the St. Roch neighborhood off of Mandeville, and I'm here with Jeff Gonzalez, who's one of those people here this morning who had to evacuate the St. Roch neighborhood. Thank you for joining us. Now, tell me, Jeff, where is the house that you were at and you were staying at in accordance to the Airbnb that investigators are surrounding?
I'm the house right next door.
You're right next door. Okay, can you just walk me through this morning, just play out what happened?
I left the house about 5 o'clock to bring my sister to the airport, and I noticed that the smell in the air was what we thought was fireworks the night before. You could smell it even at 12:30 when we got home, but it was really strong at 5 o'clock in the morning, but I was on my way to the airport and didn't stop. When I got back from the airport at 6 was when the fire trucks were there.
Were you able to get back into the home after you came back from the airport?
I was. At that point, they had contained the fire. There were still hoses going into the house, and one of the residents there said the damage was minimal and no one was hurt. And so I went into the house and talked with my partner about it for a bit, and then we went back to sleep. And woken up a couple hours later to a knock on the door saying that the area was being evacuated.
And walk me through that evacuation. What were you told by law enforcement, and where did you have to go after that evacuation?
They explained only that it might be in connection to the events that happened on Bourbon Street last night, and that the Ring camera footage from our place was of great interest to them. So I left with the dog, but my partner is still there in the area of interest with the footage, going over it with the police. And
so he's over. Your partner is still at the house.
there. And I left without my phone, so I have had no contact with him.
No contact. Can you tell me, have you seen anything suspicious? You know, neighbors have said that they've seen a white truck in the area prior to that terrorist attack over in the French Quarter. Have you seen a white truck? Have you seen anything suspicious? Have you seen the suspect at all?
No, I haven't. And honestly, I was going to get my sister to the airport, so I wasn't really paying attention to the vehicles that were around the area.
Nothing suspicious over the past 24 or 48 hours?
No, just that smell when we got home, but we attributed it to fireworks.
And that is an Airbnb, so oftentimes there are transient people visiting the area who are staying at that house besides.
Yeah, my boyfriend's parents stayed there at Thanksgiving.
Any idea on the extent of the damage of that home right now? We aren't able to get a clear visual of the house from where we were standing.
What I was told was that it was minimal, and there was a 2-hour gap between when the firemen had said that it was contained to when we were evacuated. So my understanding was that they found something that made them evacuate the neighborhood, beyond it just being a regular fire.
Right. So is everybody in your home, and do you know of anybody in your neighborhood who, any reported injuries, anyone hurt?
I have not heard of anybody hurt, but again, I have no contact with my boyfriend right now, so.
All right. Jeff, thank you so much for that update. So that's Jeff Gonzalez. He was evacuated earlier today following the report of the fire at an Airbnb right next door. He was in the house right next door to that Airbnb that had the reported fire, and that is where you see all the law enforcement agents and New Orleans Fire as well in front of that home. And he did say that his partner is going over video footage with law enforcement to get more details and more clarity on this investigation. Of course, we now know the name of the suspect, and perhaps we are able to see the suspect on video. I mean, what direction is the Ring camera? Well, it's facing forward, so will we be able to see the suspect at all?
It's possible, but I was evacuating with the dog when they were just getting the footage. That was 4 hours ago, but I've had no contact, so I don't know what's on there.
All right, so again, his partner is going over that Ring doorbell camera footage, so hopefully we'll be able to get an update on what investigators see on that footage, and we will keep you up to date. And again, law enforcement, NOPD, and other law enforcement agents and agencies are going to hold a briefing at around 1 o'clock, so less than 30 minutes, about 25 minutes from now. So that's the latest here from the St. Roch neighborhood. Winston Reed, WWL, Louisiana.
Winston, thank you so much. Now, we were talking about this earlier. There are multiple locations in regards to where there's a potential attack could have happened. So you had this on Bourbon Street where the car attack happened. They said that the suspect was found with a long gun with a silencer, as well as being found with a potential explosive device, 2 devices that actually had to be detonated, and several devices were detonated around the French Quarter, whether that was near Jack's Brewery in certain locations. So this is a situation where people are, and even what's happening over on Mandeville Street, it's still a very active situation, a situation where it's very fluid and it could change at any moment.
Yeah, we were just speaking with Councilman Thomas here. He said that law enforcement is working very diligently to, first of all, figure out if this person acted alone or if there are potentially other people involved in this situation. We know that the law enforcement has swept several properties in the French Quarter. That includes the French Market, the St. Roch Market, Colonnade Shops, also Café du Monde. We know that there were, as you mentioned, those potential IEDs found in other places in the French Quarter. We don't know for sure
if they were
where they were,
devices,
or if they were explosive devices. There is so much here that is changing so quickly, and so much that we're learning right now.
All right, we have our coverage continuing. Leah McNeil has been out all morning for us. Leah, do we have any updates from where you are?
Well, guys, I just spoke to a business owner who actually owns a business It's right here behind me, the Kilwins Chocolates and Ice Cream. He says that they were actually closing up shop this morning when he just heard all of the screaming, the shouting, and even some of those shots that were fired out here on Bourbon Street for this morning. As you can see right now, still a very active scene out here. He did go inside to try to retrieve some surveillance camera video. He said his cameras didn't capture enough the way they were angled, so unfortunately it won't be any help to police. But he says that it was just unfortunately not a sight that he is not used to seeing. He says unfortunately there's always a lot of crime that he experiences having his business in this location, especially when it comes to people coming in and out of Bourbon Street. But nonetheless, he said he's not worried about the business that he is going to lose today. He's worried about the people, those 10 people who lost their lives, and also those other people who were injured now trying to recover in the hospital this morning. So business owners are, again, he says he was grateful for the swift police response, but he is, like many other people I've heard today, say that they are really want to know more about what the city is going to do when it comes to making sure that Bourbon Street is more secure, that the French Quarter is more secure. He did mention that, of course, we have Mardi Gras coming up, the Sugar Bowl today, and also other events that we always have all year round. So he says he's very interested to see what the city's going to do more to make sure that nothing like this ever happens again.
Leah, thank you so much for your reporting down from, she's at Canal and Bourbon Street right now.
Yes.
Certainly so active. We see lots of law enforcement behind her.
Yeah, so we talk about the Sugar Bowl that's coming up, which that is a lot of conversation actually, and I think we're going to hear a little bit more about what happens, as that game usually is an evening game, so it hasn't happened for a few hours. We can tell you that the Superdome has been swept, or is currently being swept by police, but I can say we are talking about one of the biggest games that's coming up in the city of New Orleans, with that being the Super Bowl, and the NFL did issue a statement, and I'm just going to read this in part. It says the NFL and the local host committee have been working collaboratively with local, state, and federal agencies the past 2 years and have developed comprehensive security plans. These planning sessions will continue as they do with all major NFL events, and we are confident attendees will have a safe and enjoyable Super Bowl experience. That was a question that we posed, that we've been posing all day. We heard from Sheriff Susan Hudson, and that we posed to Councilman Oliver Thomas to talk a little bit more about how do we ensure the safety of not just the people who are visiting the city of New Orleans, but at its core, you know, still the French Quarter, while it is a very fun tourist destination, it is still a community, a neighborhood where people live. So ensuring the people's safety there as well, local safety.
And not only that you are safe, but that you feel safe, because the perception of being safe in a city when you have seen things or heard of things like this happening, that's so important, because you want people to come to your city and enjoy it and again, feel as though they are not in any danger whenever they're out on places like Bourbon Street.
Yeah, a lot of people are just joining us now from around the world, actually. We're finding out that there is a terrorist attack that happened. A truck drove down a very busy Bourbon Street, 3:15 in the morning, with 10 people being killed, 35 people in the hospital right now, and we now have a name of that suspect.
Yeah, we just heard from the FBI a short time ago confirming that name. That is Shamsuddin Jabbar. He is 42 years old, and we know at this time he is a U.S. citizen from Texas. Now, this information is coming from the FBI. They're saying an ISIS flag was found in that vehicle, and also a possible explosive device was found in that vehicle as well. That was a Ford truck that was rented from an app called Turo. So he was not the owner of this vehicle, but rather rented that vehicle. It had a Texas license plate. And at this time, we are trying to learn more about where that truck may have come from, where it had been in the days and hours leading up to this incident.
Yes, and I want to just jump back to the Super Bowl, the Sugar Bowl, actually. We've been talking about possible delays in the Sugar Bowl. Well, what could possibly happen? We can confirm that the Sugar Bowl officials and law enforcement, they are in talks right now to possibly delay the Sugar Bowl until tomorrow. We don't know if that's going to happen, but there is a conversation that is happening, and rightfully so, given the situation that's gone on. And unfortunately, also the tragic situation, we also found out that according to the University of Georgia, they're one of the teams that are playing tonight and potentially playing tonight in the Sugar Bowl. One of their students was critically injured in that French Quarter attack. They released a statement just a couple of moments ago saying, at this point, we have learned that a University of Georgia student was critically injured in the attack and is receiving medical treatment. This is from the president of the university. They said they spoke to the student's family and they shared their concerns, support, and well wishes on behalf of the entire UGA community. Again, Sugar Bowl brings in more than 60,000 fans, and you're talking about that in addition to our New Year's Eve celebrations and the people locally who enjoy what's happening in downtown New Orleans.
And we've been talking about so much about what we're learning about the suspect, but we really don't know at this point very much about the victims of this attack. We know that there were 10 people who died and at least 35 people who were injured, and lots of families who are trying to find their loved ones as well. I anticipate in the coming hours we're going to learn more about them.
Right, and of course I just told you about this Georgia student that was injured. We did hear from Georgia fans earlier today. Here's what they had to say.
Can you describe what it was like last night, having to be evacuated? What time did it happen, and how were you notified?
We were notified over the intercom of the Hotel Sonesta. It was about 3:45, 3:50, somewhere in that range, and so by the time we got up and got clothes on, they were coming down the halls, knocking on the doors, trying to make sure people were out. We thought probably somebody pulled a fire alarm or what have you, and then when we got downstairs, the Bourbon Street entrance was blocked, and it looked like something may have happened in that lobby or whatever. We couldn't go out that way, so we all had to just disperse, come this way.
What did they say to you when they were trying to evacuate? What did they say exactly happened?
They told us nothing. They just said evacuate the building. Most people gathered in the parking garage and was just standing there to stay out of the cold. And then they came down and said, you have to get out of the building and move towards the river. And then we came out and went up towards Canal Street here and sat in the parking garage of the Wyndham for about an hour.
So you went from the parking garage for about an hour before returning back to the Royal Sonesta?
It was an hour there, and then it was all total about an hour and 45 minutes before we could get back into our room.
Where are you visiting from?
Dallas, Georgia, outside of Atlanta.
Being a visitor here this weekend, I imagine you're going to the Sugar Bowl game today. Can you just describe, what's going through your mind as a tourist here in the city? I'm sure you were expecting a fun and exciting weekend, in New Orleans, which is a city that invites a lot of tourists in.
Well, I love New Orleans, and we're happy to be here. And, it's one of those things, you never expect it. We've always stayed in a balcony room there, but they didn't have one available this time, and so I'm kind of glad that we weren't right there at that time. But, nobody has a way of knowing what's going to happen and when, and you just kind of have to live with that in the world today.
All right, that is a Georgia fan that is in town. Like many other fans, I think they're playing the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and it's a potential. We're standing by to figure out if those talks are going to continue on if that Sugar Bowl game is going to happen today.
Yeah, kickoff was supposed to be set for 7:45 tonight, and typically Bourbon Street, the French Quarter, would still be partying today.
Yes.
It would typically be a very lively scene, but obviously incredibly different. We're going to go now to Amelia Strahan. She is at Dauphine, on Dauphine Street at Bourbon Street right now, and has been kind of keeping an eye on the police presence. What are you seeing down there right now, Amelia?
Still about a lot of the same, a heavy police presence. They have, quite the perimeter blocked off. I'm going to step aside so you can take a look. We're learning more about the victims of last night's attack. Our partners at NOLA.com identified 18-year-old Nikira Dido. She is a Mississippi teen, and we also got a tweet from the University of Georgia saying one of their students was injured in the attack, and they are in critical condition. So there are, talks of postponing the Sugar Bowl. Of course, nothing has been decided just yet, but having that student involved, of course, in the attack is going to hit home for many of those fans. You can probably see there are some FBI agents still down there. Officers are still just surveying the scene. There are some evidence markers still down there as well that we can see. Just still trying to find out, exactly what happened. There are a lot of questions going around, and of course we have that police presser where hopefully
hopefully some of those questions will be answered. I've heard some concern from people walking by about, should the Sugar Bowl go on, are they going to be safe out there? I think that's something that a lot of people are concerned about. I even talked to a few fans who will not be going to the game. They decided to go ahead and wrap up early. Now, whenever we were down at the Dome this morning, we can confirm there was a really heavy police presence. We've been reporting they were doing sweeps of the domes. They had bomb dogs out there just securing the scene. So we do know that there is a heavy presence with multiple law enforcement agencies, and that's kind of what I've been telling some of the tourists who seem to be concerned about should they go to the game. It does seem to be heavily secured, but of course you can't blame anyone for feeling very nervous at this time. The corridor during a big event like this, a big weekend like this, is generally bustling. It's a very happy place, a joyful place where people are ready to celebrate, and it definitely is definitely a more solemn scene out here this morning as investigators they survey the scene and see just what happened. Reporting live from the French Quarter, Amelia Strahan, WWL Louisiana.
Amelia, thank you so much for that. We are continuing to learn more about, every time we check in with one of our reporters, we're learning a little bit more about the investigation, what's happening going forward. As many of them have mentioned, and as we have mentioned many times, this is changing really quickly.
Yes, we do have, again, the security measures that are being taken place and conversations that are still happening. Councilman Oliver Thomas just confirmed for us that there are still conversations happening as to how to prevent this from happening moving forward. We are not going into a period where we don't have a lot of people in the city. During this season, we go from New Year's Eve, we're going straight into Mardi Gras with some of the earliest Mardi Gras balls happening this Saturday. And some of them happening at the Superdome. You go into parade season, you're going into the Super Bowl, and then you're going into the season of festivals. So, of course, this is top of mind for everyone who visits any event that contains a large amount of people, in which for us, that is half the year.
Yeah, and there's a parade scheduled for the French Quarter on Monday night with the kickoff to 12th night. So this is, like you said, not something that there will be time to heal from and to really spend time reassessing the security measures for. This has to be solved now.
Yeah, you have to act right now, and that conversation is happening within 10 minutes. At 1 p.m., we are going to get a live news conference that is from federal officials, FBI, which have taken over this investigation, including New Orleans Police, ATF, and many people who are investigating what happened here. And again, you just heard from Amelia Strahan here. We now have our first reported victim.
Yeah, we know at this time that there have been at least 10 people who have died in this incident. This is Nakira Didro, and she is the first name that we're hearing of someone who died during this horrible attack. We know at least 35 people in addition were injured.
Right, and right now, unfortunately, we did again just hear from Amelia Strahan and spoke about this a little bit earlier about a University of Georgia student that is a part of those injuries that are in the hospital right now. Oliver Thomas giving us an update a little bit earlier about what he saw. 2 police officers are in the hospital, of course, that were injured by gunfire. And people who don't realize, when you think about how this can happen and where this happened, this truck drove down a very busy Bourbon Street. It hit 10 people, injured 30 others, potentially more. And apparently, when there was an exchange of gunfire between the suspect and police officers, the suspect was killed in that exchange of gunfire. And when they arrived to the suspect's vehicle, they saw that he had full body armor on. They found IEDs in the car. They found him to have headgear on as well, so he was prepared for a major attack.
Yeah, this could have gotten much worse than it did, and it was already such a horrible incident. I can't imagine this being worse. Councilman Thomas talked about those 2 officers being heroes for taking the suspect out before any more damage could be done, and we know that those 2 officers were shot and are in the hospital but are awake. They're talking. He said one of them was asking for a soft drink, so we know that hopefully they're on the mend and will recover from this.
I know. We talked about the Sugar Bowl, and let's talk Super Bowl. We just got a statement in from the president and CEO of the New Orleans Super Bowl Host Committee. They're in contact again with local, state, and federal public safety partners, and they're actively monitoring this situation. And they say fan and event security is a priority for Greater New Orleans Sports Foundation, the NFL, the Saints, and the state as well. And they've been collaborating with the public safety partners in the NFL for more than 2 years on the comprehensive security plans for the 2025 Super Bowl. I can only imagine that those security plans might be altered slightly. One of the things that we've talked about throughout the day, this is something that I brought up to Councilman Oliver Thomas, and though we didn't speak very heavily on it, were the bollards that were not there. The bollards that were in place in 2017 and were in the in progress rather, of being removed and replaced and upgraded apparently so that they can stop incidents like this from happening. That didn't happen until November of 2024. That's when the construction began, and it was supposed to be finished by February of 2025. But those bollards were put in place by former Mayor Mitch Landrieu, and we've attempted and made attempts to reach out to him. Hopefully he can get back to us. But those bollards are put in place to prevent incidents like this from happening. But I think even outside of these bollards, there needs to be a larger conversation. Who needs to get access to Bourbon Street, to the French Quarter when we have these things happen? Usually the police department has protocols in place. You and I, we can get in because we work here. But we've seen during major events, there's usually some sort of protocol where police officers are blocking access from entrance.
And also, how robust does that block need to be? Is it one police car? Is it multiple? Is it a truck full of sand, which you've seen at some other events? Are the bollards enough even when they are in place? Is there a way that people can get around them? But like we've mentioned, they were not in place for this, and we know that this was a huge weekend. It was a planned well in advance. We knew that this was going to be a big weekend in New Orleans, and those safety measures were not in place. So what can be done to make sure that not just for the Super Bowl, but for every event that we have coming up, that things are locked down tighter?
I know that right now, again, they're still investigating on Mandeville Street and the St. Roch neighborhood, a home that could potentially, or that was potentially being rented by the suspect. They have the vehicle that the suspect came in. We did confirm that that suspect is from Texas, drove that vehicle to New Orleans with the purpose of doing just what he has done early in the morning hours on Bourbon Street. And right now, people are all over the world are sending their condolences. We've heard from every single local, state, and federal official, including President Biden, who did issue a statement and say that he is being updated and has spoke to Mayor Cantrell and other local state officials about what happened here. And I'm actually just seeing here that Peach Bowl, today there's another game, a bowl game in Atlanta that they held maybe a moment of silence to honor and to think about the people who were injured and killed in this attack on Bourbon Street.
And we also have mentioned there are potentially tens of thousands of people in the city right now who came here to have a wonderful and memorable, positive, fun weekend. And there are also people who are not very familiar with our city. They're not from here, they're coming in from out of town. And so this is not only terrifying to people who were out there last night and were witnesses to this or were potentially staying in hotels nearby, but also to people who want to go to the game today, if that game does take place as planned, and are nervous and don't know if everything is totally secure. So Councilman Thomas says they're really focusing on sweeping the dome, making sure that those things are safe.
Yeah, rightfully so. Everyone should, really be nervous, especially as this is an active investigation and there were potentials for potential for these IEDs to be placed throughout the city. Hopefully, they're likely, if I can just say this, they're probably making sure that there are no other potential devices or possible devices that could possibly go out. I want to hear a little bit more. I think we spoke with someone visiting, talking about safety and security, with that being top of mind after this incident.
It's kind of shocking. I just lost my daughter last month to a DUI guy, and I just know she was watching over us. So, I know she got us away, time to go home, Daddy. So, but I feel safe here. I see, all the police and the different authorities around, and we're just gonna go in there this afternoon and watch that ball game and take the Lord with us.
When you're talking about anything of this magnitude within New Orleans or with any area, safety is usually top of mind, given the fact that we've just recently had, as we just spoke about earlier in Germany at the Christmas market, multiple people mowed over by a vehicle that drove through that market as an attack there. And we've seen potential attacks, and not necessarily, a couple of years ago, there was not necessarily an attack. This was a DUI, someone who ran over maybe more than 24 people. I don't know the exact number, but you think about all of those possibilities and how do we keep every person safe? The people who live in New Orleans, the people who are visiting New Orleans, and continue to attract the major events that we do. And I think when Oliver Thomas was here telling us about that meeting, that's the conversation you have to have. And those need to be put in place, not tomorrow, but it's probably being put in place right now, which is why I question if the French Quarter is open for business or if they are only allowing residents or business owners to come in. And it does put officials in kind of a hard spot here, because you have all those business owners who support their families with the money made from these very busy weekends, and they anticipated a huge busy day today. Typically this street today leading up to the game tonight at 7:45 would have been packed with people eating and drinking and all those celebratory things on New Year's Day, and these businesses are shut down for now, and much of the French Quarter right now is off limits to many, many people. If you're joining us in about 2 minutes, we will go live to a press briefing that's being held by local law enforcement, state law enforcement, the federal government as well, the FBI joining us now to give us an update on where they stand in this investigation. We know that there were multiple areas where people are investigating, and they still have a lot of this taped off. And obviously, this is a situation that it's not just open and shut. You don't know necessarily where these possible devices could have been, where they might be, or what he had planned, or what his motivations were. But they did mention that there was an investigation into a flag, and we've shown you video and pictures of the truck that was used in this attack, and a flag was on the back of that truck, and we're being told that this is potentially a flag dedicated to ISIS. Yeah, that was one of the things that the FBI told us just a short time ago, along with some potential IEDs that were found in that car, and other IEDs discovered, potential IEDs I should say, discovered around the French Quarter. All right, and if you guys are just joining us, we are waiting right now for a press conference to start in just a minute or so to give us an update, a desperate update that so many people would like to know. A lot of you, if you were likely out for the New Year's Eve holiday and New Year's holiday, you probably are just joining us or just waking up after being with family and friends, but it's unfortunate we have to wake up to such a tragedy. A vehicle driving down a crowded Bourbon Street, 10 people dead, confirmed dead, and 35 people injured in the hospital right now, mostly at UMC Hospital. And unfortunately, these people, we're hoping, some of them, they have critical injuries, but we're hoping that they can recover. We do know, as this person was driving down Bourbon Street, that 2 officers exchanged gunfire with the suspect and killed him. Yes, at least 2 police officers involved in that shootout, and we know that they did shoot and kill this suspect. The FBI has confirmed that suspect is 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar. He's a citizen from Texas, and we know that he drove a rented truck here from Texas in order to do this. We have heard from law enforcement again and again today saying this was a very intentional act, and that this suspect knew exactly what he was doing and was intending to cause as much damage as possible, and was stopped in his tracks by several officers. There was a conversation about how he could have gotten on Bourbon Street. Usually when you have the events of this magnitude, Bourbon Street is blocked off. We've had conversations, I've saw many of your conversations about the bollards that were there, or rather the ones that weren't there as they were being replaced and was supposed to be done by February 2025 before the start of the Super Bowl. But apparently there were also police units, but this person must have gone on the sidewalk, driven around those units so he can do as much damage as possible. And what we have not seen a lot of yet is video of this truck, because it had to have been
driving somewhere around New Orleans before this incident happened. And so I'm sure in the coming hours we are going to likely see some surveillance video, some other video of this truck being seen around the city and how exactly it got onto Bourbon Street and did so much damage.
Yeah, you're getting a look at a picture that was taken on Bourbon Street of the suspect's vehicle. When police did go in after there was an exchange of gunfire, the suspect apparently had tactical gear on. I was told that he had a helmet on, and he was found with a long gun as well as IEDs, and there were potential devices in other places. And because there were potential devices in other places, a lot of businesses, including French Quarter businesses, are taking precautions and asking people to report anything they may find suspicious right now.
And because there were those potential IEDs or explosive devices found other places in the French Quarter, that implies that either he had some help doing this or that he was in New Orleans planning this before he got behind the wheel of that truck.
And it's not just impacting people in New Orleans. I'm just seeing something now from New Orleans City Park due to the New Year's mass casualty attack in downtown New Orleans and the need to direct important resources elsewhere. Celebration in the Oaks, it is canceled for the remainder of the season, and the ticket holders will be contacted if they have any more information. So you have people taking precaution everywhere, and it's very shocking. I will say this, to see an attack like this happen in New Orleans, but and we've had several things happen before, but I don't believe we've seen anything of this magnitude.
No, and I'm sure many of us in New Orleans had the same reaction. You wake up, you check your phone, or somebody calls you, and it's unbelievable. It's one of those things you hope it never happens in your backyard, and when it does, it feels very surreal.
All right.
Certainly such a tragic day for so many here.
All right, we're awaiting a press conference to happen right now where federal officials and local officials will give us an update. The FBI has taken over this investigation, and they're going to give us an update on where they stand on this investigation. I know that Congressman Troy Carter is going to be there, including Sheriff Susan Hudson, and Governor Jeff Landry.
Yes, we know at this time, so we've been going back to Amelia Strahan, who is on Bourbon Street. She's been kind of keeping an eye on things, and it doesn't seem like there is all that much action, for lack of a better word, happening on Bourbon Street right now. However, there is that second potential scene, the Airbnb that they're suspecting that this suspect may have stayed in the St. Roch neighborhood, and that's at Mandeville and Urquhart, where we know that they have evacuated several neighbors, and the FBI and the ATF have been there with canines this morning and early this afternoon, checking into what was going on there.
Yeah, now what we're hoping to hear from in this press conference, because there are a lot of unknowns here, though we have our suspect down, what was the motive for the attack? You know, was he actually connected to any terrorist organizations? Did he act alone? And that is a big question that was even mentioned by Councilman Oliver Thomas on whether he acted alone, or if there were other people potentially who were participating in this. We don't know if that explosive device was operational. I know we heard from David Hammer earlier that there were two potential devices that were set off, but we don't know if it was operational. And we're still learning a little bit more about this suspect. As far as we know, we have his name and the fact that he came from Texas, rented a truck via Turo, and came to New Orleans specifically. I'm questioned, and I know that there were large crowds everywhere. You're coming from Texas, you know, you're passing up some major cities here. What brought him to this city? New Orleans? Yeah, what brought him to this city and to Bourbon Street in particular?
And also, what stops did he make between Texas and Bourbon Street?
Yes.
Where did he stop? Did he stay? Did he possibly place any type of device that was intended to cause more tragedy and more damage? There are so many things that we don't know at this time, and I'm hoping that we learn more at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we know right now they're setting up for that press conference, and hopefully we'll get more information. And as far as I can see, it seems like every top official within the state and the city is joining several local law enforcement and federal law enforcement officers on that press conference. Is going to start in just a couple of minutes, and what we're hoping happens is we can get answers, more answers, as to what brought this here, what kind of attack, why he brought this kind of attack here, and what his motivation was. So let's listen in right now. Hopefully we can get some answers.
We'll open up and then do a follow the run of show, and then we'll take 1 or 2 questions afterwards. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alethea Duncan. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge here in FBI New Orleans. Thank you for being here today and for your patience. First, I want to acknowledge the victims of today's horrific attack. The FBI and our partners are working diligently to investigate and find answers on behalf of the victims, the citizens and residents of Louisiana, and everyone visiting the city. I'm going to provide you some facts and information about what we do know. I know that all of you will have questions, and we will try to provide some answers, but this is an ongoing investigation that's rapidly evolving. So there are some questions I will be unable to answer at this time. The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we're investigating this as an attack of terrorism along with our partners. Today at approximately 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time, an individual drove a pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing at least 10 individuals and injuring dozens more. After hitting the crowd, he exited the vehicle and fired upon local law enforcement. Law enforcement returned fire and the subject was pronounced deceased at the scene. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to local hospitals. The subject has been identified as 42-year-old Shamsud Dim Jabbar, a U.S.-born citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to be rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject came in possession of this vehicle. An ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and potential improvised explosive devices, IEDs, were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. As of now, 2 IEDs have been found and rendered safe. The FBI Special Agent bomb technicians, as well as our local law enforcement partners, have been working to determine if any of these devices are viable, and they will work to render those devices safe. The FBI, we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. We're aggressively running down all of the leads to identify the possible subject's associates. We're working to ensure that there is no further threat. We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible. We are aggressively running down every lead, including those of his known associates. That's why we need the public's help. We are asking if anybody has any interactions with Shamsud Dim Jabbar in the last 72 hours that you contact us. The FBI is asking the public's help. We're asking anyone who has information, video, or pictures to provide it to the FBI. We have set up a digital tip line as well as our 1-800 number, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Please provide us with any information that can assist us in this investigation. Once again, thank you for your patience and assistance. For an updated statements or information, please check the FBI's website and our social media accounts. I will now turn over to Mayor Cantrell. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Agent Duncan, for your leadership and the full support of the FBI. First and foremost, I want to express my deepest condolences to the families and loved ones that were impacted by this tragedy on Bourbon Street and in the heart of the city of New Orleans. And I know that the entire New Orleans City Council grieves along right with me, no doubt about that, and our people and our families. My priority will continue to be to ensure that victims that remain on Bourbon Street now will be serviced and removed as soon as possible, but as stated, the FBI is in charge of this investigation and are doing everything necessary to make this happen. I also want to acknowledge hearing from President Biden, all of our federal partners, but most importantly, calling Governor Landry this morning, responded with haste, and we do say thank you. And of course, a demonstration of a unified support is right here in this room. That's how we collectively responded to this tragedy in the city of New Orleans. The mission now is to facilitate, support, and coordinate safety procedures to keep our residents and our visitors safe. I've gone to the hospital along with Chief Kirkpatrick to visit our police officers, and considering their injuries, they're doing well. As I mentioned, this investigation is ongoing, and the FBI remains the lead in the investigation. It is an active crime scene as well. We are committed, no doubt, to uncovering all details surrounding this tragedy. And we're taking every necessary step to put even more safety procedures in place, especially given the nature of the investigation. I'm going to ask people to do not go around our secured area if there is no essential need to do so. It matters, and again, it is an active crime scene. I also want you all to know that the Greater New Orleans Foundation has set up a fund to assist victims, and that information will be provided to you. Thank you, Ganoff. Again, I want to thank this unified team. We're leaning in. We will be relentless, and we will do everything that it takes to render real justice. This team will. I want to also just thank our citizens for your heartfelt prayers. New Orleans is a world-class city, and I can say that I've heard from world leaders all this morning and up until now, in addition to my brother and sister mayors across this country. They're calling, they're responding, and they're standing with the city of New Orleans. And what they always say and want me to reiterate, they understand the resilience of this community. And we're strong in that regard, and I will say second to none. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our governor, and as I mentioned, who has not wavered any in leaning in, providing the necessary support, and standing right here with me, and I say thank you, Governor. And I know the First Lady is standing with us as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Again, I want to thank the Mayor. Since about 3:45 this morning, when she called me, we have all been working just around the clock to both secure the city and to solve this act. You know, again, I want to reiterate that our prayers go out with all of those who have been affected by this tragedy. I want to thank our law enforcement officers. I want to thank our medical personnel. I want to thank our first responders. And most importantly, I want to thank the two New Orleans police officers who not only laid their life on the line, but were able to eliminate the threat this morning. Let me say, we have made public safety a state priority from day one. And I think that if you look around me today, right now, and you look at the people who are standing around, that is their commitment as well. We intend to be transparent in assessing any defects that may have existed in the system so that we can address them. It's the only way to ensure that any mistakes that were made are corrected. Specifically, we have been trying and working very diligently to address security concerns in preparation for the Super Bowl since October. And it's interesting because, ironically, in preparation for the Super Bowl, I had intended to issue an emergency declaration tomorrow so that we could bring all of our federal, state, and local agencies to bear in preparation for the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. But because of the events today, I have amended that emergency declaration and issued it today. So again, that declaration will allow our federal, state, and local partners to bring all of the resources necessary to get this city safe. In light of that executive order, I have also ordered the mobilization of a military police company. I've asked General Freelou to mobilize a military police company to assist both New Orleans police and LSP and the FBI. It is important for our citizens and guests of this state to know that we are doing everything we can to secure their safety in this city. We want to make it clear, the Superdome and the surrounding area is safe. But I've always said that the safety of this entire city is something that is always paramount to me. With that, I would like to turn it over to Jeff, with the Super Bowl committee. Jeff Duncan.
Good afternoon. Obviously, we wish we weren't here for this reason today. The Sugar Bowl Committee has a 90-year history of being a good corporate citizen for the city of New Orleans, and that's why this tragedy hurts us as much as anybody right now. So our condolences, thoughts, and prayers go out to the victims and their families as we all work through this. Of course, anytime we have a major event in the city of New Orleans, public safety is paramount, and we have full faith and confidence in the governor and the mayor and all the assets, the federal, state, and local resources that they've applied to this event so that we can ultimately bring those responsible to justice and carry on with the major events that we have in front of us. Speaking of which, we were scheduled this evening to have a CFP quarterfinal played in the Superdome at 7:45. We have been in consultation with ESPN, with the college football playoff, with the Southeastern Conference, with the University of Georgia, with Notre Dame, all parties, and all agree that it's in the best interest of everybody in public safety that we postpone the game for 24 hours. Work is fast about to set up a safe and efficient and fun environment for tomorrow night. There'll be more details on that in the coming hours, but for now, that's the plan, that we're going to move forward and play the game. And again, we reiterate our thanks to everyone up here for the important work they're doing. We live in the fun and games world with what we do, but we certainly recognize the importance of this, and we're going to support it 100%. So thank you.
I'd like to bring up Senator Kennedy.
I wish I understood better why bad things happen to good people. If I make it to heaven, I'm going to ask. For those people who don't believe in objective evil, all you have to do is look at what happened in our city early this morning. I am, if this doesn't trigger the gag reflex of every American, every fair-minded American, I'll be very surprised. I'm here because these are my people. I'm here because these are my people's friends. I'm here because there are a lot of Louisianians that are scared tonight. I don't want them to be. There's a lot of information going around. Some of it is actually true. Some of it isn't. The federal government is now in charge of this investigation. By that I mean the White House, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice. I have not talked to the FBI. Maybe they've talked to my staff. I don't know. I did talk to the Secretary of Homeland Security a little while ago. And I told him that with all the respect I could muster, that we expect to put the full force and resources of the federal government behind this investigation. Our state troopers, our local police departments, Our sheriffs, we've got many sheriffs here today, have been terrific so far. Federal government is cooperating with them. I hope that will continue. Here's what I want to ask from the federal government. Catch these people. Catch these people. And then tell the American people the truth. Now, I don't want you to tell us yet anything that's going to interfere with your investigation. And there are things that I've been told that I think are true that I'm not sharing with you today because it could interfere with their investigation. But after we get to the bottom of this, they need to tell the American people the truth, and the people of New Orleans the truth, and the people of America the truth. I think the mayor and the governor are very wise to postpone this ball game for 24 hours. There's just too much stuff we don't know, and it's just not worth it. But I guess my final point is, I will promise you this. I will, when it is appropriate and this investigation is complete, you will find out what happened and who was responsible. Or I will raise fresh hell. And I will chase those in the federal government who are responsible for telling us what happened, like they stole Christmas.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Congressman Carter, I think Troy.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Thank you to all of our law enforcement agents for doing a yeoman's job, for stepping up at a time when we needed you most, for employing the resources of all of our partners. This is all hands on deck, from the White House all the way down. I've been in communication with the White House since early this morning. Secretary Mayorkas, leaders in all of our federal, local, and state agencies. The president has made it very clear that he intends to bring every resource to bear to not only tell the truth, but to provide the resources to bring these cowards to justice. I want to personally thank the men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line to protect our citizens and our visitors. To our mayor and our governor for acting expeditiously and bringing us all together. To our sheriffs from the surrounding areas who have been Johnny on the spot, recognizing that if it happens in New Orleans, it can happen anywhere. We don't have the luxury of being myopic. In this community, we work together. We don't point fingers, we don't blame. We go after the bad guys. Let it be clear that the full faith and credit of the United States and every agency therein is on the ground, working. And for those who may have played a role in this horrific act of cowardice, we will find you. We will bring you to justice. New Orleans is a place that heralds its ability to protect its citizens, that heralds its ability to manage major events, Super Bowls, Sugar Bowls, Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essence Festival. You name it, no one does it better than law enforcement in New Orleans and in the surrounding area. Kudos to those two officers who've been wounded. Our hearts go out to those who lost loved ones. Our hearts go out to those who are wounded and on the mend in the hospital. Citizens, now is the time to stay calm, to be vigilant. This is not a time to come out to sightsee. Listen to your federal, local, state officials. Be vigilant. If you saw something, say something. If you know something, tell someone. There are tip lines, there's information available. Please, all hands on deck. Rest assured that the decision that was made to postpone the game was not done lightly. It was done with one single thing in mind: public safety. Making sure that the citizens and visitors of this great city, not only for this event, but for every event you come to in Louisiana, that you will be safe. And we will use every resource possible, as the governor has said, as the mayor has said, and every law enforcement agent here has said. Our energy, our commitment will be to make sure that you are safe now and for every event in the future. God bless you, and let's stay strong.
Thank you, Congress. Attorney General.
I first want to extend my sincerest condolences to the families of the victims. Parents got a phone call last night, early this morning, that no parent ever wants to receive. And as a parent of children who come to New Orleans and spend time here, I know that that is just something that, you know, we hold our breath sometimes till they're home safe, and some people did not come home safe. And we also have some people who are fighting for their lives right now in the hospital. So I'd ask everyone to pray for them. They need our support and they need our prayers. This was a heinous act, a heinous, cowardly act, and we will find them and we will bring them to justice. My office will be providing both investigative and prosecutorial support to the City of New Orleans, to the District Attorney, Jason Williams in New Orleans, as I have done for months. We will continue to do that. We will provide the governor with whatever support that he needs, and the Governor's Office of Homeland Security, whatever support that they need. I'll be here to help. I will be here to stand with the City of New Orleans. We will bring them to justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor and Madam Mayor. For those who do not know me, my name is Ann Kirkpatrick. I'm the Chief of Police of New Orleans. My official title is Superintendent, but my role is as Chief of Police. You know, you've heard some of the details today, and over the last 24 hours, we had approximately 400 officers in the French Quarter. And as we know, this is not just an act of terrorism. This is evil. And when we face evil, we have a choice. We can run in fear, or we can indeed stand in strength. In a time of crisis, people are looking for leadership. You are looking at the leadership. And I promise you, as the Chief of Police of this city has been tried by fire before. But fire purifies. Fire makes things stronger. We have a plan. We know what to do. We are going to get these people. There is a path forward. Very pleased that we will be back to having a wonderful game tomorrow night. New Orleans police have proven their ability to make the city safer. Just 2 years ago, we were the murder capital of America. Today, from that time 2 years ago, we have driven our murder rate more than 50% down. So we have a track record. But this is different because it's terrorism. Now, I want to thank all of our law enforcement partners. You're fabulous, and we appreciate the partnership. But last night, 3 of our officers engaged this terrorist who shot at them. 3 of the officers returned fire. Those officers did not run in fear. I liked what the mayor said this morning. New Orleans police and all law enforcement is built. We are built for dealing with evil, with things that would cause others to be in fear, but instead our officers, and last night NOPD particular, stood strong. They did not run. They did kill the terrorist. We have 2 officers indeed who received gunfire. They will be okay, and we have personally gone to see them. But this is leadership for you, and I promise, as the Chief of Police of this fantastic city, that I will be strong and firm and fearless. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. In wrapping it up, I want to just close with a couple of things. I want to thank Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter. I want to thank again all of our law enforcement officers out there. I want the families of the victims to know that I will be issuing an executive order that tomorrow, when Notre Dame plays Georgia, every flag of every state building in this state is going to be at half-mast. In remembrance of them, but remembering something else, that fear in this state is a liar. And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served. And for the citizens out there that were saying, well, man, do I really want to go to the Sugar Bowl tomorrow? I tell you one thing, your governor's going to be there. That is proof, believe you me, that that facility in this city is safer today than it was yesterday. And as we come to additional events in this city, I know in speaking with Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter, and FBI, acting director, and the incoming administration, that they are going to ensure that this city has the resources necessary to protect our citizens and our guests. And so with that, we'll take some questions.
All right, if you could, we'll start over here with CBS. Katie, we'll work our way across the room. If I miss you, just give me a holler. I may not see you. Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you, sir. Katie Weiss with CBS News. I think this has been a really tough day for a lot of people, but at this point, we're hearing that the death toll, according to some FBI sources, has gone up to 15. Is this true?
Who wants to answer?
I can speak to it, I guess, unless you have a final number. We do not have a final number. We know that we have confirmed 10, but we did have people who had been transported who were in critical condition. And so I do not know that, but I can confirm 10.
And one quick follow-up question, if I may. We know that there have been some local records in Texas about a misdemeanor background on this suspect. Any signs or warnings ahead of time about this person or their plans for what happened this morning?
Because that is the investigation part, I will give the FBI.
At this time, we cannot go into details about the subject's history. What I can tell you, the person was an Army veteran. We believe he was honorary discharge, but we're working through this process, figuring out all this information. The goal with the FBI is providing you with the most accurate and complete information. So once that information is confirmed, we'll make sure we push that out. Thank you.
Ariel.
At this time, do you know exactly, as far as the victims, how many are from here in Louisiana versus out of state, and their ages maybe?
At this time, I can't go into details about all the victims. We want to make sure that first that the family is notified appropriately before we put any information out there. So once the families are all notified, then we'll go ahead and release a statement to everyone.
And I would ask the press, in relation to the victims and those that are in hospitals, if we could just refrain from worrying about them so their loved ones can take care of them, and the medical personnel that are trying to get them out of the hospital can do so. And as information becomes available, we want to respect the privacy of those who are still either fighting for their lives or being cared for. Thank you.
A follow-up, if I may.
Go ahead.
You guys mentioned accomplices. You don't think that the suspect acted alone. About how many more suspects are you guys looking into at this point?
It's a range of suspects, and right now with the FBI, we do not want to rule anything out, so that's why we're asking if anyone has had any interaction with the deceased subject Jabbar in the last 72 hours, provide us with this information. You can provide us that information through 1-800-CALL-FBI or our digital tips line, which is available on our social media website, as well as the big FBI website.
Can I say something? Tell me who you're with.
WDSU.
WDSU. Okay, and CBS.
NBC's over here on the right.
Oh, that's an unusual position.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't. Look, the FBI is not going to be able to answer those questions, okay? They will eventually, I promise you, okay? Once the FBI has a chance to investigate all this, along working with state police, working with Homeland Security, working with the city of New Orleans, they're going to tell you what happened. I can promise you that, or I'm going to raise fresh hell. But right now, they're in the process of trying to catch the other bad guys. And I want to give them the benefit of the doubt for a while.
26.
Yeah, I had a question about the victims. I know that there was obviously gunfire exchange, so I guess how many victims were shot and then how many were injured?
Look, again, let me reiterate both Special Agent Duncan and Senator Kennedy. There's a lot of, I get that y'all want to know minute details. What we don't want to do is impede this investigation or spend any time talking about things that don't get us closer to hunting these folks down and securing the city. And so at a particular point in time, we will release as much information as we can. But at this time, in relation to the investigation, I would ask y'all to refrain from those.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to just have more of the same, as the governor just said, we're going to provide that information, but we're going to wrap the press conference now.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Let me finish. You weren't listening. If all of the questions are more of the same, what the governor just said in position, we won't be doing that to provide that information. And if you have a quick, different question, then let's do that quickly and move on. Okay?
My question. You say there are multiple. Ma'am, hold on. Then who was next? We had over here.
Hi, Rachel Wolf from the Wall Street Journal. You said you were confident there are multiple suspects involved. What makes you confident in that?
Well, like, why would we tell you that? Again, again, we want to answer pertinent questions. But anything that would lead to impeding or endangering this investigation is not going to be said, okay? And we will, as information unfolds, this is a very fluid process. And remember something, too. We're doing two things. We're hunting some bad people down, and we're securing the city, too. We're getting ready for a Sugar Bowl tomorrow. So if y'all would, again, if you have questions regarding Sugar Bowl, the safety of the city, or something to that effect, we're happy to answer.
Over here.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Alyssa.
Usually in parts of the French Quarter, specifically in parts of Bourbon Street, there are bollards. We're hearing that some of those may have been down because of repairs. Can you speak to that? And maybe was there any backup option of putting a truck there or an NOPD car there?
Well, let me tell you, yeah, one, I'm going to let the mayor answer. I want you to know that's one of the first things I thought of this morning when the mayor called me, okay? And I will tell you that whatever the problem was is going to be solved.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor, and thank you for the question. I do understand that it's been on your radar since this morning. As it relates to the bollards on Bourbon Street, over 10 years ago, over 10 years ago, the city of New Orleans implemented an infrastructure project placing bollards on Bourbon Street. Shortly thereafter, the malfunctions of those bollards ensued, from Mardi Gras beads on down. But the New Orleans Police Department, of course, deemed them inefficient because they did not operate the way that they were intended to do. Because the city of New Orleans is hosting Super Bowl this year, it gave the city of New Orleans an opportunity to go further and deeper with infrastructure improvements, as we've been talking about. So as a result of that, we were able to build in bollard replacement into our Super Bowl infrastructure package. And because of that, the city of New Orleans has moved forward with that infrastructure that is nearing completion. Bollards were not up because they are near completion, with the expectation of being completed, of course, by Super Bowl, way before Super Bowl. But that is the reason. Now, the New Orleans Police Department, and Chief, you can speak to the deployment to respond to our needs
Thank
and
you.
existing conditions.
All right, so we have been aware of the bollard situation for a long time, and we did indeed harden those target areas where the bollards are. We have patrol cars out there as a hard target, as well as with barriers. Now, I want to share with y'all, if you did not know, that this particular terrorist drove around onto the sidewalk and got around the hard target, where he did have a car there, we had barriers there, we had officers there, and they still got around. Now, the wedges that you see out there as well, we knew that that had malfunction problems. And I want you to understand, let's say we put the wedge up and it got stuck. There is no way that ambulance could get in or out, people couldn't get in and out, so we knew that these were malfunction. So we did indeed have a plan, but the terrorist defeated it.
A follow-up, if I may.
Let me just say this. We recognize we got a problem right here, right? We're going to fix it. It is going to be a top priority as we go into the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. And the solution that we're going to come up with is going to be a permanent one. It's going to be placed into the standard operating procedure of having major events and securing that quarter.
A follow-up, if I may. Obviously, Sugar Bowl postponed till tomorrow, but I'm sure after that game, a lot of people are going to want to celebrate. Are there plans to keep Bourbon Street closed? What does that look like?
So right now, Bourbon Street is an active crime scene, and the FBI is in charge of it. When they clear it, and it does not become an active crime scene anymore, we're going to open it up.
Potential.
Olivia with Fox 8. Can we ask about this military police presence, that you want to call it? Is this a private security like Blackwater? Also, would that be a first that a private security firm is mobilized to supplement local and state law enforcement?
No. We're not. This is our National Guard. Yeah. These are our citizens that we're bringing in. It's a military police company that we recognize we need some more resources. We need some more boots on the ground because, again, what we're doing now is twofold. We've got an active investigation and we've got enhanced security. Before this event, we were just enhancing and working on security. So we brought some additional resources.
Jesse Kurtz with NBC News. Thank you for holding the press briefing. I just want to clarify something first. You were just talking about bollards that are being repaired, talk about a lift gate that are replaced and then a lift gate that's not been working. Was there a vehicle in place of that lift gate last night? Were there things in place of those bollards which are being repaired?
Sure, the chief spoke to the plan in place, and that is yes.
That was indeed.
So anything that is currently in the midst of being repaired had a backup replacement?
It had vehicles and officers were there where all of those ballasts have been. We had that, we knew. So we did have it. And like I said, in this went all the way around up onto the sidewalk.
And for the lift gate, what about for the lift gate? Was there a vehicle like backing in and out to block that lift gate area, or was that just down and open? That's what we've heard from with.
Captain. The reason I'm calling the captain, he's the captain over that district, and that is a question I'm going to let him address for you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Captain LaJean Roberts of the 8th District. Yes, we did have a vehicle strategically placed right in front of the wedge, preventing access onto the roadway.
And in terms of the framework of security that was already in place on Bourbon Street, I know this is an ongoing project of improvement, but with how that was all aligned, was someone getting up on a sidewalk considered impossible or nearly impossible, or was this not something you expected you would have to account for?
Yes, of course, it wasn't something we expected to account for. The bollards they're actually wedges. They're strategically placed 5 locations throughout the French Quarter on the roadway. This particular terrorist drove onto the sidewalk behind the police car to gain access to the 100 block of Bourbon Street.
So if you're worried about someone ever driving down Bourbon Street, why weren't you worried about someone driving up the sidewalk in the same way, or at least bracing for you in the same way?
Okay.
Yes.
All right, look. We could go on what ifs forever. This is evil. And that guy could have easily gone down the sidewalk of Canal Street, where there were a ton of pedestrians on there as well.
And there are
And they are.
bollards
That's right.
on some
No, no, right.
sidewalks, so that's, I'm
Right.
just asking.
Hold on a
But-
second, we're gonna
But
move on. Chelsea, go ahead.
just want you to know, however, we recognize, I said earlier, that where there are defects in this system, we are going to be transparent and we are going to address them with the city and make sure that we fill those gaps as best we can. Yeah.
Yeah, Chelsea Grazer with Axios. I have a question just about sort of ongoing public safety today. Special Agent mentioned 2 possible IEDs. Were those in the same location? Should residents in the French Quarter or elsewhere be concerned about potential other situations?
The 2 IEDs, they were in different locations, and what we've done in conjunction with our local and state partners, we've gone through and done a sweep to identify anything that we thought was suspicious, and we have not. However, as I said before, if the public sees something, please reach out to us, so that way we can go through and verify that we did not miss anything. But we conducted initial sweeps, I think, starting shortly after our initial
Yes, I'm going to thank you, Agent. I do want to share that we have a plan, and we have been implementing that plan. One of those plans is that we have swept all of these areas. The word swept means we have put officers out there as a grid, walking down the streets, every street in the French Quarter, looking for suspicious packages, bags, ice chest, you name it. And they have been walking it as a grid. We've been doing the same thing on Poydras and all the accesses into the Superdome. Part of the safety plan is we have bomb dogs out there sweeping the Superdome and all the exterior area, and we're locking that down. That will be locked down through the game tomorrow. So that's a part of that safety plan, and we've already been implementing it.
Okay, thank you all for coming out.
Question back here for the governor on the MPs. How many MPs will be deployed to New Orleans?
Right now, there's I think it's a General Freelo, 100? 100. 100, and, yep. All right, thank y'all so much.
Thank you. What gives you the confidence tomorrow night it'll be safe? Right.
I'm going to be there.
Yes, me too. You're all saying you're making improvements, sir.
Yeah, we're going to be there.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back live in the Channel 4 studios here on WWL TV and WWL Plus. I'm Katie Moore. And just to recap quickly, this is a news conference with a number of investigative agencies after this terrorist attack that happened in the French Quarter early this morning. Some of the high points of new information that we received out of this press conference. First, the FBI says they do not believe that this suspect acted alone. This 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, they do not believe that he acted alone in this, and they are actively searching for other suspects and potential connections that he may have had. That is new information. Additionally, he was a U.S. Army veteran. Now, the FBI did say in this press conference that they believe that they're trying to figure out whether or not he was honorably or dishonorably discharged from the Army, but that is something that a lead that they're continuing to follow. In addition, they confirmed that 2 IEDs have been found and neutralized around the French Quarter and New Orleans. That is the number that we have at this point. Investigative reporter, Chief Investigator David Hammer with me here. We were thinking it may have been more than that earlier today, but now the FBI saying that there have been 2 found.
That there were 2 IEDs, additional IEDs found and rendered safe. That's specifically what the Assistant Special Agent in Charge, Alicia Duncan, said at the press conference. But that doesn't mean that there weren't others that could potentially have been IEDs, and we know that there were at least 2 additional charges when they were looking at suspicious packages along Bourbon Street and at the Jack's Brewery.
Okay, so we don't know if those were actual IEDs. We just know that they were suspicious packages and that they were fully investigated. The FBI said they're continuing to try and sweep New Orleans, lots of different areas, anywhere that they're getting tips about, and they are actually asking for additional information. They clearly need those tips, again, because they are saying they do not believe that this suspected terrorist acted alone.
Yeah, Katie, I think that's really the key, that we can see how fast this is moving.
Yeah.
From the press conference earlier this morning, Alicia Duncan, the FBI Assistant Special Agent in Charge, initially said that it was not terrorism. Now they are saying it is definitively terrorism, and that's what this investigation is. And we had references in this press conference to catching additional suspects. So they are continuing to search for additional people. And as you said, Duncan now says that they believe that he did not act alone.
Yes, I've been hearing from my law enforcement sources all morning that there have been different operations that have been going on in different parts of the city where law enforcement, you know, the FBI, the NOPD, other investigative agencies have been following leads. And you can tell that's happening because we're hearing buzz that, you know, there's police activity in different neighborhoods that we just haven't been able to confirm. You know, we do know that that's happening, and obviously the FBI is telling us that that is in fact what's been going on throughout the morning, and they're going to continue that effort as we go on throughout the day.
Right, and we have heard of additional actions going on in other parts of the area, not just in Orleans Parish. We also, of course, know about the Airbnb on Mandeville Street that was being swept, and that the ATF, FBI, other agencies were there dealing with the bomb squad as well. So this is well beyond just these 3 blocks of Bourbon Street and the French Quarter, for sure.
Yes, and you know, we also heard out of that press conference just a few moments ago that a military police force is being deployed by the governor. He has asked the Louisiana National Guard to send 100 military police officers down to New Orleans to assist the NOPD and the FBI and all these other agencies just with additional manpower. We know manpower is an issue for the NOPD. It has been for several years now, and the governor announcing today that he is activating a military police force with the Louisiana National Guard to come assist.
Right, and we've seen this in other incidents where the governor can use his authority as the head of the Louisiana National Guard to deploy troops, obviously, after Katrina and other emergencies. And so he's declared a state of emergency in order to get additional resources. And on top of that, he's deploying these additional 100 military police for the safety of the community and potentially for this ongoing investigation.
Now we want to talk about the bollards, and those are big poles basically that come out of the ground in order to secure that entrance to Bourbon Street. There are a couple of locations where those were installed, you know, 10 years ago. They are under repair at the moment. Mayor LaToya Cantrell said at the press conference today, after she was asked about this, that they're under repair and they're part of the infrastructure package that they are, you know, conducting right now for the Super Bowl that's coming. And they are expected to be completed by the Super Bowl. But in the meantime, the NOPD has been deploying police units to block that intersection. And we do have some surveillance footage that was taken by a nearby business that we want to show you. Look at this. You can see the white truck there that's in this footage. That is the truck that is allegedly tied to this mass casualty event in New Orleans. And look at the NOPD cruiser right there on your screen. The truck approaches that cruiser, turns around the NOPD cruiser onto Bourbon Street, and just hits the gas. This was just a terrifying scene when you watch this, and you can kind of see it unfolding.
And I think it is important to point out that Chief Ann Kirkpatrick says that this vehicle went on the sidewalk in order to get around these, you know, barricades or makeshift barricades in the absence of the bollards. So then the questions becomes, would the bollards have stopped this truck if they had been in place? But I think the other question here is, why were the bollards out at this time when we knew that there was going to be a huge pedestrian event on Bourbon Street for New Year's Eve and for the Sugar Bowl coming the next day, that there was going to be huge crowds on Bourbon Street? That would be the exact time when you would want to have the bollards up to make sure that there was no vehicle traffic getting onto Bourbon Street. The question then becomes, would it have been effective? We heard Mayor Cantrell that they were deemed inefficient and therefore did not work the way they were supposed to. And that's what they were trying to correct with this update. What we've heard, of course, from Michael Hecht from G&O Inc. over these many months as he's been trying to coordinate or deal with infrastructure issues is, why are these things 6 months out, and now as we get even closer, 1 month out from the Super Bowl, not getting done earlier? And so the question is, why were we all the way up to New Year's Eve and still dealing with these bollards problems?
Yeah, you asked Helena Moreno, the city council president, obviously running for mayor this morning. David asked her about this very thing, and what she said was, We, including Freddie King, the council member from that district, have been pushing to get these fixed sooner. They should have been fixed a long time ago, were her words this morning. So this is obviously something that's been on the radar of our tourism, our business, and our elected officials, because the bollards apparently have not been functioning properly. I think what they have said is that there was a lot of debris in the holes that the bollards go down into, Mardi Gras beads, all that stuff that you see on Bourbon Street when you walk around at night ends up in those crevices. And so they haven't been functioning. Obviously, the city has deemed them ineffective or inefficient.
And again, these are 10-year-old pieces of equipment. They can have these issues, but then the question becomes, why is it now still being dealt with, as we see in other infrastructure projects around the city, are still being dealt with at this point, this late in the game, and right up on New Year's Eve and the Sugar Bowl, which are huge tourist events here in the city.
Absolutely, and we did hear from Mayor Cantrell in that news conference that, again, this was part of the infrastructure package that received a big chunk of money from the state in order to carry out a lot of these infrastructure projects around the Superdome, in the quarter, in the areas where, the most work needs to be done and done quickly in order to host the Super Bowl. So they're shining the parts of the city that need to shine.
Right, and 10 years ago when the bollards were implemented, that was part of a Homeland Security project that was funded by the federal government specifically for this kind of safety precaution. So, whether they would have been effective in stopping this truck is a separate question, but it is a fair question, and you see the defensiveness from both the governor and the mayor in terms of how this was handled when our Alyssa Curtis asked the question about why they were not functional at the time.
Yes, absolutely. Now, we did hear from the FBI that they are continuing to try and find additional suspects who may have been tied to this suspected terrorist this morning. Whether or not he acted alone is something that the FBI has very clearly stated that they do not believe that he did. Now, Jeff Landry was asked by reporters at the press conference why they think he did not act alone, and of course they wouldn't answer that question. It's part of an ongoing investigation that is very active and involves not only the NOPD but our Homeland Security agencies, the FBI, and federal resources. So it's something that's very active at the moment.
And we did hear from both Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter calling on these officials to get going and find the additional people that may be involved here, because this could still cause safety concerns for big events as we move forward if they're not located, those additional suspects, potential suspects.
Now, the FBI has also said in a statement earlier today that they released that this suspect had an ISIS flag tied to the truck. And they're trying to figure out what his ties may have been to any sort of international terrorist organization. They're not confirming that he was necessarily a member. I think that's something they're still really looking into right now, is to try and figure out what his ties are, if any, to any sort of international terrorist organization. And that is a very important distinction in terms of our national security, in terms of the federal response to this very, very burning question.
And if this is a military veteran, as we heard from the Assistant Special Agent in charge from the FBI that he is, then, was he radicalized? How was he radicalized? These are all things that are going to go into the investigation. We're gathering information as we speak about Shamsud Jabbar and what we can find out about him, other than that he's from Texas and that we've found some information about him, and we're trying to trace that down right now. But we need to be careful, just as the law enforcement agents do, in terms of providing information before we can absolutely positively verify that it's true.
I know that our sister stations have confirmed, our sister station in Houston has confirmed that he lived in the Houston area, and so that is one thing that we know about this suspect, Shamsud Jabbar. And again, the FBI is trying to nail down exactly what his ties may have been to any terrorist organization, what his motives may have been, especially given that he is a U.S. Army veteran. Now, we have had crews all across the metro area this morning trying to cover this, as this is a massive situation that's been going on. Amelia Strahan is joining us now. She was in the French Quarter. It looks like she still is at this hour. Amelia, what's the latest from where you are?
Yeah, I'm still here in the quarter, and as you can see, they're still actively investigating the scene. Now, we just heard from local and federal law enforcement who brought us some new updates. They say they are investigating this as an act of terrorism, and they don't think the suspect acted alone. They also said they located multiple potential IEDs here in the quarter. I'm going to step aside, actually, so you can get an update of the scene. You can see there is a large black truck over there. They've put up a tarp. What's going on behind that tarp, we aren't sure. Like I said, it's still an active scene. Law enforcement has quite the perimeter, a lot blocked off over here, so we're not sure exactly what's happening, but there is a tarp. Seems to be concealing whatever is going on the other side. Now, the FBI says they're working to see, if there's any potential terrorist affiliation, because we know an ISIS flag was found on the suspect's white pickup truck. So, like you mentioned, a lot of questions around, how widespread is this threat. We've learned more about the victims in last night's attack. We know that Nikira Dito, a Mississippi teen, has been identified by our partners at NOLA.com. The University of Georgia also tweeted saying a Georgia student was injured in the attack and he is in critical condition. As you can see, there's you can hear a lot of traffic with these streets blocked off. We know now the Sugar Bowl also has been postponed until tomorrow, so many people are, rightfully expressing concern over, are they safe out here? But like you can see, a very heavy law enforcement presence. We also have confirmed another victim. That would be Tiger Beach. We're still learning more. We've told you guys we're updating every few minutes. There are 10 people confirmed dead, 30 injured. So definitely a devastating day here in the city of New Orleans and a really dark start of the year. Reporting live from the quarter, Amelia Strahan, WWL, Louisiana.
Amelia, thank you so much for your reporting. We have just received the update at 1 o'clock from the FBI, and we're starting to kind of piece together some more of this. As Amelia mentioned, we're starting to learn the identities of some more of the victims.
Yeah, we want to go to Alyssa Curtis, who asked a very pertinent question. I know that we're in the middle of this investigation with the FBI finding out more about this suspect, but Alyssa, you talked a little bit about the protections that should have been in place already on Bourbon Street, and they did address that and where it failed. Can you tell us more about that and tell us more about what happened today?
Yeah, they had, of course, those bollards are usually up, but they are having some repairs right now, as you heard the mayor say, in preparation for the Super Bowl. That is part of the package of the infrastructure projects that they have been working on to get repaired in time for the Super Bowl. They say that they had barricades and an NOPD car blocking that intersection, but they say they weren't expecting this person to come up and around the sidewalk. As we know, some of those bollards really are not on the sidewalk. They are in those streets, so they're saying this is not something that they expected. Of course, now this is just a shock to the city, but we have every single law enforcement agency, every part of government here working to get to the bottom of this. I have Attorney General here, Liz Murrow, with us. Can you speak to just your initial reaction to all of this?
Well, it's a terrible thing to wake up to this morning for a lot of people. And, I think my first thought was with the parents of the victims. I've got kids who've been out here, and they've been on Bourbon Street on New Year's Eve and on Christmas Eve, and well, not Christmas Eve, but they've been out there on New Year's Eve. And I think that you're just always kind of holding your breath till everybody gets home. And unfortunately, some people didn't come home last night or this morning, and so I'm just, it's a terrible thing to wake up to, but I'm here to see whatever we can do to provide support to both the governor and the city.
Can you talk to the unified command? We've seen, this room was absolutely packed just 30 minutes ago on both ends with the press as well as just all the leaders here showing support. What does that look like as a state official? What does that look like for everyone to come together?
Well, it's a very coordinated effort to bring some people to justice initially. We need to secure the city. We've got a big football game that's underway with a lot of people here. We want to make sure that they are comfortable going to the game tomorrow, so there is a lot to do. At the end of the day, it was a heinous cowardly attack. I'm confident that we are going to find all the people that were involved, and we are all committed to doing that. And so, it's a federally run response at this point, but we still have a lot to do at the state level and the local level.
Talk a little bit about you and your office. What support does that look like? What support are you giving to this investigation?
Well, the governor's declared an emergency, so we provide support to the governor's office of Homeland Security and to the governor's office during any kind of declared emergency or disaster. So we're doing that. I have investigators and I have prosecutors in my office, and so we'll be looking at any of the support that this city needs on either of those fronts. And of course, we will also coordinate with the federal government.
Obviously, there's a lot of talk about the right now of making sure we catch this person and anyone else. But long term, this is not ending today, tomorrow, and next week. What does that look like? Just give us some perspective on what the future looks like in this case.
We're not the first city to experience an event like this, or the first country. And I think that we have been planning for events like this. It's still a shock when it happens. I don't think that anybody's ever fully prepared for an event when it happens, no matter how much planning. It's still a shock to the system. We will continue to make plans and to harden the city and make sure that it's safe, and the state. So, it's just a constant moving process. And people who want to commit evil crimes like this, they're going to find a way to do it. There's been a lot of discussion about the bollards, but the truth is, this person could have mowed a bunch of people down on Canal Street as well, or in any number of other places. They could have tried to access a point where there were a lot of people. So, we just have to continue to do the best that we can to try and prevent these things from happening. We'll never know how many times we have stopped someone from committing an act like this, but when they are successful in doing the kind of thing that happened early this morning, we just have to double down and work harder to protect everybody. And again, my prayers are with the victims and the people in the hospital who are still fighting for their lives right now.
Obviously, the main suspect, they killed him, and we heard FBI saying that there might be more suspects. They're looking into every single aspect. If there does come that there are more suspects, are they looking at state charges, federal charges? What does that look like in justice?
Well, the FBI has acknowledged that this is a terrorist event, and so there's no doubt in my mind that there would be federal charges. There can also be state charges. We have a state terrorism statute as well. It is a mass casualty event, and there is no doubt in my mind that if we can charge this person with the death penalty, that we would do it here and that we would carry it out.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, and we appreciate, the unified effort here today. Thank you so much. Attorney General Liz Murrill, there is, again, a lot of moving pieces in this right now. We now know Sugar Bowl has been postponed till tomorrow, and we asked, even tomorrow, maybe tonight, people are going to want to go out after that game and celebrate. What does that look like? Will Bourbon Street be reopened? And, of course, right now, it is still an active crime scene. Bourbon Street is blocked off and shut down so they can continue investigating and combing through that scene. But they say once they're done with that, they will open it again, and there will be another unified command down there, more officers to make sure that everyone is safe and everyone feels safe down there. But we heard from the mayor, we heard from Governor Landry. I'm pulling up my notes right here. He says, we have made public safety a priority. Any issues in the system, and we will address them. Again, speaking to those bollards. Again, Sugar Bowl moved to tomorrow. There's, again, a lot of information that we still don't have because this is an FBI-run investigation. This is a federal investigation now, and they are keeping this very tight because they want to be able to get to the bottom of this and get all the moving pieces into place before they give us any information that may jeopardize that. So any information that we get, of course, we'll bring it to you as soon as we can. But for now, reporting live from NOPD headquarters, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
Alyssa, thank you so much. I know there are a lot of sidebar conversations that are happening. Earlier, we had Oliver Thomas say that there was a meeting amongst those leadership officials about what potential security measures can be taken as early as tonight, as early as right now. Did anyone mention that during the press conference, or is anyone talking about that on the side with you?
They are looking honestly right now at all options to keep everyone safe. Again, we don't know exactly what any of this looks like, especially tomorrow at the Sugar Bowl, or how many officers or LSP will be down on Bourbon or anywhere in the French Quarter. I think, again, this is just a very active and fluid situation right now. We're getting information. Even right before this, we had an FBI statement come in, and then 30 minutes later, we're in here getting more information. So I think we're just kind of taking it as everything comes right now.
All right, Alyssa, thank you so much. And of course, Alyssa was talking at that news conference. You're talking about this information being fluid. We still don't know about the situation on Mandeville Street. And really, we are still learning a little bit more about this suspect. There are a lot of questions, especially when you hear that the FBI is looking into the potential of there being other suspects involved in this terrorist attack.
Obviously, we have a huge gap in the timeline. Where did this person go after renting a car and leaving his home in Houston, which we've now confirmed that's where he was living, to New Orleans? What happened in between there? We now know that there were some devices found elsewhere in the French Quarter. So when were those placed there? Who placed them there? And I'm sure that there's a lot to learn with this investigation going forward.
And I'm almost sure that, and our investigators could really speak to this too, but you know, you have the NOLA crime cameras, you have the police cameras that are all over the city that capture a lot of that information, obviously not readily available to a lot of people, but they have those cameras that are placed all over the city. And as Katie and David showed you a little bit earlier, and I don't know if we can rack that back up, but the video of the truck that is coming down Canal Street, because that was the big question. How did it even get on Bourbon Street? Typically when these events happen, take a look at your screen here, that's that white truck. It makes its way and speeds, hits the gas extremely fast, going around a New Orleans police unit. So typically, as we said earlier, when these events happen where we have large pedestrian foot traffic, and really we always have it all the time, but for events, we have even more than we usually do. That truck went around, and the police unit that was put in place to stop stuff like this from happening. So again, we understand that the ballers weren't up. We understand that they went around the police unit, but I guess the big question for a lot of people who are visiting our city, who live in our city, is how do we keep everyone safe from acts like this happening in the future?
Yeah, and we did know that we've talked so much about those bollards that were not up because they're being repaired for the Super Bowl. But we heard from the 8th District Police Captain of NOPD, who said that those police cars that we saw in that video were parked strategically to prevent something like this from happening. But to quote Chief Kirkpatrick, the terrorists defeated it, and that's because he drove onto the sidewalk around those police cars. But that was always a possibility. So going forward, we've got to figure out how to keep people safe.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate part about the news conference today is we were hoping to learn more. We need a motive, trying to figure out who this person is. He's coming from a major city, if I'm not mistaken, one of the top 10 major cities in America, Houston, Texas, and coming all the way to New Orleans, which is about a 4 or 5 hour drive to New Orleans for this particular event. We're hoping to find out, as we learn more about his past and learn more about his military history and his military background, who this person was, why he decided to choose this moment at 3:15 in the morning. Essentially, how long was he here? You know, and also too, the Airbnb that was potentially rented by him. What happened here? Did he intentionally set it on fire to not find any evidence, or you know, there were so many unanswered questions. And again, understandably, that this is an open and FBI investigation, so they can answer all of those questions once they've determined that there are no other threats. But still, it puts a lot of people at unease if you don't know exactly if you're in danger right now or not.
And what we're also facing right now as a city is that this is just the start of a major time of events, and not just coming up. Today was supposed to be the Sugar Bowl. Kickoff was scheduled for 5.5 hours from now. And then you've got Saturday, you've got some of the Mardi Gras balls that are scheduled. And then Monday, you've got Carnival starting with a parade in the French Quarter. It does not stop. There is no time to stop, to heal, to think about ways to keep people safe.
Yes.
It needs to be fixed, and it needs to be fixed right now.
All right. Well, if you just heard from the news conference from Alyssa and from David and Katie a little bit earlier, the New Orleans attack suspect's name, Shamsuddin Jabbar, a 42-year-old. He did have on the back of that white pickup truck an ISIS flag that has been confirmed by the FBI, but we don't know his affiliation to ISIS or if this is someone who is just a sympathizer or someone who was involved in any sort of way. But we do know that he was formerly a member of the U.S. military, and he drove here from Houston, Texas, where he lived.
Yeah, and that truck that was used in this attack was not owned by him. It was a truck that was rented from an app called Toro. It's kind of an Airbnb for cars, if you will. You can rent somebody's car and use it for a while, but that truck was driven here from Texas. Right now, we're going to go to Rachel Hanley, who has been keeping track of some things for us today. Rachel, what can you tell us?
Well, we've been talking about the bollards a lot today, and we wanted to kind of step back and give y'all some sort of visual aid so you can know exactly what we're talking about when we say this. Those are the small movable posts that are on Bourbon Street, and they're meant to block traffic from coming onto the street. What we've seen in photos and videos and what NOPD said, the driver entered Bourbon Street at Canal, drove about 3 blocks down, and then he crashed a little bit past Bienville, and then that's where the shootout happened between him and officers, and they killed him. And again, what we discovered earlier today is that the bollards that would normally block cars from getting on Bourbon Street were not up overnight. This is old video we have that we took whenever some of those bollards were getting installed and the city was demonstrating how they work. And this is where those bollards would have been on Bourbon Street, near where it meets Canal Street. They weren't up overnight because they had to be taken down and upgraded. This photo is from a city's website showing this kind of new project that they're doing, that they're trying to get done before the Super Bowl, where they're upgrading them. We just heard about that a lot in that press conference, and they also confirmed again that the bollards were not up at the time of the attack. Governor Landry was very adamant that we don't know whether they would have made a difference, though.
We could go on what ifs forever. This is evil. And that guy could have easily gone down the sidewalk of Canal Street, where there were a ton of pedestrians on there as well.
And there are
That's right. No, no, right.
So that's,
Right.
Hold on a second. We gotta move on. Chelsea, go ahead.
Just want you to know, however, we recognize, I said earlier, that where there are defects in this system, we are going to be transparent, and we are going to address them with the city and make sure that we fill those gaps.
And what other leaders at that press conference, including the NOPD superintendent, pointed out was that the street was blocked and the suspect was able to get onto Bourbon anyway. This is what they're referencing. This video is from a security camera on Canal Street. We just got it. It shows an NOPD car blocking Bourbon where those bollards normally would have been. So the street was blocked, but the driver of the truck just sped around the NOPD car and was able to get on anyway. So this is definitely something we're going to be talking about a lot over the next few days as this investigation unfolds, but that's kind of just a basic explanation of what we're talking about when we say the bollards on Bourbon Street.
Yeah, Kirkpatrick, our superintendent, Rachel, said that they were aware of that situation, and because they knew that they were down, they've hardened those areas and they had a plan, and unfortunately the terrorists defeated it.
Yeah, and you can see from that video that that NOPD car was blocking the better part of the street, and the suspect just went around that car up onto the sidewalk very, very quickly.
Yeah, you're familiar with this. We've seen this throughout the year where people have come into the city, or whenever there's a major event, or they attempt to come into the city, and getting into the French Quarter is usually very difficult at that point. So, I mean, it's obviously another discussion, another plan needs to happen, because whatever happened then, it just didn't work out.
Yeah, it certainly did not. And there have been so many discussions over the years about pedestrian walkways and closing some parts of Bourbon Street or to the parts of the French Quarter off to traffic entirely. And this morning, when we had Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser on the phone, he mentioned that as well and said that maybe after an event like this, we might see some more pedestrian walkways implemented and more parts closed to traffic to try to keep people safe. So we're really going to have to see what happens as a result of this.
What we know as a result right now, 100 military police units, as just Governor Jeff Landry just confirmed, because as we've been talking about over the past couple of years that the NOPD is short when it comes to officers, and so we can use all of the assistance we can get. The FBI also currently investigating the fact that there are multiple people involved in this, trying to find who those people are and where potentially more explosives were. Apparently 2 of those were set off earlier where they can just make sure that people are protected. But you know, it's still a little bit, you're a little bit in the weeds right now because you don't know necessarily where this is going or where they could have gone.
And there are still tens of thousands of people here for the Sugar Bowl, which we now know will be played tomorrow instead of tonight. So we know that the FBI and some other law enforcement agencies were sweeping several properties in the French Quarter, trying to keep people safe, also sweeping the Superdome, trying to make sure that that was clear and that this game could go ahead and be played. It's a big task to keep people, that many people who are not from this town, safe after something like this.
Unfortunately, we also just got the ID of another victim. We're being told that Tiger Besh was also another victim that was announced as who succumbed to injuries after this happened. And unfortunately, I just heard from our sports director, Doug Mouton, who walked in. Apparently, he was an athlete in our community, in the Lafayette community, and we're trying to confirm more of the victims as they are announced.
We also just have something brand new in from the Associated Press right now. Investigators say that they have reviewed video that shows 3 men and a woman placing improvised explosive devices somewhere in New Orleans, French Quarter. So now that is 4 people that we know are believed to be involved in this situation. Only 1 suspect has been identified and now killed by police. So that's 3 more people that they could be searching for right now.
And this is probably what we were asking for at the press conference, if they can confirm exactly who is it that they can, why do they believe that there were multiple people? So now we have a video that tells us there were multiple people placing these around, and it gives us a clearer picture. And the suspects are now right now, they're looking for them. They want to find out exactly where they are. And now this is also the question that I have. I know that Bourbon Street is an active crime scene and it is closed right now, but because we know that these suspects put IEDs or potential IEDs or explosive devices around the French Quarter, are we cordoning off the French Quarter? Are we stopping people from coming in until this investigation is complete? Or what does NOPD have planned?
And what do you say, or what do you do with the many people who live in the French Quarter, who call it home and don't know if they are living right out front of a possible future crime scene? I mean, especially if, I'm sure the FBI is working really diligently to find every possible device that was placed around the French Quarter.
Yes.
Again, we know that there were lots of sweeps done, but you have to be very thorough when so many lives are at risk in such a condensed area where so many people visit and live.
We just want to give you guys an update on where we are. If you are just joining us, we've been covering this all morning long. Started at 3:15 a.m. That is when a man drove his truck down Canal Street, went around police units, and drove down a very busy and crowded Bourbon Street. This is where he struck and killed 10 people and injured some 35 others.
Yeah, the man that's suspected of doing this is 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar. He's a United States citizen who is from the Houston area, and he was shot and killed by police after a shootout. We do know that 2 officers were shot in this incident, along with the dozens of others who were injured. Those 2 officers are at UMC. We're told by several local elected leaders who visited them in the hospital that they are recovering. They are speaking, resting, but they are expected, hopefully, to recover well. And in the vehicle that was driven by this suspect, the FBI and law enforcement found an ISIS flag along with a long gun and potential IEDs, explosive devices.
And that suspect was prepared for a battle because when police did find him, when he was succumbed to his injuries in that the gun battle, he was wearing what seemed like to be military gear, as if he was prepared to have a fight off with police. So he was in military gear, though the picture that we did see of the suspect as he was on the ground, I didn't see that gear, but there's a potential that I'm told that it might have been ripped off during that battle. And now regarding the other suspects that we've confirmed that police are looking for, we don't know necessarily where they are, who they are. We just know that there are videos of people who are potentially putting IEDs throughout the French Quarter, which is frightening because of the amount of people that we have in the French Quarter right now, the amount of people who live there and who visit there every single day, just coming off of a holiday weekend, going straight into New Year's Eve. So it's prime for an attack, and unfortunately that happened. We think about these things all the time. It's always in the back of our minds, but you don't think it'll happen to you in your own backyard.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's shocking and horrible no matter where it happens. We've talked about this. This just happened on December 20th in Germany. 5 people dead and more than 100 there injured in a very similar attack. And here we are in New Orleans dealing with something so terrible, and knowing that there are still suspects out there is really scary.
So, and then, the police were, for anybody who drove around, and from my conversations with my police sources, they were fully staffed, making sure every entryway, every place that a police officer could be placed, the blue lights were going. So they were all over the French Quarter, all over the downtown area with anticipation of anything possibly happening, but you do not anticipate something like this. We've heard of situations on Bourbon Street, on Canal Street, and many different areas where people have been struck by drunk drivers. And so that was the initial thing. Of course, you remember back in, this has to be like maybe 2015 or 2016, if my producers can correct me, in Nice, France, where there was a driver that struck multiple people and killed multiple people there. That was a lot of the inspiration that was taken to make those bollards and put some protections in place for our heavily pedestrian walkways. So now we see that this could possibly not be the answer to that. So what is our answer?
Yeah, that's true. Very true. And we've also seen situations like this at parades that have resulted in horrific tragedies. But like we have said, there's got to be a solution soon because we have so many events, big events on our doorstep. And we know now that there has been a state of emergency declared by Governor Jeff Landry. He's also sending in 100 military officers from the National Guard to help support in this effort. But he described this as twofold, because you've got to protect people right now, but you also have this investigation going on now in 2 neighborhoods to try to find these suspects that we now know are out there.
And I know that one of those neighborhoods is the St. Roch neighborhood. That's where we had our reporter Winston Reed a little bit earlier, and he was giving us an update on what neighbors were seeing in that community. Apparently, this is on Mandeville Street, if I'm not mistaken.
And Urquhart, yes.
Yes, and Urquhart. There was a home that was either set on fire, or firefighters were brought to that home. Apparently, it must have been on fire, but when they arrived, I think they believe that this Dinjabar allegedly rented that as an Airbnb in the St. Roch neighborhood, and we don't know if that fire was intentional, but firefighters were drawn to that area. I don't know if they were trying to destroy evidence of who was potentially in the home, but based on our live shots in the video that we saw FBI officials and ATF officials, as well as NOPD and firefighters investigating that scene, and they cordoned off that area. And we spoke to residents that live in the community who said they smelled the smoke, and they were alerted to what was going on. And this is, if you look at all of these situations are happening right around us. Bourbon Street is only a few blocks down, and to your right, maybe not even a 5-minute walk. The St. Roch neighborhood is not far, so you're talking about a very busy part of the city where probably a lot of people after the New Year's holiday are waking up and trying to get back to homes, back to jobs, and take advantage of being back at work. But unfortunately, we're waking up to this situation and having to not get phone calls saying Happy New Year's others, but having to tell people that they've lost family members.
Yeah, and like you said, that is such a busy area, the area between the French Quarter and between St. Roch. And with the amount of people who live there also come a lot of surveillance cameras.
Right.
There is going to be a great deal of video likely that is involved in this investigation, tracing that truck from where it was, if it was at any time in that neighborhood at that Airbnb in St. Roch, down to Canal Street, onto Bourbon Street. There is going to be a great deal of evidence because this is such a populated area.
I know, and so right now we're waiting on FBI officials really to give us an update on what's happening. The latest update Devin just gave to you a couple of minutes ago, and that is reporting that they've reviewed videos showing 3 men and a woman placing an improvised explosive device in connection with a car attack that killed 10 people in New Orleans. So that is the latest that we're getting from the FBI in regards to the things that are happening today. The Sugar Bowl, it's being delayed till tomorrow. Hopefully this game can be played, but it's being delayed until tomorrow. And I'm sure this is all based on contingent on whatever they find in the investigation.
Oh, surely. And if they believe that the Superdome and the surrounding area will be safe enough to host that many people, that's all going to play a factor here. I do want to note, because we probably have a lot of people watching us right now who are not from New Orleans, maybe you're visiting, maybe you're from out of town and had a loved one here for the game this weekend. If you are seeking information about a loved one who you cannot get in touch with, there are resources available to you. NOLA Ready, which is ready.nola.gov, has information about where you can find a missing person or request resources if you have been displaced from your home or from your hotel. You can call 311 for assistance, but also UMC is having a reunification center. They were saying to meet at the, let me make sure that I'm accurate in this here. The reunification center for University Medical Center is on the first floor at the conference center, and that's right in the center of the hospital, right across from Patient Tower 2. So if you're looking for someone, that's the place to find them. You're seeing on your screen here, if you have any information that could aid in this search, now that we know that we're looking for multiple other suspects and we are piecing together a timeline of where this suspect that we know of has been, you can call the FBI. That number's on your screen. It's 504-816-3000. And again, if you're looking to connect with someone who was in this area or you cannot track down, you can call 311.
All right, and again, if you're just joining us right now, so far, and the superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick said this a little bit earlier, that there is a potential that there could be more casualties. Right now, she says we're not giving a final number. She says that number is 10, but we have 35 people that are in the hospital, some with some very critical injuries, and they are unaware if. We don't necessarily know. We hope that they pull out, and we hope that everyone makes it out of the hospital okay and can move forward with their lives. But unfortunately, they said that some of the injuries were very critical, so she's not really ready to give a final number now. But Oliver Thomas joined us a little bit earlier, and we saw Oliver Thomas at that news conference today, and he gave us an update from the emergency room where he discussed that some of the officers, 2 of the officers who were injured by gunfire and the shootout with that suspect, they are in high spirits. They're speaking. They're doing well. Other officers were visiting the emergency rooms to make sure that they were doing well. In regards to the people who were visiting or the people who were inside of the emergency room or in the hospital, I'm being told, and this is why we heard this from Ann Kirkpatrick earlier this morning and from Oliver Thomas, that apparently there are a lot of locals who are in that area, and that is because where they were centered at the entryway to Bourbon Street. So he believes that that's possibly why there were a lot of locals there. But, you know, I can only imagine it was just, you know, maybe this was 3 hours after the clock struck midnight, 3 hours and 15 minutes after the clock struck midnight, and the potential for the amount of people that could have been there, even though it's been hours later, there were still a large number of people who were on Bourbon Street, and we could be talking far more casualties, unfortunately.
Yeah, and during that press conference, there was one reporter who asked Governor Jeff Landry how many of the victims were shot versus how many were actually hit by the truck. And he would not answer. He said, we'll get to that information when we get to it. And at this point, we do know we have identified 2 of the victims who have died. 2 of the 10 And we certainly hope that number does not climb. Those two victims, Tiger Besh, who was an athlete, and Nikira Dedo, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. She's an 18-year-old from Mississippi, and her family is already describing her as such a loving soul. And it's heartbreaking to think that here we are, not even 12 hours after this incident, and you're already hearing these stories about the victims. So we will of course identify them as we can. They're waiting to identify anybody until, police-wise at least, until everyone has been notified, next of kin, and no one finds out on the news.
Yeah, we have Nikira Dedo's picture on the screen, and from what we're told, she's only 18 years old, unfortunately, 18 years old, and she was visiting New Orleans for the New Year's Eve holiday, and we had some of our team speak with Nikira's family. She traveled to New Orleans again from Gulfport with a cousin to ring in the New Year here, as so many people do all the time. She said that her mom says she just wants to see her baby, and she was the sweetest person. And to imagine just 18 years old and having to lose her life in such a way, it's very terrible.
And she was with her 18-year-old cousin and also their 18-year-old friend. I just cannot imagine the heartbreak for all of these families waking up on New Year's Day to find out that their loved ones did not get to see 2025. It's horrible, it's heartbreaking, and it's such a heavy feeling in the city today to know that we all woke up to hear all of this.
Yeah, a lot of people are, again, asking questions about the suspect here. Shamsud Dinjabar's information, that's the thing that we're getting out there. The most that we can tell you, he was a Houston, Texas resident. He was once in the military, and I don't know, did they say a little bit earlier if this person was honorably or dishonorably discharged?
I believe that they said that they're kind of looking more into his military background.
Yeah, they're trying to look a little bit more into his military background, but what we can tell you is an ISIS flag was found on that vehicle. If you look at the picture of the vehicle where it crashed initially, you will see a pole and a flag flying in the back, and they confirmed that while that is an ISIS flag, they can't confirm his actual affiliation to ISIS, and they don't know necessarily if this was someone who was inspired to commit an act of terrorism, or if this is someone who is a member of ISIS, but they can confirm that they found that, and ask a lot of questions about not only his involvement in this, but the involvement of other people that were placing those IEDs throughout the French Quarter, and this also probably widens the scope to look outside of the French Quarter and see, were they attempting to just attack the French Quarter, or are they looking at other parts of the city of New Orleans? I'm sure that all local and federal law enforcement officers are on high alert.
Certainly. I mean, we just had that confirmed from the Associated Press not even 15 minutes ago, that we now know that there are at least 4 total suspects, including the one who is confirmed dead, involved in this situation. And that's what the FBI is looking for. They would not elaborate on that. Obviously, during the press conference, someone did say, why are you so confident that this man did not act alone? And they were not obviously going to show their cards about what they know and what they're looking for, but they're going to have to check pretty much every nook and cranny here of the French Quarter and make sure that this is safe, especially after finding several incendiary devices in several places here.
All right, for those across the country joining us right now, because all eyes are on this, because a tragic New Year's Day murder happened here in the city of New Orleans. We have a man driving a truck from Canal Street onto Bourbon Street, where he struck and killed 10 people and injured 35 others, some of them critically, in the hospital right now. Chief Ann Kirkpatrick, who is our NOPD superintendent, would not give us a final number because right now people are still being treated in the hospital, and some of them have very serious injuries. But they did confirm to us that the suspect is dead and that the suspect was prepared for a war. He had guns in the car, IEDs, used his truck as a weapon as well, and also was dressed in military gear, as well as finding 3 other people, who allegedly had placed IEDs across the city.
Yeah, all law enforcement is now calling this a terror attack. They're treating it and investigating it as such, and we know that there are 2 scenes here. You have the French Quarter, and I would say, about a mile away is how far away way the St. Roch community is. For those of you who are not familiar with New Orleans, these are two distinct neighborhoods where the Airbnb is and where Bourbon Street is here in the French Quarter of New Orleans. And that is where they believe that the suspect may have been staying. There was a fire there overnight, and I'm not sure if it was before or after this incident that it was reported, but there was a fire there, and there were the FBI, the ATF, canines, huge police presence there this morning. We did have people on scene. Here's a live shot right now. This is what it looks like on Mandeville Street at Urquhart. You can see there is a fire truck there. There's also a cordon there. You can see the police tape on either side.
Right. And
people were not able to go back to their homes. They were telling people to either stay put or to leave. And we did talk to some homeowners or people who lived in that area earlier who were kind of watching all of this unfold with agents on the doorstep of this Airbnb.
Yeah, there were many conversations that were happening leading up to New Year's Eve, and for a lot of people, of course, especially after the Christmas market attack that happened in Germany. And when you think about those happening in Germany, you think you're not that close to it, but there's so many things that can happen here in this in our own city, in our own backyards. But a lot of people were having conversations, especially regarding the game that's happening today, or was happening today, regarding safety, and if they felt pretty safe. And they said that, you know, with the amount of police presence that they had, what they saw and how the police were set up in New Orleans, visitors said they felt fairly safe. Now, Alyssa asked a very important question when they held the news conference around 1 o'clock earlier today, and that question was, you know, what can we say to people? What can we do to make them feel safe as we move forward for tomorrow's game? There have been sweeps of the Superdome. Apparently, there is a sweep happening of the Superdome, of them looking at possibility of any incendiary devices, or making sure that there's nothing or no planned threat there, or making sure it's safe. Because outside of just those games, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, we have several balls that are coming up. We're going straight into the Mardi Gras season. We are in one of the busiest seasons, and it's unfortunate because we're in a busy season, but we still don't have the police force, the numbers that we need to make sure that we can protect every aspect of this city. But with that being said, and Kirkpatrick does bring up a really good point, that we have seen the numbers, crime numbers, start to trend downward, and we have reported over the last few months that crime numbers have trended downward through their new policing efforts.
In a huge way, too. We've been talking about that because this is the end of the year, and that's usually when we see some of these crime numbers come in, is that homicides in New Orleans are down more than 40%. A lot of violent crime and non-fatal shootings also down around 40% in the city of New Orleans. Last year, we were the murder capital of the U.S., or maybe it was in 2022. And here we are with a huge drop in violent crime overall for the year of 2024. But Chief Kirkpatrick said this is so different than your, I hate to say day-to-day violent crime. A terror attack is such a different thing, but it all still kind of plays into the perception of how safe you feel when you visit a city, when you live in a city, and you know, just walking down the street.
Yes, you know, we've heard from the highest of officials. President Joe Biden issued a statement a little bit earlier, and he says that he's been continually briefed since early this morning. That is regarding the horrific incident that occurred in New Orleans overnight, and the FBI, as we have mentioned, is taking the lead in this investigation. They're investigating this incident as an act of terror, and he'll continue to receive updates throughout the day. And he says he'll have more to share as this information unfolds. And of course, issuing his condolences to the victims. We also heard from President-elect Donald Trump as well, who released a statement issuing his condolences to the victims and condemning the attacks as well. So we are hearing from everyone here.
Yeah, and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance also shared his thoughts on Truth Social. He said, heartbreaking violence last night in New Orleans. Such a beautiful and great American city. May God bless the victims and their families.
Yeah, we've heard every local official and statewide and federally, everyone who is investigating this, because this is the way that we're starting off our new year. And Oliver Thomas mentioned that this isn't an attack on just the city of New Orleans. This is an attack on America, and it's an attack on people. Domestic terrorism has happened throughout this country before, but we have people who are responding in all sorts of ways to prevent this from happening.
Yes. Right now, we've heard, as you mentioned, from pretty much every elected leader in our state. We're going to head now to, we heard from Royce Duplessis earlier, and we're going to hear a little bit from him.
Yeah, Mike and Brandon, we continue to get more lawmakers coming to UMC to see how these victims are doing. Right now, I'm joined by State Senator Royce Duplessis. And Senator Duplessis, this is not part of your district, but obviously it hits close to home, native New Orleanian. How are you feeling this morning, and what have you been briefed on so far?
Well, no new information at this time other than the fact that we know that there may have been more than one individual beyond that person who was taken down in the front, the one who caused this act. There may have been others involved. That hasn't been confirmed, but we do believe that to be the case based on information we've received. But my reason for being here today is to really express my heartfelt condolences for the victims, those who we know who have perished, innocent lives lost during a time of celebration, a time of the new year, new life, and those who are here at UMC recovering. I'm grateful to law enforcement for their swift response. I'm grateful to the healthcare professionals here at UMC who are doing their job and their best to try to bring healing during this awful time. And as we continue to assess what may have gone wrong, what we know is that there was an individual who had his mind made up that he was going to cause harm and bring tragedy to a time of what should have been great celebration. And my message to all New Orleanians and everyone across the world who has us on their mind and on their heart is for us to come together and for us to lean on one another during this time as we go forward, which we know will be a moment where New Orleans will continue to be in the spotlight. Sugar Bowl tonight. We have the Super Bowl in a few weeks. We have Mardi Gras. So this is our time to come together, to stand together, and to obviously condemn this horrible act of terror. But now we have to think about the victims and express our love and support for one another.
Definitely, and we've heard from local lawmakers saying that they're looking at ways to improve safety in the Bourbon Street and downtown New Orleans area. On a state level, is there any chatter of what you all are looking to do or change?
Well, we had already taken many steps, as you know, over the past several months. A lot of resources had already been put into making the French Quarter safer to try to prevent incidents like this. So as law enforcement assesses what went wrong in terms of barricades and bollards that try to restrict vehicles from doing this very thing, law enforcement is going to make that assessment and then make future recommendations. Look, we know this is not the first time we've seen something like this happen. Anytime you have a large crowd congregating, it presents an opportunity for vehicles to harm innocent pedestrians, and that's what happened in this instance. So all of the assessments are being done by law enforcement right now, and anything that we can do at the state level, I'm going to work with my colleagues, I'm going to work with the governor, I'm going to work with local law enforcement to put whatever resources are necessary to ensure that nothing like this ever happens again.
Your day, I'm sure, completely disrupted like so many right now. What do you do today as a state senator for us here in New Orleans?
Yeah, well, there are obviously going to be more briefings. I'm going to be talking with local law enforcement, state law enforcement, federal law enforcement, everybody who's coordinating to get as much information as I can. I get calls from constituents, I get calls from the media, and I just want to make sure that we're communicating all accurate information and then just trying to look forward through what we have to do, which is to show up, and we have to be there for one another. So I just plan to make myself available for my constituents and for this city.
Well, we thank you for being with us here this morning at UMC, and we'll continue to bring you all updates from the hospital here. Not many things happening. Of course, earlier this morning was when the big rush of 26 people brought to UMC, of those 35 who were injured. And as you heard Councilman Oliver Thomas say earlier, he visited with those victims, was upstairs in the emergency room praying with the families, and he did deliver some good news that most of them are doing well. He said that the two officers who were shot were in stable condition, that they were up talking, and that Chief Kirkpatrick had been here to visit those officers as well. So that's the update that we have here from UMC at this hour. Reporting live from UMC, Lily Cummings, WWL Louisiana.
All right. Oh, there's just so much changing, I feel like, in the last few hours. Now might be a good time to kind of reset if you're just joining us here. We are talking about here a horrific terror attack is what law enforcement is calling it in the city of New Orleans. This happened around 3:15. We had a suspect from Houston, Texas, go around a police car on Bourbon Street and plow into a huge crowd of people. At least 10 people are dead and 35 are injured. We know that the suspect is Shamsuddin Jabbar. He's 42 years old, and we know that in his car, law enforcement found an ISIS flag and also some potential IEDs. And we also now know at this hour that there are 3 other suspects that the FBI is looking for. Those suspects were caught on surveillance video, 2 men and a woman stashing IEDs, potential IEDs elsewhere in the French Quarter. And the FBI says they are aggressively chasing down every possible lead to find these people and make sure that New Orleans is safe.
I know that right now we do know that they set off, or really they kind of took care of 2 of those, and those other potential ones they did find and detonate them just in case. You know,
Sure.
We don't necessarily know if they were viable or not, but they took care of them. But then there's a question of where else they could be. You have those other people that participated in this. We don't know the questions, the things that worry us a little bit right now is that we don't know necessarily when this person got here, when these people got here. Are we talking about him interacting with people who are local? And what is his connection to ISIS? While he may have had the ISIS flag in the back of his truck, we still don't know the affiliation that he has to this terrorist organization. And for the other 3 people, what is their affiliation to this man? Are they just supporters or people who are just in the area who wanted to help out in this situation? So again, you're looking right now, I don't know if this video was from a little bit earlier, but this was on Mandeville Street. So this is another thing that ties into this investigation. Apparently, there was a fire that happened, and our investigator confirmed for us that this happened after the attack at 5:15 a.m. and police firefighters responded to this area. And they were led to believe that this is an Airbnb that was rented to the suspect who was killed by police, and may possibly it's still being marked off. And community members have told us that it's been a busy scene all morning long. It's still being marked off. But when I last looked, I saw FBI agents, ATF agents, as well as our local New Orleans Police Department. And as you can see, SWAT agents there too.
And we have a reporter who is on the scene there we're going to connect with in just a minute to kind of see what they are seeing on the ground. But again, we've got 2 major scenes here. This one's still blocked off in the St. Roch neighborhood, but also law enforcement has really been combing through the French Quarter. And I could only assume that surveillance video is part of the reason that they were brought to some of these areas if they have caught suspects on surveillance video. We know that law enforcement swept the St. Roch Market, French Market, the Colonnade Shops, and Café du Monde, which are also really big tourist areas that would normally be absolutely packed on a day like today with such a big event in town. We know that some of those properties were searched after suspicion, some of them as a precaution. So we don't see all the cards yet here from the investigation, understandably, but it really does seem like they have known for a while now that there are some other suspects out there and that they are working to find those people and where they may have hidden any kind of device.
Well, we've heard from the NFL, we've heard from the Sugar Bowl, the college football playoffs, we've heard from local and state officials and federal officials about a plan that was in place to try to stop attacks like this from happening. We have major events that happen in this community all the time. The NFL bringing another major event here with the Super Bowl, and they say they have met with local officials and with the Super Bowl host committee to discuss what that security plan is. Now the question here after this happened, is another security plan going to be put in place? Because people, while we talk about the bollards, as we've seen Anchor Patrick mention, our superintendent, that he went around the bollards. He was able to get around and still get to people. We talk about police blockages, but he was able to drive around that police unit and get to people anyway. So now another plan is intensely in place, and city officials have told us, and those who come into the studio to interview with us have told us that they have sat down and they're having meetings already City as early as this morning to discuss what needs to happen tonight, right now, because we can't think about what can happen just for the Super Bowl, but we have a number of things happening right now, and people who live here in everyday life who want to be protected.
Sure.
Because we see the French Quarter as a very big tourist attraction, but you have to remember this is a neighborhood. People do live there every single day, so the thought of having IEDs that could potentially impact people who are inside of their homes sleeping and resting, that could have potentially went off, is frightening.
Certainly, and you want to make sure that you've got all of them. I'm sure the FBI has a major investigation going on right now, and they want to make sure that they have all of these devices. And we have talked about how densely populated this part of town is, from the French Quarter all the way to the St. Roch area, and there's likely a lot of video of, there are cameras everywhere, from crime cameras to surveillance cameras to the phones in people's pockets. We have cameras all over the place, and so I would hope that all of that video is helping aid in this investigation.
Yeah, our Chief Investigator David Hammer just let us know that that exact dispatch time was 5:18. So you have that attack that happens at 3:15 a.m. 5:18 a.m. a fire is called in, and NOFD extinguishes that fire, and that's when they call for the bomb squad. Whatever they found within that fire that they extinguished warranted a call from the bomb squad, and they've been there ever since. We've had reporters live out there on that scene attempting to figure out exactly what they found in there, or if anything needs to be detonated. But if we have any sense of something possibly happening, we do see that there were 3 other people, or we have seen rather that there were 3 other people that are working together, and it corroborates the FBI's investigation, believing that other people are involved.
And you're wondering about the timeline as well. So if that suspect was clearly not in that home at 5:15, what happened to set that fire, to start that fire, if that indeed was where he was staying? Do we have our reporter ready to go?
I think we had somebody, Jennifer Bellamy was going to join us in just a second. They're trying to figure some things out, but until they can, and if you all, please, if you want to continue to watch our coverage, we're on WWL Plus, WWLTV.com, and all of our social media channels, because I know that there's a lot of changing, moving parts where you may have some old information. We want to keep you fully updated on what we know, and we're learning more about our suspect. If we can put that information on the screen, and I don't know if my producer is trying to talk to me, but can we put that information about our suspect on the screen, a suspect who came from Texas, 42-year-old Shamsud Denjabar, and he came from Texas, drove out of Houston to New Orleans so that he could commit this act of terror. And we've heard responses from everyone across the country. Police departments, the New Orleans Saints have recently released a response, as well as the NFL, and of course the Sugar Bowl officials, and everyone else rather who has any connection to what's happening here. So, I mean, we are hearing from people about what can potentially happen in this investigation. Right now, things are up in the air. The FBI is attempting to really kind of crack this case, and based on the amount of information that we've gotten from them so far, I'd say they have some pretty strong leads. The New Orleans police, though, and for New Orleans city officials, it's not just about protection right now, it's protection in the future, because we have way too many events to offer ourselves up this way.
And with this suspect, there has been no question from the beginning about intention, but we're still kind of waiting to hear about the motive. They've been saying since the very beginning that this was not an accident at all. This person rented this truck and drove here from Texas, they say, with the intention to do this. And we saw in the video of that truck turning right from Canal Street onto Bourbon and just gunning it and go right into the crowd there. So the intention was there, the thought and premeditation, I would say, is there. But what we don't know of is exactly why this happened. Why the connection, why New Orleans? What is the connection to this city? Like you said, were the people who helped carry this out, are they from New Orleans? Are they from somewhere else? All questions that we're hoping to answer in the coming days.
All right, so we have Jennifer Bellamy, who is from Atlanta, joining us right now. Jennifer, you were here to cover the Sugar Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct, but certainly this is a situation that is impacting so many people beyond just the Sugar Bowl. We're right here on Mayville and Mandeville Street, and this is where we have observed a large police presence. This has been going on for several hours, at least since the 5 o'clock hour, when we understand there may have been a fire. I'm going to step out so you can get a look at what we have been seeing and watching for you all day. Not a lot of information here about what's going on. We were told by New Orleans police that they are on the scene, as well as New Orleans Fire. They also tell us that the ATF and the FBI are here on the scene as well. We're told that any additional information would be coming from the FBI. We were told to wait for that news conference that came around 1 o'clock, but they did not have any additional information to give about what they are doing here at this hour. We've spoken with several neighbors who live in about this 2-block radius in both directions, saying that they had to be evacuated from their homes. Some telling me that took place around 8 o'clock this morning. Many leaving with their pets and the clothes that they had on at that time. There is a church that's been nearby that has opened its doors to try to give some comfort and help people get out of the cooler temperatures out here. But again, not a lot of information. Neighbors, though, tell me that they suspect there is an Airbnb on Mandeville here that is the center of the investigation that law enforcement has been focusing on. Again, they said it was an Airbnb. They said it's been somewhat an issue in the past because of the coming and going in what's normally a quiet neighborhood. Many of them telling me that they are heartbroken that their community here has potentially been linked to the Bourbon Street attack. Guys?
Jennifer Bellamy from our sister station in Atlanta, thank you so much for your reporting on the ground there. Certainly, it has been a long time. If they've been evacuated since 8 a.m., a 2-block radius, she said, around from that Airbnb. People left with the clothes on their backs and their pets and are just trying to wait it out and see what happens here.
And I just saw the pictures there. Those are from neighbors that are in the area that took pictures from their homes looking down as they investigated this incident. The Department of Homeland Security, and this is something that came out maybe 2 days before Christmas, likely due to the fact that there was a car that drove through people during the German Christmas market. They heightened the risk of a similar casualty, mass casualty happening. They actually issued this, and they said lone offenders are most likely to target publicly accessible places with perceived lower levels of security. That includes parades, markets, outdoor markets, houses of worship, and other large gatherings or holiday events during the winter holidays. That is based on past incidents and identification of these types of targets and its message to supporters. When you think about all of the things, when you think about all of the things that come to play in the city of New Orleans, we had the Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, the Sugar Bowl parade. We had a Christmas Day parade. We had people that are visiting for the New Year's Eve celebrations that happen around Jackson Square. People who ring in the holiday on Bourbon Street. We have visitors that come from all over the country so that they can attend the football game for the Sugar Bowl. And then you have people that come who are just fans of New Orleans and who are just fans of Mardi Gras. As we kick off Mardi Gras on Monday, the start of 12th night. So everything that DHS issued a warning about.
We check every box.
Every single box. We check all of those boxes with the exception of a house of worship. But everything that we've done has been outdoors, and it creates something. It creates something for them to attack. So with that in mind, you have a lot of people. With that in mind, you have a lot of people who are concerned in the future as we have all of these events and as more people, hopefully, as people we don't want people to get inspired or any copycats to happen.
No,
that's what we don't want.
Absolutely not. And we're continuing to learn things about the victims in this incident as well as the day goes on. Our Whitney Miller is with us now. You have been taking a look at just some of the people who were hurt by this horrible incident today.
Right. You know, the names are slowly coming in. There's been numbers floating. 10 people have been confirmed to have been killed and upwards of 30 people injured. And that's what NOPD is comfortable with at this point of the confirming those who have passed away. But we've been able to identify just a few of them so far. The first death that we have confirmed was 18-year-old Nakira Cheyenne Dido. She was from Gulfport, Mississippi. I know you've been talking about her a little bit. She was a recent graduate of Harrison Central High School. Her mother told our partners at NOLA.com that she was sweet and loving. She said the teen was visiting New Orleans with her cousin and a friend. I was scouring, Facebook, trying to find out more information about her and just to see all the love and support that's coming into her family. On that Facebook post, her mom posted and said, that her daughter was involved in this, and so it's really tragic to see that. They are heartbreaking for sure. The next thing that we learned about was a UGA student who was critically injured and is receiving medical attention. Now that student is unidentified at this time, but that information came from the university's president, who made this tweet here, or on X. He made this post on X. That student has not been identified. In the statement, though, the university's president said he was in touch with the student's family and has shared his concerns and well wishes. And it was a lengthy statement that he posted there. The next person that we have learned about who has passed away is 37-year-old father of two, Reggie Hunter, from Baton Rouge. A cousin of his told our partners that he decided on a whim to go to Bourbon Street. He and another cousin were hit by that vehicle. Hunter died. His cousin is in the hospital with extensive injuries, so one of the 30 plus that are being treated right now. And then the third fatality that we know about is 27-year-old Tiger Besh. I think y'all might have talked about him a little bit. A Lafayette native and former St. Thomas More football player. Besh died at the hospital from his injuries later on this morning, and his athletic directors who confirmed his death to our partners. And she says that he was in New Orleans for the holidays, and Besh played wide receiver, quarterback, punt returner, and defensive back at STM. He went on to play football at Princeton, and he graduated in 2021 and was working as a trader at a New York brokerage firm. So obviously, families learning about this, and the reason why we don't know everyone's name right now is because their families have to learn about this, and they don't want to learn about it on the news, so they have to be notified before that information goes out.
It's unfortunate. Have you heard from, I know that there are a lot of people that are in town. Are we hearing from any fans or people who may have seen this all play out?
So there was somebody who sent us a message. They were trying to find their niece earlier today, and they were concerned. They were trying to call 311 and couldn't really get through. They did luckily find her, but she's on lockdown in a hotel. So I'm trying to get in touch with her just to see how she's doing. He said that she might be taking a nap right now because it's just very, obviously this is a lot.
Heavy.
It's heavy for the all that are involved. I mean, not only just to see it, to know that even if you weren't touched by the vehicle or even that close, if you were there maybe a few minutes before, that feeling of, I was just in that spot.
Yeah, that video that we saw, it's hard to watch. And I know that all of us, many of us have been on that corner of Bourbon Street before, even if you're just walking by.
At this point, it feels like ballers are not. I mean, that right there, turning onto the sidewalk, you couldn't even. How could you get out of the way? How could you?
How could you could have never?
You could have never seen it coming.
No.
Yes.
What a tragedy.
Yes.
Yeah, I cannot imagine waking up on New Year's Day and hearing this news about your loved one.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Whitney.
Yeah, I'll keep doing some digging. This is it's sad digging for sure.
It is.
But a lot of people want you to know who their loved one was.
All right.
They're not just a name. So.
And what's the name if people are looking for someone, their loved one? How can they find?
You can call 311, and I think you press 3 when you get on 311.
Okay.
All right.
Good to know.
All
Thank
right,
you so much,
Thank
Whitney.
you. Alyssa Curtis, I think, is joining us now. She was inside of that press conference where they talked a little bit more about what the FBI found, what local officials are doing, what state officials are doing, giving us a live look. Alyssa, what do you have?
Hey guys, we are now on Canal Street, just right in front of Bourbon, at the scene of where this all started. I'm going to take a step out of the way so you can see what is going on right now. Police have a really large area blocked off by crime scene tape. Again, as we've been saying all morning and now afternoon, there's every single type of law enforcement out here and working on this. LSP Jefferson Parish has a truck out out here. NOPD, of course, we know FBI is the lead investigators on this incident right now. A big question so many people have had today waking up once they heard this information was, weren't there bollards? Aren't there barricades in the situation? Well, those barricades, those bollards were down. We now know from the press conference that we had a little while ago that they were not working, and they are part of the infrastructure package and plan that the city has been working on in preparation for the Super Bowl. So Mayor Cantrell said that they've been working to get these repaired and fixed and working better than they were working, and that's why they were not up at the time. Those are there in order to prevent situations like this. We know Bourbon Street is a heavy pedestrian area, so police always, not just on big events, but normally on normal weekends, don't want to have people driving through the street. So where those bollards would have been, they say that they had barricades and they had an NOPD truck out there, an SUV unit parked out there, but that did not matter. They say this person, the suspect, was so intent, so hell-bent on causing this carnage that he drove up and around the sidewalk to do this and commit this act. And police say, the governor says that he was just so intent on doing this that he could have come up and gone on the sidewalks on Canal. He could have done the same thing on any other street. So they're saying, yes, while there was a barricade, that he was going to do this no matter what. Again, they are working to get those fixed for and in time for the Super Bowl. Governor Landry said that he was planning to enact an emergency declaration tomorrow in preparation for the Super Bowl and all the events that we have coming up. He said, scratch that, we're enacting it right now. We are having this emergency declaration right now. That way, all of these resources that we need can be deployed to this situation right now. Again, you saw, I think we've seen all throughout the day, but especially during that press conference, just the unified response. Guys, when I tell you that room, there was barely any air in that room because of how many people, not only on our side, on the press side, wanting to learn more information and wanting to get to the bottom of this, but on the other side of the podium as well, we had every single council member out there. We had NOPD, we had FBI, we had JPSO Sheriff Joe Lapinto out there. It was completely packed, and I think that shows visually just how many resources they're putting into this. Obviously, we know the FBI, and this is a federal investigation at this point, but beyond that, not only into this incident, but keeping the city safe. We also know the Sugar Bowl has been postponed 24 hours, and they're really focusing on making sure people are safe and feel safe enough to be there. I asked about Bourbon Street. Obviously, people are going to want to celebrate after the bowl game tomorrow. They say that obviously right now it continues to be an active crime scene, so Bourbon is closed, but when they want to reopen, they're going to again have a strong police presence. This is such a fast-moving incident. We are getting information in so quick. Things are really changing and can change at the drop of a hat. Another thing I want to mention, obviously the main suspect has been killed. NOPD officers killed him once he started shooting at them, but FBI says that there are other suspects that they are confident that are involved in this incident, so they're working again to find that. They couldn't really give us much information beyond what we've been saying, for the past hour or so, because it's a federal investigation. They say they really don't want to jeopardize the investigation. So we asked, why are they so confident that there are other suspects? Who may these other suspects be? They could not give any information, but they say if you have been in contact with the suspect in the past 72 hours, please give them a call. Please give them any information you may have. If you were out here and you saw anything, it's New Year's Eve. They know a lot of people, or it was New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. They know a lot of people had their phones out taking pictures. If you have anything, they're asking to please send that their way so they can get to the bottom of this. again, everyone is very focused on getting information, getting answers to this. We spoke with Attorney General Liz Murrow. She says, obviously, with the federal investigation, anyone involved will likely be facing federal charges of terrorism, but there's also a chance that they'll be facing state charges here under state terrorism laws. So this isn't just going to be wrapping up anytime soon once they're finished with this investigation. That alone is going to take a really long time, but moving forward in charges and anything that comes after, this is going to be a long situation, and it's going to take a lot of people a lot of days to get to the bottom of this and to bring everyone to justice. They did not give us an updated number in terms of victims. We are still at the 10 confirmed dead and about 30, or I believe 35 injured. We asked if there was an updated number. Some people were saying there might be more, but they could not confirm that at this time. Again, I think the overall message here was this was an evil act, and I think Chief Kirkpatrick said it in such a great way. She says, "This is evil. We can run in fear or we can stand in strength." She says that's exactly what they're doing. They're standing in strength and making sure that everyone in this city right now feels safe. We're going to be out here for quite a while. There's a lot of people out here kind of business as usual, as weird as that sounds. You know, obviously we have this part of the French Quarter completely blocked off. On the other side of the crime scene tape, you have tourists just walking around, enjoying their day, because again, we know the Sugar Bowl is supposed to be happening today. So still a lot of people out here on the other side of the barricade. We'll be out here for quite some time and continue to gather as much information as we can. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys.
So, Alyssa, thank you so much. We're hearing more about victims as time goes by. Obviously, if these victims are still in the hospital, 30 plus people that are still in the hospital, and unfortunately, those 10 people that have passed away, and they say that they don't know if that number will rise. And Kirkpatrick was very adamant, or that she didn't know necessarily what was going to happen at this point, because some of the injuries were critical that were in that area. But as we move on throughout the day, there are a lot of questions and a lot of fears that need to be answered right now.
Sure. We do know the names of 3 of those victims who unfortunately died in this incident. One is Tiger Besh, a 27-year-old from Lafayette, Nikira Dido, who's an 18-year-old from Gulfport, Mississippi, and Reggie Hunter, who is a 37-year-old father of 2 from Baton Rouge. And those are just the 3 names. There are at least 7 that we do not know of now because they're working on contacting their next of kin. But of course, dozens of people here have been injured. Many of those people are at UMC recovering and receiving treatment right now.
Yeah, Lily Cummings is joining us now live with that part of the story, giving us an update. And Lily, you've been out there all morning long, spoke with some officials from the state and local level. Can you tell us where we stand right now?
Yeah, Sharice and Devin, we have been here at UMC since about 5 this morning now. Things have definitely calmed down outside. Earlier this morning, we saw a lot of law enforcement agencies from JPSO to state police, as well as NOPD, coming and going from the hospital, and several ambulances early this morning. But now things have calmed down, and I'm sure if we were inside the hospital, it would be a different scene, though. As you all know, UMC is a level 1 trauma center. This is where you want to be brought, because these are the best of the best that have seen the worst of the worst. These doctors and nurses are very skilled in dealing with gunshot wounds and trauma care. So we know that from this morning's press conference, there were 26 individuals brought here to UMC, 4 to Truro, 4 to Ochsner Baptist, and 1 to Tulane. As Alyssa just mentioned, we asked if there were any updates to this morning's numbers, and they weren't sure at the time. So as it stands right now, 10 killed, 35 injured. Now, we did speak, as you mentioned, Sharice, to Councilmember Oliver Thomas, as well as Councilmember King. State Senator Royce Duplessis was also out here. They were all coming to visit the victims here at UMC to see how they were doing. That included 2 New Orleans police officers who were involved in neutralizing that suspect, as Councilmember Thomas told us. He said that he believed there were between 3 and 4 NOPD officers who were firing at the suspect at that vehicle to stop as he barreled down Bourbon Street. And he says that at least 2 of them were struck by fire from the suspect. So they were brought here to UMC. Chief Ann Kirkpatrick came and visited them right after that morning press conference wrapped up, and she says that they are in good spirits. Councilmember Thomas says that they confirmed that they were in good spirits. In fact, he was familiar with some of the victims here. He said when he went upstairs to the emergency room, he was familiar with some of the families there because, as we all know, New Orleans is a small town, and we all know each other, we all look out for each other, and I'm sure you'll see that even more prevalent in the days and weeks to come following this tragedy. But the update from UMC tonight, 35 people injured, and of course, Chief Kirkpatrick didn't give an update about this at the 1 p.m. press conference, but she did say this morning that there could possibly be more injuries, more people brought to local area hospitals that they were just simply unaware of. Maybe they got there by their own means and weren't transported via ambulance to one of our hospitals. So we're still learning, and of course there's going to be more information that comes in the hours and days to follow. But right now, 35 injured, 26 of them brought here to University Medical Center. And I do want to mention one update that we received this afternoon. Families of victims arriving at UMC are asked to go to the UMC's conference center that is located on the first floor across from Tower 2, which they say is the midpoint of the hospital. They set up a reunification area for those families. So if you are, hopefully at this hour, families have been reunited, but if you are looking for information on a loved one, just know that they have set up that reunification center again in the conference center here at UMC. You're also asked to call 311 if you are looking for any information on loved ones. The city has kind of set that up as a line that you can call to get information to see if you're looking for any victims that may have been hurt in this senseless tragedy. Guys, that's the update we have now from UMC. I'll send it back to you all in the studio.
Lily, thank you so much for all of that. We know that this is going to be changing quickly. Of course, we always hope that the death toll does not rise, but there are some very serious injuries. We do know that among the injured, we have a UGA student who has not been identified, but we know that they have very serious injuries. We also know that one of the injured is the cousin of one of the men who was killed in this incident, the cousin of Reggie Hunter, who's from Baton Rouge. So we know that in the coming hours, we're going to learn more about who these people are and where they're from.
And the latest in this investigation is the fact that this person did not act alone. Apparently, the investigators are reviewing video that show 3 men and a woman. They may have been involved in placing those IEDs, those explosive devices, throughout the French Quarter, ones that were located in different areas. I think one was over at the Jack's Brewery, and there was another one that was located in a different area of the French Quarter, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not quite sure because there have been so many areas of the French Quarter that have been swept, and we know that they're combing through surveillance video, which is how they found that there were these alleged accomplices involved, was because these 4 people, now 3 that are on the run, were spotted on surveillance video placing these devices in different places in the French Quarter.
We do know that this is an act of terrorism that has happened right here in our beloved city of New Orleans, and during a time where people were celebrating, welcoming the new year, when people were celebrating and beginning, hopefully we're starting to begin the Sugar Bowl that unfortunately has been postponed until tomorrow. And of course, pending the investigation, we really don't know how this is moving forward. This puts a lot of things in jeopardy, and it's all in regards to safety. It is making sure that people are safe and making sure those who are responsible and anyone else who is connected to this is caught. So if they move anything or if they postpone anything, we understand the frustration that people may have, but right now it's about safety, and right now it's about finding and holding those accountable.
And we know that right now the eyes of the world are on New Orleans, and not typically around this time of year, it's for all of the fun, amazing, joyful things that happen in this city. People come to New Orleans because it is a wonderful place to visit, and this city does is so used to hosting huge crowds and keeping them safe. And this is such a devastating blow to not only to the culture of New Orleans, to the people of New Orleans, and to the families of these victims. It just feels like such a heavy day here.
Yes, it is a really heavy day, and it's heavy in our hearts because this is home for us, and we know people, and we've reached out to people as we give you information. We started to call people in our own families, in our own circles, and friends who work in the French Quarter and who live in that area, just to make sure that they were okay and they weren't in the line of fire or in the line of where this truck was going. We've gotten condolences from President Joe Biden a little bit earlier, and the president did issue a statement, and I don't know if they have a live shot of the White House right now, but the president did issue a statement a little bit earlier offering his condolences and telling us that he's been in contact with the FBI and local officials, including Mayor Cantrell and with Governor Jeff Landry, to offer any assistance that they may need. Unfortunately, it's the way that this setting the tone for the country on January 1st is not exactly what we hoped it would be.
No.
And unfortunately, it's connected to our community right in our own backyard at Channel 4.
Yeah, the president said, quote, "My heart goes out to the victims and their families who were simply trying to celebrate the holiday. There's no justification for violence of any kind, and we will not tolerate any attack on any of our nation's communities."
All right, so again, hearing from the president, Governor Jeff Landry, he ordered for 100 military police, and that is through the Louisiana National Guard, to assist, because as you've done and you've covered in your breakdowns many times, we are still very short on police officers, not near that goal where Ann Kirkpatrick wanted us to be in regards to recruitment. So we need all of the assistance that we can get. And of course, with all the events coming up, I'm sure that there's going to be some changes with how police is manned. We already have the Louisiana State Troopers that have Troop NOLA that are patrolling across the city of New Orleans. So now we're probably going to see additional forces.
Certainly, because you not only have, Governor Jeff Landry put it this way, he said this is a twofold situation. On one hand, you have this big investigation that's currently going on in 2 different neighborhoods, at least, of the city. And on the other hand, you've got to keep all these people safe because the main event that a lot of people were here for still has not even happened yet. You have tens of thousands of people in the city of New Orleans who are not from here. They don't have homes here or families here, or really a lot of them probably don't have an easy way to get out of town if they want to leave because they've got flights. So now you're tasked with keeping all of these people safe and preparing for all of these events that are coming very shortly.
All right, so we have new coverage is coming in. We're going to be continuing to cover this. We're joined now by Maria Martin, who is joining us from our Atlanta sister station as we break down this horrific, tragic event that happened on Bourbon Street earlier today. Maria, what can you tell us?
Hey, Sharice and Devin. First of all, I want to say that I'm thinking about everyone at your station and everyone in the city of New Orleans. This senseless tragedy obviously affects a lot of people, and you mentioned a lot of people coming in town for the Sugar Bowl at the Superdome, and a football game obviously pales in comparison when we're talking about what happened this morning, the senseless tragedy, as you guys are going through the details and will be in the coming days as well. I'm actually on Canal Street, and to my left is where Georgia is staying, the entire football team and their staff. It is their team hotel for this trip, the college football playoff quarterfinal, and they are to remain in place for the rest of the day. It is their effort to keep everyone in that building safe. This is just for the football players and the staff. They've decided to keep everybody inside so that they can stay accounted for and make sure everyone is good to go. They were also waiting bright and early this morning to figure out what they were going to do about the Sugar Bowl, and that conversation is actually still ongoing. We heard from officials that they are postponing the game 24 hours from when it was originally scheduled at 7:45 tonight to 7:45 tomorrow. However, I've been told that Georgia and Notre Dame both have complained about the time. They want it to be moved up a little bit, but that request has not been met yet. Those conversations are ongoing. So right now it is scheduled for 7:45 tomorrow. However, the team is hoping that it can be moved up a little bit earlier. And you talk about rescheduling your plans for New Year's Day. In my hotel, in the lobby, there are a ton of fans, both from Georgia and Notre Dame, just trying to get an extra night at the hotel. The line when I went downstairs when this was figured out that the Sugar Bowl would be postponed a full 24 hours was literally right wrapped around the lobby. I was overhearing conversations from people saying that they were just trying to get one more night, perhaps two. I even was speaking to people in passing in the elevator this morning. They said they're just going to get out of town. They're going to forget the game. It is a very heavy day, a very heavy environment when you walk around, and the players are all safe in that hotel. I was talking to Georgia's SID this morning, making sure that all the players were accounted for. You heard from President Moorhead, which is the president of the University of Georgia, that one of their students is one of the victims that is critically injured. I heard you guys talking about that earlier as well. So they are navigating that situation. There's a lot of moving pieces to this. One, of course, is the game and whether or not it's going to be played at their initial announcement time of 7:45 tomorrow, or if it's going to be moved up a little bit earlier. But as we continue to navigate this, I will also keep everyone posted in Atlanta, and my thoughts are with you guys here in New Orleans. Sharice and Devin, back to you.
Maria, I have a quick question for you. You say that you've been in touch with the teams. You know that they're inside of the hotel so that they can remain safe. Are you in contact with any of the players? What's the general feeling? What are they saying right now? Oh, it looks like Maria. Do you hear me here?
Able to hear us.
Yeah, you might not be able to hear us. So we were trying to figure out if you guys didn't know, this is Maria Martin. She's from our sister station at WXIA in Atlanta. She is a sports anchor and reporter, so she has valuable knowledge when it comes to what these teams and these players are doing. You did mention, you did hear from her that all of the players are being kept inside of the hotel room, obviously to maintain their safety. The players have all been accounted for on both sides, on both accounts. And that's the thing that we're worry about. And you were talking about this earlier, if these players were potentially, which, you know, I don't necessarily know the protocols for sports, for football players when they're in town for a game day, do they get an opportunity to go out? I'm assuming at 3:15 in the morning that these players were not
in bed.
Yeah, everybody was in bed and they were accounted for.
Yeah, I would hope so. At 3:15 before game day, you would certainly hope so. But it is definitely good news that they are all safe, all accounted for, because the hotel where they are staying, I'm looking at the map here, is just like 2.5 blocks away from where this horrible thing unfolded. So she said that they're in the hotel today, safe and sound. Everyone is accounted for, and they're good.
We also just heard her say that she spoke to and she's listening to some of the chatter that you hear inside of the hotel rooms for all the visitors, and some people are asking to leave the city. Here's the thing, you can expect people to want to celebrate. It's a little difficult after such a heavy event for people to want to celebrate and want to continue to attend a football game, which is completely understandable if they don't know necessarily where we stand and capturing the other people that were involved or potentially involved in this. Also, if we don't know where we stand with security and safety and knowing what the updated plan is, and I'm sure as the time unfolds that we're going to know exactly what that plan is. And some people just feel it's a heavy moment. It's a moment where you were maybe inches away from a terrorist attack, and sometimes this is something that is nowhere near us.
Yeah, and you just want to be out of the city.
Yes, absolutely.
And not to mention, a lot of things are not open right now. Obviously, Bourbon Street is still closed down as the FBI continues to investigate. So a lot of the celebratory nature of this weekend is over.
Yes, and so, you know, right now it's a lot of people who are just frustrated and, quite frankly, who are scared. And a lot of us here included, because our stations are in the French Quarter, and so we're near where all of this would have happened. So I just want to give you guys an update if you're just joining us. For anyone who is just joining us, we are unfortunately following a terrorist attack that happened on Bourbon Street, which is a sentence I never thought that I would say here in New Orleans, a terrorist attack that happened on Bourbon Street, where 10 people were killed after a truck being driven by a man from Houston, Texas, was driven down Bourbon Street in the first block from Canal Street, mowing down several people and killing them. 10 people dead, more than 30 in the hospital, currently being treated, some for some very serious injuries and some for minor injuries.
And this ended just a few blocks away from that intersection. We know that there was a shootout with police, and 2 police officers were shot, and then the suspect was then shot and killed on Bourbon Street as well. And there were a lot of people out there. Of course, this was 3:15, just 3 hours after the fleur-de-lis drop. You've got a lot of people out, and you know, we're seeing some videos from Bourbon Street that are frankly terrifying.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get an opportunity to kind of rack that up, but just to show the video, just to give you a sense of how this all happened, because there are a lot of questions, no problem. There was a lot of questions regarding how that truck can make it onto Bourbon Street. As we've mentioned before, if you're not familiar with of New Orleans, when there are major events in which we host major events, it feels like almost once a month sometimes, as we host major events all the time, they typically have a plan in place that closes up for the French Quarter, and it's usually just either as a safety measure and as a traffic measure to make sure that we don't have a lot of traffic buildup and we don't have a lot of people that are in danger. And we talked a little bit earlier about one of those measures being bollards that were placed on Bourbon Street, but this was in response years and years ago to terrorist attacks that happened with vehicles used to kill or mow down people in other places, more specifically in East France, or drunk driving incidents as well. So those measures are put in place to make sure that this doesn't happen. And right now, those bollards are down, but as Whitney may have mentioned, and as we heard earlier in the news conference, they may not have been a factor here.
For those who don't know what these are, they are kind of movable metal poles, metal barricades that would prevent a car from going down the street. However, in this instance, like we saw in the video, this truck just drove right around onto the sidewalk. So even if those bollards had been up, would they have really made a difference? And if the answer is no, there needs to be some reassessment of security, which we know that is happening right now. They're talking about how to re-secure this street.
I'm seeing a tweet right now. You just mentioned this. This is from the FBI in Houston. As we mentioned to you, the driver of that vehicle in the Bourbon Street attack is from Houston. According to the statement that I'm seeing tweeted out by the FBI in Houston right now, in the Harris County Sheriff's Office, they say they're currently conducting law enforcement activity near the intersection of Hugh Road and Crescent Peak Drive. This is in North Houston. They've secured a perimeter in that area, and they want people to avoid the area. FBI Houston personnel and specialized teams will be on site for several hours, and this is related to this morning's New Orleans attack, but due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, they can't provide further information.
We knew that there were big gaps in the timeline, I should say, from where this truck left in Houston, where it was rented, where this person is from, and where it ended up on Bourbon Street. We know that there is potentially a second crime scene under investigation right now in the St. Roch neighborhood. Now we're hearing of this third perimeter being set up in Houston, and it seems as though the pieces are starting to be put together here by the FBI and by investigators.
I know that right now investigators did not, and hopefully we get an opportunity to play that news conference from earlier so we can give you an update, the latest that we've received from investigators, and things have moved along even since that news conference, ended. But you have a number of officers who are investigating not only what happened on Bourbon Street, but the potential of IEDs being placed all around the French Quarter, potentially elsewhere. These are the places that they've seen they've been placed. 2 of them have been detonated so that they don't explode, and they've collected and gathered the other ones because they are possible incendiary devices. And you also think about the Mandeville Street situation. We heard from one of our Atlanta reporters earlier today who was on Mandeville Street, as well as our reporter Winston Reed, to talk about the fact that after this happened, 2 hours, maybe a little after 2 hours after the incident on Bourbon Street, there was a fire that was set there was a fire that was set at a home on Mandeville Street. This is in the St. Roch neighborhood, very residential community here. And that fire that was set led firefighters to put it out, and whatever they found inside of that home led them to call bomb squad. They believe that this was an Airbnb potentially rented by the suspect.
And we know that it was very serious because almost right away, we know that they responded around 5:30 this morning, and by 8 a.m. they were telling neighbors within a 2-block radius that they needed to leave their homes. So there was an evacuation involved. Neighbors had to leave. We're told that they were just grabbing their pets and whatever they could and getting out of the area so that the investigation could take place, and that is still cordoned off at this hour.
Yeah, I know that you have a lot of people right now who are also doing the painstaking work of attempting to locate loved ones.
Yes.
Finding people who, unfortunately, like one of our victims who are visiting town to celebrate the New Year's holiday with us, those who may have been visiting town to go to the Sugar Bowl that has been postponed until tomorrow, or people who are just visiting town or just celebrating what should have been a joyous occasion and gathering of people, as we always do. We are in a very celebratory period of New Orleans, and right now, when you're in that period, as you go from, we joke about this, the fact that we go from Thanksgiving to Christmas to New Year to Mardi Gras to Jazz Fest and to French Quarter Fest. It's just extremely frustrating to see this happen. Right now, we're giving you, this is, I thought this was video from earlier, this is a live look right now that you're getting from Bourbon Street. And during this live look, you'll see, we had video a little bit earlier, but it shows you that Bourbon Street is still an active crime scene. It is locked down, so no one is, they're asking no one to come to the area. Really try to avoid the French Quarter if you can, but especially that area. We know that some situations are unavoidable because people are have to return to work, or you have people in the neighborhood of the French Quarter who live there. These are officers who are still standing out as they investigate this tragic situation. And we had video a little bit earlier that showed officers, this was all captured on EarthCam, on the same camera that we're giving you now. They showed officers the moment that they found out. Several of them were standing along the street on Bourbon Street, and this was at 3:15 in the morning. The moment they found out what was going on, they ran down Bourbon Street to the scene of where this was happening. I spoke with one of those officers a little bit earlier, and he told me that what he found was tragic, and that it was just, it was a horrible scene. There were people who were mowed down, and the suspect, the suspect was identified with having military gear on and headgear on. There was a long gun that was inside of the vehicle, and he had IED explosive devices. So again, this person came so that he could really make something happen. And there was, even though there was some speculation initially a little bit earlier, there indeed was an ISIS flag. This is confirmed by the FBI that was flying on the back of this truck. Now, this is the video that I'm telling you about here. These are the officers, and you see them standing around. It is 3:15 in the morning and not much happening. And this moment here is the moment that we knew, and everyone else knew, that something was wrong. All of them ran down the street, and this is a few blocks from where this incident happened. All of them ran down the street towards where this terror attack was happening in this moment. And at this hour, 3:15, a lot of people still out partying, and you have people who don't know necessarily what is going on. So they haven't ran away. This is why, if you look at the video or continue to look at the video, it may seem like, you know, no one's paying attention. Bourbon Street is a very long street. This incident happened at really the beginnings of Bourbon Street. And look, you have state police troopers running down the street as well. But this happened to that entryway to the to Bourbon Street, where you have Canal and Bourbon. And then you have further down, of course, where this Earth camera is. So there is intentionality of probably getting those people at the entry level, because really a lot of people cannot drive into that area. Being joined now by Katie Moore, and you were talking with David Hammer a little bit earlier about what you guys found, all the investigators found.
Yeah, we've been digging into this all day long, of course, as everyone else has. And one of the things that I recently discovered as we were talking about the FBI in Houston carrying out activity, you and Devin mentioned that statement that they issued through the Houston FBI office. Again, just to reiterate that for those who are just joining us, the FBI Houston and the Harris County Sheriff's Office are currently conducting law enforcement activity near the intersection of Hugh Road and Crescent Peak Drive in North Houston. We have secured a perimeter in that area, and we're asking people to avoid the area. FBI Houston personnel and specialized teams will be on site for several hours. The activity is related to this morning's New Orleans attack, but due to the ongoing nature of the investigation, no further information can be provided. Now, that is of note. I did a public records search on the suspect in this case, the alleged attacker, Shamsud bin Jabbar, and one of his last known addresses is on Crescent Peak Drive. So we can assume that they are securing his home, looking for any evidence that may be contained in his house in Houston. From what we know, from what we've heard from investigators so far, is that This man, again, lived in Houston, possibly on Crescent Peak Drive, according to public records, and then at some point rented that truck, drove to New Orleans, either alone or with other people, and then rented an Airbnb, we believe, according to law enforcement sources, in the St. Roch neighborhood here in New Orleans. And we saw, of course, that heavy police presence around that house earlier today. There was a fire at that house. We believe that may be related to some possible explosive devices or some sort of evidence that was found there. It's unclear how that fire started or when they put it out, but we do know that the ATF was heavily involved in that operation here in New Orleans in the St. Roch neighborhood. So you could assume that, you know, they are concerned that there may be some sort of bombs or weapons involved, and that were present at that house here just outside the French Quarter, really, for those who don't know the geography. St. Roch neighborhood's right outside New Orleans. Right outside the French Quarter, rather.
Yeah, so I mean, they were really close. And can you talk about the other IEDs? I know we had David Hammer in earlier, and they detonated 2 of them, but apparently, did we discover if they were actual IEDs that were found or similar to a pipe bomb or anything?
So, yeah, I don't know what kind of, they're improvised explosive devices, so they could be anything, really. But what we heard from the FBI at the news conference at 1 o'clock was that there are at least 2 that were found and neutralized. They were detonated. Now, we did hear reports that there were other things that were blown up or, you know, detonated around the French Quarter at different locations. It's unclear whether or not those things that were targeted by investigators were actually devices that were explosive, or if it was just something else that was like a suspicious package or something. You know, of course, they're going to be looking into every single thing that they find here in the quarter for the foreseeable future. And you know, it kind of sounds like they found 2 of the actual IEDs that may have been created by these suspects, and that the other things may not necessarily have been. But we also heard, you know, from the Associated Press reporting, based on a law enforcement bulletin that was sent to the Louisiana State Police, that apparently there's surveillance footage of 4 people, 3 men and a woman, placing those IEDs in the French Quarter.
Right, and you know, and that's what made me question the security protocol right now for the French Quarter. I know that the crime scene is mostly on Bourbon Street, as it should be, but are we opening up the French Quarter to everyone right now, or are we waiting until this investigation is complete, or are we only? How long will people have to shelter in place before they can leave safely and go somewhere else?
You know, when I came into work, you know, this morning, there were tons of people out walking around in the quarter. So there were people driving in the quarter, just not in the areas where this terrorist attack happened. So you would think that other parts of the quarter are open for business right now. I mean, I think we could probably just kind of step outside and see whether or not that's the case now.
We're in the quarter ourselves.
We're right there. But we obviously haven't had a chance to do that. So, but you know, I don't know. It sounds like, you know, the governor, all of our law enforcement leaders have said they really want people to stay away from the area as long as they can. Now, we have 60,000 people in town for the Sugar Bowl, and for New Year's Eve, there's probably an additional number on top of that. So those tourists have to go somewhere. They need a place to eat. So you would think that at least some of the restaurants and things are back open.
I know that they probably are taking some protocols to make sure that the people that are driving around don't access certain areas. I was told that we have some video earlier. We had Meg Ferris at a blood center that was over in Metairie because they said they needed assistance. When you have that many people in the hospital with critical injuries, and obviously you hope that they have some support. According to Meg Ferris, the blood center said that there are at least 40 people in line at the Metairie location giving blood, and they reported this morning and showed video of, and I saw this when I arrived, empty refrigerators of blood, and that is because it's the holidays, and you know, right now a lot of people, and look, people, you know, that's the thing about New Orleans. They made a call that we needed the help, and they needed people to donate blood, and you have people that are already standing out there ready to support and to give blood. So this is, again, the one in Metairie. They had a long line of people that were there hoping to support. Those 35 people or 30 people that are still in the hospital, and we're hoping that they get the support that they need. As we learn about these victims, though, an 18-year-old, young lady who came from Gulfport just to celebrate with us, a former star athlete, rather.
From Princeton and St. Thomas More over in Lafayette.
Yeah.
I mean, you just hear these stories, they're just tragic. Everybody was just out and about, having a great time last night, early this morning, which is what we want people to do. And this suspect, Jabbar, decided that he was going to just make this a horrible start to 2025.
Yeah, and this is Reggie Hunter. He was one of our victims that was killed. Tiger Besh, another victim that was identified and taken, and we have more victims that are they're trying to reach out to families because you have people who might not necessarily know what's going on. I know I have some people who are reaching out to me in several parts of not just here. I've had people reach out from Ireland, from the UK, from Boston, from all over the place, asking what's going on and trying to figure out what's happening. But this marks the beginning of the new year in America for a lot of people, this terrorist attack that's now tied to New Orleans forever.
Yeah, and it's called terrorism for a reason. It's terrifying, and I think a lot of people just want to help any way they can and find some sort of peace and solace in knowing that they're trying to make the situation better. As this investigation unfolds and continues, there are obviously national security ramifications that could be associated with this attack. And so with the FBI involved, with the president actively engaged and watching the investigation, there are some very serious like I said, ramifications to what's going on with this. So lots of interest here locally and all over the world. And I know a lot of people are joining us on WWL Plus to check it out, check out our coverage. So thanks for being with us.
Amelia Strahan joining us now, one of our reporters continuing our coverage. We have reporters all over getting every single angle of this. Amelia, you're on near Bourbon Street, rather. Can you tell us if they still have this area cordoned off or what you're seeing around you?
Yeah, they do. Police are still out here investigating. They've had this area blocked off all day long, still just out there investigating. Now we just got, updates earlier from local and federal law enforcement, and they say they're investigating this as an act of terrorism, and they don't think the suspect acted alone. We know those bollards that are, in place to protect the quarter were down for repairs, and that has a lot of people wondering, New Year's Eve, the Sugar Bowl, why were they down, or why was there not some other precaution put into place? Still a lot of questions around this incident. Many of the victims, their families are going through an incredibly difficult day today. Now, we have identified a few of those victims. Nakira Dido, she is a Mississippi teenager, and then Tiger Besh, a Baton Rouge father. The University of Georgia also tweeted saying that they had a student injured in the attack and was in critical condition. Of course, we know the Sugar Bowl has been postponed, so definitely a difficult day here for our city. You can see this Louisiana State Police trooper still has the street blocked off. We've talked to a number of people that live around the area, or they have Airbnbs down the street, and they haven't been able to get back. They're having to find other options, getting hotel rooms. So definitely a difficult day for the city. At least 10 people were killed, 30 at least injured. So a really dark way to start the new year here in New Orleans. Reporting live from the French Quarter, Amelia Strahan, WWL Louisiana.
All right, Amelia, thank you so much for that update. Taking a look at basically some of the updates that we're getting from as this time goes by. You can talk about the ramifications when it comes to security and political ramifications. There have been calls for people to testify before Congress to talk about what happened here today and what they, obviously it's difficult to talk politics here, but they're talking about asking them to explain where the failure happened with the FBI, but I think that this is a situation that's a little difficult to follow.
Yeah, you mean with the infrastructure?
Yes.
Yes, the infrastructure. Now, of course, Mayor Mitch Landrieu. Yes. It's been a long day. Former Mayor Mitch Landrieu later became the sort of infrastructure czar for the United States. Right. Now, Landrieu is the one who coordinated the Bollard project that had those bollards installed on Bourbon Street to, in theory, prevent an attack like this from happening. Right. Now, there have been questions about whether or not those bollards have been really worthwhile or functional since they were installed back in 2017, 2018 timeframe. And that's when Mitch Landrieu was mayor. So I think there are going to be a lot of questions for him in particular about whether or not that project was done adequately and sufficiently, whether or not more should have been done. And secondly, of course, we heard questions asked of Mayor LaToya Cantrell. Why is it taking until now to try and fix those, if that is a problem, when we have the Super Bowl knocking on our door? And the Sugar Bowl this weekend, obviously, New Year's Eve, all these major events that are happening. We do know that they just got a big chunk of money from the state to carry out these infrastructure projects around town because of the Super Bowl. So that's why they now, excuse me, now have the money to do it. There must be something in the air in the studio. But in this situation, everybody's going to nitpick and ask those tough questions because people want to know if there's a way that this could have been prevented.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think a lot of people are asking if this event could have been prevented. I think that it's important to ask all those questions, like what could we have done, and what do we need to do moving forward? That's why I question exactly what the security protocol is going to be, because we have a lot of people who are questioning if those bollards and what you're seeing now, the movable bollards, and if you have something that people can just push to the side and do whatever they want to do with, which I'm sure law enforcement won't allow that to happen, but if you have things that they don't feel like will prevent an attack like this from happening, then what can you put in place? And you also have to think about the fact, Governor Jeff Landrieu said something, and this is very much a reality, anything could have been the target of a terrorist attack. And so you have the fleur-de-lis drop that was in Jackson Square by Jack's Brewery. That could have easily, of the people that were gathered there to watch for that, could have easily been the target of an attack if someone wanted to try it. So it's unfortunate that you don't know necessarily when this is going to happen. That's when you can rely on maybe intelligence to kind of catch that before it gets this far. But since this has happened, I figure what lessons are we going to learn from it so that we can make sure that if there are attempts from this happening again, we can at least try our best to prevent it.
I think you said something very key in that there are questions about whether or not there were intelligence failures here. If there were any red flags that were missed. If this was, in fact, a terrorist attack, as we believe that it is, that may have ties to some sort of extremist organization and terror group, then what were the intelligence failures that led to this? And I think those are some of the bigger picture questions that are going to be asked in the coming days and weeks. Right now, the big question is, who were the other people that the FBI believes were involved in this attack? Where are they, and can police and law enforcement catch them?
And that's the hard part about it, and that's the part that has a lot of people concerned. The fact that we have investigators on video who say that they've seen these people place devices in different parts of the French Quarter. Luckily, they were able to recover these devices. The big question is, are there more? Did it go, and did they place them anywhere else throughout the city? And also, why New Orleans? If you're driving from Houston, which is a major city, a much larger city, and passing through other cities to get here, I'm wondering what made us a target here.
I don't know. That's a great question too. And it doesn't appear that this suspect had any ties to New Orleans specifically. We do know that he's a U.S. Army veteran. We're unsure whether or not he was honorably or dishonorably discharged from the U.S. Army. And the FBI said today that they're working to confirm those details about his background. We know that there is an active search underway and an active operation happening in Houston right now as investigators start to really look into Shamsuddin Jabbar, which is the suspect who now police say is deceased.
All right, right now you're getting a look at him. Apparently, I'm being told that this is from a 2020 arrest, a previous arrest, and if you can tell me from
Fort Bend County.
Fort Bend County and near Houston. So this is from an arrest then, and not necessarily knowing exactly what this arrest was for, but it shows that he has had a previous history with law enforcement. And I think that we heard FBI say a little bit earlier that we don't know if he was honorably or dishonorably discharged from the military, but he is from Houston. He's he's a Houston resident, and he was a part of the U.S. military. Whether he has any affiliation or connection to any terrorist organizations outside of our country, we're not aware of that. Or if we're looking at extremism or someone who is just a copycat. We don't necessarily know who this is.
Right.
We're still waiting for more information regarding the attack that happened in Germany, which was horrific, which was a Christmas attack as well. People trying to figure out exactly who this person was and why he chose to attack this organization, attack those people there.
Yeah, now the FBI did say in a statement earlier today that the flag that was on the back of the truck, it was on a PVC pipe flying in the back end of the pickup truck that was used in this attack, that it was an ISIS flag. Again, they're still trying to determine whether or not he had any direct association with that terrorist organization, or whether or not that was something that he, did on his own.
Right.
And now when I say did on his own, the FBI has said that they are confident that he did not act alone. Right. One of the reasons for that is what the AP, the Associated Press, has been reporting based on a Louisiana State Police law enforcement bulletin that said that law enforcement has seen at least 4 individuals placing those improvised explosive devices in areas of the French Quarter. And those 4 people are who they believe all carried out this attack and those IED placements. Now, that law enforcement bulletin also said that there were IEDs in coolers in the back of the vehicle that were found after he crashed into the vehicle and had a shootout with police that left him dead. There were coolers that were wired for remote detonation, and there was also a remote, apparently, according to the Associated Press's reporting, there was a remote found in that vehicle as well. So in theory, that would mean that he was hoping to get out and run at some point and then blow up that truck.
Right.
So the question now is, where are these other 3 people that may have been involved in this attack? Have police tracked them down? We know from talking, from talking to my law enforcement sources today, that they have been following leads all morning long in trying to track those people down. So I think that something that works in their favor, in investigators' favor in this case, is that you pretty much can't go anywhere in the French Quarter without being on camera.
Everywhere.
And there has been a concerted effort over the years to install high-definition cameras all over the quarter so that law enforcement agencies can track any suspects that commit any kind of crimes in our most populated area.
A perfect example of that is a shooting that happened on Royal Street recently, where several people were shot outside of a restaurant, and they were able to quickly make an arrest, especially when you had someone who was he committed a crime with an ankle monitor on.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the New Orleans Crime Network, the Crime Center, also has the ability to use, I believe, facial recognition software in order to try and put suspects in different locations. So this is a very high-tech law enforcement solution, and this attack was carried out in an area where you had the highest penetration of that, in the city. So hopefully all of those things are going to work in investigators' favor, and you would think that that's how they're following all these leads that they've had throughout the day and carrying out these different things. Now we know, an operation in Houston as well has been going on. So
and hopefully that can give us an idea of what brought them from Houston to Louisiana. I believe we have our Mike Pearlstein joining us in studio right now. Or he's going to be joining us in the studio in a little bit with a little bit more on his investigation. One of our investigators who's been combing through all of what we've been talking about throughout the morning. But we had Alyssa Curtis also earlier, one of our reporters who's been covering this since the morning. It is 4 o'clock now. This is an event we've been on for several hours now. Something that happened at 3:15 a.m. This is when a 42-year-old Houston man drove a white pickup truck down Bourbon Street, entering through Canal Street, striking and killing 10 people, and there are 30 others who are currently in the hospital fighting for their lives.
Absolutely. We hear that the death toll may be much higher than 10 once this all is said and done. New Orleans police said they were still trying to confirm and work with family members, as there were a number of those victims that were in critical condition when they were taken from the scene early this morning. So this video that you're seeing right now is social media, is surveillance camera footage of that truck driving down Canal Street, and then you'll see it take a right turn right past New Orleans police New Orleans police officers who had a police car parked to stop traffic from going down the street. But New Orleans police say, as you can see right here, that truck drives up onto the sidewalk and just guns it.
Right.
Just accelerates into that crowd of people.
And it's so difficult to get out of the way when you see how fast it went down the street. It did not make it very, very far, but you see how fast it went down the street. And I say this, and I said this earlier, at midnight, I'm questioning the timing of this and if they felt like maybe this was an appropriate time to do this. But at midnight, the French Quarter always has a lot of people. There's a lot of heavy traffic. Obviously, this is the New Year holiday, and a lot of people were celebrating for the Sugar Bowl. So you had more people. I can only imagine if we had been around that peak hour. This happened about 3 hours later, but had it been that peak hour, we may be talking about a higher death toll than we are today.
Absolutely. And another fallout from this is that the Sugar Bowl has been postponed. It was supposed to be played tonight at 7:45 in the Superdome. Now that has been postponed or delayed 24 hours as they can get a better handle on security. Governor, 3 o'clock kickoff, excuse me. It's supposed to kick off at just about an hour ago. I was thinking it was this in the evening.
No, tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Yes.
I'm sorry, our producer's telling me.
Yeah, it's been
get
postponed.
the timing right.
Usually the Sugar Bowl, if you watch any of the sports, is at nighttime.
Yeah.
I think tonight was supposed to be a 7:45 kickoff. Tomorrow it'll kick off at 3 o'clock at the Superdome. So again, that is happening. Even though they had some people, we heard from a reporter earlier that was joining us from WXIA who was in town to cover the Sugar Bowl rather. Tell us that some people decided to skip town, and some of the players are being kept inside of their hotel rooms for their safety and their protection. And I want to go to Alyssa Curtis now, who I believe is on Canal Street, where some of those players are likely being held. I think their hotel rooms are right there on Canal Street and not far from where this incident happened, Alyssa.
Yeah, earlier this morning we heard some people were being evacuated from their hotel rooms. Some people were being kept in their hotel rooms. Earlier this morning, I was on the other side of all of this barricaded area. We were on Dumaine and Bourbon, and even over there, it's a little bit more residential. And residents were trying to come out of their homes to do things like walk their dog or get on with the day. And LSP troopers had to go over and say, you can leave, but if you get out of this perimeter, you're not able to get back in, so you might just want to head back into your house and do not come out. I want to point to a few things that you guys were talking about. You guys were talking about cameras in the area. Again, we do know that there are several cameras, especially in the French Quarter. There's actually one right here in the neutral ground in the middle of the street in between Canal. So I'm sure police, NOPD, FEI are pulling those cameras as well. Another thing, those bollards that we now know were not functional, were not up because of repairs. You guys mentioned a few minutes ago, but NOPD says they did have an NOPD unit parked along that intersection as well as a barricade, but they weren't expecting anyone to try and jump the sidewalk, to jump the curb, and to do a horrible act like this. This wasn't anything that they really ever expected would happen. And Governor Landry said in the press conference a little while ago that any issues in the system, they're going to work to address and fix them. And this seems like one of those issues that they're going to see, how can we make this better? Do we need to extend those barricades to the sidewalk? So we need to extend those bollards over to the sidewalk. Again, Mayor Cantrell said that they were part of the infrastructure package that they've been working on to repair in time for the Super Bowl. We just got an email a little while ago from the city regarding the bollard project. They say the contractor began work in November 2024, starting at 2 separate locations and progressed towards Canal. So it seems like this was kind of, this may have been the last one on their list to get done. They also say the scope includes removing the old bollards, replacing concrete pavement, constructing concrete bases, installing metal sleeves for the new bollards, and repouring the roadway. Coordination with NOPD has ensured accessibility and ease of use for their staff, with temporary white gate barriers providing protection in construction zones. And again, we saw some of those barricades, or NOPD says some of those barricades were up. They say to date, 11 of the 16 bollard locations have been completed. The remaining locations are on track for completion prior to February 2nd, 2025, again, in time for the Super Bowl. So it seems like from the information we're getting from the city that they were working their way through all of these infrastructure projects and all the bollards, and this one just they hadn't gotten to it yet, or at least hadn't finished it yet. Again, Governor Landry really speaking to any issues in the system, any issues in our response, that he's going to find them and fix them. This is just such a fast-moving situation. A few minutes ago, we heard 2 loud booms with some time in between each of them. We're not sure exactly where those booms came from or what they were. Any loud noise like that right now is, of course, going to get some attention because of this heightened situation right now. Also, a few minutes ago, a fire truck came through here and drove down Bourbon. I'm not sure exactly where that fire truck was heading or why it was in the area. But again, a lot of things happening, a fast-moving situation. Information is coming in. It looks now like the NOPD has brought some pizza boxes in for the crews. They have been out here all day since this first happened. We saw how quick they were trying to respond, of course, getting the suspect and killing him. But ever since then, officers, every single law enforcement has been out here. We're seeing Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, NOPD, LSP, again, like I said, fire truck came through just a little bit. It's very interesting to see here as well out on Canal and Bourbon, because you have this really big area that's blocked off, and it looks kind of like time stood still because you see all of the garbage from New Year's Day and like the remnants of the celebration that turned into a tragedy. And you turn just the other way and you see so many people walking through the rest of the French Quarter and the rest of Canal, seemingly trying to enjoy their day. We see a lot of people with Notre Dame and Georgia gear out here, so seemingly in town for the Sugar Bowl that we now know has been postponed to tomorrow. So there's still a lot of heavy foot traffic just on the other side of this crime scene tape right here. So for some, it seems as if it's business as usual and vacation as usual. But for a lot of us in the city, we're kind of still struck by what happened and what is still going on. Again, like you guys mentioned, FBI is looking into some other suspects. They say they were confident that they are other people involved in this. Someone asked, what makes them so confident? How can you say that? Is there any information that leads you to believe this? They, again, couldn't give us much information because they say they don't want to jeopardize this investigation, and they want to make sure they get it right. We spoke with Attorney General Liz Moreau, and she spoke to the process in this. Not only are they having to do the investigation, but once they catch, or if they catch any other suspects, there's going to have to be charges, likely federal charges and terrorism charges. And she said there's a possibility for state charges as well, including state terrorism charges. So this is going to be a very long process, even after they wrap up with the investigation. We have a really long time to look forward to right now. The number of people so far, the FBI and NOPD could not confirm any more deaths or injuries at this time. They stuck with that number of 10 dead and about 35 injured. They're really asking if you have any information about this incident, if you were in contact with Shamsuddin Jabbar in the past 72 hours, to please contact them. Please, any information that you have would be really helpful. There was a lot of people out here on Bourbon last night, so if you have any pictures or videos from that, please do so as well. So we're going to keep at it out here and continue to gather as much information as we can. Again, a really fast-moving day, but for now, reporting live at Canal and Bourbon, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
Alyssa, I just want to ask you a quick question about the booms that you heard. Which direction did those come from? And did it sound like it was something being exploded, or was it, just like a loud bang? Or give us more detail about that. And was the fire truck headed in that direction?
So the first one happened a little bit ago now. It sounded, I don't want to be wrong, but it sounded like it was somewhere in the French Quarter. About a minute or so after, though, we saw two, I believe it was JPSO cars right here come out and turn their lights on and head down canal towards the river. A few minutes after that, we heard another one. That one sounded a little further than the first one. It sounded like a loud boom. I'm not sure if it was an explosive or it possibly sounded maybe like a firework. But besides those two JPSO deputy units, there was not much movement from NOPD, at least from where I'm standing at this corner of Canal and Bourbon. This area, the law enforcement in this area didn't jump to react. So I'm not sure if it was something that we needed to be concerned about, but of course we did see those two deputies head that way. And then a few minutes after those two booms, we saw the fire truck come in here and go down Bourbon Street. Again, that's really all the information. I don't want to, give too much information or scare people, because at least over here there wasn't such a freak out of when those two booms happened.
Yeah, I mean, anything that you see out there or experience is definitely relevant, even as we try to kind of confirm exactly what happened. But it could have been fireworks, like you said. It could have been them detonating other possible devices that they found. So definitely relevant, and we just want to make sure that we put that into perspective and give the context on that. But thank you, Alyssa. We really appreciate that reporting. And Therese, this morning, this really was a horrific scene that police and firefighters responded to. I mean, you see video on social media, people who were at the scene walking around, bodies all over Bourbon Street and all over that whole section where the truck just plowed through. And for the first responders who ran toward what was happening, I can't imagine what they're going through tonight, and how difficult that was for them, and really applaud them for the difficult work that they've been doing today.
There were so many first responders and law enforcement officials that were on the scene already, because they were at full force with the amount of crowds that we had in the French Quarter and just in downtown New Orleans in general. Right now, I just want to go over to Mike Pearlstein, because there are more questions that we have here regarding who was involved with this, who's responsible for this. We know that one suspect is dead, but apparently, Mike, there are others.
Right, and I just got a briefing from several sources, including inside law enforcement, that they are actively searching for 4 people who are what they are describing as linked to the suspect. They're not yet using the term suspect. To be a suspect, you have to be connected to a crime, but they're obviously linked. And what they are going through right now, as we speak, the whole cadre of law enforcement from the FBI, local law enforcement and other federal agencies are poring over video. This is one of the highest concentrations of surveillance video, security video, both the NOLA city crime cameras. We have businesses with their own video, and people who were actually there when it happened shooting cell phone video. So there's a wide range of video that's coming in, made available, and they are trying to pinpoint, starting at the locations where at least 2 suspicious, possibly IEDs, were discovered, either detonated or removed, and trying to link others who were apparently linked to the suspect to see if they can use the highly sophisticated facial recognition technology and other techniques to pinpoint who these other people are. The search is quite active, and as you mentioned, this went from the first 4 blocks of Bourbon Street to a massive and expanding investigation. We know that in the St. Roch neighborhood, there on Mandeville Street, the apparent location Airbnb where the suspect stayed, raided, served with a warrant, an explosion there. Fire department had to respond to that. Now we are hearing that in Houston, where the suspect was from, there's a location there where the FBI has raided a location. So the threads of this are wide-ranging, expanding, and quite active. We very well I know we're not scheduled for another law enforcement briefing, but I will say that if there are clear images of other potential suspects, the people that they are searching for, linked to the deceased suspect, we very well may get the public enlisted for its help in any additional sightings, video. Another piece of law enforcement technology in play are license plate readers. We know that the truck used in the attack had that Texas license plate, which had to pass through, it appears, Texas into Louisiana for one point, as well as other license plate readers possibly in the metro area, to pinpoint the track, the location, and most importantly, and this is the highest priority right now, we have both Quantico FBI involved. We have people from the FBI Quantico headquarters here in New Orleans now, all assembling to look for the potential other suspects. And all of this points to the fact that what we saw, as horrific as it is, it actually could have been a lot worse if, in fact, these improvised explosive devices had somehow been successfully detonated. Obviously, the crowd on those first 4 blocks of Bourbon Street was kind of peak on a New Year's Eve celebratory evening. But bombs in multiple locations, just imagine the possible damage. So unknown how all of this was triggered. We saw the rather dramatic and alarming video of that truck bypassing a police SUV that was parked to, I guess, replace the bollard that's now under repair. But you got to really kind of ask the question, had that bollard been up, this truck still could have hit that sidewalk, plowed into the large group of people at a very high rate of speed. And right now, all eyes are on these people linked to the suspect, their roles, and I can tell you that is a massive team looking over just scores and scores of video from multiple locations all over the French Quarter and beyond.
You know, Mike, we heard, a lot of us and our sources this morning heard that Jefferson Parish, there may have been something going on in Jefferson Parish, tried to confirm that. We haven't heard anything from Jefferson Parish today. However, now the FBI is in control of this investigation, so it's kind of doubtful that we will. But you would think that all of these different scenes that we're hearing about are linked to them trying to pinpoint who these extra suspects are and who these people are who were spotted on camera.
Absolutely. And I can tell you that when they say, if you see something, say something, that is being taken quite seriously by a lot of people. They are actually going through tips that are turning out to be unfounded, suspicious, box or even a backpack left behind, but they have to check it out. And the reason is underscored by the fact that in a couple of these instances, they have found what looks like to be improvised explosive devices that they've had to deal with the bomb squad, obviously our NOPD bomb squad, helped by federal agencies. So that message still holds that for anyone seeing any kind of suspicious activity, any sort of unaccompanied, what looks like it could be a device, suitcase, backpack, or box, to call it in. And that may be, very well be some of the things that we had been hearing early on with suspicious activity or suspicious things spotted by witnesses. Better safe than sorry. They are checking all of these.
Yeah.
Here we know that in New Orleans we have 2 active crime scene locations, the Mandeville Street location as well as Bourbon Street. That's now expanding to anywhere and everywhere an explosive device has been found. Like I said, they are pulling every square inch of possible video to try to identify who may have helped this suspect.
I had a question regarding you talked about facial recognition, and we talked about all of the cameras that we have across the city with technology being as advanced as it is. I'm sure that people will be able to find exactly who these suspects are quickly, but how viable is it? Like, how quickly can we identify who these people are?
Okay, so on the one hand, it is a little bit of a needle in a haystack proposition, because these are hours and hours of footage from dozens, even hundreds of cameras. But there is a massive team. They are guided by, obviously, where the attack occurred, where the explosive devices were discovered, and possibly between the Mandeville Street location and where the attack ultimately happened, able to check the license plate readers to identify anywhere that this suspect and possibly others were located enough. And this is the second part of what law enforcement has to go through. As good as some of the video is, and we've seen it, used it, it solved crimes, among the cameras that they're looking at are Project NOLA, which is a private nonprofit that has pretty high state-of-the-art facial recognition. NOPD actually uses that quite frequently, but you still need a clear shot, a clear angle. As we know, the attack occurred, in the middle of the night, 3:15 or so, and with darkness, and in the case of a crowded Bourbon Street, many people coming and going. There could be facial coverings and other things to obscure the identities.
But we don't know when they planted those devices.
Don't know.
So that could have been yesterday at 8 o'clock in the morning for all we know. We got very few details. All we know is from that law enforcement bulletin that the AP is citing that they got their information from. Quickly, don't leave yet. We do want to update everyone and say that the Orleans Parish Coroner just sent out information that says that the death count is now up to 15.
It is up to 15 people. This is coming directly from the New Orleans coroner, and I'm just going to say part of his statement. As of now, 15 people are deceased. It will take several days to perform all autopsies, and once we complete the autopsies and talk with the next of kin, they will release, of course, all of the identifications of the victims. 3 of those victims we did a release to you just a little bit earlier after their families have been notified. But this is what Ann Kirkpatrick was talking about, not necessarily giving a final number, because we do have many people that are in the hospital who are critically injured, and unfortunately, we don't know if this death toll is going to go higher than 15. We just can't give a final number right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just such a tragic situation and just heartbreaking for all of the people involved. As we move through this and as those people begin to mourn, this investigation obviously is taking center stage. And one of the things that I think a lot of people are going to have questions about is what was the background of this suspect? Now, when we look at the suspect, he was arrested in 2020, as we know, on minor charges. Mike, we also know that floating around out there, this is the suspect, Shamsud Din Jabbar, and we know that he's from Houston. We know that he has a background in real estate. You talk about there's some videos floating around out there from the Better Business Bureau and YouTube.
And we're seeing one right now. This dates back several years. It has since been removed from YouTube, but obviously with all of this circulating and all of the internet sleuths recording and saving video, this is among the pieces that the federal authorities have. We're able to confirm and report that Mr. Jabbar was working in real estate in the Houston area. Before that, he served time in the Army, in the U.S. military, that he is a U.S. citizen. In this video in particular, and we're going to pull some excerpts and play that for you, he speaks quite articulately, obviously, working in real estate and exhibiting a pretty sophisticated knowledge of real estate, and has a background in high-level sort of intelligence and logistics in the Army. So this was, I guess, someone who might not have necessarily been on a terrorist watch list or high on law enforcement radar, but there are elements that we've been able to dig up, including a couple minor arrests, twice married and twice divorced. There was a restraining order against him. All of those documents, we're mining those now just to kind of fill in the background details of this suspect, Mr. Jabbar. One thing that you mentioned, and that's an important point, Katie, is that they don't know when those explosive devices were planted. So that's where the very long and tedious task of looking at hours of video starting from 3:15 backwards to see when there was something that maybe looked like an additional suspect involved in helping or planting a device. And the license plate readers can help fill in the pieces of that puzzle the location of that truck, maybe when it actually arrived in the New Orleans metro area, and they can sort of start a timeline and maybe narrow down where they're looking and the time frame to look through these endless hours of video. That is what was described to me was a massive team of dividing into separate sub-teams to look at different videos from different locations. That seems to be where the focus of the investigation is right now. Hopefully, and I know everyone, but especially law enforcement, making it their highest possible priority. If there are others involved in a terrorist attack, which is now, as we know, making headlines not just nationally, but worldwide, is the fact that there are potential other terrorist suspects that are now increasingly on law enforcement radar, and obviously we hope that some of that yields the evidence necessary and we get updates of anyone else who might have been involved. But once again, can't emphasize enough that all federal authorities and local authorities are urging people to have seen anything at all. No little instance or tidbit is too small to just call in and add it to the pile of evidence that they're now going through.
Yeah, Mike, it's just really interesting what you're reporting, especially given this man's background. And he appears to be a college grad, well educated, someone who was, practicing real estate and, served in the U.S. Army. It just makes you wonder what his motives were.
And somewhat well-traveled. It looks like part of his educational background was in Georgia, at Georgia State, time in North Carolina. We were able to pull addresses where he lived in Beaumont, Texas, as well as Houston, Texas, his most recent address, and where the FBI right now is conducting a raid and search there in Houston. So once again, not, as we've seen in some of the early reporting, someone who just crossed, say, the border. This was an American citizen who served in the United States military, educated, worked in real estate, and there is a lengthy paper trail when you obviously end up in, divorce proceedings. That's a lot of paperwork and a lot of information, including, the restraining order from one of those previous wives. So the law enforcement team on this has a lot of evidence and pieces. It's just a matter of putting that all together to develop the profile of Mr. Jabbar, and even more importantly, what I am told is their absolute highest priority, because we have a Sugar Bowl to play now scheduled for tomorrow. People still perhaps a little on edge that there might have been accomplices who are unaccounted for. That's their highest priority, and we hope to hear of some sort of breakthrough, even though we don't yet have another time for a briefing from law enforcement. I would imagine that if there's a major breakthrough or subsequent arrest, that we're likely to hear more.
Yeah, it's interesting just to, hear all of those background pieces that are getting put together.
Yeah, and Mike, just before we get to our next report, I just had a quick question. We talked about someone who had a fairly educated, fairly traveled, lived a pretty decent life on paper, at least by all accounts. When do you get to the point where you're on that sort of watch list where people are paying attention to certain things you're saying? How does it get to that point?
Well, let me tell you, it is interesting because there was an increased alert given some very high-profile, events and celebrations, and just whatever the, intelligence services were picking up as leading to a potential terrorist attack. New Orleans was not specifically, from what I'm told, was not specifically included. However, a suspect like this would perhaps not have been on any kind of terrorist watch list radar, given his background, serving in the military, educated, married. You can see, and we're going to show you some excerpts of this video, very articulate, clearly educated and very knowledgeable about real estate. We often hear the term, especially when it comes to international terrorism, radicalized. And I do think that we may very well end up hearing that in regard to Mr. Jabbar, because here he was, 42 years old, living what seemed like, kind of a solid citizen life, working in a white-collar job. The real estate license lapsed a few years ago, and
Now,
obviously, whatever happened between 2013 and now,
Right.
we're going to keep a close ear to what might have happened to lead him down this path.
Now let's take a look at the screen, your screen right now. Anybody at home, this right now is the scene in Houston outside what is very likely his home in Houston, which appears to be some sort of trailer. It looks like he may have lived in a trailer or a manufactured home or a mobile home. They have a whole section of that neighborhood cordoned off in Houston, Texas at this hour, and a very sophisticated operation there. You can see military-style vehicles that the Harris County Sheriff's Office is using as a part of that investigation. You know, this is something that we've been talking about for the last few hours, but this is really our first look at what's happening there in Houston. As you mentioned, this man appeared to be living, you know, not on anyone's radar. As a real estate entrepreneur, somebody who was in business before that, may have done some IT work, college, Georgia State educated person, well-spoken, somebody who did not appear to be, again, at least on paper, any sort of threat to the security of the United States. And now we know that, you know, that may not be the case.
And really interesting that we're getting in real time just what we've been talking about. This is real-time video, live shots of the scene in Houston, Texas, many miles from here, just to give you the expanse of this investigation, now branching out into other cities and our neighboring state of Texas.
All right, Mike, thank you. You might want to stick around here, but I do want to say that we have Meg Ferris that is standing by for us. Meg, the latest update, we have 15 people dead, according to the New Orleans coroner, and you're over at UMC Medical Center, where many of the victims who were inside of the medical center are still being treated for their injuries. But again, 15 people now dead.
Many of them may have died there.
Yes, and Charisse, here's the situation. We have called UMC to get updated numbers. Those numbers early this morning were 26 who were brought here to UMC, 4 to Turo, 4 to Oxnard Baptist, that's uptown, and then 1 to Tulane, making a total of 35 injured. We know that they had originally said 10 dead. We're assuming that the extra 5 now that have lost their lives were part of the 26 brought here. And here's why we can possibly conclude that. Because here at UMC is a level 1 trauma center. That is different than people who go to an ER or an ED at another hospital. The level 1 trauma center has every possible doctor, physician in their expertise right there, activated within minutes, from brain surgeon to bone surgeon to every possible thing that could be wrong with a patient. And they are trained here to stop the bleed immediately. They get people into surgery, they stop the bleeding, save their lives, then they come back and do the other type of surgery to fix a broken bone or a collapsed lung or that type of thing. So that is why it's not proximity to the French Quarter where this incident happened. It's because the critical people are brought here. So that is likely that those 5 people are part of the 26 who were brought here this morning, which is absolutely tragic. Now, we're told that people who are looking for their loved ones who are brought to the hospital could come here to UMC and they could go to the Family Reunification Center, which here is on the conference room of conference center on the first floor around Tower 2. That's about midpoint in the hospital. So that is what that right now we have not gotten those new numbers officially, because UMC tells us that all numbers are having to be run through the city. I asked them if we could talk to a doctor about how many surgeries they've had to do to save lives, and I was told that possibly tomorrow they're going to make a medical director available to update us on just how busy they've been with these activations. Now, the other thing that happens at a level 1 trauma center is that they have a blood supply available immediately. And they don't have to go to the blood center to get it. They have their own blood center where the blood is stored right here in the level 1 trauma center, and that was activated. Now let me show you this morning. We were out at the blood center and we were looking at empty refrigerators of the blood supply. I mean, we were down to a handful of pints of blood that were left. But what I'm told was, after our report that we did about 10:30 this morning, putting a call out, especially for O negative, which is universal blood donors, that people flocked over to the Metairie location. And I'm told when I last got off the phone with them, they had 40 people in line answering the call to give blood. 40 people waiting just to roll up their sleeve and give blood, because what happens is they're low because of the holidays, with people out doing events and having parties and being with family. Then you add this mass casualty event to that, and then that puts them even lower in the blood supply. And then keep in mind, starting tomorrow, you have all the people with sickle cell or cancer or other blood disorders, leukemia, who are coming in for their platelet transfers. So you have all these people who need the regular blood that's out there. So people in New Orleans really, really listen to it. And the Blood Center extended their hours. They extended their hours tonight until 7. We have all that on our website, wwltv.com, where you can go to several locations to give blood. And then tomorrow, there are several locations where you can go give blood, because blood only lasts so many days on the shelf. So they will need us in this community to continuously, for the next several days, to constantly go and donate blood. But I just thought that was remarkable, that how many people saw that one report and went out to help people. Now, as you know, earlier, there were 2 policemen who were shot. We don't have any information on where they were shot, excuse me, where they were shot, but we do know that the superintendent did go visit those officers earlier today, and that they were going to survive. They were going to be okay. So that was good to hear. We don't know if the people who died and who were injured were caught in the crossfire of the bullet exchange between the perpetrator and the officers, or if they were run over by the actual truck that broke through or went up on the sidewalk and went down Bourbon Street. We are not sure about that. Now, I wanted to show you some video that we just got a little while ago, which you don't usually see in New Orleans. There were 3 officers walking with a canine, and we thought, okay, maybe they're going up the ramp to go visit the fellow officers who were in the hospital. We did not talk to them, but they did not go up the ramp. It looked more like they were in some sort of patrolling mode, just having a presence in the city, with officers walking in their uniform and with a canine. Just because of the current situation, and we know with the Sugar Bowl being tomorrow night. So that's what we have right now. I will tell you that we've been by the coroner's office, because at some point the bodies will be removed from Bourbon Street and brought to the coroner, and then people have the task of, officers have the task of getting IDs, if they had IDs on them, notifying next of kin, and then next of kin having to go to the coroner's office and identify their loved ones. Just unimaginable. But we did not see any activity there. But I'm told by some in the law enforcement division that it can take a very, very long time to process this scene on Bourbon Street. Many, many, many hours. And that at the time I made the phone call an hour or so ago, their bodies were still there and had not yet been brought to the coroner's office. That's how detailed they have to be with this crime scene, and all the pictures they have to take, and gathering all sorts of evidence. So that is just the thought for families, not only losing someone or not knowing where your loved one is he or she in the hospital or out on the scene, still not knowing that, not being able to go find your loved one, and just having to imagine that your loved one is still, all these hours later after this happened at 3:15 this morning, still lying on the scene as part of the investigation, as the feds and the local officers do their work. So that's what we have for right now. Again, wwltv.com will give you a location of all the places you can go give blood. It will also give you the times that you can go give blood for anyone 17 and older, or 16 if you have parental permission. So that's it from here. We will be trying to get more information, any update on these numbers. in the coming hours. Reporting live from UMC, Meg Farris, WWL Louisiana. Back to you, ladies.
Yeah, Meg, thanks so much. You know, it really speaks to the magnitude of what happened here. When you talk about how many victims were taken to different hospitals, because that's the max that they could treat. And now we know that 5 additional victims have died since the first reports came in this morning. Just devastating for those families, and our hearts go out to them. It's just awful.
And some of the first that we've reported on, 37-year-old Reggie Hunter, 27-year-old Tiger Besh, and Nakaira Cheyenne Dito, who was only 18 years old, celebrating New Year's Eve here on Bourbon Street, visiting us from Gulfport, Mississippi. We've been talking and getting more information as our reporters have been giving us information from where they are, but we heard from the city of New Orleans, and we're hearing more information regarding the people that they're looking for. We're trying to confirm exactly where the FBI stands in this investigation, and hopefully they give us another official report. We haven't heard back on if they plan to update us again or update the media again later on today, but we do know that right now they're currently at the suspect's home in Houston, Texas.
Yes, that's one of many scenes. Apparently, CBS is also reporting that there may be a second scene in Houston as well, where the suspect's ex-wife and new husband live on the other side of Houston. That's coming in from CBS into our newsroom just a little while ago. Now, this is the live picture at the Harris County location in Texas, where the suspect is believed to have lived. Now, we also know that there is a similar scene at the Airbnb that was allegedly being rented by the suspect that is in the St. Roch neighborhood. It's on Mandeville Street, and that has been a very active scene throughout the day. The ATF has been handling that scene. There was a fire of some sort at that Airbnb here in New Orleans, and it is believed that that may be something that's tied to this investigation, that they're looking for evidence at that location, and that there was a fire related to what's happening right now in New Orleans.
Yeah, a reporter from our sister station, Jennifer Bellamy, joining us now with an update. Jennifer, they still have that area cordoned off, and is the bomb squad there? I know earlier I saw police from tactical units that were walking around where that fire started.
Ladies, the area is still blocked off. We're about 2 blocks here on Mandeville Street. I'm going to step out so you can see. Certainly still a law enforcement presence. We have seen various fire apparatus arrive over the last few minutes, and we do know that the FBI, the ATF, and in addition to New Orleans Fire and Police, have been out here on the scene investigating, as you mentioned, what could be a potential tie to this suspect in this Bourbon Street attack at an Airbnb location. We do understand that fire that you ladies mentioned started or was responded to by the fire department around 5:18 this morning. They put it out and called in the bomb squad. And again, these neighbors have certainly been very greatly impacted by all of this. We know that many of them were evacuated from their homes around 8 o'clock, and they have, though, been slowly allowing some of them, depending on where they live, to get back to their homes, grab some belongings just for a short time. So this is something that has been going on for hours now. Neighbors who we have spoken with very concerned that their community has ties to something that is just tragic and devastating happening just about a mile away in the French Quarter.
All right, thank you so much, Jennifer Bellamy, keeping an eye on that situation in St. Roch for us tonight. You know, that has been a very active scene all day long, and so we know we're going to keep watching it. The police have said flat out that the French Quarter areas and all the investigation sites are going to be investigation sites for a good 48 hours.
Right.
They do not expect this to wrap up anytime soon, so we're going to keep a very close eye on it, including those 2 locations in Houston and Harris County, Texas.
Yeah, we're going, and this is a very, very fluid situation. We have new information that's coming in every hour. It feels like every minute sometimes when we look between emails and what our reporters are finding. But we have Whitney Miller joining us now in studio. And Whitney, we had another major situation that happened miles away from here.
Yeah, the FBI is investigating here, and they're also investigating in Las Vegas, where a Cybertruck exploded in front of the Trump Hotel there in Las Vegas. This is another big investigation underway there. This happened around 8:40 this morning their time, so that's about 11:40 our time. One person is dead and 7 others injured. Those injuries, I'm told, are minor for the 7 that were injured. Law enforcement says smoke started showing up around the wheels of that Cybertruck that was in front of the Trump Hotel there before it exploded. And the sheriff there says that the Cybertruck pulled right up to the glass doors of the Trump Towers. Take a listen to what else he had to say.
We're very well aware of what has happened in New Orleans with the event that occurred there and the number of victims there and the additional IEDs. So as you can imagine, with an explosion here on our iconic Las Vegas Boulevard, we are taking all of the precautions that we need to take to keep our community safe.
They're saying that there's obviously a lot of questions that need to be answered given the fact that it was a Cybertruck in front of a Trump hotel. He says that the FBI will be investigating all possible motives in that case. Obviously a lot of questions there and a lot of questions here. And we just want to bring that to you because it is just, it's a big question mark on all of this.
Yeah, I mean, with all the stuff that's going on here and obviously the national security investigation that's happening in our backyard.
Right.
You know,
resources all across the country at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, and you don't want to impede on their investigation, obviously, so they can't give you everything, but a lot of people are concerned. There are a lot of questions on just the timing of all of these events and if they could potentially be connected to one another.
Right, and Elon Musk and the Cybertruck and his support of Trump, and it's outside of Trump Tower. You know, I know that the FBI has to be taking that seriously.
And that's what he was alluding to in his statement today. He went on further to say more, you know, he's like, I know it's what it sounds like. So he's like, those are the questions that they definitely want answers to.
I know those within cybersecurity are probably at high alert, as they always are, but at high alert as to what possible activity could be happening throughout the country. And I know that we were on high alert. The Department of Homeland Security also issued something for us to discuss potentially a crime like this happening. Of course, this happened after the Germany incident.
The Christmas market.
Yes, the Christmas market occurred. We were listing off some of the things that they found to be that would make a city a target. And I got to tell you, half of that list that they found, people that have parades, open street markets, people who have large crowds, we were on the list for all of those things.
Checked all the boxes.
We certainly did. We checked all of those boxes. They just issued that warning maybe 2 days before Christmas happened.
Wow.
And so just a few days later, we have an attack happen, which makes me wonder, was there something or any intelligence that was going around that they possibly were hearing of a coordinated attack that could have been happening not only here in New Orleans, but across the country?
Yeah, and we talked about this. This is obviously a major investigation underway by the feds and the FBI. Department of Homeland Security, I'm assuming, is involved. We have seen the TSA at certain scenes in New Orleans today. Just about every sort of law enforcement agency was present at that press conference this afternoon at 1 o'clock, where we got the most information that we've received about what's going on. And with such a major national security investigation, you know that they have to be trying to connect all of those dots. And it also is going to beg the question, was there an intelligence failure here? Did we miss signs that this may have been coming? And those questions, I'm sure, are going to be asked by members of Congress, et cetera, as we move through the coming days and weeks. But I think right now they want to just get the other suspects that they believe are out there in custody, find out whether or not this was tied to any sort of international terrorist organization, and make sure that we are secure and safe here in New Orleans, especially as we do have that Sugar Bowl game kicking off tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, that's supposed to kick off at 3 o'clock, and as we go into the Sugar Bowl, into Mardi Gras, into the Super Bowl, we have a number of events that are happening right now. Some events that are happening at the Superdome. I know that the Superdome had been swept by FBI officials and those in security throughout the city. They're sweeping all of the areas apparently that could be connected to this attack, or that could be targeted in this attack rather, because when you think about where this attack happened, and hopefully we can get a map up just to show you kind of how close we're talking. The St. Roch neighborhood, right behind the French Quarter, not too far from us, and so it looks like it's within a certain radius that this person was attacking. Now, we still don't know, and we just heard from Jennifer, how this home could have possibly been connected to this attacker, or what was inside of this home rather that would have led to that fire, and if it was something that it was something obviously that firefighters found that prompted them to call the bomb squad.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you never know. This, you know, from what we hear from this law enforcement bulletin that the Associated Press is citing in their reporting, you know, it appears that there were remote detonated, wired, improvised explosive devices that were placed in 2 locations around the French Quarter. There were pipe bombs and weapons found inside the actual truck, along with a remote found in the truck. Again, that's according to the Associated Press's reporting. But, you know, it begs the question, if something was set up at that location, if that is the location where this suspect had been renting an Airbnb, you know, did he set something to go off? What did he try to set it on fire before he left to cover his tracks? You know, we just don't know exactly, you know, the sequence of events there at that location and how that all unfolded. But what we do know is that the ATF has been out there all day, the NOPD, New Orleans firefighters. You know, we heard from Jennifer Bellamy just a few moments ago that the law enforcement presence certainly has not diminished in any way out there.
I don't think it's going to diminish at any time right now, especially until they calm the fears of another potential attack. And after finding what could potentially be more IEDs throughout the city. I mean, you don't know necessarily, you posed a good question. We don't know necessarily when they arrived. We don't know when they were placed. They could have easily been here for a while. I mean, there are so many questions that need to be answered, and it looks like we may not get those answers all the way today. We're just seeing something from the FBI of New Orleans. They said that they hope to give us an update. That update will probably happen, an investigative update will probably happen at some point tomorrow as they investigate. With that being said, I can imagine the security efforts that are around the French Quarter right now in downtown New Orleans are going to be extremely heightened.
Yes. Now, the FBI also issued a new release with an updated passport photo for the suspect in this case, who is dead, Shamsoud Din Jabbar. Now, there's a new passport photo that we're trying to get for you. We'll have it on your screen in just a few moments. But the FBI is really asking for the public to send them tips. They need to know who's had contact with this man, who knows this man, who has more information that can really help them, you know, untangle this investigation and untangle this plot, which they have said is terrorism right in our backyard.
Yeah, if you're just joining us with a terrorist attack on Bourbon Street, that death toll now updated to 15 people dead and more than 30 that are in the hospital right now that are still being treated for their injuries. Police and law enforcement, they have been working to secure the French Quarter, to secure a downtown area, and searching for potential suspects that may be in the area that assisted with this attack. This is due to the FBI saying that they believe that this was a possibly coordinated attack, but we can say that they are leading this investigation, and they found improvised explosive devices throughout the French Quarter, and 2 of them that were found were set off and detonated so that they didn't explode anywhere else. He also had, as you just mentioned, a remote that could potentially set them off.
Yes. Now, here is the most recent photo that we have. This is the updated passport. No, this is not the updated passport photo. We do have an updated passport photo that we're still trying to get in there for you. There we go. This is the updated passport photo that we just received from the FBI, and that is the tip line that you can call. You can also submit a tip online through tips.fbi.gov. Now, if you want to call them, the number is 1-800-CALL-FBI. This is the man that they believe was responsible for driving that truck up Bourbon Street and then getting into a shootout with New Orleans police officers. Shamsoud Bin Jabbar, this is his latest passport photo, and they're trying to get an updated picture for him as well to match his exact appearance to date. They haven't gotten that yet, so that's what they're working on right now. And as soon as they bring it, give it to us, we'll of course get it up so that anybody who has encountered this man here in New Orleans, you know, over the last few days as he's been staying allegedly at an Airbnb here, anyone who's had contact with him, they want to make sure that you reach out to the FBI and send those tips. The truck appeared to be rented, and we're just putting through some bullet points of what we know in the investigation on your screen right now.
Yeah, it's rented through an app called Turo, and people who have used this app, you basically borrow other people's vehicles to use to travel either within the city you're in or possibly travel somewhere elsewhere. And instead of going through a rental service or a different, more corporate rental service, but this is the app that he used to rent that truck. And the driver, according to our sister station in Dallas, basically said he had no idea of what was going on.
Yeah.
He simply rented the truck. It's an app that you use. I don't know necessarily if you have interaction with that person and in person, but it's an app that you use to get the truck. And he drove that. Again, the big question, why New Orleans?
Yeah.
Why drive this down to New Orleans? And is this a coordinated effort? And it is concerning, not saying we don't have all of the information yet, but it is very concerning to hear about something potentially happening in Las Vegas as well today. So I'm sure that this raises security alerts for a lot of people and throughout America right now, especially after we've already seen efforts being done in Germany, and this is potentially impacting a lot of people across the country.
I think something that we posted on the screen just a little bit ago, one of our bullet points is that the FBI confirmed that there was an ISIS flag on the back of this truck.
Right.
And the FBI has not confirmed whether or not he had real ties to that terrorist organization.
Right.
And so I think that's one of the things that they're working to confirm, and anyone with information, you know, is really urged to call the FBI to let them know so that not only can they catch the other people who they believe were assisting in this terror plot, but that they can find out more about this suspect and why he did it, and what the national security ramifications of this might be.
And I'm sure there will be some ramifications for sure. Amelia Strahan joining us now. She's been live for us throughout the morning and giving us an update from Bourbon and Dauphine. Obviously that area cordoned off by police as they continue this investigation. Amelia, what do you have?
Yeah, so things are, still a heavy police presence. Things have looked pretty much the same all day. They are investigating the scene, and there are a lot of hotels and Airbnbs back here, people that were evacuated, and they can't get back in. So many of them had nowhere to go. You could see them walking around with their suitcases and just looking for somewhere to go. Some of them I even saw were in their pajamas still. So definitely a difficult day for people here in the quarter, both locals and visitors. And I'm here with Joe, and he owns Lafitte Hotel, and he was telling me that because it was such a difficult day and there was so much unknown, he decided not to open today. But then, Joe, you said something changed your mind, right?
Yes, we had when I pulled up to make sure everything was all right around the hotel and everything, because people was leaving and going back home. They was checking out. And when I walked across the street by my place, Lafitte's blacksmith shop, people was all standing outside with luggage in it, and they asked me if I could open up to let them sit down and everything, because they had all the luggage. And so I called my employees up to try to help them out, because I know everybody's going through a lot. So I opened the place up, and even they were so happy for me letting them go up in there. They helped me take the furniture and move the furniture out and set up everything. So I had my employees open up, and it's a difficult time right now. And whatever we could do for the tourists to come down here, and it's a tough deal. And so I opened up for them, and they appreciate it, and whatever I could do, because we got Super Bowl. We want to keep this is the heart of Louisiana, and we want to keep it nice. And it's heartbreaking for what we're going through, and everybody's going through right now. So I did that for them.
And you were telling me this wasn't about business. You were just letting people free of charge come and have somewhere to stay and sit.
Exactly, and that's I want them to have. No, we're not shutting them out. We want to do something for them. So I let them come inside the place, and I had my bartenders come in, and they over there right now, and people sitting down. It's a tough time for everybody right now, and is anything I could do for them to try to make them feel all right, and I'm gonna try to do that.
And I'm sorry.
That's what it's all about.
And you and I talked about, you're a local from St. Bernard Parish, correct? And if there's one thing about New Orleanians, people here in Louisiana, whenever there is some kind of crisis or tragedy, the community comes together. And we were talking about this is just an example of that.
Yes. Well, when we had closed, we was open while it was going on, and they called me from the 8th District, and they asked me if I can call our sheriff, Jimmy Pullman, to get some of his people, and I did. And I called the sheriff up, and I asked him if he can come down, and sure enough, he got in his car and got his rank. He come down here and helped out what the situation was going on.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I really appreciate what you've done here for some of the people that don't have anywhere to go. Like we said, it's just a perfect example of a New Orleanian. All right. All right, guys. Well, we will keep you updated as we have more information. Reporting live from the French Quarter, Amelia Strahan, WWL, Louisiana.
All right, Amelia, thank you so much.
We're approaching 5 o'clock in the evening now. We've been on the air since early this morning talking about this terror attack that has happened in our backyard.
I know. Right now we are unfortunately reporting 15 deaths and more than 30 people, or maybe less than 30 people now with additional deaths that are in the hospital right now in multiple hospitals, majority of them at the University Medical Center downtown.
Yes, at least 26 of them have been there, and that death toll has increased from 10, that was our initial reporting, up to 15. Some of those victims were starting to learn their life stories, and it is just as tragic as you imagine. Nikaira Dido, she is one of the victims. She's from Gulfport, Mississippi, and she was killed 18 years old here on Bourbon Street this morning as she was out celebrating the new year. Another victim that we have for you, just obviously just tragic, tragic all the way around. A young athlete who was a
Tiger
Princeton.
Besh.
Yep.
Yes, Tiger Besh was 27 years old and a renowned athlete in the area. And Reggie Hunter, he's 37 years old. He is a father from Baton Rouge who decided, according to family, last minute to come down to Bourbon Street to celebrate. And as we learn their stories, it is a tragedy all around. Unfortunately, we are working to figure out these other victims. The coroner told us that they do plan to announce the other victims at a later date, and unfortunately, with so many autopsies and so much that they have to do at the coroner's office, they don't anticipate all of these names coming out today. But as we always do in New Orleans, whenever something happens, whether it has national implications or just local implications, we offer help.
Yeah, absolutely. The United Way of Southeast Louisiana is partnering with organizations that need help in this situation, responding to this terror attack, accepting donations for the victims of today's attack. You can see United Way right there. Donate through our website, WWLTV.com. I know everybody out there in Louisiana has a big heart, and one of the things that we do best is try and make a difference in the way that we can, and whether that's through donating blood or donating to the United Way's efforts, it's a great way to really feel like you can get your hands around it and heart around it.
Yeah, certainly. And Meg Ferris already showed the crowds of people that have arrived at some blood facilities looking to donate blood to assist, because blood supplies have been so low since we're in the holiday season and people didn't find much need. We have David Hammer joining us now in studio, Chief Investigative Reporter David Hammer. And David, you have been, you've been on this since this morning as well. There's been a number of new information, things that are coming out minute by minute. What are you finding out?
Yeah, well, we're learning more now about the suspect in this terror attack, Shamsuddin Jabbar. He is 42 years old. He was born and raised in Beaumont, Texas. And you see there on your screen, that's him in a video. He graduated from Georgia State University and talks in this video about how proud he was to have served in the U.S. military. Let's take a listen.
I've been here all my life. With the exception of traveling for the military, where I spent 10 years as a human resources specialist and IT specialist, where I learned the meaning of great service.
Here's what's interesting, because I've spoken to some folks who served with him. He was known to have been basically the top of his class as an IT specialist in the Army Signal Corps at Fort Gordon, Georgia. And so he was highly thought of for his work in his 10 years in the military service. And then he switched gears to make this video about his budding career as a real estate agent, and that's what he was doing in Houston, Texas. until recently, and he made that video in 2020 touting his ability to negotiate, be a tough negotiator, and get the best deals for his clients as a real estate agent. And now we've seen this video from Harris County, Texas, from Houston, Texas, the FBI in Houston and Harris County Sheriff's Office confirming that they're taking action at a cluster of trailer homes. And we looked at images from Google Earth and other sources of that area. There are trailer homes in that area at the corner of Crescent Peak Drive and Hugh Road, and that is, as Katie reported recently, the last known listed address for Mr. Jabbar.
Yeah, it's good to get those details. I know the FBI is probably doing the exact same thing that we're doing, and that is trying to piece together how, why, what may have motivated this person to just plow into people on Bourbon Street this morning.
Right, and you know, we talk about what might have changed from his time as a in his military service and as a U.S. citizen. You reported earlier that he voted in the 2020 presidential election. He was an engaged citizen, and then he was potentially radicalized to then end up being the person who the FBI says was driving that truck down Bourbon Street at a high rate of speed, you know, mowing down dozens of people, killing now at least 15, and having an ISIS flag attached to the back of the truck. And of course, we're now hearing that they're trying to establish what ties he had. He did not have any kind of extensive criminal record. He did have some misdemeanors, but this was not the typical profile for somebody who would have been a typical radicalized terrorist. And so now the part of what we're trying to put together is, how did we get to this point?
Absolutely. You know, in his service record, which CBS News obtained, he did serve time in Afghanistan and serve in the war over there through the U.S. Army. And so, you know, it is interesting to know that ISIS and the situation with ISIS was very much flaring up back at the time that he was serving in the military. So it begs a lot of questions.
And the people I've spoken to who served with him say that he was really talented, but that has nothing to say about where his, you know, allegiances may have turned after that point. He was a very talented IT specialist and an administrative specialist in the military. And then the question is, where did he turn to this, if this is in fact what we're seeing, and that it indicates that he had this ISIS flag on the truck and might have been representing radicalized Islamists.
Now, we do know from Houston, and I don't know if we can go ahead and pull up that live picture again that we have of the Harris County site, where the FBI has been combing through a home in Houston, which was his last known address. Let's see, there it is. That is the scene there. You can see military-style vehicles still out at that scene.
Right.
The house is a very modest house. It appears to be some sort of either trailer or manufactured home.
Right. Like I said, there are clusters of trailers on this property. There's also a main house on the property at that address. So what the relationship was, whether he had, you know, what his arrangement was to have had that listed as his residence is interesting, given that he had this, you know, apparently some kind of a career as a real estate agent where he touted his ability to get good deals and things like that. So we don't know if this was his main residence or how this all played out in terms of ownership at this point.
Yes, and you could also, it also begs the question, obviously the ATF has been involved. We know that there were pipe bombs and weapons found inside the vehicle. We do know that there were 2 improvised explosive devices found in coolers, at least according to the AP's reporting, that were placed in locations in the French Quarter. Makes you wonder if maybe they are combing through that site in Houston, if that may be where he may have assembled those improvised explosive devices.
And we also know a little bit about what happened in the St. Roch neighborhood at the Airbnb, the fact that a fire was called in about 2 hours after the incident on Bourbon Street, and the fact that it was incendiary and may have been set on purpose in order to cover tracks. That's what things appear at this point, but we can't say definitively that that was the case.
Now, we do know that from the AP's reporting about those explosive devices that there was also a remote found in the vehicle with him, which, you know, who knows what that controlled. Could have been those ice chests that were found in the French Quarter could have been something at the Airbnb. We just don't know.
And we also know that there have been identified an additional 4 people, 3 men and a woman, who were seen on video and potentially dropping these additional devices. That would play into some kind of additional action at the Mandeville Street property where the Airbnb was, if this was a coordinated effort.
Yeah, and we don't know. I mean, what's not clear in that situation is whether or not it's 4 people total. If he was one of those people that was seen on the video, maybe it was the day before, maybe it was 2 days before. You know, we don't really know the timing on that, and we don't know if it's 4 including him or 4 additional at this point.
Right, and as you've said, we're trying to piece together so much. You can track one angle and still have a lot of ways to go on another angle that would tell us a little bit more about how this might have been coordinated versus, you know, the background of this suspect, Mr. Jabbar, and who might have been associated with him. And we're starting to delve even more into that, and we'll try to bring you as much as we can, including a potential interview with people who actually knew him.
All right, David, thank you. We want to get out to Alyssa Curtis because something concerning Alyssa mentioned. She was on Canal Street the moment that they said they heard what sounded like 2 booms. Now, we can't confirm exactly what those booms were or what they were, if they were related to the incident that they're covering now. But Alyssa, can you give us an update on where you stand?
Hey guys, we honestly don't have much more information than the last time I checked in. We did hear those 2 loud booms. There was a few minutes in between both of them. The first one was just before 3:30, and we saw 2 deputy units drive out of here and down Canal with their lights on after the first one. Shortly after the second one, there was a fire department truck, an NOFD truck, that came through here and started driving down Bourbon, but that's really all we know so far. We don't know exactly what those booms were. They sounded to be in the French Quarter, not too far from where we are right now, but that's really all we know. The scene has looked fairly similar for the past 2 to 3 hours now. The sun is setting and it's getting later into the night, but it looks as it did earlier this afternoon. The police crime scene tape is still up. We still have several law enforcement units out here. I will say just a little bit ago, police came and added some more crime scene tape. You can't see from the camera, but it was behind the camera. It seems like they were trying to limit people walking through and onto Canal, so they have people limited to the sidewalk now. They haven't told us that we need to move, so I'm not sure if they're trying to limit traffic for us or any other reason, but again, they have put some more crime scene tape up now. As you can see, again, still a very, very heavy law enforcement presence out here. We have LSP, we have Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, NOPD. Liz Merle was walking through here a little bit with her team. We heard from her earlier, and just the shock that she has, and truly everyone else has right now. She says that she is using her office's resources in any way that she can to help the situation, as is pretty much every single office, local in New Orleans, state, and otherwise right now. Again, we've been saying all day, but the FBI is leading this investigation, so they're really the ones that any information is coming out of. I was trying to ask some clarification questions earlier to our sources in the NOPD, and they're like, we can't say anything, you're going to have to ask the FBI. They also told us earlier that that was, they believe, the last press conference for the day, so we are not expecting at least to see anyone in front of a camera from NOPD or the FBI, unless I'm assuming some big news happens, but they say that that was planned to be the last press conference of the day. Information is still limited at this point, especially because it is an FBI investigation. They say that they don't want to, injure or hurt any of the investigation, so they're really limited on what they can share right now. Governor Landry did say, though, besides the federal investigation into this, he also wants to look into any issues that could have led to this this attack, specifically, you know, those things like the barricades and the bollards, and do we need more police presence down here, especially during times like this. The Sugar Bowl has been postponed, and we know a lot of people out here were in town for the Sugar Bowl, in addition to just people in town and out having a good time for the New Year's celebration. Senator Kennedy and really every official is just really urging law enforcement to catch anyone involved in this. Like you guys were just saying with David, that they're looking into additional possible suspects, and anyone that may have helped him. The FBI earlier this afternoon said they do believe and are confident that there are other people involved in this, and they're looking at any possible suspect. They were asked why are they so confident, and that question was shut down. They said we cannot answer that right now, but just know that they are working every single angle they have. We also know there's FBI presence down in Texas, like you guys just mentioned. We also know recently the death toll has now increased to 15, unfortunately. So now 15 people are dead, and still several people injured, including those NOPD officers. As the night goes on, I'm just looking around to a French Quarter that would usually be absolutely filled with people enjoying the night, especially again because of the Sugar Bowl, New Year's Day, and there is some, foot traffic going on. They are limited now to the sidewalk, at least in this stretch of Canal. Police again did extend that crime scene tape to try and get people off the street and onto the sidewalk. But there are groups of people out here, but it's nowhere near what I would imagine it would have been like had this tragedy not taken place this morning. If this never happened and everyone was safe and that man did not decide to do what he did, this French Quarter, especially right here, Canal, right in front of Bourbon, would have been absolutely packed with people, as whether they're celebrating the Sugar Bowl, the win or the loss, and celebrating New Year's Day. This would have just been absolutely packed, and unfortunately this is the situation we're left with kind of a still moment in time past this crime scene tape of the celebration of New Year's Day, and what those last moments before they had to get everyone out of the way. And off of Bourbon Street, you're seeing the remnants of a New Year's Day celebration that was supposed to be a joyous time in this city, and we're looking just at crime scene tape. You're looking at all the garbage from, again, the celebration, with just a harrowing view of just so many law enforcement officials out here. Still a lot of people I see, along the crime scene tape, kind of like some people still in shock. I think we all are still in shock. We heard earlier from Sheriff Susan Hudson, and she was saying how not only are they working to help in that unified command, but she's also working to make sure that her team is okay and her team is safe mentally and emotionally. And with every first responder, this is really shocking. It's shocking to us, when you see those videos and hear what happened, but she's saying, just imagine how they feel when they're responding to it and they're out there active. So there's a lot of moving parts in this, a lot of people involved, trying to digest what happened, but also, trying to get to the bottom of this. We're going to stay out here for a little bit longer as the night goes on and see not only, how the crowd is, but also where this investigation is going tonight, and at least if we can see if they plan on opening Bourbon Street anytime soon. I doubt they will, but yeah, it's still shocking out here, and we're going to be out here for a little bit longer.
All right, Alyssa, thanks so much for that update. Of course, she mentioned at the top that she heard a couple of booms in the French Quarter. We know that the investigators have been working their way through the quarter, trying to ferret out any sort of suspicious packages or items that may have been put there by people suspected in this terror attack.
And just know this, information could change. That information we could get more, or they could retract some things. But we're working basically, as you saw earlier in our press conference, around 1 o'clock that the FBI gave us and other state officials gave us. They're giving us very limited information in regards to exactly who exactly they're looking for, if they're looking for someone else. I think they're doing a possible sweep right now. And I'm sure that we'll get more information, especially from the FBI investigation in Houston. And again, another thing that happened earlier with in Las Vegas, and we don't know if it's all connected, with a cyber truck exploding in front of Trump Towers.
Yes, killing the driver of that cyber truck almost seems like a suicide bombing, and that's not confirmed. No one has called it that, but that's what it looks like when you watch a lot of the videos of what happened there on social media that are floating around out there. But you know, FBI investigating that as well. It just makes you wonder if this is it.
Yes.
If this is it that we're going to find out about in this investigation. Right. You know, clearly investigators are not finished finding people who may have been associated with this particular attack here in New Orleans. And there is a massive investigation going on. And you have to question the timing of this too, Sharice. I mean, everyone knows that today is a federal holiday. Right. So a lot of these agencies were not fully staffed and fully operational because it's all shut down. So it makes you wonder whether or not there was timing there that's intentional to, you know, stifle a response.
I got to say, some of the things that we're finding out or learning are really alarming, and it does question if this was a coordinated effort and a coordinated attack. But until we know, or the FBI gives us more information regarding potential accomplices, people who might have been involved in this, I think that if they tell us this, or if they give us this information, then we can find a little bit more, dig a little deeper into how big this effort was, this potential effort was. We do know that the efforts here, unfortunately, thankfully, the NOPD did take down the suspect, but before they took down that suspect, he was able to take 15 lives and able to injure 30 people as well. We want to go over to our reporter from WXIA, Jennifer Bellamy, who's joining us now. This is another scene and another effort that we're looking at where firefighters and police officers there still haven't left this scene, Jennifer, because clearly something must be inside of there that they're looking for.
Yeah, we're going on about 10 hours right now with this law enforcement presence on Mandeville. I'm going to step out so you can see right there some law enforcement, both local and federal. We understand the FBI and the ATF are on the scene, along with New Orleans Fire and Police. It all began around 5:18 this morning with the fire department responding, putting out a fire and calling in the bomb squad. Later on, we were told by neighbors that around 8 o'clock they started being asked to evacuate their homes, many of them just grabbing their pets and leaving with the clothing that they had on. We do understand at this hour many neighbors are being allowed to return for a short time to pick up anything that they may have needed from their home, things like medications, phone chargers. But again, this situation is ongoing. This police line is still up at this hour, and there's no indication right now about when this law enforcement presence will be gone. Now, the concern here right now is that there is a tie from the Bourbon Street attack suspect to an Airbnb home here. That information has not been confirmed by the FBI. We were told that any updates would have to come from that agency, but they have not given any information, including at that news conference earlier this afternoon. So a lot of questions still left unanswered, but neighbors, as they remain evacuated from their homes at this hour, really concerned about the proximity to their community and the connection to this deadly attack.
All right, Jennifer, thank you so much for that latest update. You know, it's a very active scene out there still, as it is here in the French Quarter and at 2 locations. Our sister stations are reporting in Houston, Texas, where it is believed that the suspect may have lived and then that his ex-wife and her new husband may live on a separate section of Houston, Texas. You know, there has been a SWAT situation and what appears to be military vehicles there in that Houston neighborhood. Public records search that I did earlier revealed that that was the area where he had his last known address.
I was going to say, based on the research that you all did and finding out more about his background and finding out from the U.S. military about his background,
Yes.
he seemed like he lived a normal life at one point, and some
Yes.
people said that he actually was doing very well. And we showed videos where you listen to him speak, and he's talking about real estate, I guess maybe real estate investment here, but he was talking. So when you listen to him and you think, at what point, we thought we talk about people being radicalized. At what point did this potentially happen? And is this a person who was truly radicalized, or is this someone who is just using? I guess they're trying to confirm the affiliation to the ISIS terrorist organization.
Yes, we don't know yet. And the FBI earlier today at around 1 o'clock, they may have been able to confirm this by now, but as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, the FBI had not confirmed whether or not he had any direct ties to any sort of international terrorist organization. However, they are still investigating this as a terror attack regardless, because of the fact that it was obviously coordinated. There were bombs involved, improvised explosive devices that were placed in locations in the French Quarter, in addition to the truck that actually rammed into people on Bourbon Street at around 3:15 this morning. So the investigation, federal authorities investigating this as an act of terror, domestic terror here in the United States, which we have not seen in a very long time. And I think it's awful that it's happening on New Year's Day in our backyard.
And this is how we begin the year, and it's really unfortunate. But the Department of Homeland Security was warning everyone, a lot of people who are watching this, they warned everyone that there could potentially be a terror attack in the States, just to be aware and to be on alert as we celebrate the New Year's holiday and we celebrate the Christmas holiday. And, we've just had a Sugar Bowl parade Sunday with a lot of people that were outdoors. We had a Christmas Day parade with a lot of people who attended as well. And we're going straight into the Mardi Gras season that's supposed to happen. And I'm being told that right now, obviously there are a lot of organizations and a lot of Mardi Gras crews that are potentially looking at, I'm sure, security, as you mentioned, security ramifications that could be happening throughout the city of New Orleans as we go into the parade season and we go into these very active seasons that bring locals and tourists out to the streets in New Orleans. People want to know that they're going to be safe. They want to know, will we have enough? I know we have Troop NOLA that was installed by Governor Jeff Landry, and earlier we heard Governor Landry mention that 100 military police will join us, from the Louisiana National Guard. So 100 members of the police will be here to assist in those efforts. And will we have them stay here as we go through the next couple of weeks? Or is this a situation where they're just here for the investigation? And of course, we already have the FBI who is working to figure out were there any accomplices. And there were some indications that there were accomplices, but we can't be finite in saying that until the FBI gives us an update.
Yeah, what we're reporting is that the Associated Press, if you haven't heard this so far, the Associated Press has reported that a law enforcement bulletin was sent out to Louisiana State Police, and based on that, they know, or they believe, that the FBI is looking at least 4 people being involved in this attack. Whether or not there are 5, it's unclear. It's unclear whether or not it's 4 total, or whether or not it was this person who is now deceased and 3 people in addition. But that's what law enforcement is looking at after seeing surveillance video in the quarter of 4 people putting those improvised explosive devices in coolers at different locations in the quarter. Now, they also said in that bulletin that the vehicle contained pipe bombs and weapons, and it also contained a remote detonator, and that the improvised explosive devices that they found in those coolers were set up to be remotely detonated. So it's unclear whether or not this terror plot clearly did not unfold the way that the terrorists intended it to. Those improvised explosive devices were caught and found and neutralized before they could do any damage. Unfortunately, that's not the case for this particular suspect and his truck.
Yeah, you saw some information on the screen just now. This is coming from the city of New Orleans. They gave us a little bit of an update regarding public safety response, and the mayor of New Orleans, Mayor Latoya Cantrell, has declared an emergency declaration, and the city of New Orleans will lower all flags to half staff Of course, this is after the multiple deaths that have occurred and the injuries as people are recovering at UMC Medical Center and other hospitals surrounding the area. We told you guys this earlier today, but I know that several of you are visiting the city of New Orleans or live here already and had plans to attend the Sugar Bowl that has been rescheduled to tomorrow, Thursday, January 2nd. That'll happen at 3 p.m. We also got thoughts and prayers that are issued from Mayor LaToya Cantrell, and usually using that emergency declaration activates all of the city's emergency responses. The suspect, as we mentioned to you all, has been killed and identified by the police, and they are currently, as Katie and I were just talking about, working to identify who, if there were any potential associates with him. Meg Ferris was at University Medical Center, but we do know that Touro Hospital, East Jefferson General Hospital, Ochsner Medical Center, the Jefferson Main Campus, and Ochsner Baptist, as well as LCMC Health Emergency Care, are currently working with victims, and so of course we're going to find out more, but what we do know so far is 5 more victims were added on, 15 victims that were killed in that initial attack.
Yes, the Orleans Parish Coroner confirmed that a little while ago and said that they were going to be releasing the names as soon as they've identified all of the family members of those involved. And, you know, it is also still possible that that number could increase. You know, there were a lot of people taken with critical injuries to those hospitals that Meg has been keeping tabs on, and that Lily Cummings was keeping tabs on earlier today. So that death toll could certainly rise in this case, and a lot of people who are going to be dealing with injuries from this for a significant period of time as well.
And there are a lot of people who are going to be, this is a traumatizing event.
Yes.
I know that you all have seen video that is floating on social media, video that we can't show you here because it's just far too graphic. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it is just far too graphic. But I can say, I can truly say that some of the videos that we've seen, and Katie and I just watched, showing that vehicle and how fast it was speeding as it made that turn onto Bourbon Street, and the people who were just inches away. There were many people who were just literally inches away from losing their lives. So it's a traumatic event, and I know that there are probably many people right now who don't want to talk about this, which is I completely understand, especially if you were out there, but this is something that we're going to be talking about, though, for a long time.
Yes, absolutely. You know, there are GoFundMe pages that are being set up. They're popping up of people who say their loved ones were victims in this attack. We're working to confirm those, and then we'll bring you those additional names once we get those confirmed. But as we know, there are 15 people who were killed in this attack overnight, and just a horrible, horrible way to start 2025. In addition to that, we're trying to keep tabs on the investigation. There is a national investigation going on with international significance that's happening in our backyard right now. We've heard from both my law enforcement sources. Mike Pearlstein reported that his law enforcement sources are telling him it is absolutely all hands on deck, that they are pulling out all the stops in order to try and not only figure out what led to this attack today, but who the other people are that they believe were involved and where they are and how they can get them into custody.
Yes.
Also, at the same time, there was an attack in Las Vegas today. A cyber truck pulled up in front of Trump's hotel there and exploded. And so that's also under investigation by the FBI. So it makes you wonder if there may be any connection there. The sheriff there mentioned today's events in New Orleans in his news conference. They have not connected the two. However, we're telling you about it because it is something that's happening also that, you know, raises questions.
All right, we want to go to Meg Ferris right now. Again, adding on to our coverage right now, told us a little bit earlier about some of the victims. Meg Ferris, what's your update here?
Katie and Sharice, one of the things I'm trying to get confirmation on, and I haven't yet, is of the 26 people who we were told were brought here to UMC after the incident happened, just after 3 in the morning. And now we know, unfortunately, sadly, that 5 more have been added to the deceased, bringing it from 10, as we were told earlier, to 15. I'm trying to get confirmation. Does that bring down now the people who are injured here at UMC down from 26 to 21? But I am told that the city has very tight control of all numbers. It's not coming from the hospital and hospital sources, and I'm efforting from the city to find out if the 5 people who were added to the deceased list were here at UMC. It's noisy because a helicopter is landing right behind us, but there were also 4 to Toro, 4 to Oxnard Baptist, and 1 to Tulane, but presumably it is the most critical who are brought here to UMC because of their level 1 trauma center, which other hospitals don't have. They have level 2 or they have emergency departments, but not the staff that can immediately go in and stop people from bleeding, save their lives immediately with the incredible amount of staff that is within 10 minutes away, the extra blood that they have here, and that type of thing. So we're waiting to hear about that. Now, if there are people who are looking for their loved ones, there's a family reunification conference room here at UMC. I'm told it's around mid-hospital on the first floor around Tower 2. So that is one thing. The other thing that you mentioned is, and I'm just hearing from so many just wonderful people out there who saw our live shot around 10:30 this morning and had a showing at the blood center, the empty refrigerators with the lack of blood in our blood supply. And so take a look at this video. We were down to just a few pints here and there, and some of the areas, some of the types of blood, O negative, the big one that can give to anyone in the world, that was completely empty. So we put out a call, and one of our photographers went to the Metairie location today and told us there was a line of 40 people. We confirmed that, and we got video showing all the people who heard about this shortage, not only from the holidays when there's usually a shortage, but also from this mass casualty event, and people turned out to give video. Now, we do have on our website, WWLTV.com, a list of all the places that are going to be open through tonight and tomorrow and Friday, where you can go donate. Anyone 17 and older, anyone 16 with parental permission, and you have to be a certain weight and be in good health to give blood. But they can still use that because along with the people who are fighting for their lives and going through surgery, you have all the regular surgeries, you have all the regular cancer patients, leukemia patients, people who need platelets, other people who are sick who get their regular blood donations. So we're asking for a call out to that. Now, when I got off the last live shot, when we last talked, I did get a text from a source that the bodies that were still on the scene, where the feds and the state and local law enforcement were doing their investigation, had finally been moved. So the course of what happens is that those bodies, they look for ID on those bodies, and they notify the next of kin. Those bodies will go to the coroner, assuming that when they reach people next of kin getting this horrible news, they will then go to the coroner's office over on Earhart and have to positively identify loved ones. So I am told that all these hours later, the bodies have finally been loaded onto the coroner's trucks and wagons and brought to the coroner's office. I'm told this by a source. I have not confirmed that officially with the coroner's office, but I was told that the investigation would take a long time out on the scene because of how big the scene is, how much evidence they had to gather, the pictures, the graphs that had to be drawn of what they were investigating. Now, we did hear earlier that 2 officers received gunfire in that exchange that took the life of the perpetrator, and that the chief, the superintendent, did go visit them, and they had non-life-threatening injuries. We are still not being told where they were shot or how many times each of these officers were shot who were in a gunfire exchange with the perpetrator. So still having a hard time getting new and updated information. It's mostly coming from sources, not officials, as the city is very tight-lipped on some of this new information. But I am told by UMC officials that tomorrow, one of the doctors who leads, one of the medical directors here at UMC, will be giving us updated information. I will tell you that it was all hands on deck. What they do is these most critical victims come into a level 1 trauma center is they activate different rooms with a team of 9 or more people. And what these doctors do is that they decide who needs to go to surgery, who doesn't need to go to surgery immediately. Not surgery necessarily to fix the broken bone or the organ that's lacerated, but it is to stop the bleeding and save their lives immediately, and then come back once they get them stabilized and go more into detail with treating the wounds that they have. So I can imagine in that level 1 trauma center where I've spent the night with a cameraman for a few nights where we watched these doctors, nurses, surgeons, people who bring the blood in, people who do the x-rays. We watch them in action. It is an amazing coordinated effort that they go through to save lives. And here in New Orleans, our level 1 trauma center, sadly, has the highest number of penetrating wounds per capita. So that's gunshot wounds, stab wounds, that type of thing. But what that means is that our people who are behind me in that building are highly, highly trained to save lives when they can. So that is what the scene looks like in there. And I can tell you from watching them in action, it's not chaotic. It is very orchestrated, organized, and every single person stepping up to do his or her job. And I can't imagine what they've been going through for the last dozen and more hours in there. But we're efforting more information for you. Reporting live from UMC, Meg Farris, WWL, Louisiana.
Yeah, Meg, some of the injuries are just horrific in the footage that I'm sure many of us have seen online. Horrific footage. So you're absolutely right. I can't imagine what they've been going through in the last half a day,
yes.
Since early this morning.
Yeah, so I mean, we've been talking about this earlier, but if you're just joining us, 15 people now dead in a terror attack. What the FBI is investigating as a terror attack on Bourbon Street, which is a very highly popular street, a street that some would say doesn't close and always has a nice, decent crowd that's on it. And you have a lot of people that are in town right now for the Sugar Bowl and for New Year's Eve celebrations. And unfortunately, those celebrations marred by this attack by a man from Texas who drove from Houston, Texas to New Orleans to commit these acts.
Yes, absolutely. And, we've been seeing this investigation unfold throughout the day because you have numerous law enforcement agencies involved on the state, local, and federal level. This is being watched closely even by the White House because of the fact that this has been dubbed a terror attack. It is unclear whether or not the suspect in this case, the person who drove that truck down Bourbon Street, killing all of those people, whether or not he had actual ties to an international terrorist organization, or whether or not he was loosely affiliated with it, just claiming that he was associated with it, using that as cover. All of those are very important questions that our law enforcement's intelligence agencies are going to be trying to answer in the next several hours and days.
Yeah, and the suspect that we're talking about is 42-year-old Shamsud Den Jabbar. He is a Houston native, Houston, Texas resident, and also a former member of the U.S. military. And also, there were a lot of questions, and that's why we say you have to be careful with these situations as more information starts to go out about his nationality, about where he came from. But he is an American citizen. Yes. And he lives in Houston, still has a residency there in Houston. And we had live shots over in Houston, Texas, where apparently officials are investigating a home, his last known address of where he lived.
Yes, let's pull that up. Can we pull that live shot up? Do we still have that in Houston, where there was a SWAT situation going on and there was a military armored vehicle? You can see it there. It's getting dark outside now, which makes it a little bit harder to see, but there's been a SWAT standoff happening at that location over the last several hours. Now, we hear from our Houston sister station as well that there is an additional, and CBS News rather, we hear from CBS News that there's an additional scene in another part of Houston where his ex-wife and her new husband apparently live. And so, that's two different scenes in Houston tied to this terror attack here in New Orleans. Begs the question what they're looking for, who the people are who may be inside there, and whether or not anyone has come out of that of that property. As we heard from David Hammer earlier, it appears there's a main house on that property, and then there's a sort of a grouping of trailers also on the property. How those are all linked to the main house and how those are all linked to Mr. Jabbar, we don't know. We still have a lot of unanswered questions about that.
Another thing that we don't know right now, there's another scene that is still active that is on Mandeville Street. We've had reporters out there all morning long and going into the evening hours. But this scene on Mandeville Street is where a home exploded maybe 2 hours after this attack happened. We don't know if how this home exploded. We haven't gotten those answers yet. But apparently this home is an Airbnb that was allegedly rented to the suspect, Mr. Jabbar. And we don't know if he was there alone, if somebody was there as an accomplice. FBI is still open and investigating this incident. And as we get more information in, we're starting to piece some things together. It's unfortunate that this is happening, but we're starting to piece some things together. And there's another rather strange, different incident that happened that killed one person in Las Vegas. Now, if we can draw the connection, we don't really know, but I have to say the timing of this situation has been odd.
Absolutely. It was a cyber truck that pulled up outside of Trump's hotel in Las Vegas and exploded. Now, there was a person inside. That person was killed. I believe 7 others were hurt in that attack, minor injuries. But it was something that happened on the same day that this terror attack happened here in New Orleans. The political ramifications of a Cybertruck, obviously Elon Musk associated with Cybertrucks, and he's an ally and has been of President Trump, and Cybertruck blown up in front of Trump Tower. It just, obviously the FBI is investigating that situation as well. No one has connected those two or said that those two things are connected, but it obviously raises some questions, and we wanted to let everyone know that that's also going on in California.
Yeah, so right now,
or Las Vegas, rather.
Yeah, right now we're hearing that President Biden may give a statement. Earlier, he did issue a statement. We're wondering if he's going to give remarks right now because President Biden has been made aware of this, including President-elect Donald Trump, and we're hearing from multiple officials on every single level you can think of, giving their update and saying that they're working in tandem with FBI to find out what led up to this attack, who give us a little bit more information about the suspect, and any accomplices that may be out there. That's what they're still investigating. I think the question that we have and look into the background of the attack is what led him, Mr. Jabbar, to this position, what led him to the city in particular, and how the Houston home and wherever they are now, where they're doing the investigation, how they're all connected.
Yes, absolutely. Those are still some very big questions that investigators are trying to answer, and that we are also trying to figure out is how all of this is tied together. And again, whether or not this is related to some sort of international terrorist organization. The FBI confirmed that the flag that was on the back of the truck was in fact an ISIS flag. It was flying as that attacker drove onto Bourbon Street at 3:15 this morning. Now again, they're still trying to figure out whether or not that he actually has ties to that organization. We just don't know the answer to that right now. And that is a big question mark that has national security implications.
And that's why the FBI is asking anyone if they have any information to give them any assistance that they can, because something that you may consider to be very small or something that you may have seen, and we've seen people say that they've noticed that truck and they've seen the truck driving through the French Quarter earlier, all of those tips can help the FBI in investigating this and gets them a little bit closer. Another thing that helps us, we talked a little bit earlier to Michael Perlstein about the fact that they do have, excuse me, it's been a long
facial
day.
recognition
facial
software.
recognition, yes, facial recognition software and cameras that are all over the city that can assist with finding and giving us sort of a timeline as to when this person got here, when they rented that Airbnb, when those IEDs were placed either around the city or what plans he had. It helps to tell a better story.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those are going to be key in this investigation. We did hear that they were looking into 4 people who allegedly may have placed improvised explosive devices around the city and the French Quarter, at least 2 of them hidden in ice chests. We don't know whether or not that information was confirmed by law enforcement and whether or not anyone has been questioned or detained or arrested who may have been related to that surveillance footage. We just know that law enforcers combed through it, and as Mike reported a little while ago, he said all hands are on deck, going through all the footage that they could possibly gather in the French Quarter to try and piece together all of those things. That includes license plate readers, and license plate readers have really become a key tool for law enforcement, not just here in Louisiana, but all over. And those license plate readers really do pinpoint locations of people when they go back and look at them. As he crossed state lines and came to Louisiana, they should be able to follow his path based on a lot of license plate readers that law enforcement have.
And that's the thing that I do wonder about this one, because the vehicle that he was driving, that white Ford pickup truck that we showed you, was a vehicle that was rented from someone else. And so I think that's where the confusion came about a little bit earlier from people who believe that the vehicle does belong to someone else, but it was indeed rented in Texas, and he drove that vehicle through the Turo app to Louisiana to commit this act.
Yeah, the Turo app, it's like a ride. It's like a car share app.
Yes.
It's like the Airbnb of cars.
Right,
so obviously he was tech savvy. We know from looking into his background that he did have an IT background.
Right. He did have definitely an IT background, and also his military background gives us a lot more information about him. We are joined right now by Amelia Strahan. She has been on Bourbon and Dauphine throughout the evening, joining us now with an update and speaking also to people who are working and living within that area on this tragic events as they unfolded.
Yeah, definitely a very difficult day for the people here in the quarter, especially the ones that live here. You know, this is kind of their backyard, so very emotional for the people that live here, and also the business owners. I've talked to some of them as well. They debated this morning, do we open, do we stay closed? And it's just, like I said, been an incredibly difficult day. You can see there's still a heavy police presence. They're still investigating the scene. There's still that black car kind of concealing what's going on over in the crime scene, but there have been officers down here all day long blocking off the streets. Now, I heard some areas they're letting people into their apartments and Airbnbs to get medication, to get some essentials. That is not what we have seen here. Here it's been blocked off. We have not seen any foot traffic back to apartments, not any that I've noticed, and I have been out here for the majority of the day. But, we talked about something earlier. When it comes to looking for, suspects, people involved, you guys touched on this, that there are cameras all over the quarter. So hopefully, anyone that is involved, we get some answers soon. I know a lot of the businesses down here are cooperating, and just everyone's kind of coming together in this area as we deal with this difficult time. We know that, the death toll is up to 15, and we know there are still plenty of others in the hospital injured. So we're going to keep you updated as we know more. But like I mentioned, this side of town, it's kind of looked the same all day. It doesn't look like these officers will be leaving anytime soon until they get some more answers. I know Meg Ferris has mentioned there are people giving blood to those in need. So it is very nice to see the community coming together. I talked to some business owners that have opened their doors just to let people come sit down free of charge, even if they aren't, buying anything. People that were staying in these Airbnbs, staying in these hotels that don't have anywhere to go. So still a lot of questions around this incident. We've been in touch with one victim. We're waiting to hear back from them to share a little bit of their experience. But as I mentioned, I will keep you updated as I know more, or if this scene begins to change. Reporting live from the French Quarter, Amelia Strahan, WWL, Louisiana.
Yeah, thank you so much. So many new details are coming into our newsroom hour by hour, minute by minute, and so that's some great information, Amelia. And one thing that we haven't really heard are personal witness accounts of what happened out there. And we caught up with someone who was there this morning as this horrific scene unfolded. So let's take a listen to what they had to say.
Like around 3:15, everybody just chilling. We having a good time, music playing and all that. A truck, I didn't know it was a Ford F-150. I thought it was like a Yukon or something. A truck hits the corner and comes barreling through people, throwing people like a movie scene, like real life, throwing people into the air. They falling under the car, all that. And a good friend of mine actually passed away from getting hit by it. And you know the little divots in the wall just like this? So this is what a lot of people jumped into to get away from the truck. But yeah, so after it gets past us, the guy, I didn't know it was a terrorist, but the guy ends up getting out and shooting people. Like he had ARs and bombs and all that, man. But the aftermath was really what got me. Like bodies all up and down the street. Everybody screaming and hollering. You look down, you see somebody doing CPR. You look around, people crying on the floor. Like brains matter all over the ground. And yeah, it really hurt me to see like one of my closest friends like that. So we ran one way, so like about 5 feet away from the curb, and we ran into the bar to be protected by the little divot. And I'm supposing I could have sworn she was behind me, but now that I'm doing the math, it's seeming like she ran a different direction. But I was assuming she was behind me. So when I ran into there, her cousin was also with me. Her best friend was also with me. So I saw her, and then I'm moving people out of the way to try and find her because she's quite small. So I'm moving people out of the way to try and find her. I'm saying, nah, like, where is she? And I turned my head, and it's her in the street, just leaking blood, and I knew. She looked peaceful though. I'm glad she went peacefully, you know. Oh, she was about to go to college actually in about 2 weeks. About to go to college. She works at a hospital making good money right now, but she wanted to be an RN, a travel nurse. So we were at the bar, the Desires, and hit her and flung her like at least 30 feet. And yeah, man, I was lucky to be alive. I'm lucky to be alive right now. This is my first time being in Bourbon, by the way. So, like, insane first experience. I'll never come back. Like, you won't ever see me here again. But I think it was Desires or some along right across from Voodoo Chicken. So yeah, we were right across from there, and then everything started to unfold. It was insane, man. Like, real closest thing to a war zone I've ever seen, truly.
Just hearing those stories from people are just absolutely horrific. When we hear him describe just seeing one of his best friends just run over, absolutely run over on the street.
And if you look at the video, you saw that there were a number of people that the suspect did miss. Unfortunately, they share that trauma. They share all of those unfortunate memories. And right now, this is still unfolding. We're waiting right now, actually, to hear from President Biden, potentially giving an update in about 2 minutes. President Biden is going to give an update and speak to the country, of course, as he delivers remarks on this latest terrorist attack that unfortunately happened in our backyard.
Yeah, you know, when we hear from witnesses like that who experience just the sheer terror, you know, again, we call it a terror attack for a reason, because it's horrific and terrifying and just something that should never happen. But when you hear them talk about it, it just makes it even more real. You know, I think a lot of people woke up this morning to this news, and it just doesn't seem like it's real. It seems like it's something that happens in a movie. It seems like, you know, something that's distant from here, that we would never expect that would happen on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter. Now, we know that preparations were made in the past to try and ensure that this would never happen. Those bollards were built in 2017, 2018 timeframe, which are basically steel poles that come up out of the ground to try and prevent vehicles from entering Bourbon Street in certain locations. And what we know is that they weren't functioning properly. And so the city decided they needed to replace them. And so they took them down in order to do that work, and that work is expected to be finished in the next month or so before the Super Bowl. But right now, there's nothing there. And so the NOPD supplemented that by putting a police unit at the base of Canal Street, right there where it meets Bourbon, and the suspect drove around the car onto the sidewalk and just started plowing people down and hit the gas and going at a high rate of speed. As soon as he made that turn, he turned right onto Bourbon Street and just started hitting people.
And the video we showed you is certainly tragic, and it shows you how quickly and how little time people had to get out of the way.
Yes.
We're waiting right now. This is Camp Davis. President Biden is expected to deliver remarks in about 2 minutes from Camp Davis as this latest terrorist attack on Bourbon Street happened. And of course, looking into the background of the suspect of this terror attack, and President Biden is
Camp David
right now.
I can speak for all Americans when I say our hearts are with the people of New Orleans after the despicable attack that occurred in the early morning hours. To all the families of those who were killed, to all those who were injured, to all the people of New Orleans who are grieving today, I want you to know I grieve with you. Our nation grieves with you. We're going to stand with you as you mourn and as you heal in the weeks to come. I want to thank our brave first responders and law enforcement personnel who stopped the attacker in his tracks before he could kill or injure even more people. And I want to thank you to everyone at the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, including the FBI, for working nonstop to investigate this heinous act. The FBI is leading the investigation to determine what happened, why it happened, and whether there was any continuing threat to public safety. Here's what we know so far. The FBI has reported to me the killer was an American citizen, born in Texas. He served in the United States Army on active duty for many years. He also served in the Army Reserve until a few years ago. The FBI also reported to me that mere hours before the attack, he posted videos on social media indicating that he was inspired by ISIS, expressing a desire to kill. The ISIS flag was found in his vehicle, which he rented to conduct this attack. Possible explosives were found in the vehicle as well, and more explosives were found nearby. The situation is very fluid, and the investigation has a preliminary stage. And the fact is that right now, there you go. The law enforcement and intelligence community are continuing to look for any connections, associations, or co-conspirators. We have nothing additional to report at this time. The investigation is continuing to be active, and no one should jump to conclusions. I've directed my Attorney General, the FBI Director, the Secretary of Homeland Security, the head of the National Counter-Terrorism Center, and the intelligence community to work on this intensively until we have a full and complete information. And once we have that information, I will share that information as soon as we can confirm it. Additionally, we're tracking the explosion of a cyber truck outside the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. Law enforcement and the intelligence community are investigating this as well, including whether there's any possible connection with the attack in New Orleans. Thus far, there's nothing to report on that score at this time. I've directed my team to make sure every resource is made available to federal, state, and local law enforcement to complete the investigation in New Orleans quickly and to make sure there is no remaining threat to the American people. And we'll support the people of New Orleans as they begin the hard work of healing. New Orleans is a place unlike any other place in the world. It's a city full of charm and joy. So many people around the world love New Orleans because of its history, its culture, and above all, its people. So I know, while this person committed a terrible assault on the city, the spirit of our New Orleans will never, never, never be defeated. It always will shine forth. We've seen that time and time again throughout its history, and I know we'll see it again in the days and weeks ahead. May God bless the people of New Orleans. May God bless our police and our first responders. May God protect our troops, and we'll keep you fully contemporaneously informed. Thank you.
Have you spoken to President Trump? Are you concerned about more attacks? Have you spoken to President Trump? Investigated as a terror attack?
Stay clear from Bourbon Street. And he was very prepared to inflict horrific pain. Bourbon Street will be shut down.
He was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served.
You are tuning in at 6:03 p.m. to our live coverage of the Bourbon Street terror attack. I'm Katie Moore.
And I'm Devin Bartolotta. We have been on air since about 4 o'clock this morning covering this horrific tragedy in our city. We know now that there are 15 people who died from this incident and more than 30 who are injured and in the hospital tonight. That includes 2 police officers who were shot by that suspect.
Yes, those 2 police officers are expected to be okay. That's the word from the New Orleans Police Department. That is good news tonight. However, 30-plus people still are suffering in the hospital or with their injuries at home. That death toll could certainly rise as many of those victims were taken to the hospital in critical condition, and that is what we have seen throughout the day today. That number has gone from 10 to 15 this evening. Now, the FBI is leading the investigation into this, and we just heard President Joe Biden from Camp David make an address to the nation about what happened here in New Orleans. The president said that hours before this attack in New Orleans, the FBI told him that the suspect, Shamsuddin Jabbar, 42-year-old man from Texas, that he posted a video sympathetic to ISIS on social media.
Now, this suspect is a 42-year-old man. He is a U.S. citizen from Texas, and this is his passport photo, which CBS News has obtained here. If you have any information about this suspect, anything that you think could help investigators, you should call that phone number on your screen, 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can go to the website there, tips.fbi.gov.
And the FBI put this photo out because they wanted people to use it to give them information about things, interactions that they've had with this man over the last few days, anything that they could possibly know about him and his possible ties to any sort of international terrorist groups.
At this point, we do not know much about his timeline in New Orleans, when he arrived, how long he was here, or who he may have been meeting with. We do know that the FBI at this time is searching for 3 suspects, 2 men and 1 woman, who are believed to have been seen on surveillance video hiding some incendiary devices, possible incendiary devices around the city.
Yeah, that is word coming from the Associated Press, from a law enforcement bulletin that was issued. They have been reporting that throughout the day, that is one of the things and leads that the federal investigators, local investigators, state investigators are looking into. Now, he did have an ISIS flag attached to the truck when he made his way up Bourbon Street. The truck did appear to be rented from a car sharing app out of Texas, which we know is also where they have another active scene, an active investigation going on tonight.
There are now at least 3 scenes that the FBI is taking a look at. The first is that scene on Bourbon Street where all of this happened. The second is a home in the St. Roch neighborhood, a little less than 2 miles away from the scene on Bourbon Street. And the third is that home in Houston. That's the address where he was previously living.
There are actually 2 different scenes in Houston as well. The second scene in Houston is where apparently his ex-wife lives, and with her new husband. So that's 4 separate scenes. This is earlier video of that initial Harris County location where public record searches reveal that is a place that he considered a home, where he has lived at some point. And so you see there on your screen what was happening with a SWAT standoff there. What it is a main house, according to investigator David Hammer and his reporting. There's a main house there, and then there's a series of trailers that are also on that same site. So what the makeup of that home is, who lives there, why the FBI have surrounded it, you would assume it's because they're curious whether or not there's any more evidence in that house A lot of improvised explosive devices used here, a lot of pipe bombs and homemade weaponry. So you would think that they would be looking to see where those things were put together.
And in addition, if there's any evidence at those homes of who these other 3 accomplices, alleged accomplices, might be as they search for those other suspects in this case.
Absolutely. So much unfolding hour by hour, minute by minute, and we've been keeping you posted live throughout the day here on WWL TV, and for those of you joining us around the world on WWL Plus. So we appreciate you tuning in and getting the latest information here as we get it from investigators. President Biden just wrapping up his comments just a few minutes ago, and you know, it was really short and sweet.
Yeah, absolutely. He said, reflected a lot of what we had already heard from the FBI, what we heard in a press conference around 1:30 this afternoon about the situation that unfolded here, how it happened, and what was found in Jabbar's truck. But what was new information was that social media post that he had mentioned, even though we have not been able to find a social media footprint by him yet.
Yes, absolutely. We have not seen any sort of social media footprint from him, which it would make sense if the FBI has, has followed those leads that they may have taken that information down.
Certainly, and we do know, we've heard throughout the day from law enforcement that this was absolutely an intentional act, and police and the FBI so far believe that this truck was rented with the intention of carrying out this attack, and that the video that we saw, I don't know if we can pull it up here, the video of that truck coming up Canal Street and making a right on Bourbon absolutely shows that there was no intention of slowing down. I'm not sure if we can pull up that video.
No, he absolutely accelerates. He hits the gas, slams on it, and just really starts plowing into people up Bourbon Street. It's terrifying to think of when we see videos circulating on social media and hearing witness accounts. You know, we just heard from a young man who came to New Orleans for the very first time with one of his best friends and witnessed her die there on Bourbon Street after she was hit and killed by this man. And just a horrific scene this morning as he described body after body on the street, people screaming, others doing CPR to try and keep those victims alive. Just absolute sheer horror and terror this morning.
Here's that video here. The white truck makes a right there, and you can see how fast it just guns it right down Bourbon Street. And this truck made it about 2 blocks before they were stopped, before the truck was stopped by police. And this, of course, ended in a shootout with a suspect dead and 2 officers injured as well. But we do know that that was such a busy night on such a busy street, and it could have been so much worse had that truck not been stopped.
Absolutely. The truck was stopped. We did see police like running in, just doing the absolute best work that they could possibly do. It was amazing. And Alyssa Curtis has been following this through the words of our elected officials throughout the day. She's joining us live now and has City Council President Helena Moreno with her to bring us the very latest from the city. Alyssa?
Hey guys, yeah, we are here at Canal and Bourbon, joined with Council President Helena Moreno. What can you tell us right now? We heard from police obviously a few hours ago, but is there any update you can share?
Yeah, so obviously, you know, right now working on a lot of security measures, making sure that the game goes on tomorrow at 3 o'clock. I'm very confident in the security measures that are being brought in place. You've heard about the water barriers that are becoming and building different perimeters around Superdome, around obviously areas in the French Quarter as well. Thank you to, of course, state and our federal partners who really have leaned in with additional resources. And so that's really what we're focusing on right now. I initially was not going to go to the game yesterday. I didn't have a ticket, but now after obviously everything that we've seen, and I want people to have the confidence to understand that it will be safe tomorrow. I now have bought a ticket to the game, and I will be at the game tomorrow, even myself.
You mentioned a little bit of the extra hands and resources that are coming in. What does that look like? I imagine things have changed of what they would have been had this not happened.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I think, Alyssa, you're already seeing it right here behind you with state police. You see the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office Mobile Command Center. It is not just federal and state partners who are here with us now. It is also different jurisdictions, multi-parish initiative happening as well, with law enforcement coming in from all across the state. As you're also aware, we do have the National Guardsmen who are coming in also. And then not to mention, it's just an overall relook, re-review, what can be done to enhance the plan, what can be done to do things better, what can be done to do things safer. That's all happening right now.
Yeah, it's a very fluid situation. We've been talking a lot, and not just us, but everyone you saw at the press conference talking about those bollards and those barricades. Can you talk to that a little bit? I know they were kind of making their way through the French Quarter and repairing those, but it seems like that may not have helped had they even been there.
Yeah, well, as you probably are already aware, the bollards don't cover the sidewalk area to begin with, but not to mention, and other security experts have mentioned this to me, is like, Helena, take a look at, Canal Street, other potential areas where there were a lot of people. Look, bottom line though, it is time to look at what happened here, right? You have to look at, was anything missed? Could anything have been done better? And I'm not just saying, on the local level, but let's go all the way state and federal. Let's look at the intelligence side. Was something missed on the intelligence side? This man is from Texas. He's an American citizen. He was in the military. What was he doing in Texas? Apparently he traveled to other parts of the world. What was he doing there? Like, was there some type of red flag there missed? All of these things need to be analyzed, because let us remember, this is not just an attack on us, New Orleans. This is an attack on our country. And what we're seeing now potentially also happening in Vegas, this is an attack on our country. This is an attack on all of us as American people. So what is the federal government also doing? Leaning in to take a look at how to make us safer as Americans. It's about New Orleans for now, but how do we prevent this from ever happening again in New Orleans and in another city?
Is there anything you guys are looking at city council level, at the more local level, that things need to maybe be changed, or laws or ordinances that need to be enacted to try and prevent anything like this from happening again?
Yeah, I mean, more than anything on the city council side, we're going to lean in and listen to the experts, okay? I am not a security expert, okay? But if the security experts tell me that the city of New Orleans needs to fund a particular initiative to make the people safer, then that is what the city council should do. And that is what the mayor should do, is listen to the experts. And so that's what I plan on doing. And Alyssa, I just want to mention one more thing, because this is like a key piece. Thank you to the officers, the 3 officers who were able to take this individual down, because those 3 officers very bravely ran toward this perpetrator and took him out. And because they were able to do this so quickly, as horrible as this is, it could have been even more horrific and tragic. And to the families who are dealing with such tremendous pain and loss, just tremendous, sorrowful condolences from the leadership in New Orleans and from the people of New Orleans. I was with some of the families earlier today as they couldn't find their loved ones in any one of the hospitals, and yet their phones were still pinging as being on Bourbon Street. And so unfortunately, some of them did receive some very terrible news this afternoon. So let us keep them in our thoughts and in our prayers as we move forward through this weekend.
One last question for you. What do you want to say to residents and tourists alike who are here in the city who are still shaken up? I feel like a lot of people are still like in shock that this happened. What message do you want to send to people?
Shaken up, no doubt about it. That is a logical response to what has happened. But at the same time, I want residents to be reassured that federal, state, local, this truly is an all-hands-on-deck approach like I've never seen. The resources being brought in by the federal government, the outreach that has happened, the investigation that will take place here behind us with the FBI leading. Like I said, the level of resources that we are now receiving does make me feel very sure that we will have a safe and secure Sugar Bowl. And then moving from that point, as the plans for Mardi Gras come into play, as the plans for Super Bowl come into play, I just say this: whatever we had, how do we make it better? How do we enhance it? How do we make it, more enhanced when it comes to intelligence? How do we make it more enhanced when it comes to structural barriers? Like, what are all the different things that must now happen to make sure that something like this does not happen again?
Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. You've been really on top of this. you just heard, enacting more resources for Sugar Bowl tomorrow, and making sure that everyone is safe and feels safe. I want to talk again about the bollards. This has been a really big topic of conversation today. Those bollards that are usually at this intersection here at Bourbon and Canal. We heard earlier during the press conference with every official, but we heard specifically from Mayor Cantrell about how those bollards have not been working. So they were in the infrastructure package that was to be addressed in preparation for the Super Bowl. And we got some more information from the city earlier via email, and they said that they were working through the French Quarter and through Bourbon Street to fix all of those bollards and to get them ready for Super Bowl. These bollards are essentially to help prevent things like this from happening. We know Bourbon Street is a big pedestrian heavy area, so they try as best they can to avoid car traffic and vehicle traffic through this area. I'm pulling up the statement that we got a little while ago. They say the contractor began work in November 2024, starting at 2 separate locations and progressing towards Canal. So it seems like this was one of the last, if not the last location that they were going to fix those bollards at. They say the scope of the work includes removing the old bollards, replacing concrete pavement, constructing concrete bases, installing metal sleeves for the new bollards, and repouring the roadway. They say to date, 11 of the 16 bollard locations have been completed. The remaining locations are on track for completion prior to February 2nd, 2025. We know that because those bollards weren't working properly and they knew that they were not going to be deployed, they had an NOPD unit stationed there, as well as a barrier. That's according to NOPD Chief Ann Kirkpatrick. But she says, and a lot of other officials say, that this person, the suspect, was so hell-bent on creating this carnage that even if the bollards were there, this may still have happened because he drove up on the sidewalk, and that's how he got through the crowd. He drove up on the sidewalk, and they say if it hadn't been Bourbon Street at that Canal entrance, it may have been another part of Canal Street that he would have drove up on a sidewalk to commit this terrorist act. So yes, those bollards were not deployed. They did have some other resources in place because they knew that, but again, they say that nothing was stopping him. He was so hell-bent on doing this. He was in full military tactical gear, and he was just very determined. Why was he doing this? Again, we do not know yet at this moment. FBR is still combing through all of this, but yeah, this is an ongoing investigation, and it's still a very active scene. We're now several hours out from when this first happened, and you can see this scene really has not changed much, except I think for even more crime scene tape and even more barricades and even more law enforcement presence, at least throughout the past few hours. I'm looking to my left right now, and there's been more, it looks like NOPD and possibly LSP kind of parked up in the neutral ground of Canal, and on either side, I'm looking this way, and you can see police lights as far as the eye can see. Again, we have LSP, Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, NOPD. So yeah, this is still a really active scene. Earlier I asked what the status of Bourbon Street will be going into, of course, Sugar Bowl. I know a lot of people are likely to want to celebrate after that game. They say they'll make a decision on when they want to open Bourbon, when it is not only safe, but when they know that they've combed through the scene and gotten as much information as they can from this scene, and they want to make sure once they do open Bourbon that it is safe and people feel safe coming to this area. So again, like you heard from Council President Helena Moreno, it is still a very fluid investigation, and we're learning more information as it comes, as the night progresses. But yeah, we are now very, far out from when that first happened, and we're still very active out here on Canal and Bourbon. Again, we'll be out here for the foreseeable future and try and get any more information we can, but for now I'll pass it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, thank you so much, Alyssa. She's been covering that for us throughout the day, and good information from Helena Moreno, who, basically just said that if there's a security measure that can be taken in order to make tourists and locals alike more secure in our city, we need to do it. And the bollards are a big question mark right now. Why were they not in place at this time? We know that they were under construction and that they are trying to be fixed before the Super Bowl, but there have been questions asked about why that hasn't been done prior to now. Now, the city did get a big chunk of money in order to do infrastructure projects to try and get the city Super Bowl ready, and that's one of the things that they put on their priority list, so you got to give them props for that. I think it's just a terrible situation that they were down and that it may have given him easier access. Now, that's also a question mark too, because they're not on the sidewalk. So
yeah, absolutely. In this case, we know that the suspect drove right around the police car that was parked in that intersection. Right. So it's a who knows what could have happened if those had been in place.
Absolutely. It's just a tragic situation out there. 15 people now confirmed dead in this terrorist attack on New Orleans, and we want to go through what we know about those victims. They're starting to be identified one by one, both through family members and friends, and these are the 4 who we know were killed. Now, Nicole Perez's name has not been mentioned before. We believe she is the student out of the University of Georgia who was in New Orleans.
Yeah, this is the first time that we're hearing her name as someone who was identified, and we did know that earlier today, UGA did put out a statement saying that one of their students had been critically injured in this case. So as of right now, these are the only 4 victims whose names we know out of the 15 who have now passed away. We know that it could be several days until we know all of their names, because police and law enforcement have to contact all of their families before they release the names.
Absolutely. We just heard Helena Moreno talk about how family members of the people who passed away were trying to desperately find their loved ones today, and it was just a difficult situation because they were pinging their phones and they were still on Bourbon Street when it had been several hours. So that's an indicator that their phones and they never made it off the street.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yes, horrible. But one of the victims that we've been talking about today is a young woman. She's 18 years old. You see her on her screen right there. She's from Gulfport, Nikaira Dido. She apparently was studying nursing, had a really bright future, just a great girl by all accounts.
18 years old, she was visiting New Orleans with her cousin and her friend, and understandably her mother is just absolutely devastated by this. We also know another young person who passed was Tiger Besh. He was a football player. We know that he played football at Princeton, and he's originally from Lafayette. He was 27 years old. This is video here.
St. Thomas More, football star, and then this is when he was playing for Princeton. Just a star athlete, and he was in New Orleans. Apparently, he's working as a Wall Street trader now. He's since graduated college, and was in New Orleans just celebrating 2025 coming in, and it's just tragic.
If we could bring back up the screen of all 4 victims, there was one more that we got a little bit more information about earlier today. That was Reggie Hunter. He is 37 years old. He was from Baton Rouge. We know that he is a father of 2, and we're told that his cousin is actually among the injured. So unfortunately, Reggie did not survive, and his cousin is currently hospitalized and recovering.
Just tragic. That is absolutely tragic. At this whole situation, it's just awful. But apparently, we want to correct something really quick. Apparently, Nicole Perez was not a Georgia student. She's not, in fact, a Georgia student. She had just been promoted to manager, according to our partners in Ella.com, at the deli where she worked. She was obviously hit and killed on Bourbon Street, and not the student at Georgia, but we do know that a University of Georgia student was killed in this attack.
Was critically injured in this attack.
Critically injured,
yes.
Okay.
As far as we know, this afternoon, the university had put out a statement saying someone was critically injured. So we apologize for that confusion there.
Yes.
Yes, Nicole Perez. This is the statement from the University of Georgia, from the president, Moorhead there, saying that one of their students was critically hurt in this incident and extending sincere condolences to the victims and everyone else affected.
Now, we heard earlier today that there were 10 people killed. That number has since increased to 15. We heard from law enforcement leaders and elected officials that many of those who were taken to the hospital were in fact critically injured, like the University of Georgia student. And so it's just a difficult situation. The death toll continues to climb in this case.
There were 2 police officers injured in this incident as well. Those 2 were shot in a shootout with the suspect. But we did have Councilman Oliver Thomas here in the studio earlier today. He told us he was able to speak with those officers earlier. They were resting, they were up and speaking. One of them was asking for a soft drink, so they are expected to recover.
Yes, NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick said that they are going to be just fine, which is great, and should be, as Helena Moreno mentioned, commended for their bravery. Now, we have been hearing from elected officials, both city, state, parish leaders. The President of the United States talked about what happened today here in New Orleans, and we also want to hear from our own Steve Scalise. He's joining us now via Zoom. Congressman Scalise, thanks for being with us. You know, I can't imagine what it's been like in Washington. What can you tell us about what you know about this investigation? Obviously, this is a terrorist incident and federal authorities deeply involved.
Yeah, Katie, Devin, you know, we are still getting information, but we know there's 4 suspects still at large. Obviously, you want them apprehended quickly. The Department of Justice and the FBI are running point on this. So, you know, we need to make sure all of the agencies, federal, state, and local, have all the tools they need to investigate this and to make sure that there are no other attacks. Obviously, you know, with the IEDs scattered throughout the city, they've been finding those. You want to make sure that they all get picked up as well. And look, I mean, you know, we've been through so much in New Orleans. We're resilient people, but it's still a deep tragedy, and your prayers go out to the families, to the people we lost, to those that are fighting for their life, the brave police officers who they run to danger. I mean, I've seen it over and over again, you know, and I'm glad to hear they're recovering, but you know, you don't know on any given day how that day is going to turn out for a police officer, but they're the ones that run towards the danger to prevent even further loss.
We're certainly feeling all of this in New Orleans, the weight of all of this, and we know that the eyes of the world are on New Orleans. Congressman, we've got so many big events right on our doorstep, global headline-making events. What are your thoughts on the perception of safety here in New Orleans and over the next few months?
You know, a Super Bowl is always designated as a high threat, you know, event and all hands on deck for the nation. It's a Homeland Security event where you get a lot of federal resources. You know, Mardi Gras, we always know, you know, you're bringing over 1 million people into the city, and nobody manages those large crowds better than New Orleans. But now you have this added element of terrorism, and it just means you've got to be on an even higher level of alert. And that also means for citizens, if you see something suspicious, to be quick to alert authorities if you do see something. And you know, hopefully this is the end of it, but you've got to expect that there could be other attacks, and just always be on alert.
Congressman, have you heard from the FBI or any other law enforcement about whether or not they've confirmed if this suspect had real ties to ISIS?
No, you know, and initially the FBI said it was not a terror attack, which is a little alarming considering it turned out it was, and you know, he's got an ISIS flag in the truck. I just hope that let's get facts out there. Let's be candid with the public and get the facts out as quickly as they're known.
And so do you know if they've confirmed that yet, or is there anything that you can tell us about that? And what are the national security implications for that?
Yeah. Well, it appears that way. I mean, you look at what just happened over in Las Vegas in front of the Trump Hotel. You know, there's reports that both the truck in New Orleans and the Tesla Cybertruck were both rented from the same app. So, you know, were those related? It's possible they were. And, you know, are there other events being planned? This is why you've got to always have a strong vigilance at the federal level. The Department of Homeland Security their focus really, I thought, veered a little bit away from what their main mission should be. They need to get back on that of protecting the homeland of the people.
Are you going to be asking those questions? Were there intelligence failures here?
Clearly, I mean, there's some serious questions that have to be answered. We've been raising a lot of these for over a year. We've been saying, with an open southern border, and not that we don't necessarily know that this was directly tied. The truck supposedly came across the southern border, but you've got people on the terrorist watch list that have come over in droves into our country, and it's it just appears it's only a matter of time before you do have attacks carried out. And so that level of vigilance needs to be high and continued.
And what are you hoping happens with federal investigators at this point? Like, do you think that there is enough urgency in what they're doing right now?
Well, we're going to be seeing in the days ahead. I sure going to be asking a lot of tough questions. I'm sure a lot of people will be. The chairman of the House Homeland Security Committee, Mark Green's coming into town tomorrow. He wants to see some things on the ground. We're going to be, looking at possibly doing an investigation in Congress on this. So, there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. And again, making sure that these agencies at the federal level especially have their focus on the ball. A lot of us think that they've lost their main focus in these last few years, and it's got to change.
I believe the city got federal funding to install these bollards when they were first put in. Any thoughts on that part of this and the fact that, they're having to redo them right now, and that, the timing of this, and that, we're so close to the Super Bowl and we have all these major events, and the security feature that was put in using federal dollars may have, unfortunately not been in place for this incident?
Well, surely those questions are going to be asked. They already are. Why did the bollards fail? Governor Landry was very clear. We're going to fix it. It's got to get fixed. You've got the Super Bowl coming up. You've got other major events as well. But, why did something that was recently installed fail so miserably and so fatally? It's a serious question, like many others that will be asked.
Okay. And any parting thoughts that you want to share? This is a very raw community. We understand that there are, more than an hour-long lines at blood banks and people wanting to lend a hand in this situation. As you know how amazing this community is, any parting thoughts for them?
Yeah, New Orleans, we're a strong people. We've been through, unfortunately, more tragedies than most. We've been tested time and time again, and we always bounce back. But it doesn't ease the suffering anymore for those who've lost loved ones. So let's keep them in our prayers. I'm glad to see that blood banks are being inundated with people, because they're going to need I'm sure there's a severe blood shortage from an event like this. Let's just all stay vigilant and keep all of those in our prayers, including those 2 officers who are recovered.
I guess just one last question. I always have one last question. But how concerned should people be about the fact that there are still possibly some other suspects out there? Should we feel secure at this point?
Well, you always want to be vigilant, and that's why you have an increased law enforcement presence. Again, not just local law enforcement, state law enforcement, but you've got the federal agencies now involved as well. And I'm sure that manhunt's going to be very intensified for the 4 that are still at large.
All right, Congressman Steve Scalise, thank you so much for joining us, for answering our questions. We appreciate it.
Yes, very much.
God bless. Y'all take care.
Thank you. All right, Congressman Scalise, just kind of filling us in on what he knows and what he's heard about the investigation. He said they haven't specifically confirmed that there is a direct tie between the suspect and ISIS, but he said it would be logical given his, posting on social media that we heard about from the president, and then of course the ISIS flag attached to the truck whenever he actually decided to plow into people on Bourbon Street. So we're going to continue to try and get those answers from federal investigators in the next days and weeks.
Absolutely. We're going to head out now to Meg Ferris. She has been, I believe, at the hospital all day today. Meg, is there any update on how many victims or how many, any update on the conditions of those victims at the hospital?
Yeah. Devin, there is not normally, I would have conditions and an update on numbers, but the hospital has been told not to release any of that updated information. By the way, you're going to hear fireworks just like it's New Year's Eve going off behind me. But we have not been given any of that because we are told that in this situation, the city wants to have control over that. And I don't know, maybe it's the FBI who is telling that to the city. So we don't know if that number, 26, who were originally brought here to the Level 1 Trauma Center, a lot of those people in critical condition, we don't know if that's now down to 21, since we are hearing the very tragic news that 5 more people have died because of this, this terrorism event. Now, I do have something new to report to you, and out of respect to these police officers, I am not going to release their names, but I did read a social media post by one of the police officers who was brought here, one of the 2 police officers who was brought here, and we were told earlier by the superintendent that she visited them and that they were doing well. I saw a post that one of them saying he is now at home, he is on the mend, he is being taken care of by family members. He is expressed his gratitude and felt overwhelmed with how many text messages of love that he received, and he would eventually get around to answering everybody. And he simply ended his post by saying, "I love you all." So that is one update from one of the 2 officers who was brought here after being caught in that gun battle on Bourbon Street with the perpetrator. We were told there were 3 officers who were in a shootout with the perpetrator, and of course we know the perpetrator was deceased on the scene. So that is the latest update I have from here. Still no word on, as I said earlier, any conditions, the numbers, how many had to go into surgery to have the life-saving surgery. We just don't know at this time. And again, the UMC has told us that they will give us one of the doctors tomorrow, one of the medical directors, to update us on all the information about this incredible last 12, 13, 14 hours that they've had here, with surely all teams activated. And as Mr. Scalise just mentioned, as the congressman just mentioned about the people turning out to give blood, I have to tell you, I've heard from former news people, I've heard from people who now live all over the country, who are watching us on live streaming. I've heard from local doctors wanting me to pass on to the community, thank you so much, because of one report earlier this morning that we did, just letting people know about the critical blood shortage. The people who don't even know the victims, who just opened their hearts and literally opened their blood vessels to share a pint of blood to help this critically low blood supply in our area. So people are just overwhelmed with gratitude, and doctors saying thank you, because it makes their work, their job different going forward with this. So that's the latest update we have from UMC here. Reporting live from UMC, Meg Farris, WWL Louisiana. Back to you, Devin and Katie.
Oh man, our heart is with all the people in UMC and all the different hospitals all over the city of New Orleans right now who are still trying to recover from their injuries, and of course the families of those who will not be recovering and did not make it out.
Sure, and the families of people who are in the hospital who maybe are not from New Orleans, don't have a support system here, are staying in hotels at this time. I know it's a really difficult day for many, many people.
Yes, now we just got word that City Hall will be closed tomorrow. If anybody has business with the city of New Orleans, normally it would open back up. Today, of course, a federal and city and state holiday because it is New Year's Day, and so it makes you wonder if that timing is intentional on the part of this suspect, because it creates a delayed law enforcement response. So you don't have as many people fully staffed and agencies fully operational as they usually are. So, you know, it just makes you wonder if the timing was intentional.
That could be. I mean, there were also so many people gathered outside last night. Of course, a very big few days in the city of New Orleans. So there were just so many people in the city, and still are. We know that at this time that there are tens of thousands of people who are here for the Sugar Bowl, who are waiting it out for the game tomorrow. staying in hotel rooms. We know that Georgia's football team is currently in their hotel, and they are kind of locked down in there for safety reasons while all of this plays out. So you've got a lot of people that are kind of stuck in their rooms tonight, just waiting for some things to clear.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting new information hour by hour about this suspect in this case, Shamsuddin Jabbar. Now, you can see on your screen right now, this photo is dated from 2013. He was serving as an Army staff sergeant at the time in the U.S. Army. Again, he is a U.S. citizen, born in the United States, served in the U.S. Army, served in the Army Reserves after that. Served in Afghanistan overseas, and has allegedly been working as a real estate entrepreneur in the Houston area since then. Now, he was the IT chief for the 82nd Airborne Division's 1st Brigade Combat Team. That's just a little bit, another nugget of detail about his past and his history with the U.S. government.
When we heard from the FBI earlier this afternoon around 1:30, they had said that they would be looking more closely into his military service, and so we are learning more about it now. This is another photo of him. This is Jabbar's passport photo. If you have seen this man around New Orleans, if you've had any interactions with him, seen him driving around, if you know anything at all, no matter how small it might seem, you should call the FBI and leave a tip. That number is 1-800-CALL-FBI, and the website is there as well, tips.fbi.gov. They're looking for anything that they can to kind of piece together his timeline in New Orleans, how long he was here, when he arrived, and we know that there are potentially thousands of hours of video to look through to try and figure out when he got here and what he did when he was in New Orleans.
Yes, they're really trying to piece together a timeline. We heard that from investigative reporter Mike Perlstein a while ago as he had talked to his police sources. Now, when the FBI issued this photo and released it because they want people out there to give them more information and to call in tips to them, this is his passport photo. They're trying to get a more updated current photo of what he looks like right now. I think there are some questions about that. Now, as we mentioned, the previous photo that we showed you was from a social media post from, was that 2013? I believe.
A long time ago, yes.
Yeah, it was from a while ago. And so they're trying to get an updated photo. This is his passport photo that was released to us by the FBI. But if you have any information, don't hesitate to reach out to them. Call in those tips about things no matter how small. Have you encountered him in the French Quarter in the last few days? Have you seen him at the grocery store? Have you run into him at the gas station? Did you sell him food for dinner? All of those things could help police, and could help in this investigation, which we know is now very much national in scope.
Our sister station KHOU in Houston, we know that there are 2 potential crime scenes, 2 areas that the FBI are searching in Houston. They're starting to report some things about what's going on at the in the perimeters that they've set up in that area right now. But I think we want to get out to Amelia Strahan.
Yes.
She is in the French Quarter right now. She is, I believe, at Dauphine and Bourbon Street. You have been there since pretty early this morning. What can you tell us about what you've seen change throughout the day, Amelia?
It's really been about the same all day, a heavy police presence. Like I've mentioned earlier, investigators are still out here. Much of the quarter is still blocked off. But that's what I want to talk about is the law enforcement out here. They have been out here all day long, many of them running on just a few hours of sleep. Now, they both told me not to brag because they're just doing their jobs, but it is such an important job, putting their lives on the line every day. So we are so appreciative to our law enforcement that have been out here, like I said, running on just a little bit of sleep. I mentioned last time we talked that they were not letting anyone down this block, even people that lived here, people that were staying in Airbnbs. They now are letting people go down if they can prove that they live here, if they can prove that they have an Airbnb, again, just to go get essentials. So it's not like this street is open to foot traffic and you have to prove that you do have a place here. here, and that's why you need to get down the street. They still have much of the area back there taped off. Now, anyone that lives in the crime tape that you guys probably see back there, they are not allowed to get in that area, but this block right here is open if the people live here. But again, I just want to talk about the law enforcement that we've seen out here. They've been incredibly polite to the people that are trying to get through, very sympathetic. It's been, it's been nice to see them out here in action, even after such a long, difficult day for so many people here in New Orleans. Like we've talked about, that death toll rising to 15, just a tragic start to the new year. We'll be out here for the next few hours, keeping an eye on the scene. If anything does start to change, we will keep you guys updated. Back to you.
All right, Amelia, thank you so much. You know, it's been difficult for people who are trying to navigate that area. You know, parts of the corridor are still somewhat open, although this obviously section of Bourbon Street certainly is not, and police and law enforcement are asking everyone to avoid the area if at all possible. Now, we did hear that the players that were at that hotel for Georgia actually boarded a bus to go somewhere recently, so they have been taken out of that hotel that we mentioned that they were sort of locked down in for a while,
but for a little bit.
Apparently we saw them getting on a bus and taken somewhere else, so it's unclear where they were headed. They could have been doing run-throughs at the Superdome or going to the Saints practice facility, or one of those other areas to kind of get ready for the game that is scheduled now to happen tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it certainly, you had mentioned that there were a lot of things that are shut down in the French Quarter, and we talked a lot about earlier how this weekend, the Sugar Bowl time of year and the New Year's Day, is a really big time for a lot of local businesses to make a lot of money in the French Quarter. So this is going to be a tough day for them as well. And earlier, whenever they were asked when Bourbon Street might reopen or what happens tonight if everybody who's in town for the Sugar Bowl wants to get out of their hotel for a little bit, they said Bourbon Street is going to stay locked down and closed until the FBI is ready to release it.
Yes.
And we saw from the background of Amelia's live shot there that they are still working back there. It might be a while.
Yeah, it could be a while. I mean, I know one elected official said up to 48 hours before they would have that area reopened, so just to make plans accordingly. Now, there are, of course, other parts of the city where people can get out and get something to eat, and, the CBD is one area, Warehouse District, Uptown, many places that, are sort of in that tourist corridor. But it is difficult, and this is a very delicate situation with all federal investigators and just the huge law enforcement presence that is downtown. Now, in addition, the media have grown out on Canal Street. I'm seeing pictures on Twitter and X, Facebook, other places where the international press have descended on the city of New Orleans because of this terrorist incident. And so the interest in it is just going to continue to grow.
We have been getting emails all day long from all around the world, from media outlets, from everywhere, asking us for information or for interviews, things like that. And I think part of the interest is that we just saw something very similar to this happen on December 20th in Germany with the Christmas market, where there were 5 people killed and many, many injured. So this is, it was of interest, I think, to a lot of our friends in Europe who are looking at us and seeing us with a similar heartache.
Well, I think, yes, absolutely. And I think there are also national security implications here. You have, a situation where ISIS has been flaring again in Syria. There have been the toppling of a dictator there. There are definitely world events that could really be affected by what happens related to this situation. So, we heard Congressman Steve Scalise touching on that just a little bit, talking about how, all eyes are on what happens here.
Yeah, absolutely. And what happens next as well. That's a big part of this too.
Yes, President Joe Biden making remarks from Camp David a little while ago, basically just, kind of laying out what federal authorities know. He did say that this suspect allegedly posted on social media in the hours before this attack was carried out his sympathy for ISIS. And we, of course, also know from the FBI that there was an ISIS flag on the back of that truck whenever he made his way into Bourbon Street.
And as the FBI and other law enforcement officials have been searching for a more clear motive of what happened here, they've also been searching Jabbar's house. I don't know if we could bring up the video of the search search from his home in Houston from earlier, but our sister station KHOU in Houston is starting to push out some reporting about what is happening there. They had crews on the scene at the home, they said, before investigators, and throughout the afternoon they saw FBI agents, Harris County Sheriff's Office SWAT vehicles, and multiple Sheriff's Office investigators at the home. They had secured the perimeter. They were asking people to avoid the area, and excuse me, were
they're trying
to some neighbors.
Absolutely, talking to some neighbors out there. And then we also heard that there may be a second scene in Houston at his ex-wife's house with her new husband. So you would think that they were scouring it for any information. It was a SWAT situation, which tells you that it's some sort of standoff with people inside. So whether or not some of those people have been brought out of that property or not, we don't know. We haven't been able to confirm that through our station in Houston at this point.
Yeah, we're working to find out some more from them. They also have talked a little bit about more in Houston about his personal life. They know that in January of 2022, excuse me, that Jabbar was behind on house payments. He wanted to quickly finalize a divorce. So there were some personal issues there. His business was Blue Meadow Properties LLC, so he was in real estate, which we know. So there's a lot of reporting happening in Houston as well.
Yes, and well, we do know now that the house in the 1300 block of Mandeville that was raided by police, that is the Airbnb that he was staying in. We've confirmed that through sources, and we've been reporting that, but it was raided by, it is the suspected rental that was used by Jabbar. Authorities have confiscated some things there, suspected explosives and bomb-making material. That makes sense given that we've seen such a huge ATF presence there. In addition to that, there was a fire at that location. See, there's an ATF PIO at the scene who was there earlier today. Huge numbers of federal investigators out at that scene, many of them obviously wearing vests and protective gear. But there was a fire at that Airbnb that started about 2 hours after the initial terrorist incident. They started to see smoke, and investigators went in to see what happened. Now, we don't know if that was an intentionally set fire or what the nature of that situation was at that house on Mandeville Street. But this is in the St. Roch neighborhood, and for those who don't know the geography of New Orleans, who maybe are watching us on WWL Plus or on digital, that St. Roch neighborhood is just right on the other side of the French Quarter. It is very close to where this attack was carried out. So
yeah, I mapped it out, and driving wise, it's about 1.7 miles from the scene of the horrible crime to where this home is, which is pretty close, all things considered, and there are a lot of cameras on that route.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
There is very, very likely to be a lot of video of this truck making its way from St. Roch to Canal Street.
Yes. Now, we do know that investigators have been combing through that video. We've heard from our law enforcement sources throughout the day that is a key piece of this investigation, that there may be a situation where they saw some people putting coolers in different locations in the French Quarter that may have had remote detonated capable improvised explosive devices in them. We heard from a law enforcement bulletin and the Associated Press reporting on that law enforcement bulletin that was issued to Louisiana State Police that those ice chests were what were placed in different parts of the French Quarter. We know from the FBI that there were 2 improvised explosive devices found and neutralized before they were able to explode. In addition, we believe that there were pipe bombs and other weapons found on the actual truck itself. So lots of explosives and involvement in our federal agencies here. Of course, also wondering if, that's the situation in Houston as well, that they're looking for explosives.
Yes. We're going to head out now to Alyssa Curtis. She has been on Canal Street since early this morning, and she has District Attorney Jason Williams with her tonight. Alyssa, what are you seeing? What can you tell us?
Yeah, again, I think we're pretty much in the same situation here, just a heavy police presence that continues to be out here blocking off Bourbon Street at the canal entrance. I am joined here now with District Attorney Jason Williams. General reaction to just the last 24 hours or so?
I think anybody who would tell you that they are able to process this and have processed this is lying to themselves. This is, I mean, we woke up to terror at our door. This is not unique to the world, but it is unique to American cities, and it's certainly unique to New Orleans. There have been hundreds of these ISIS or Al-Qaeda attacks throughout Europe since 2015, Belgium, France, Germany. In fact, it was an attack at a Christmas market in Germany several years ago, which prompted us to put these bollards up in the first place because we're a soft target.
What have you seen from just the response and stuff? Obviously, you're in those closed door meetings that we can't obviously get to, but what does that look like, and what does that unified response really look like?
I'll tell you, that is the hope that you can have. That's the faith that you can have. The level of federal, state, and local collaboration and strategic engagement to make decisions like postponing the game for 24 hours to regroup and put new security protocols into place with regards to parking, with regards to how people are getting around. I can't say enough about the men and women of the New Orleans Police Department, though. This attack was meant to cause a lot more carnage. This man used his truck in a vicious, odious way to mow down as many people as he could. And after he could not use a truck anymore, he pulled out a firearm and started firing indiscriminately. And he was also armed with explosives to take out even more, and probably our first responders, right? So the NOPD that responded quickly and strategically to neutralize him and take him out, they saved lives. They saved countless lives. They're heroes, and I can't say enough about the New Orleans Police Department.
Earlier we heard from Superintendent Kirkpatrick when she was talking about how 2 years ago we were the murder capital, and that has drastically dropped over the 2 years, and it's nowhere near what it was. We see sometimes a national kind of reaction to the crime in New Orleans. Talk to that and how this wasn't part of that. This was an outsider coming in. Can you talk to that?
Sure. This is there's no other city in this country or no other parish in the state that has had the drastic decrease in crime and violent crime and all categories of crime, frankly, since the pandemic than the city of New Orleans, starting in 2023 and then continuing to go down in 2024. Augmenting our police department with the state police, with Troop NOLA, it's been a huge success. This is different. This is an outlier. This is a terrorist attack to strike at how Americans live their lives. This is not some beef in some neighborhood that has spawned and grown into and spilled over into downtown. This is something very different, and it's going to change everything. After 9/11, we all realized we're going to have to change some things in order to travel safely. And you're going to see a lot of things probably change in the city of New Orleans, in the French Quarter, and downtown, in terms of surveillance, in terms of bollards, and it should.
What does this now look like for you as the DA? What are your next steps?
I'm going to continue to follow the lead of Special Agent Duncan from the FBI, who is doing an amazing job to make sure that we root out and find every single person, here or abroad, that was involved in this. And when we do, then we'll strategize on the prosecution. There is no double jeopardy between federal court and state court. These people came and attacked us in our home, and we want to make sure that we hold them accountable to the fullest extent of the law.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. I know you've had a long day, so thank you very much.
We all have. Everybody in this city has had a long day.
Thank you so much. Jason Williams with the district attorney. I also want to point to something that happened just before he came and walked over. You see all this crime scene tape right here, and they've started to kind of extend some of that and add a little bit more crime scene tape. Just a moment before Jason Williams came over here, somebody tried to cross that crime scene tape, and I want to speak to how vigilant all of these law enforcement officials are being out here right now. That person made it maybe a foot or two under that crime scene tape, and half a dozen, maybe 10 law enforcement officials. I saw some LSPs, some NOPD, immediately walked towards him and it was like, what are you doing? You cannot be here. And not only did they make sure that he was out of the perimeter, but they made sure, kind of followed him a little bit to make sure that he didn't have any bad intentions or that he wasn't going to come back into this area. So I just want to point that out to how vigilant they are being and continue to be while this crime scene is just still active. Again, just every single law enforcement agency out here. And again, they're still combing through everything that is on Bourbon Street to make sure that they get all the evidence that they need as we continue and move forward to make sure that no stone is left unturned. But yeah, we'll continue to be out here. As you've seen, we've seen some leaders out here and we've been talking to them, getting their perspective and their what's going on and what's happening in the meetings that they're in. So we'll continue to get as much information as we can and continue to bring you that as soon as we can. But for now, reporting live at Canal and Bourbon, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
All right, Alyssa, thank you so much. As we mentioned, more and more media are coming out there, and this is just growing and growing and growing. I just had another entity out of Canada ask me for an interview. Wow. So all eyes around the world are on New Orleans right now, and it's good to know that NOPD are being vigilant, and I would expect nothing less at this point.
Oh, absolutely. You can tell that everybody's very much on edge down there and taking it incredibly seriously. I mean, it does not get more serious than this, but for them to make sure that no one is in that perimeter is very important as they investigate.
And we just want to say it's 7 o'clock at night now. You're still joining us on WWL Plus and on digital WWLTV.com, and of course on Channel 4. And we've been here throughout the day reporting on this horrific incident as 2025 started with just an incredible scene of terror and fear and death and injuries on Bourbon Street, and what should have been a celebration and a welcoming of a new year really just ushered in a new era of fear in the city of New Orleans. And hopefully it is something that we can recover from as a community quickly. Yeah. We've seen a huge outpouring of people wanting to donate blood, wanting to do something to help these victims. Right now, the death toll stands at 15. We have more than 30 others who were injured and hurt very badly, some of them, in this incident where a terrorist decided to take a truck and drive it up Bourbon Street on one of the happiest nights of the year.
Yeah, this is such a typically very joyful time in New Orleans.
Yes.
New Orleans New Year's Eve party is known around the world, and the Sugar Bowl attracts so many people, and we know that there are so many wonderful, fun events coming up. It's difficult. This is a very heavy day.
Yes.
And there will not be a lot of time for New Orleans to heal from this before the next big thing happens. I mean, there's a parade scheduled for the French Quarter for Monday night. So it's just, one thing after the other.
Yes.
And like you said, hopefully the community can heal from this.
Yes, absolutely. And in the meantime, federal investigators from just about every federal agency have been working to try and figure out why this happened, how it happened, and where the additional suspects may be. As the FBI said this morning, they are positive this was not one person acting alone. Now, one thing that they have been doing throughout the day is digging into what is believed to be the Airbnb that was rented by this suspect here in New Orleans. That is on Mandeville Street, and Jennifer Bellamy with WXIA in Atlanta is covering that part of the story for us this evening. Jennifer, there's some new information that you have for us?
Yeah, ladies, we are learning some new details about what may have been uncovered, as our police sources are saying that a home on the 1300 block of Mandeville here is the suspected rental of the person of who they believe was responsible for this attack. I'm going to step out so you can still see that there is a police presence here. We understand that our sources are saying authorities confiscated items like suspected explosives and possible bomb-making materials. This entire situation shutting down Mandeville, keeping many neighbors out of their homes. This has been going on for more than 12 hours now, beginning with the fire department starting to respond to a fire around 5:18 this morning. A short time after that, maybe in the 8 o'clock hour, residents tell us that they were asked to evacuate, and many of them have not been able to return to their homes since. Now, we do want to say that some of the area that was once blocked off by law enforcement members has been reduced closer to that home. But again, many people still being impacted by this tonight as that investigation continues with police searching that home on Airbnb. That's the information that we heard from neighbors, that they were concerned about that Airbnb and the comings and goings of people in this community. And then this morning, after the Bourbon Street attack, another layer of concern about their community being connected to this attack.
Okay, Jennifer, thank you so much for that report. This situation over on Mandeville Street is very similar to what we see going on in Houston, Texas. Houston has two separate areas where federal authorities have been combing through two different homes there. One of them is believed to be the latest known address of the suspect in this case. That address is, outside of Houston, and you're looking at some video from earlier today of what that looked like. Now, there's a main house on this property, and then there are a number of trailers on the property as well. And so you can see right there, those are some of those trailers. This was the SWAT vehicle that was stationed outside that property for much of the day. We are seeing some reporting out of Houston that there may have been some people taken out of that house, but we have yet to confirm those details. So we're working to get that information confirmed for you so we can tell you what exactly unfolded there. But this is believed to be where the suspect permanently lived before renting that truck through a car sharing app and making his way to New Orleans and then carrying out this attack that left so many people dead this morning.
And it was really only a matter of time before they made their way to his home because, of course, it's likely has some clues there, whether there are phones or computers or whatever, any kind of communication that he may have had with the three people who are now being searched for by the FBI.
Yes.
People who may have had a role in this crime that the FBI are searching for. So we now know you said there are two addresses in Houston that they're looking for, but at this time we don't really know officially what they have taken out of those homes, what kind of evidence they may have found, or if it has brought them any closer to finding those three suspects.
Right, or people. As we said, it looked like there was a SWAT standoff situation, which would indicate that there were people inside of those properties when they were outside of it earlier today in Harris County. The Harris County Sheriff's Office there with their SWAT vehicle stationed there much of the day with, people in full protective gear, full SWAT gear, standing outside of there from the Harris County Sheriff's Office there in Houston. So we're hoping to get some more details for you, and we're working on that right now as we speak to try and confirm that for everyone at home and around the world who's watching us. That is a big question mark. We know now, just from talking to law enforcement sources, that the Mandeville Street home did have explosives and bomb-making equipment, they think, that the ATF and other law enforcement agencies took from that home earlier. Now, Jennifer Bellamy for us reporting from WXIA there at the scene, saying that the scene has actually shrunk, that they are starting to kind of wind down on the investigation in that Airbnb there. But, still a lot of questions about how that played a role here.
Also reassuring, I'm sure, to the neighbors who live nearby, because there was the situation on Bourbon Street happened at 3:15. Around 5:15 was the fire at that Airbnb in St. Roch, and then around 8 a.m. they had started to evacuate neighbors from those homes because whatever firefighters found inside was cause for alarm and cause to call the ATF and all these other federal agencies out. So they started getting some neighbors to leave their homes. We're told that they grabbed whatever they could, including pets, and they left. Some of them were taking shelter at a church nearby, but it was hours and hours before they were able to return. These photos were taken by a neighbor here. You can see a federal agent of some kind here on this doorstep, and here as well there are at least three there standing against this blue home. This is right in the neighborhood where that Airbnb was on fire this morning, and then where they later found explosive devices.
Yeah, those are all photos from across the street from the scene. And, you know, it has been a very intricate investigation. Many federal resources here in New Orleans dedicated to figuring out what exactly went down. So those are pictures of what we saw from law enforcement this afternoon. This investigation obviously far from over. We're starting to get bits and pieces coming out from it. One of those is from Congressman Steve Scalise. He joined us via Zoom a little while ago and mentioned the fact that they're still looking for possibly 4 people that may be tied to this investigation. We don't know if the feds have caught up with them or if there's still a manhunt going on. That was unclear in our conversation, but we did hear, you know, from the Associated Press earlier today that there was a search underway because there was surveillance video that may have shown 4 people placing improvised explosive devices in 2 different locations in the quarter with explosives that were tied to a remote detonator placed in coolers in different locations in the quarter. So we heard that from the Associated Press through a law enforcement bulletin that was issued.
Now, this is the suspect here that you're taking a look at now. This is 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar. We know that he is from Texas. He lived in the Houston area. We know that he was in the military for several years. We have a picture of him from 2013 as he was serving in the military. This photo here dated from 2013, and he was an Army Staff Sergeant, and he was the IT chief for the 82nd Airborne Division's 1st Brigade Combat Team. So we know he has military experience, but as far as the official motive goes and direct ties potentially to ISIS, when we talked to Congressman Steve Scalise, said he was unable to confirm if those ties had been verified. Yes, thank you. Because there was that ISIS flag in the truck, and also we now know from President Biden that Jabbar had posted something on social media in relation to ISIS before this attack, but there's no official confirmation as far as we know from the FBI that was the direct motivation.
Yeah, it seems that Jabbar at this point, which could be FBI related and investigation related, but it seems he has very little social media footprint.
Yes.
So no one has seen that video that apparently was posted a few hours before this attack was carried out. So it appears that that's no longer accessible on the internet.
However, we do know from our local law enforcement officials, they are saying that this was absolutely the intention. There is no question here that this was not an accident, that this was exactly what Jabbar intended to do in the truck that he rented, and carrying out this attack was the plan.
Yes, absolutely. And you know, it is horrific. The loss of life is staggering and horrible, especially when you see and hear the descriptions of what the scene looked like this morning. I can't imagine how everyone is doing out there who witnessed just a mass scene of carnage like we saw on Bourbon Street this morning. And when you hear about that and think about that, it's just been a really terrible day. You know, it's staggering, and I think that it really makes people stop and think.
Absolutely. We've been talking a lot about how horrible this must be for the families of all of these victims, whether they have passed away or whether they're injured, and how horrific it must be to get a call early on New Year's Day morning that your loved one has been injured or killed in an accident like this. But there were also so many witnesses who saw so many things that they never should have seen.
Yes, and we heard from one a little while ago, and just hearing his descriptions of one of his best friends getting killed in front of him this morning, it just is gut-wrenching and sad and heart-wrenching. And you know, what's really scary to think about is the fact that if what we're hearing about these explosives placed in certain locations, if they had successfully been detonated, the carnage associated with this incident would have been a lot worse.
Yeah, and also we got to think about the first responders as well who were there. We know that the police acted very quickly, and this was a huge thing for EMS to respond to as well.
Yes.
I believe we've got some new audio of what happened after that crash. We're going to listen now.
92 we got a white Ford. I need EMS to Canal and Bourbon now. Canal and Bourbon now, possible 20F.
I need somebody to speak to dispatch. What's going on in Canella Bourbon? I got it. What's going on in Canella Bourbon? Show us what's going on in Canella Bourbon. Somebody please advise dispatch. What's going on in Canella Bourbon? Bourbon and Iberville. Bourbon and Iberville. Y'all were trying to get a rehab. Dozens of people that got hit by this car.
We have a medical pack. Bring a medical pack. I got at least maybe 12 to 15 people hit by this vehicle. I'm in the 200 block of Bourbon. In the headquarters, Bourbon Street is shut down from the 100 to at least the 500 block of Bourbon. All officers on Bourbon Street, stop, 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 stop. Headquarters, we need some EMFs in here. Do we have them in route? 9530, we need EMF in here on the code 3.
Clear all my units that are code 1. Clear everyone, start them to that location. Spare anyone on that 30 if possible.
Bourbon and Iberville, I have at least 6 casualties. I have an officer doing chest compressions on one. I have another white male that's got agonal breathing in the 200 block. Multiple casualties that may be going 10-7.
What first responders were going through and witnesses there at the scene. I mean, it just brings it all back.
Yeah, that's obviously dispatch, the conversations between dispatch and police officers and EMS that were on the scene there, and it's it really paints a horrible picture of just how awful this was.
Yes, I mean, you can hear almost officers walking down the street and you know, just tallying up the numbers of casualties and victims in the case, and then reporting back that, you know, this didn't seem to be an accident, and, you know, people were hit by this truck, and you have that lady talking about how, you know, so many people were down and just how horrific their injuries were. And, you know, one of the witnesses at the scene described the blood and brain matter, frankly, that was all over the street, and just pure carnage and just horror, really a horror.
And it's really difficult to knowing how young some of the victims are. I know we have we've got an image here of some of the victims that have been identified. We know that there are 15 who have died. We have been able to put a name to 4 of them so far. If it's possible to bring that up, I know that they are the ones that we know their ages right now range between 18 and 37 years old. And Whitney Miller has been, you have been trying to track down some more of the names of the victims. What can you tell us?
Yeah, we now have confirmed the identity of a 5th victim. I was on the phone with Matthew Tenedorio's family today. Matthew's 25 years old. He was the youngest of 3 boys, and his family is saddened by his loss. Sorry, I just got off the phone with his family, so it's just heavy. It's heavy, but yes, 25 years old. He lived in Picayune, Mississippi. That's him on the screen there. His mom wants to talk to us tomorrow about her wonderful son, is what she texted me. So I'm excited to speak to her to learn more about him. But he is the 5th young man that I have been able to identify. The others that we know of right now, the first one was 18-year-old Nakira Cheyenne Dido. She was 18 years old from Gulfport, Mississippi. We've learned about Nicole Perez, I believe from Metairie. Then we learned about Tiger Besh from Lafayette. And then we also learned of Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge. I know he's a father of 2. All of these very tragic stories, and as you pick names with faces, you learn about their stories, you figure out who they are and the families that are hurting now. So, you know, we have been trying to make contact with them, because when it's just a number, 10 people dead, you know, those are families that have stories. So, you know, we've been reaching out to these families and offering to share that story of who their loved one is, to, you know, commemorate them and offer tribute to who they are. This is a senseless death, but it is not a senseless life. So
so right.
Absolutely, we want to hear those stories.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
if people are able and up
Yeah.
for sharing it, we want to
We
know.
want to know more about them. I
Yes,
mean,
it's important. These are the people whose lives were cut short, and it's
and
important
they're the
to tell
fabric
those
of this
stories.
community. You know, they make up, you
Yes.
know, New Orleans. So it is important to know who these people are, know them more than just a number. So
You're so right.
Yeah.
Especially as we focus on the suspect, we want to make sure that we don't let those victims
of
get
course.
lost. So
yeah,
thank you,
keep
Whitney.
their memories alive. For sure.
Thank you so much, Whitney. We appreciate it.
It has been, as we mentioned, an investigation that has been stretching on for hours now. We've been trying to get new details for you as the minutes pass, but you know, those are small and short coming in at this hour because federal investigators have really zeroed in on trying to figure out what the puzzle is that you can put together of the events that unfolded prior to this and since in trying to find additional suspects.
And it's been about 6 hours since we have heard from law enforcement. They had one press conference today at 1:30, and the FBI spoke first, gave what little new information that they could. We heard from basically every elected official in the state of Louisiana. There were a lot of faces there, but they would not narrow down on a lot of specifics. You know, I know that Governor Jeff Landry was asked how many of the people in the hospital were shot versus hit by the truck, and would not give those specifics. Also, understandably, the FBI would not say why at first they believed that this suspect had not acted alone. Now we know that there was some surveillance video involved. So there's a lot of things working behind the scenes, and we know that in Houston, federal officials are kind of moving there too. But we have not heard from them in about 6 hours now.
Right. No, we don't know.
We might not till tomorrow.
We might not know. They've said, you know, that they're essentially done for the night and talking to us and giving us new information. What we have heard are additional small details, like we heard from the president about the social media post, sympathetic to ISIS that was made, things like that. But, you know, we're just getting very few details at this point.
I do want to point out, there are some fundraisers that you are going to see in the next few days regarding raising money for victims. I know that Whitney just had one up that was a GoFundMe. Now is a time to be very careful who you send money to. We see this after every major tragedy, that there are bad actors who take advantage of people who want to help and want to give money and assist, and you see scams all the time. So double check that if an organization is asking for money, that it is a legitimate organization, you're donating on a website that is real, and that you're giving money to the people who do need it, because we know that New Orleans turns out. We know that New Orleanians have big hearts, and you want to help out. Just make sure that you are doing that the right way.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to give money to someone who is just scamming you, you know? And we want the money to go to the people who desperately need it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go to Jackson Square now, where I believe we have Matt
Eerily
Doherty.
quiet, yes.
Yeah, very
Apparently
quiet.
very quiet.
And normally on a night like tonight, it would be packed with people.
It'd be jumping, but not tonight. Matt?
Yeah, that's what you would think, but you can tell it's just completely deserted. It's just a few people walking around. You know, I'm still thinking about that dispatch audio that you played a few minutes ago. That was just so chilling. It's the first time I've heard that. That was just unbelievable. Put you right there. I'm going to walk up to a couple of people, see if maybe they'll talk to us. Can we talk to y'all for a second? We're live right now on WWL. We're just talking to people to find out their thoughts about what happened today.
Can't without crying. I know.
It's very sad. Very sad. I mean, you can see the vibes around here. It's just very somber. We're not even from here. We just come down here for the New Year's Eve, and this stuff happens. What do you do? We're just out and about. Trying to do what we can.
Where are you from?
Iowa.
Okay. So how do you make sense of all this?
Well, you don't. You don't make sense. It's something you never even fathom even being in the same area, but here it is. It happens to you. You don't know what to do. So make the best of it. Hang out if we got family here. We hang out with family and do what we can.
Ma'am, could you say that again?
No, just praying for the victims' families. Yeah, it's a terrible thing that they're going through right now. So we're just thinking of them and praying for them.
So when something like this happens, I mean, it's just you never think it's going to happen, right?
No, and in fact, we're watching the news, like, we're right here. This is happening right here where we are. I mean, we were 10 blocks from it when it happened. I mean, the area it happened in. And yeah, you just don't never think that's going to happen to you.
So were you out last night around that
We
time?
were out last night, but not that late. You know, we're old now, so we were home early, about midnight. But yeah, there's a chance we could have been. So.
Does it change anything about the way you think about things?
I mean, just about that tomorrow's never promised, so obviously you think that. But do I think anything different about New Orleans? Nah. Still going to come here anytime I get an opportunity to come here. It's a great city. Could have happened anywhere at all. So, yeah.
Well, thank you so much. What's your name, ma'am?
Mary.
Mary,
Yep.
nice to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
So yeah, we just heard from a couple of visitors, a couple of travelers here, which are most of the people that we're seeing out here tonight. And like Mary just said, you know, it's just a very sad time for everyone, and it's affected a lot of people. A lot of people who are here on vacation for New Year's Eve, people here for the Sugar Bowl. You know, like she said, you know, just you never expect something like this is going to happen, and certainly not close by from where you are. Ladies.
Matt, I want to ask you, while you're down there, this part of town is usually packed, and it would especially be normally on today. Can you just tell us what you're laying eyes on? Are there a lot of people out? Are there a lot of businesses open? Are people eating, or, you know, a lot of people walking around? What are you seeing?
No, we're just seeing some people walking past the cathedral, just handfuls of people coming through. But we can walk up the road a little bit, and I can show you. Some of the restaurants are open. You know, if you saw some of the coverage earlier, you saw what was happening down in the French Quarter, and it seems like this perimeter that the law enforcement officers have set up, it's continually changing, it's expanding in certain areas, so there's not a whole lot of businesses, you know, like, you know, the iconic businesses and restaurants in the French Quarter are not open tonight. So the places that we've noticed that are open around this area where we are right here, they are seeing a lot of business tonight just because there's so many people here for the football game, and there is no other alternatives. They can't go to all of these, you know, iconic restaurants and things down there in the heart of the French Quarter just because it's not accessible because of the blockades. But you can come take a walk with us here. But, you know, I've, you know, been to New Orleans countless times, and photojournalist Ryan Phillips here has as well. And I mean, I don't remember a time being out here in Jackson Square where you don't see street performers and crowds and artists and all those kinds of things. You're not going to see any of that tonight. Everything's just pretty much closed down. But you see this restaurant here on the corner. You know, there's a lot of people in there because they're just, you know, there's not that many alternatives around. Ryan, why don't we take a walk just here around the corner to get a picture of the mood and the vibe. Okay, so this is what, St. Peter Street, I guess? So you can see it that way. You can see some lights are on in some of the businesses. This restaurant here on the corner is open.
Okay, so it does appear that some people are meandering about. You know, there are over 60,000 people who came in for the Sugar Bowl, and so it's packed. The city itself is actually packed with people, and so as Matt was just reporting, you know, some places are open in the quarter, and you can see that some of the restaurants are still open for business that are outside of that tight perimeter in New Orleans. But thanks for that report. We appreciate it, Matt.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does appear. It's almost like you can see how heavy things are in the city. It's people seem to be walking a little slower and a little quieter. It is
it's very somber.
Very somber tone down there in the French Quarter tonight.
For sure, but definitely, you know, there are a lot of people still present. And so I think they do need places to eat. They need places, you know.
You've got tens of thousands of people in hotels right now who don't have a kitchen and aren't from here. And need to eat. So
Yeah.
I think a lot of people, even if they're kind of nervous to get out of the hotel, maybe go out and stretch their legs for a little bit tonight.
Yeah, it seems that those people who are staying in the hotels are still taking advantage of those things. And one of the reasons that New Orleans gets so many events that we get is because we're such a walkable city.
Yes.
You hear that over and over anytime we try to court things like the Super Bowl that's coming up in just a short month. And that's one of the reasons that we're such a draw, because it's a walkable city. You can walk to the restaurants, you can do all of those things. And unfortunately, that is something that also apparently made it a target in this case, which is a horrible reality, but that's where we are tonight. Again, just to recap for everyone out there, it is 7:30 now. We've been on the air since around
about 4 o'clock this
4
morning, I
o'clock this
believe.
morning, yes, covering this terrorist attack that happened right in our own backyard. And 15 people have been declared dead by the Orleans Parish Coroner, and more than 30 others have been hospitalized and or hurt in what can only be described as just a horrific attack using a truck on Bourbon Street.
Yeah, a rented truck driven from Texas. You just took a look at the suspect there. Essentially what happened around 3:15 this morning, that truck turned right from Canal Street onto Bourbon Street and hit the gas and barreled through dozens of people. We know now, as Katie said, 15 killed, more than 30 people are injured and in the hospital. That includes 2 police officers who engaged in a shootout with the suspect and were shot. And they did eventually fatally shoot that suspect. He's 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar.
Yes, and if those officers had not successfully stopped this suspect, we are hearing reports that there were improvised explosive devices placed throughout the corridor in at least 2 different locations. And then there were also, according to law enforcement sources, some equipment and bombs possibly in that truck itself. So if police had not stopped him where they did, it could have been a lot worse, especially if he had made his way farther up Bourbon Street.
Yeah, and weapons in that vehicle as well. They're saying that Jabbar was ready for a fight.
Shooting at police, shooting at the crowd. It's unclear tonight whether or not all of the people who have been killed were killed by the truck, or if they were actually shot in that shootout. It's unclear.
Yeah, absolutely. We do know that he had military experience and that there is some type of possible tie to ISIS. There was an ISIS flag on that truck, and also we heard from the president a little bit ago that there was a video that the suspect posted on social media sympathizing with ISIS. However, when we asked Congressman Steve Scalise if that has been a confirmed definite motive, definite connection, he was unable to verify that completely.
I think there's a big question here about whether or not this was an attack that was coordinated by ISIS, or if this was just someone who sympathizes with ISIS's cause who decided to take matters into his own hands. Now, when I say own hands, we know from the FBI that they do not believe that he acted alone, that they are still looking for maybe 4 other people who may have been associated with him and helped possibly carry out this attack and possibly plant some of those devices, those 2 devices that were found in the French Quarter. So federal authorities who are leading this investigation are still trying to find those people if they have not already, and they're still looking into all the possible ties that people may have had with this suspect. And I think that is a very important and big question, was this attack coordinated with some international terrorist organization, or was this someone acting on his own with a group of local sympathizers who just did it on their own to make some sort of statement? That's unclear. We don't know.
It is unclear, and we know that at this point the FBI is kind of working backwards. We saw them at a home in St. Rock where there was a fire a few hours after the initial incident on Bourbon Street, and at this home we know that they recovered some incendiary devices and explosive devices and things used to make them. And also, just a little short time after that, they were at 2 addresses in Houston that are tied to this suspect as well.
Yes.
So we know that they're kind of piecing the puzzle together from where he began this journey, potentially trying to figure out his entire timeline, where he was in between that journey from Houston to Bourbon Street, And why New Orleans? Why target New Orleans? What was the tie here, if any? And what was the true motivation behind New Year's Eve or New Year's Day in New Orleans?
Also, you know, I think it begs the question, why would someone who served this country in the military for more than a decade end up turning on it?
Yeah.
From within.
What happened?
And so, yes, what happened? How did that happen? Why did that happen? I think a lot of people are going to be asking that question as we move forward. I think federal authorities are going to be asking that question as we move forward, as they try and piece together exactly what happened here, and whether or not there are additional people who need to be held accountable. You know, we heard from all of our elected officials, from, you know, the President of the United States, all the way down to the Mayor of New Orleans and our Louisiana senators, our governor, that whoever is responsible for this will be held accountable, and will be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law.
Absolutely. Now, we are getting some confirmation of more victims. Again, there were 15 people who died in this attack. We now know that the head chaplain at the Episcopal School of Baton Rouge posted this statement on social media. You can see that it says, quote, "We are deeply saddened to share that alumnus Parker Vildreen, I'm hoping that I'm saying that correctly, of 2024, was critically injured and is hospitalized, and alumnus Kareem Bawadi of 2024 tragically passed away as a result of the attack." Again, this is the head chaplain at the Episcopal School of Baton Rouge. So that is now our second confirmed victim from Baton Rouge who passed away, this Kareem Bawadi. We know that there was a 37-year-old man also from Baton Rouge who passed away. We've learned so many more of their names. We're starting to learn the stories of these people.
Yes.
They're from so many different places, so many different walks of life, so many different ages, and it is heartbreaking every time.
Each and every one. And, you know, I think the last name on that may have been Vadreen. I think that might have been a typo.
Okay.
It was just a capitalized I. But
gotcha.
Every single story is tragic, including Nakaira Didu. She's from Gulfport, Mississippi. She, you know, is so young,
only
just
18
years old, and was here with a cousin and a friend, and
who are
tragically
also
struck
18.
down.
And I just cannot imagine what they had to see last night, or this morning rather.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tragic. Reggie Hunter, father of two from Baton Rouge, another person who was just mowed down in this attack this morning.
His cousin is now hospitalized, we know, as well.
Yeah, that's horrific. Another victim, Tiger Besh. This kid was a crazy good football player. He went to St. Thomas More in Lafayette, and then went on to Princeton to play ball there. Graduated, was working as a trader in an investment firm, had a bright future ahead of him, and that was all cut short this morning when this terrorist decided to drive up Bourbon Street to kill people. And that was his motivation. He was trying to kill people, according to investigators.
Yeah.
Said that was clear, that this was intentional, this was an act of terror, and that is what they are investigating it as. Now, the questions remain of, you know, the involvement of international terror organizations. That's still a big question mark here, and a very important one that investigators are trying to nail down. And I assume that we're going to hear more on that tomorrow when we hear from all of those agencies again who've been working so hard throughout the day to try and get information about this.
And also the people who were potentially working with this suspect, who the FBI are looking for right now. I'm interested to know if those people are from Texas. Are they from New Orleans? Are they from somewhere else? I don't know. And again, what is the tie? Why here? I think a lot of people in this community are asking why. A lot of these families are asking why, and we may never know. But tomorrow, hopefully, we'll have at least some more answers on what the motivation was to pick this city.
Yes, absolutely. Not how we wanted to start 2025, any of us, and getting that call in the morning, waking up to the news. However you found out about what happened today, just the worst possible way to start the new year. And our hearts go out to the victims in this case and all of those who are suffering tonight, because there are certainly a lot of you out there who are, and we know that. It's difficult.
We can talk again about what's going on in Houston, because I feel like that is
key.
It's very key to what's going on. I don't know if it's possible to bring that video up again. This is something that we're still trying to learn more about, what exactly is going on in Houston right now. This is where that suspect had a home address, and
Last known address from public record searches reveal that this is where he was living, has been living until he decided to come to New Orleans in the truck and rent the Airbnb here. But this is that scene in Houston where police were in essentially kind of a standoff SWAT situation throughout the day. This is a live picture at this hour, so they're still out there with that SWAT vehicle, still in full gear tonight. And they've been there throughout the day, as I mentioned. I mean, it has been an ongoing situation there, a very active scene. We hear that there was another scene in Houston as well. Don't know if that one is still active and ongoing, but that may have been where his ex-wife and her new husband lived in another part of Houston. So clearly investigators are doing their best to piece together all the puzzle pieces in this case.
And as far as we know, no one has been placed under arrest here, but you can see there's an armored vehicle there. Several people standing out here. And this appears to be, I'm not sure if this is the backyard that we're looking at here.
I'm not sure.
It's hard to kind of to piece it together, but we do know that this home had, it was partially hidden behind a tall gate. KHOU, our sister station in Houston, is reporting that the gate has some sheet metal covering it, and residents in the area are telling them that this is a rental property with multiple mobile homes around it. So there's multiple, looks like multiple buildings possibly on this property, and they are going to try to get in here, I'm assuming, and look for any kind of evidence that could lead them to any answers about this crime.
Yeah, I don't know if they have actually penetrated the fence or made their way in. At this point, it's unclear.
Sure.
Because they're still stationed outside of there. There could be additional officers and investigators inside already that we just can't see. That's highly possible, but clearly there is an active situation. They have made a significant perimeter around that area. The FBI in Houston announced that earlier today, just to let people be aware that this is tied to the New Orleans terror investigation, and to avoid the area in case, you know, God only knows, there were improvised explosive devices in this situation. There could be bombs in that house, for all we know.
Now, KHOU has also learned, they're reporting that we knew that this truck that was used in this horrific crime was rented from an app called Turo, where you can kind of rent somebody else's car for however long. They're confirming now that the truck owner lives in the Pasadena area of Texas, which is kind of in the southeast part of Houston, kind of far out from the city, and that they confirmed to KHOU that that truck had been rented out to someone through the Turo app at this time, but wouldn't say anything else. And we know that a Turo executive is telling KHOU that they are cooperating with the FBI, and they say that they're heartbroken to learn that one of their host's vehicles was involved in this incident.
Yes, it's essentially like the Airbnb for cars.
Sure, yeah.
Congressman Steve Scalise did say that the Cybertruck that was used in what appears to be some sort of suicide bombing,
in Las Vegas.
Or car explosion in Las Vegas outside of a Trump hotel in Vegas, that they also rented that Cybertruck using that same app. So it just raises a lot of questions. They haven't ruled out that they're, related or not, but that's still a big question mark. And so it's something to pay attention to in the days to come.
Alyssa Curtis has been out on Canal Street for us all day long. Alyssa, what are you seeing at this hour as this investigation continues?
Hey guys, it's really much of the same out here. Still a really heavy law enforcement presence. Still pretty big chunk of the area blocked off by crime scene tape. I'm going to walk out of the way so you guys can get a better picture of this. We've seen some law enforcement official cars kind of in and out, but it's still quite heavy. You still see that Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office mobile communications center truck out here kind of right in front of that intersection where this all began. Louisiana State Police, NOPD, of course. Earlier we saw some local city officials out here as well, just checking on things, continuing to kind of show people that the investigation is still going on, but the community is safe and they're doing everything to make everyone feel safe. as the night goes on, we're seeing a little bit more people out here. When I first got out here, there was quite a few people walking around, enjoying the French Quarter, enjoying the day. That crowd started to simmer down a little bit. We started seeing less people, and it looks like throughout the night it's starting to pick up again. Last time I came to you, I mentioned how that crime scene tape and that kind of perimeter, they extended it a little bit so they can keep people contained to the sidewalk versus on the streets. Here at the intersection of Canal and Bourbon, that perimeter is still kind of towards that sidewalk in this area, but beyond this perimeter, there are people enjoying their nights, people enjoying New Year's Day. Still a lot of people out here from the Sugar Bowl and hoping to still go to that Sugar Bowl tomorrow. A lot of people here in Georgia gear, in Notre Dame gear. I think this is still shaking a lot of people, not just, of course, residents and local leaders and people who live here, but we're still seeing what looks like tourists in the area kind of stopping a little bit in shock, taking pictures, looking a little bit confused as to what's going on, but that's as expected. I think this has been a shock to everyone. You heard Jason Williams a little bit earlier say the same thing, that this is not a normal thing and it's going to be shocking for a while, but this police presence and this law enforcement presence is still heavy out here. I have no idea when they are going to open this up. I asked when we were at that press conference earlier this afternoon at about 1:30, do we expect Bourbon Street to open up at any time soon? And Governor Landry basically was like, we are going to keep it closed until we need to, and if and when we do open it back up, we are going to make sure that there is still a heavy presence here and make sure that people are safe, because if they do open it up prior to the Sugar Bowl tomorrow, I'm sure people are naturally going to want to come over here, whether it's to Bourbon Street specifically or just the French Quarter, to celebrate after the game and enjoy their night after the game. So it's going to be interesting to see what is happening with this section of the French Quarter tomorrow with so many people in town. But yeah, there is still just such a police presence. It looks like they're still coming through the street, through evidence, just to make sure that they don't leave anything left unturned. We also know that they are extremely vigilant out here and being very observational as they are out here. I told you guys earlier that someone tried to come under the crime scene tape and try to get through that barrier, and as he barely made it 2 steps before there was a dozen or more law enforcement officials heading his way saying, you cannot be over here, what are you doing? So they are extremely hyper aware right now, and as expected as after what happened this morning. But yeah, I think it's still, I think, a very shocking image when you see Bourbon Street completely silent and completely empty. It's like kind of stuck in time from the celebration this morning and last night. You still see like all the remnants, the trash, the drinks people were enjoying left there. And you guys were talking about it a little bit ago, but this is New Year's Day in the French Quarter. This is New Year's Day in New Orleans. Not only that, we have the Sugar Bowl. In any other time, in any other scenario, this would be absolutely filled with people. Hundreds, if not thousands of people would be over here and enjoying their night. But this is unfortunately, tragically, what we're left with. And then you look just beyond that barrier and people are trying to enjoy their night as much as they can. So it's really interesting. It's heartbreaking, really, to be out here and to see this up close, and just know the carnage and unfortunately the deaths that have happened out here, and know that this is how we're starting the new year in such a special city and in such a joyous part of the city that everyone enjoys, not just us in New Orleans, but the people who want to enjoy our city as well. I imagine that this is going to look like this for at least a little bit longer tonight with the crime scene tape and the police presence. So yeah, this is where we're at right now as they continue to just figure out what happened and how this happened and why this happened. But of course, we'll continue to bring you guys as many updates and as much information as we can. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Alyssa. Yeah, this this investigation has been unfolding throughout the day, piece by piece, bit by bit, and we appreciate you reporting for us throughout that time, Alyssa. The federal investigators associated with this investigation have been searching throughout the day to try and find at least, we believe, 3 people who may be tied to this situation.
Yeah.
Earlier today, the deputy SAC, the deputy special agent in charge of the FBI, talked about the fact that they were sure that this guy did not work alone. And so they have been putting out there, requests for people to contact them if they can. I don't know if we can pull up his picture one more time because I feel like we can't put it out there enough, so that people contact the FBI if they have any sort of tips or have had any interactions with him recently, just to give them, even the tiniest little nugget that they might be able to follow.
Anything at all. I think the FBI, again, is leading the charge on this investigation, excuse me, and our local law enforcement is supporting them. This is, again, a photo of the suspect. If you have any information, you can call 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can put a tip in online at the website there. For now, the FBI still has Bourbon Street closed. We're, about 15 hours after this incident. There's a lot to comb through. We know that they have put up a big tarp there so that eyes could not see what was going on.
Yes.
And Amelia Strahan is on Bourbon Street right now. She's at Dumaine, I believe.
Yes, and she's been there for us throughout the day. Amelia, what's the situation now?
Yeah, I kind of want to actually reiterate kind of what Alyssa Curtis just told us. Is it's so different from how it would normally be on a night like this. A big ball game, the beginning of the new year. Bourbon Street is generally such a happy, joyful, exciting place, and instead, we've replaced those smiling faces with flashing lights, crime tape. Everyone out here the people that are out here are concerned. It's just night and day from how Bourbon Street usually is during a time like this. I've been walking kind of up and down the blocks, talking to law enforcement. I just spoke to a group of officers that said they just graduated from the police academy, and unfortunately, this is one of the first things that they're experiencing after graduation. They couldn't share any details with me, but they did just say it was really tough. And of course, like I mentioned last time, I thanked them. I've thanked all of the law enforcement officers out here, and all of them have said the same thing: is this is just my job. But like I said last time, it is such an important job, and it was interesting to kind of hear the reaction from the officers that were on the scene last night and actually responded to this. Just such a tragedy. Like you mentioned, they do still have the tarp up back there, so we're still not exactly sure what's happening behind the scenes. It does seem like they are kind of concealing part of the crime scene. We're unsure what exactly is going on back there, but there are still investigators on the scene. These guys have not left. This is potential suspects are still out there, and it does seem that they are working tirelessly to try to nail down those people. Like we talked about, there are cameras all over the quarter too, so it definitely, there will be leads. I know Ann Kirkpatrick said something to the effect of they will be found, but during this time it's been incredibly difficult for the people that live here, as well as the tourists, the people that are, they don't have houses here, they don't have places to go. Many of them were evacuated. Some of them I even talked to were first timers here in New Orleans, and so it's been a really hard day for everyone. Of course, you know, we know the big game has now been postponed, so just a really tough time here. Now that death toll has risen to 15 people. I know Whitney Miller talked to the mother of one of those victims. I briefly spoke with a victim myself. It is just one of those really heavy days. You know, you can't even imagine what these families are going through, and not just the families, but the people that witnessed it, the people that had to see this stuff with their own eyes. You know, we've seen some videos, and it's hard to even watch the video. We heard the 911 calls. It was hard to even listen to that. So you can't even imagine what it must be like for the people that saw it with their own two eyes and heard those gunshots, and, you know, just witnessed the tragedy. But right now, like I've said, things are pretty much the same. Law enforcement is still out here, but we'll keep you updated as we know more. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. You know, that scene earlier today was absolutely horrific, and I'm sure many of you out there have seen those videos on social media of what it looked like, and it just was just a horrible scene of bodies laying all over the street, and, you know, people being revived, others doing CPR, some just crying and screaming. I mean, it really was a tragedy that you almost don't even have the words to describe.
Yeah, the audio that we heard earlier of dispatch speaking with law enforcement and other first responders gives you goosebumps in like all the wrong ways.
Yes.
It's horrible.
Yes.
This has been such a heavy day in New Orleans, and I think that it's going to stay that way for a while as we start to identify more of the victims, learn more of their stories, talk to more of their moms. It's just kind of unbelievable that this has happened in our own backyard, and that we're here on the first day of a brand new year.
You know, you don't think of things like this happening in a town like New Orleans. You think of this happening as it has in New York or in other big cities in the United States that would be bigger targets. And for some reason, this man decided that New Orleans was his target. Today was the day. And unfortunately, that meant that 15 people lost their lives, 30 others were hurt, many of them badly. And so it has been a difficult way to start the new year. And no one deserved it who was out there, and we all know that all too well. And it just is really hard to wrap your mind around.
I think a lot of people are wondering where we go from here. I just saw a post on social media that someone said, so are we all just supposed to dust ourselves off and go to work tomorrow?
Yeah.
And that is how a lot of people are feeling, like kind of shell shocked from this whole thing.
Yes.
And expecting tomorrow to be back to normal and for Carnival to start on Monday. And all of these wonderful, exciting things in the city while there's still this heaviness for so many.
Yes, and others are deciding, you know, our governor has posted pictures of himself going to dinner tonight in New Orleans. I think of a show as a show of defiance to any terrorists who may have wanted to disrupt American life. And
there's a picture of him doing a thumbs up.
Yeah.
And he's kind of getting some backlash for it on social media with people saying,
yes,
not the move for tonight.
Yeah, but a lot of people kind of dealing with this in different ways. And
correct.
So, but I think that's going to continue in the days and weeks to come. We're just going to see people trying to survive, including those who are waiting in long lines out at blood banks and things like that.
Yeah.
But we also know that a football game, a major football game, is now happening tomorrow instead of today, the Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, it'll go on at 3 o'clock tomorrow.
We do have some video of the team, the Georgia team, actually leaving the hotel. They've been basically locked down on Canal Street throughout the day, both for security reasons and, of course, because they have a football game to play tomorrow and the stakes are high for them. You can see some fans there, Georgia fans, waiting for them to board those buses. And they were headed out, not sure where, but they, you know, boarded those buses, got to get out of the hotel for a minute, walk around a bit. You know, it seems like they're getting ready to play a football game tomorrow, and there are some security questions associated with that we will continue to cover.
Yeah, tomorrow will be a new day. We heard from City Council President Helena Moreno that she said she's going to feel safe tomorrow, so much so that she bought a ticket so that she'll go to the game. And
same with Governor Jeff Landry, you know, also saying that he does plan to be there, try and stop him.
Yeah.
You know, is essentially what he said about that. And so we'll, of course, continue to cover it, though, because there are some big questions. I know that they were putting up additional security measures already in advance of that game kicking off tomorrow at 3.
Yes. In the meantime, we are going to take a break from on air, and we will be back at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we'll have the very latest for you for the WWL Louisiana News starting at 10. And of course, you can also watch on WWL Plus. We'll see you then.
Stay clear from Bourbon Street. And he was very prepared to inflict horrific pain. Bourbon Street will be shut down.
He was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
These folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served